Chapter 1. Florin and Leander. Why don't you give me more ice cream? Old Florin, you're abusing children. I'm going to report you to the Ministry of Magic. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for over a decade, Florin Frosco felt the veins in his forehead throb with indignation. With all due respect, Leander, even if you were to take the square root of your allowance, the ministry would not consider my actions to be abusive. The dilapidated tables of the ice cream parlor creaked under the strain, and the three stacked ice cream cups toppled over precariously. Upon hearing Florin's words, Leander's eyes widened. Resembling the round gaze of an owl, he seized the ice cream spoon from the table and pointed it at Florin. Tell me, which dark wizard imbibed the polyjuice potion with your typical British mathematical prowess? Old Florin, you wouldn't grasp the concept of a square root even at 70. As the old adage from the East goes, a dutiful child emerges from beneath the rod. Leander sensed the looming crisis, his dark eyes darting about that he began to ponder. What could he transform into ice cream to effectively delay the situation and facilitate his escape? Just as Florin prepared to raise his hand in reprimand, Leander was poised to cast a spell, when suddenly, an owl collided headlong with the second-floor glass of the ice cream shop, appearing dazed. It must be here to deliver a message. Leander chuckled awkwardly as he approached Florin, noticing the owl clutched a pale, yellow envelope. He took the envelope and turned it over, revealing, as expected, a wax seal adorned with a crest featuring the letter H at its center. Surrounded by the symbols of the four houses, a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle. Leander caressed the uneven surface of the crest, his expression turning complex. A letter that has been delayed for over 20 years. At the age of 11, Leander Frosco murmured to himself in Chinese while holding the envelope. What did you say? Florin looked puzzled, clearly hearing Leander but unable to comprehend. Nothing, just lamenting the unappealing design of the crest. Leander, I've come to realize that my education regarding your aesthetic sensibilities has been somewhat lacking. Indeed, Leander was not of this world at least. His soul was not. He had once been a firefighter named, and a devoted fan of the original Harry Potter series from the Blue Planet. While a young girl was granted a new life, and was trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, helplessly watching his comrades charge forth to extinguish flames, time, and again meeting with failure. In the final moments of his life, and felt surprisingly unafraid, merely licking his lips. It's so hot. If only I could have some ice cream. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself a foreign infant swaddled in blankets, abandoned no less. Fortunately, the kind-hearted ice cream shop owner, Florin, took in the nearly frozen child and named him Leander Frosco. Unlike most tales of reincarnation, the tender mind of a child could not bear the weight of an adult's 20-plus years of memories, nor think swiftly. As a result, Leander fell into a dual state of debilitation, excessive sleepiness and hazy recollections. Florin initially believed the child had been abandoned due to such congenital issues, even lamenting that the child's parents were likely unfortunate souls themselves. The turning point came when Leander turned 8. Notably, he clutched a gray leather bag that bulged as if something inside was thrashing about. Glancing around, his face turned pale. It's over. Diagon Alley. The wizard gritted his teeth and drew his wand from his robe, forcefully tossing the bag aside. Apparate. Upon uttering the incantation, the wizard's form twisted, as if engulfed by an invisible tube, vanishing from sight. The gray bag burst open midair. With a resounding bang, a heavy object fell to the ground, shattering the ancient cobblestones of Diagon Alley and sending dust swirling. Leander squinted and beheld a colossal creature, entirely purple-gray, with a pronounced ridge along its back, two sharp, long horns atop its head, and 4 toes on its massive feet. That moment, its hind hooves scraped against the ground, its eyes glowing red, exuding an aura of danger. A boggart? Initially, the plan had succeeded. The boggart was now enraged, seeking to wreak havoc. In the bustling Diagon Alley, people scurried about like headless chickens, their screams growing ever louder, leaving the creature oblivious to the movements of a small figure. The alley was exceedingly narrow, essentially placing the small girl directly in the path of the charging boggart. Damn it, another little girl? After years of mental fog, Leander's memories surged forth with clarity. The heat of the fire, the cries of the little girl, the pleas for help, and the grateful thank you, big brother, echoed in his mind. The images of the little girl in Diagon Alley began to overlap with those from the fire scene, and Leander's actions outpaced the merging of memories. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed toward the girl, moving against the tide of panicking wizards. He succeeded, wrapping his arms around the girl. Yet, it was not entirely triumphant. The boggart's speed exceeded his expectations, its hooves descending without granting Leander time to roll away. In that moment of despair, a rich scent of creamy ice cream wafted through Diagon Alley. The boggart's hooves halted midair, its massive body plunging into a pool of ice cream. Leander opened his eyes, lowering his hand that had pointed directly at the baguette. Goodness, look at all this ice cream. Chapter 2, Luna lo vegoz. Well done, child. Leander found himself somewhat bewildered when he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. The newcomer was an elderly gentleman with gentle features and kind eyes. He was dressed in a soft, tailored three-piece suit complemented by an overcoat, and he carried a leather suitcase. Truly remarkable magical awakening. Am I being impolite? He pondered. Hello, I am Newt, Newt's commander. Driven by politeness, Newt introduced himself while extending his hand towards Leander. It wasn't that the child had chosen to ignore him. Rather, he had simply exhausted himself. Newt suddenly realized that the boy had fainted. In a flurry of concern, he lifted Leander from the ground and handed him over to a nearby Auror. Please look after these two children. With that, Newt withdrew his wand from his coat and turned to face the Kneazle. Naughty creature, let me see who brought you here. When Leander next opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Florin, his brow furrowed and a look of deep concern etched across his face. Struggling to rise, Leander attempted to utter some words of comfort to Florin, but his throat and tongue felt as though they were glued together, parched as if sunbaked in the Sahara for 3 days. Upon noticing Leander's awakening, Florin, filled with both surprise and understanding, hastily rose to pour a glass of water. Leander grasped the cup with both hands, lifting it to his lips and gulping down the water with great fervor. Life returns, though he had only just regained consciousness. Leander felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. It was as if something that had been frozen within him had finally melted away. Perhaps it was memory, or perhaps it was magic. While drinking, Leander heard Florin murmuring incessantly. You did splendidly. An exceptional magical awakening. The Daily Prophet wishes to interview you. I am still contemplating whether to decline. Additionally, he heard a youthful voice introducing itself. Hello, my name is Luna Lovewood. Following the sound, Leander turned to see a pair of silver eyes, wide with surprise. Leander? Leander. The expression on her face was not friendly. She seemed displeased with Leander's apparent daydreaming and lack of attention. After a moment of threatening silence, Florin pinched Leander's cheek, lifting it with some force. Ouch! Leander yelped in pain, but Florin paid no heed to his lament. He took the envelope from Leander's hands, opened it, and read aloud. Dear Mr. Fawcett, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Term, 1 academic year. Commencing September 1st. The required textbooks are remarkably similar to what I had during my own schooling. It remains rather dull that only cats, owls, and toads are permitted. Florin grumbled as he refolded the letter and handed it back to Leander. Keep this safe, especially the ticket. We are heading out for supplies. Supplies? Just as Leander was about to nod in agreement, a familiar voice chimed in with a question. Luna is here. Florin's lips betrayed an uncontrollable smile, blooming like a radiant flower. After greeting Luna, she approached Leander, scrutinizing him with her silver eyes. You seem to be entangled with a pesky bug, she remarked, cupping his cheeks and gently blowing, as if to dispel an irksome little insect. Leander shrugged. Perhaps. Is this your acceptance letter? Luna inquired. Indeed. Leander beamed, displaying the school emblem toward her, his expression akin to one seeking praise. What a pity, he said, his demeanor darkening as he grasped Luna's face. What do you mean? Shouldn't I be happy about being accepted? He pondered whether Headmaster Dumbledore might be plagued by a pesky bug that could lead to a mistake, allowing Leander to attend school with him next year. Leander's movements became stiff again, and a keen observer would notice his earlobes turning crimson. I plan to buy textbooks later. Would you care to join me? Luna's gaze drifted, not focusing on Leander, but wandering around the nooks of Diagon Alley. The pesky bug has left. Florin tapped the wind chime at the shop's entrance. Children, are you ready to shop? Leander noted that Florin had donned a fresh set of wizard robes, a leather pouch cinched at his waist. Old Florin is rolling in gold. Ready when you are. Sir. Leander feigned seriousness, clenching his right fist and tapping it against his chest twice, performing a knightly salute. Luna imitated him, tapping as if she had choked on something. What are we waiting for? This pouch holds more than just galleons. It contains confidence. Within 30 seconds, the trio arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Leander recalled that Harry Potter's first visit to Diagon Alley began with a journey to London, locating the leaky cauldron and traversing a wall adorned with Morse code. He wondered if he might encounter Harry today. Lost in thought, a pair of silver eyes peered at him through the shop window. True to the original description, Ollivander's was small and dilapidated, with a solitary wand resting on a faded purple cushion in the window. The gold lettering on the door had peeled away, revealing Ollivander. Established 382 B.C. expert wand maker. It was a curious British stereotype that the older, the nobler. To his surprise, Ollivander emerged from the shop after assisting a young wizard in selecting a wand. Chapter 3. The Wand. My pleasure, Mr. Leander, Ollivander said, his silver pupils remarkably clear, reflecting his meticulous work ethic. He greeted Leander with a standard smile, extending his hand. Although Ollivander had, in a sense, become a monopolist in the British magical arms trade, who would ever complain about an oversized reputation? Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Leander replied, equally cheerful as he shook the elder's hand, observing the gentleman's courteous invitation for them to enter. Upon entering the shop, Leander and Ollivander beheld thousands of slender boxes containing wands, nearly reaching the ceiling, resembling the mythical pillars that support the heavens. With a flick of his wand, Ollivander summoned several measuring tapes into his hand. Mr. Leander, which hand do you favor? The right. Ollivander nodded, and the tapes darted about, as if alive, swiftly recording Leander's various physical measurements. Mr. Leander, I have long upheld the belief that wands choose the wizard. Given your noble qualities, I believe a unicorn hair core would suit you best. As he spoke, he produced a jet-black wand and placed it in Leander's hand, 11 inches of oak with a unicorn hair core. Leander waved the wand a couple of times, causing the temperature to plummet, prompting a shiver from the lightly clad Ollivander. Leander sensed that the wand accepted him, even exhibiting a demeanor bordering on sycophancy. However, no, this will completely hinder your potential. Ollivander swiftly retrieved the wand, asserting that it would not allow Leander to fully unleash his magical prowess. He then presented 2 or 3 more wands with unicorn hair cores, but the outcomes were largely consistent with the first. This left Ollivander deep in thought. Meanwhile, Leander grew somewhat bored, pondering, have I traversed into a counterfeit Harry Potter? Ollivander, stroking his brow with his elongated fingers, murmured to himself, no, it is not a matter of core strength. I have reached an impasse. A person of noble character is not defined by a single trait. Suddenly enlightened, Ollivander's silvery eyes sparkled with inspiration as his aged body sprang with vitality to retrieve a wand box from a high shelf. While unboxing, he said, "Do give this one a try, sir." Made of cedar, 13 inches, with a phoenix feather core. As soon as the wand was presented, Leander was enveloped by a refreshing scent reminiscent of cedar, compelling him to breathe deeply. Yet, neither Ollivander nor Florin and Luna seemed to perceive this fragrance. In the wand shop, it appeared to snow. However, upon observing a snowflake closely, Ollivander realized it was not snow. Bringing it closer to his nose revealed the delightful aroma of vanilla ice cream. Ollivander watched as Leander and his companions departed, even as the enchantment faded. The air in the wand shop remained infused with the rich scent of ice cream. A notable figure is set to emerge from the ranks of Ollivander's wand users. Ollivander mused, a smile creeping onto his face, barely contained, until he noticed a large figure leading a small child toward him. Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Leander and his entourage were nearing their second destination, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Oh, Florin, are you here to purchase school robes for Leander? Madame Malkin set down her creaking scissors and joyfully approached Florin, greeting him with affectionate kisses on both cheeks. Florin's smile was strained, yet he maintained a courteous exchange. Madam, you appear even more enchanting than when we last met a few days ago. Mrs. Malkin, covering her mouth, giggled heartily at the flattery from an old acquaintance. It wasn't until 3 to 5 minutes later, when Florin found himself at a loss for words, that he gracefully transitioned to the main topic. Come here, little Leander. Let me see which robe would suit you best. Leander discovered a measuring tape wrapped around his waist. This soft tape not only measured but also exerted a gentle pull, guiding Leander toward a small stool. Meanwhile, Mrs. Malkin had already approached the stool to prepare for the fitting. Oh, 5 feet 5 inches, Leander. You have developed better than I had anticipated. It must be said that Mrs. Malkin was remarkably efficient. She recorded all the measurements in a matter of moments. Leander hopped down from the stool and heard her say to Florin, Florin, your child shouldn't wear these ready-made garments. Wait a couple of days, and I will craft a few sets with my finest skills for you. Leander felt a sense of delight, his gaze drifting to the stool he had just occupied. Wasn't Draco Malfoy standing on that very stool when he first encountered Harry Potter? Just then, the sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. They completely disregarded Leander and approached Mrs. Malkin, succinctly uttering 2 words, make uniforms. Very well, Mrs. Malfoy. The formerly cheerful and warm Mrs. Malkin now bore a somewhat reserved expression. She gestured toward the small, pale boy, indicating the stool Leander had just used. The boy nodded and lifted his chin as he stepped up. Leander couldn't help but take a few steps back, creating distance from the mother and son. The situation was simply too discomforting. Mrs. Malfoy, Without a doubt, this was Narcissa and Draco Malfoy. No wonder Harry Potter was reluctant to befriend him. The demeanor of this family was nothing short of catastrophic. The noseless Tom had been tamed by a heart-wrenching curse. Leander exchanged a knowing glance with Florin, who promptly led the two children away from Mrs. Maganess' robe shop. As they walked, Luna, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. They want me to wear thick glasses. I feel my eyes need protection. Chapter 4. Join the Noble Order of the Litter Scoopers. Ha. Leander couldn't help but laugh, envisioning the ideal scenario of donning a gas mask. Could the Malfoy family have a lineage of troublesome flies? I should ask my father to investigate. It seems unlikely. Florin widened his eyes and quickly dismissed Luna's suggestion. Undoubtedly, if this magazine were published, it would sell out immediately. The following day, Singing Dissonance could be discontinued. Perhaps it wouldn't cease publication, but the already modest living standards of Lovewood and Luna would undoubtedly decline even further due to the Malfoy family's targeting. Leander nodded in agreement, but Luna furrowed her brow, seemingly still troubled. Subsequently, Florin led Leander and Luna through a series of quaint shops, purchasing various odds and ends required for their potions and astronomy classes. This is the domain of the local power in Diagonal Alley, where one must discover how to procure the most effective tools with the least amount of galleons. Florin quietly confided in Leander that while most individuals seek brand new tools, the novelty requires a period of adaptation. Tools that have matured over time are far more efficient. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Lehan bookstore, laden with their bags. Come, children, it is time for us to acquire some books, Florin declared. Upon entering the bookstore, Leander greeted the proprietor and began to recite the titles he required. Sir, I need standard spells, Beginner by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, and Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Is that everything the first years need? You may fetch them over there. They are available in sets. The owner interrupted him before he could finish his list. Leander glanced in the direction indicated by the owner, spotting 5 or 6 towering stacks of books. Each stack was composed of uniformly sized blocks wrapped in brown paper, with a red sign in front of the first pile stating, First year. Leander approached and lifted a stack of books. As he brought the hefty package closer to his face, he could already catch a whiff of the distinctive aroma of new books through the brown paper. Hey, could you give me a complete set of those old books in your cabinet, aside from the History of Magic textbook? Make sure they're not rubbish. The shopkeeper frowned and shot a glare at old Florin. Keep your voice down. Can we not discuss these matters openly? You know the prices I pay, Florin replied, unfazed by the reprimand, merely chuckling as he watched the shopkeeper ascend to the loft. Old textbooks for average students are bought at the price of scrap paper, but the tomes belonging to high achievers deserve a more respectable title, such as Scholar's Notes or Grade-Boosting Compendium. Snape's Potions textbook is surely among the finest. Florin observed Leander and nodded subtly, signifying his understanding of the implications, followed by a series of knowing glances. Meanwhile, the proprietor approached Florin, holding a black notebook, and whispered discreetly, There are too few valuable textbooks for first years, and their utility is limited. Hand this notebook to Leander. Florin acknowledged with a nod, accepted the notebook from the proprietor, and passed it to Leander. He then removed a leather pouch from his waist and placed it on the counter. I'm off then. Leander mimicked Florin's gesture, waving goodbye to the owner. Once outside, he examined the notebook closely. It was primarily a black notebook with a textured leather cover. Leander opened the first page, revealing the title, Transfiguration Notes. Transfiguration? Leander silently nodded, comprehending the implications. This aligned closely with his suspicions, ever since his magical awakening at the age of 8. When he transformed a section of the street into ice cream, various tabloids had hailed him as a prodigious talent in transfiguration. Yet he pondered, whose notes could this be? Might it belong to Professor McGonagall, or even Dumbledore himself? After all, old Bumble used to be the professor of transfiguration. Leander trailed behind Florin, gently caressing the cover of a notebook, pondering the identity of its owner. Meanwhile, Luna, feeling somewhat bored, began to stroke Leander's hair. Suddenly, Leander bumped into Florin's back, causing Luna to startle and inadvertently pull out a few strands of dark hair. Ouch! Oh, my apologies, Leander. It's all right. It's all right, Leander couldn't fault Luna for not paying attention. He could only rub his aching head while gazing at their destination. A magical zoo. Indeed, this outing was to a pet shop. Leander, it is time for you to acquire a pet. A wizard without a pet is as absurd as a knight without a horse. I prefer to refer to them as companions. Just as Leander was about to voice his thoughts, an elderly gentleman interjected. Emerging from the lush greenery of the zoo was a man dressed in earthy tones. Mr. Scamander, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than the renowned magizoologist, Newt Scamander. His life was nothing short of legendary. Merely recounting his youthful escapades could fill a trilogy of films. 3 years prior, he had met Leander and was quite taken with him, maintaining a correspondence since. With a warm smile, Newt approached Leander and embraced him, whispering in his ear, "I have a small arrangement with this magical zoo." Stemming from my journey to Africa last year at this, Newt winked at Leander, implying that Tina was unaware. Unbeknownst to him, Tina had known all along and had even attempted to persuade Leander to subtly encourage him. "Old caretaker, your wife is far more adept than an ordinary detective." Nevertheless, Leander nodded in agreement, returning the wink. After the embrace, old Florin extended his right hand, expressing, "It's an honor, Mr. Scamander. No need for such formalities. I'm merely an ordinary old man with a fondness for small creatures. You are an exceptional educator. I am unworthy of such praise," following a brief exchange of pleasantries. Florin discerned that the eminent figure before him was not fond of mingling with strangers, and thus proactively suggested, "Would you assist Leander in selecting a companion?" "Oh, certainly. Let us proceed." Newt turned and re-entered the magical zoo, inquiring of Leander, "Are you considering a cat, a toad, or an owl?" "Akat." Chapter 5, Dayu. "Akat. Is it?" "An excellent choice." Newt nodded gently. He had intended to ask Leander whether he preferred owls and if a change of venue was necessary. In the midst of their conversation, a staff member from the magical zoo approached. Upon hearing the mention of a cat, he bowed respectfully to Newt, gesturing for him to proceed. Newt acknowledged him with a nod and led the way. Leander followed closely behind, and within a few paces, a spectacular array of cat climbing structures came into view. The term spectacular was apt, as the sheer number and variety of structures were unlike anything Leander had ever encountered in any lifetime. Secondly, the abundance and diversity of cats are remarkable. The vast majority of Leander's companions could not name the breeds, yet they all seemed to possess a notable intelligence and spirit. The staff merely clapped their hands, and the cats ceased their playful skirmishes, turning their attention towards Leander and his group, with the more perceptive ones attempting to strike charming poses. However, the cats' attempts at showcasing their beauty bore little fruit, for Leander's gaze was fixed upon a solitary figure in the distance. "That one, it cannot be a local breed, can it?" he inquired. "Are you referring to that calico?" "Precisely." What captivated Leander amidst the feline throng was indeed a fluffy, pristine calico cat, exuding an ethereal grace as it languidly lounged atop a cat tree, gazing down at Leander with an air of indifference. "You truly have a keen eye." This calico was imported at great expense from Asia. "It has only just arrived and is yet to acclimate to our climate," the staff member explained. Upon hearing this, Newt expressed interest. "Bring it over. Let us have a look." "Certainly." Despite wearing cumbersome leather boots and overalls that appeared quite rigid, the staff member navigated the jungle of cat trees with remarkable agility, earning Leander's respect. Practice makes perfect, akin to the oil merchant in Diagon Alley. Before long, the calico had been lifted by the scruff of its neck and brought forth. Upon being hoisted, the calico wore a bewildered expression, its demeanor transforming from that of a graceful fairy to a somewhat daft creature. "Behold," the staff member presented the cat to Newt. The elderly gentleman expertly cradled the cat in his arms, eliciting a soothing purr from it as he stroked its fur. Newt then scrutinized the calico's mouth and eyes, a glimmer of discernible brilliance flickering in his gaze, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "It is still a cat. Bringing it to school should not contravene any regulations." Newt mused. He passed the cat to Leander and leaned in to whisper, "If there are no objections, we shall take this one." Leander paused, taking a moment to thoroughly examine the calico nestled in his arms. Overall, it was a cat of unique temperament and striking beauty, possessing the potential to become an online sensation in this age of short videos. Yet that was all there was to it. For a magizoologist like Newt to settle on this particular cat undoubtedly indicated its extraordinary qualities. Could it possibly transform into a cat girl? Leander shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the peculiar thought, inadvertently leading Newt to misinterpret his reaction. "Is there something amiss, Leander?" No, I am quite satisfied. I just needed to clear my mind," Leander replied. Newt shrugged, as long as that is the case. He then turned to the staff member and said, "Inform your boss that Newt Scamander has selected this cat. He can deduct the payment from my account." "Very well." The staff member nodded repeatedly, for even without payment, the magical zoo would gladly comply. In the realm of pet care, who would dare offend a magizoologist, especially one named Newt? This proclamation caused Florin to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Leander, shouldn't you express your gratitude to Mr. Newt?" Leander, ever attentive to counsel, entrusted the three-colored cat temporarily to Luna, then opened his arms to embrace Newt once more. "Thank you," he exclaimed. "You are too kind, Leander. This is nothing, Newt replied, though he felt compelled to say more. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss with his suitcase, his expression shifting slightly. He raised his arm to check his watch. How could it be this time already? Noticing Leander's puzzled gaze, Newt offered an apologetic smile, realizing he could not explain immediately. Drawing his wand from his clothing, he said, Leander, I must attend to a pressing matter and cannot continue to accompany you. That's quite all right. You go on with your business, Leander reassured him. I shall await your letter. With that, Newt lifted the suitcase from the ground, waved his wand in farewell, and turned to depart. What a pity. I still haven't asked him if he's ever encountered a niffler, Leander mused. A niffler? Isn't that a creature of legend? How could one possibly be seen in reality? Florian remarked, scratching his head in confusion at the familiar yet foreign term. You have lost your sense of wonder, old Florian, Leander quipped as he took the three-colored cat from Luna's hands. Florian felt a pang in his heart. What's age if not a burden? What should I name you? Leander pondered aloud, raising the cat's face to his own. At that moment, he noticed the cat's eyes were serene and moist, exuding a similar liveliness to Luna's. As if he had seen them before. Dayu? Leander gasped, his eyes widening. The resemblance was striking, akin to a remarkable woman who ought to dwell only in the pages of a book. Yet, Leander's gaze suddenly shifted to something peculiar, recalling a rather unusual pairing he had seen in his past life. Fu Daiyan. To be frank, it was quite abstract, yet rather intriguing. Since fate has brought us together, I shall name you Dayu. Protect me well, so that I do not fall prey to Voldemort's schemes. Dayu, he declared confidently, solidifying the name. Dayu? What sort of name is that? It sounds a bit convoluted, Florian remarked. This cat hails from the east. I have named it after a remarkable woman from literature there. Florian nodded in agreement. A noble name for an eastern cat. Quite fitting. All right, let us retreat. Both Luna and I desire ice cream, Florian announced. Not so fast. You cannot indulge in cold treats today. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Newt, who had departed slightly ahead of Leander and the others, withdrew his wand in a corner of Diagon Alley and performed a disillusionment charm. In the next moment, a distorted Newt materialized within a forest. Before him stood an elder clad in a grayish-white wizard's robe. Albus Dumbledore, the situation is more dire than we had anticipated. Chapter 6, King's Cross Station. In the blink of an eye, Leander had spent his final moments of early childhood aboard the night bus, which huffed and puffed as it transported him to London. Do not be mistaken, it was the bus that huffed, not Leander. Upon alighting, he clutched his ticket to Hogwarts tightly, pressing his lips together in determination. Oh God, Merlin's underpants. I swear I shall find a more comfortable mode of transportation next time, Leander resolved silently. Meanwhile, the night bus was surprisingly diligent and dropped Leander not far from the station. King's Cross Station, regarded by many enthusiasts of the Harry Potter series as the birthplace of dreams, certainly does justice to this title with its exquisite appearance. The clock tower and the overall British vintage architectural style harmoniously blend into the heart of London, rather than appearing out of place. However, Leander had no time to admire the station-esque structure, for a car had just halted by the roadside. A family emerged, grumbling and bickering, accompanied by a boy who seemed woefully out of place, clad in ill-fitting, tattered garments, with glasses held together by tape. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from the original text, Vernon Dursley, described as a figure akin to an Afghan hound with a glued-on beard. Leander, however, disagreed. Afghan hounds were known for their majestic flowing locks, while this fellow possessed the countenance of a purebred bulldog, wearing an expression as if someone owed him money. Leander subtly curled his lip in disdain and cast a casual glance at the remaining pair of women. Odd, wasn't he it? Did they not accompany Harry as a family in the original tale? He couldn't quite recall. Harry stood still, his emotions a muddle, watching the Dursleys depart, then absent-mindedly scrutinizing his ticket. Whereas platform 9 3/4. He recalled Uncle Vernon's words claiming that such a station did not exist, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Would he be unable to locate the station and thus miss school, only to be sent back to the Dursleys? Oh no, I would rather be sent to an orphanage. Hesitantly, Harry approached the station, while Leander too found himself wavering. Harry was a character Leander had greatly admired in his past life, second only to Sirius, Newt, and Luna. Leander understood that a simple greeting from him could resolve Harry's immediate predicament. Yet, such an action would alter the course of Harry's encounter with the Weasley family. Ultimately, however, the boy who lived heard a voice. Hey, wizard, you seem to be in need of some assistance? Leander realized that Harry's bond with the Weasley family was not forged merely through a single act of help or chance encounter, but rather stemmed from their shared, genuine kindness. Conversely, turning a blind eye to another's plight was not the mark of a gentleman. Harry, taken aback by the words, initially feared that a stranger had noticed his headwig, deeming him a freak. Yet, in the next moment, his expression transformed from fear to awe. For Leander had conjured his wand from his sleeve. How was that possible? Harry swallowed hard, hesitatingly inquiring. Let us discuss this on the bus. Leander patted Harry's shoulder, beckoning him to follow. Harry nodded vigorously, pushing his trunk to keep pace with Leander. Do you know how to board this train? Children raised in the magical world were well aware of such things. It was no great feat. Leander slowed his pace, pointing ahead. Look, it's the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Muggles cannot pass through, but wizards can. To Harry's astonishment, his complexion drained as he heard those words. Excuse me, but how does this wall discern between Muggles and wizards? Will those lacking magical talent be unable to pass through? Leander did not wait for Harry to finish his inquiry. Instead, he simply pushed Harry and his luggage against the wall. The Dursleys were quite a conundrum. Harry felt a fleeting whiteness before he regained consciousness, as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Welcome to the magical world, Harry Potter. My name is Leander Foscro. A deep crimson steam engine awaited beside a platform bustling with travelers, tendrils of smoke swirling above the chattering crowd. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the cacophony of dragging heavy luggage, owls screeched loudly in response to one another. Meow. Harry glanced at Leander, who now had a striking cat perched on his shoulder. Why don't I recall Leander having a cat? And such a splendidly beautiful one at that, with a gaze that seemed somewhat disdainful. Traditional Westerners often fail to appreciate the ethereal charm that exists beyond the mundane. Hence the feeling of disdain seemed rather fitting. Yet, Harry's greater curiosity at that moment was, do you know me? Leander nodded and pointed to Harry's forehead. Your scar. No, you are quite renowned in the magical community. Harry licked his lips, feeling rather out of place. Having been a mere, overlooked child, to be well known in the magical world was an adjustment. Quite famous, you say? Leander raised an eyebrow. Are you sure we don't need to hurry and get on the train? He glanced at the throng of people and the colliding luggage before continuing. We haven't arrived early. If we don't move soon, we might not secure a good spot. Upon hearing this, Harry adjusted his glasses and tightened his grip on the trolley's handle. Let's go. Leander nodded, taking the lead as they maneuvered through the crowd, only to spot the furry legs of Spider protruding from a nearby boy's box. With a puffed-up chest, he whispered to Harry, I think we should take another route. What do you think? Harry grinned, agreeing with him. To be fair, Leander wasn't afraid of spiders, but the sight of such multi-legged creatures in motion was rather unsettling. Changing their direction made the boarding process significantly smoother. They also encountered two familiar faces, Fred and George, who came to lend a hand. Ah, the great knights. Or rather, the ice cream makers. I've heard you are the bane of the blast-ended spritz. Leander greeted them with a smile, drawing out his wand. If you continue to chat without helping, I might just become the Twin Destroyer. Upon hearing this, Fred and George immediately composed themselves and graciously took Harry and Leander's boxes as if they were two distinguished butlers. With the assistance of the twins, Leander and Harry finally managed to get their boxes onto the train and claimed a small compartment at the rear. Thank you, Harry said, brushing the sweat-soaked hair from his forehead. What is that? Fred's eyes darted as he intended to converse with Leander, yet his gaze was drawn to the distinctive scar on Harry's forehead. George's attention was similarly captivated, his eyes widening in disbelief upon noticing it. Could it be? He is. Are you? Harry, looking utterly perplexed, asked what? Harry Potter, the brothers exclaimed in unison. Just as Leander had settled Daisy, he overheard the twins' banter and couldn't help but express his mild exasperation. Fred stroked his youthful chin, still devoid of facial hair, and remarked, How can you say that? He is the boy who lived. George pondered for a moment before responding, Fred, it seems we have never actually set foot beneath the school toilets. Indeed, just as the twins were about to commend Leander's creativity, a voice called out from the open door of the car. Fred? George? Are you in the car? Coming, Mom. They replied. With one last glance at Harry, they nodded appreciatively at Leander and jumped out of the vehicle. Harry settled by the window, while Leander faced him. Together, they gazed at the destination of Fred and George. It was a warm, cheerful family, all sporting red hair, exuding an aura of joy. Their plump mother appeared to be battling the smudges on her children's faces while relaying instructions to the twins. A horn blared, signaling their departure. The twins and Ron hurriedly boarded the train, leaning out the window to wave goodbye to their mother. At that moment, their little sister Ginny began to cry once more. Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you plenty of owls. George assured her. All right, we'll even give you a toilet seat from Hogwarts. George, just a joke, Mum. One cannot deny that Leander is indeed a genius. Leander, have you seen Leander? Mrs. Weasley keenly seized upon the name and began to chatter. What a lovely boy. So unfortunate. I heard Florin had urgent matters today and couldn't see him off. I wonder if he's doing all right. I'm perfectly well, Mrs. Weasley. I hope to visit the burrow during the next long holiday. As Mrs. Weasley continued to murmur about Leander, the Hogwarts Express began to depart. Leander, now at the back of the train, waved to her reassuringly, signaling that there was no need for concern. That is Mrs. Weasley. The entire Weasley family is remarkably kind. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. Harry's eyes brightened at this remark, and he nodded eagerly, ready to inquire further, but was interrupted by a weary voice. Perhaps an opportunity has just presented itself. Leander. The weariness in the voice was not one of fatigue, but rather a state of profound despondency. Allow me to introduce. This is Ron Weasley, the brother of Fred and George. Before Leander could finish his introduction, Ron extended his hand to Harry and said, "Hello, you must be Harry Potter, right?" Fred just informed me that you're sitting with Leander. Harry shook Ron's hand, responding, "Indeed, I am." Goodness, I thought he was joking with me. Ron spoke hesitantly, his gaze shifting to Harry's forehead. Harry swept his hand through his hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar, which elicited a gasp from Ron. "Is this the mark left by the Dark Lord?" "Indeed, but I have no recollection of it." "No recollection? Could it be?" Ron. Leander, sensing that Ron was crossing a line, quickly interjected. This made Ron realize his misstep, and he awkwardly adjusted his posture, directing his gaze out the window. Blast it. Leander just introduced the Weasley family as wonderful people. I truly should have known better. Desiring to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Harry took the initiative to speak. "So, are you all from wizarding families?" His curiosity about the magical world was piqued. Ron shrugged. "That's right. The Weasley family is quite large, and Leander grew up in a magical ice cream shop under the tutelage of Mr. Flourish." Suddenly, Ron's expression turned mischievous. "By the way, Harry, did you know that you and Leander have a bit of rivalry?" "Me, rivaling Leander?" Harry pointed incredulously at himself, then glanced at Leander, who towered over him. Even Dudley couldn't compete with Leander, let alone the fact that he can perform magic. Could it be that Leander is somehow connected to that Dark Lord? No, absolutely not. Ron's face flushed as he hastily refuted the notion, appearing to regret broaching the topic. "What a grave accusation, Harry." Leander chuckled resignedly, signaling for Ron to clarify. "Well, before Leander turned 8, you were the most famous child in the wizarding world." Upon hearing this, Harry touched his scar, realizing that everyone in the magical realm seemed to hold him in high regard, or at least revered the story behind his scar, until Leander bravely faced a chimera in Diagon Alley and transformed an entire street into ice cream. "You turned an entire street into ice cream?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, causing his already tattered glasses, held together by tape, to shake. "That was due to a surge of magical power. I couldn't replicate it now." Chapter 8. Have you seen my toad? "Harry, don't listen to him." Ron interjected hastily, feeling his friend's boast was being downplayed. Not everyone experiences a magical awakening capable of turning an entire street into ice cream. He then conspiratorially urged Harry to lean closer. "My dad's boss's brother's colleague once analyzed this. It's possible that Leander's bravery moved Merlin himself." This revelation left Harry astonished, looking like a startled groundhog. Leander, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think that Ron was somewhat close to the truth. Such a powerful magical awakening indeed suggested that Leander's actions had touched a certain being. This entity bestowed upon Leander a unique magic, without incantations, allowing him to switch object between their original state and that of ice cream at will. However, this being was not Merlin. It was merely the ice cream within Leander's imagination. In essence, they're all part of the in-crowd. Ever since Leander acquired this, he has been industriously engaged in development, achieving remarkable results over the past 3 years. On a night when an unnamed twin brother played a prank on Leander, he was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the chill, letting out a shrill scream reminiscent of a young girl, serving as irrefutable evidence. Ron and Harry's whispered conversation continued, with Ron imparting to Harry that being pure blood was not particularly impressive. As they spoke, the Hogwarts Express had departed London, traversing through neatly divided fields. When the sun reached its zenith, a woman clad in vibrant work attire opened the compartment door, her face beaming with a smile as she inquired, "Dear, would you care for any refreshment from the trolley?" Ron, feeling somewhat embarrassed, mumbled that he had brought sandwiches from home. In stark contrast, Harry sprang from his seat with excitement, gesturing animatedly toward the snack trolley. He made sure to procure an array of treats, purchasing one of each kind and paying from his jingling pocket after hearing the prices: 11 sickles and 7 nuts. This figure resonated in both Harry's words and Leander's mind. Leander nodded inwardly, realizing that this world was more aligned with the original Harry Potter narrative, as in the film, Harry seemed to have an entire cart of food. Soon, The compartment was filled with the sounds of Ron and Harry discussing snacks. Harry, with his meticulous nature, traded a pumpkin pasty for a sandwich, allowing Ron to converse more comfortably. The lack of ice cream sales on the train was a disappointment for Leander, and Harry and Ron's snack discussions failed to pique his interest. Instead, a small card from a chocolate frog captured his attention, prompting deep contemplation. Albus Dumbledore. Flipping the card over, he was presented with fine print detailing the various achievements of the contemporary greatest wizard, including his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. One could only wonder what feelings Olby would experience upon seeing this. As Leander turned the card over in his hands, his emotions became somewhat complex. The imminent arrival at Hogwarts stirred excitement within him. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Yet, he was acutely aware of the myriad challenges that awaited him in the coming years at this school. Hagrid's assertion that Hogwarts and Gringotts were the safest places had almost become a century-old joke. However, Leander's complex feelings were not rooted in fear, but rather in the dense and numerous tragedies woven throughout Harry Potter. He was uncertain of how much he could alter. In any case, he resolved to lead the charge, so that any malevolent creature seeking to cause trouble would first reckon with the wand in his hand. This was his path, the way of the wizard. Just as Leander was engulfed in a fervent state of resolve, the compartment door swung open once more. A round-faced boy with tears brimming in his eyes stood there, apologetically saying, "Excuse me for interrupting. I was wondering if you've seen my toad?" The round-faced boy burst into tears. "I lost it again. It always tries to escape from me. It hates me." With a sense of helplessness, Leander rose from his seat and approached, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. This seemed to awaken him from a dream. "Ah, Leander, you're here too." Consequently, his cries grew even louder. "But, would anyone think I am bullying him in the school?" Leander donned a mask of anguish. "Neville, cease your weeping. How about I assist you in finding Trevor?" "Really? With ice cream?" Leander felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Could this truly be the future Swordmaster of Gryffindor? Though somewhat speechless, he waved towards a chair to prevent the Swordmaster from continuing his tempestuous sobbing. Dayu proudly lifted her head, exerted her limbs, and nimbly leaped into Leander's embrace. Strangely, after seeing Leander whisper a few words to Dayu, Neville noticed that the cat's eyes and fur seemed to radiate light. However, this was not conspicuous due to the sunlight flooding the open fields where the express train was traveling. Dayu nuzzled against Leander and mewed twice, prompting him to ponder before saying, "Let us go, Neville, to your compartment." "Huh? Okay." Neville nodded vigorously, seeing the dawn of hope in finding Trevor. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Just as everyone was preparing to follow Neville to his compartment, a somewhat haughty voice interrupted them. Leander glanced down to see a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth. Ah, the fateful encounter of the trio. However, at this moment, Hermione seemed disinterested in Harry and Ron, focusing her probing gaze on Leander. "What method do you plan to employ to help this boy find his toad?" Leander furrowed his brow. He was aware that Hermione was not well liked in the early parts of the original story. Yet hearing her speak in such a questioning tone was rather uncomfortable. Hermione continued speaking. "Is it a special spell? Because, as far as I know, Hogwarts is the finest school of magic, and I have memorized all the textbooks. I have practiced a few simple spells at home for training, and they all worked. However, I seem to have discovered no spell that aids in locating toads. Am I obligated to provide answers to your inquiries? Neville, let us go." With that, Leander indicated for Neville to lead the way, disregarding the crimson-faced Hermione. He overheard the red-haired boy among the group mutter as they walked away, "Oh my, she truly is suffocating." Chapter 9. The Enigmatic Cat. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, opening her mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately no sound emerged. Neville's compartment was not far. Before Dayu could wag her tail for the 9th time, the group had already arrived. Leander peeked into Neville's compartment, glancing around and noting the absence of other passengers, thus decisively drawing his wand. The tip of the wand traced an arc between 2 points in the air, and suddenly, the temperature plummeted. It seemed as if some indescribable force within the compartment was being manipulated. If you were to ask Leander what it was, he would tell you it was the very essence of breath. Leander's magic transformed the atmosphere of the workshop into a minuscule ice cream, which was ultimately fed to Dayu. As she delicately chewed, a contemplative expression surfaced on her face, though it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a look of understanding. Ron, too, appeared enlightened. He struck his right hand against his left palm, exclaiming, "I see. Leander intends to utilize the cat's sense of smell. No, taste, to track the toad." Around him, Harry, Neville, and even Hermione, who was not far off, nodded in agreement with Ron's insight. Yet, Leander stifled a laugh as Dayu became flustered. The little cat nimbly leaped out and playfully swatted Ron's cheek with her fluffy tail. At that moment, she lifted her chin, her fur and eyes beginning to shimmer. Even beneath the radiant sunlight of the fields, the glow was unmistakable. Dayu opened her mouth and emitted an inaudible meow. Nearby, a semi-invisible toad flickered with a glimmer of human-like wisdom in its eyes. How could it safely escape this metallic behemoth? It was too swift. Suddenly, it trembled. The cat's call rang in its ears, nearly robbing it of control over its limbs, and its semi-invisibility dissipated. To its horror, it discovered that not only were its limbs unresponsive to its command, but they seemed to be controlled by another. It watched helplessly as its hind legs sprang into action. Its forelimbs assisted, and its brain instinctively adjusted to maintain balance. Oh no, am I destined to meet my end today? Fortunately, its life as a toad was far from over, though it dared not raise its gaze to confront its tormentor, this long-haired quadruped. Because of her, escape seemed a distant prospect, and it mourned the loss of its playful existence. What a world it was, where even toads were not spared from such fates. On the return journey, Leander noticed a figure stealthily attempting to slip away. Strangely enough, the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a beaver. Hey! Leander approached and tapped Hermione on the shoulder, whose face visibly registered panic. I apologize, I did not mean to eavesdrop. I was merely curious about your magic. As well as Neville seeing Hermione about to unleash a torrent of words, Leander quickly interjected, It's quite all right. I merely wish to express that if a person is born standing a lofty height, they may find it difficult to perceive positions even higher, for they become accustomed to looking down. Conversely, a person who continually gazes skyward will inevitably stumble over the stones beneath their feet. With that, Leander turned and departed. Acutely aware that wisdom spoken by others holds less value than a bottle of inexpensive iced tea, yet he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Thus, he found himself in an awkward situation, eager to escape. Upon returning to the compartment, Leander, Harry, and Ron resumed their seats. Leander could discern Harry and Ron's curiosity about Dayu, yet he chose not to elaborate. Mr. Newt remarked that Dayu still falls within the realm of cats, albeit of a rather extraordinary nature. However, bringing her as a pet into Hogwarts constitutes a flagrant breach of the established rules. Consequently, Newt composed an entire parchment detailing how Leander could navigate the school regulations and care for the magical kitten. Yet, despite his mastery of Hogwarts rules, Senior Newt was still expelled in his third year, a warning bell for Leander. The fewer who know of Dayu's wonders, the better. As Leander pondered this, Harry and Ron engaged in animated discussions about the magical world, ranging from their family's occupations to the varieties of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. When Ron began to rhapsodize about Quidditch, Harry felt a peculiar thrill at the mention of this unusual sport, just as the compartment door swung open once more. 3 boys entered, led by Draco Malfoy, who had previously crossed paths with Leander at Madame Malkin's. Is it true? He inquired, his interest piqued by the chatter among the train's occupants, who were claiming that Harry Potter was in this compartment. It's you, isn't it? He said, his gaze fixed intently on Harry. Yes, it's me. But how can you be sure I'm Harry Potter? Harry replied affirmatively, instinctively brushing his fingers over the scar on his forehead, which was concealed beneath his hair and not easily visible. The boy shrugged, red hair, shabby clothes. It's clear that the one beside you belongs to the Weasley family, too many children for them to afford. As for the one opposite you, he is quite well known. He deliberately elongated the phrase well known, inflecting his tone to ensure that the insinuation was unmistakable. Such words tightened Harry's fists. Yet Draco appeared oblivious to the tension as he continued. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. E.M. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He extended his right hand, seeking a handshake, but Harry merely regarded him with indifference. This individual was insufferably close to Dudley in terms of annoyance. Draco Malfoy's pallid cheeks did not flush, but instead bore a faint hue. If I were you, Potter, I would tread very carefully. You ought to be more courteous, lest you follow the same path as your parents, who are equally oblivious. If anyone can buzz around like a fly, what use is there in learning magic? Just as Draco intended to belittle Harry's current wizarding acquaintances, he suddenly felt a chill in his mouth, realizing that he was speaking with a lisp. He gazed in horror at the tip of Leander's wand, instinctively touching his front teeth. Merlin's beard, Goyle exclaimed, watching as Draco's teeth transformed into ice cream that melted in his mouth. If you continue to prattle, I wouldn't mind altering your tongue as well. I'll tell my father, he exclaimed, his speech impediment evident. Do you think a little brat like you can understand human speech? Leander sighed, preparing to wave his wand again, just as Draco, intending to command Goyle and Crabbe to attack Leander, turned to flee. I'll tell my father. Still the version lacking front teeth and windy. Gaul and Crab looked at each other. What should they do if the boss ran away? They were anxiously waiting for a response. Ultimately, they resolved to emulate their leader, turning around and swiftly fleeing. They hoped that the door would not be pushed open again before they could disembark. Covering their mouths, Ron and Harry nodded in agreement. "Why are you two covering your mouths?" Leander asked, puzzled. "Oh, nothing, just that my front teeth feel a bit cold, so I'm keeping them warm." Meanwhile, Harry, who had taken a seat next to Leander, lowered his hand and cautiously inquired, Draco? Will he be without front teeth forever?" "Of course not." Leander patiently explained the principle behind the spell to alleviate their fears. "First, I utilized my special magic to transform Draco's front teeth into ice cream. Then, the ice cream would melt upon encountering the warmth of his mouth and be swallowed." However, Leander's magic essentially belonged to the category of transfiguration, which operates under a fundamental principle. Transformations are temporary. Do you understand now? Leander felt he had elucidated the matter clearly, thinking even a mildly challenged individual could comprehend it. And he felt quite pleased. To his surprise, Harry and Ron appeared even more terrified, almost wanting to huddle together and tremble. A demon. Leander must be connected to demons. He has even surpassed them to some extent. Leander, feeling helpless, shrugged. "It was that little brat who provoked me first. I wouldn't treat you this way. At least, I shouldn't, right?" Upon hearing that they wouldn't be treated harshly, Harry and Ron quietly sighed in relief. But their expressions turned rigid upon hearing the latter part of his statement. Leander's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "I stand up for you. And yet you fear me? You deserve to be frightened." He gazed out the window, noting that darkness had descended. Beneath the deep purple sky, mountains and forests lay spread out. The train seemed to slow, the scenery outside retreating at a diminished pace, allowing Leander to discern even the saplings flitting through the leaves. Perhaps Professor Sprout also kept some? Leander halted his wandering thoughts, observing that Ron and Harry had realized their destination was near and were preparing to change clothes. While he retrieved his robe from the trunk, "The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board, and we will deliver it to the school." Leander found the situation amusing, noticing the fluctuations of color on Harry's face, resembling someone on the verge of vomiting, while Ron looked deathly pale, fit to star in a horror film as a weak protagonist. The three of them joined the throng in the aisle, eventually arriving at a dilapidated platform where the evening had fallen, the air damp and uncomfortable with a chill. Having lived in deprivation and malnutrition for years, Harry shivered as he stepped off the train. This prompted Leander to shake his head repeatedly, not only lamenting the Dursley's inadequacies, but also secretly resolving that Slytherin was absolutely off limits. God, the common room is beneath the lake. It's hard to imagine how uncomfortable that would be. A thunderous voice boomed across the platform. First-year students. First-year students. Come this way. Oh, Harry. Over here. Are you all right?" In the midst of the dark crowd, a towering giant with a bushy beard stood out like a crane among chickens, his countenance radiant with a warm smile as he gazed at Harry. Ron whispered to Harry, "I'd wager a galleon that this fellow has giant blood in him, though I don't have a galleon to spare," as Leander alighted from the carriage. He noticed that Ron's robes were a tad short, revealing his shoes. It must be said that the Weasley family was undoubtedly a kind-hearted household, yet certain habits of theirs left much to be desired. "Come along. Follow me. Are there any first-year students? Mind your step." "All right. First years, follow me." He was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for this role. Leander found it hard to envision Snape, Professor Flitwick, or anyone else managing to muster the students with such fervor. The new students followed Hagrid down a steep and narrow path. Darkness enveloped them on either side, and silence reigned, punctuated only by the occasional sound of Neville sniffling. "Hey, just around this bend, you'll catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." As they walked, a vast, dark lake gradually revealed itself to the first years. On the opposite shore stood Hogwarts, a majestic castle perched on a towering hillside, its architecture an exquisite example of classic European grandeur, with windows reflecting the moonlight like twinkling stars. Leander observed the complex emotions in Hagrid's gaze as he looked upon Hogwarts: nostalgia, happiness, and pain. But these feelings were quickly suppressed as Hagrid let out a resounding "oh," perhaps as a signal. He then extended his right hand, pointing toward a few small boats by the shore. "Get aboard. No more than 4 to a boat." Leander and his companions exchanged glances, nodded, and made their way to the farthest boat on the right. "Is everyone on board?" After a short while, Hagrid, seeing that there were no more figures on the shore, bellowed into the darkness. The only response was silence. Satisfied, Hagrid nodded and took a seat in the boat alone. The vessel creaked under the weight of his bulk, its waterline dipping deeper than that of Leander and his 2 companions combined. "Let us set off." The lake lay below the base of Hogwarts Castle, and as they rowed, Leander gazed at the colossal structure, lost in a myriad of thoughts. I shall reside here from now on. The boats soon approached an unassuming entrance. They ascended several steps and gathered beneath a massive oak door. The premier institution of the British wizarding world, and the only one of its kind, was about to welcome a new generation of legendary students. Hagrid raised his fist, larger than a sandbag, and knocked 3 times with a steady rhythm. The door swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall, her expression grave. Clad in a striking emerald robe, she was tall, with her long black hair styled in an elegant bun. Leander nervously tightened his grip on his wand, reflecting on the skills he possessed, based on transfiguration. Surely, his aptitude for the art should be commendable. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she replied, leading the new students into a small, dimly lit room. The students were nervously exchanging glances, unsure of what awaited them. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood tall at the center for the newcomers, scrutinizing each of them with keen interest. The commencement feast would soon begin, but before you take your seats, it is imperative to ascertain which house you will belong to. Professor McGonagall proceeded to provide a brief overview of the 4 houses and mentioned the significance of the House Cup. Observing the first-year students listening intently, she nodded with satisfaction. The sorting ceremony will be conducted in front of the entire school, so I advise you to compose yourselves during the wait, presenting a more spirited appearance. Her gaze wandered over a few students whose attire was disheveled and faces marred with dirt. Once preparations are complete, I shall come to escort you. Please maintain silence while you await. With that reminder, Professor McGonagall briskly exited, prompting the students to erupt into fervent discussion. How can they possibly sort us into our houses? Leaning in, Leander felt Harry tug at his sleeve, his voice barely a whisper and trembling. Before he could respond, Ron expressed his thoughts. I imagine there must be some sort of test, right? Fred jested, implying that the ordeal would be quite daunting, though Leander suspected it was merely a jest. The remark left Harry visibly pale. A test? Surely, there must be some who fail. Do not fret, Harry. I have yet to hear of anyone being expelled for failing the sorting ceremony. Leander attempted to reassure him, recognizing that the tradition at Hogwarts was to keep the sorting hat shrouded in mystery. Old Florian even suggested that the sorting involved befriending the Sphinx in one's own peculiar way, which seemed ludicrous. While the spirited debate regarding the sorting ceremony ensued, Leander was startled by a sudden scream from behind. A swarm of approximately 20 ghosts burst forth from the wall behind the newcomers. These pearly white, translucent apparitions glided across the room, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly in heated discussion. Leander instantly recognized several of the more renowned ones from the original narrative. Nearly headless Nick, adorned with a ruffled collar, and the portly monk who had been the first to address the newcomers. Welcome, first years. The fat friar beamed. I hope you find yourselves in Hufflepuff. I was once a member of that house. Leander silently thanked him for his kind words. The most comfortable and lavish common room was conveniently located next to the kitchens. This prime location felt like a divine blessing, akin to paradise itself. Now, form a line and follow me. The first years obediently arranged themselves in single file and exited the room, traversing the foyer and passing through a set of grand double doors, ultimately arriving at the Great Hall. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the first-year students stood lined up before the upperclassmen. The entire school's gaze was fixed upon the newcomers, and the various stares made Leander feel somewhat uneasy. He scanned the surroundings, spotting familiar faces such as Fred, George, and Cedric, yet there were no teachers visible, for they were positioned behind the first years. Professor McGonagall deftly placed the sorting hat upon a small stool. Leander pondered, contemplating whether he should bravely attempt a little tidying up of the hat, just as many predecessors who traversed through the world of Harry Potter had done. Just as he was lost in thought, the sorting hat opened its mouth and began to sing the song it had prepared for an entire year. Chapter 12, Hufflepuff. As the melody concluded, the sorting hat basked in the applause of the assembled faculty and students. Though it possessed no face, this did not detract from its sense of self-satisfaction. Observing the hat bowing graciously to the audience, Leander felt a sudden wave of anxiety. In stark contrast to the other newcomers around him, who seemed to have a weight lifted from their shoulders, what had once been legendary tasks, such as battling trolls and capturing dragons, had been reduced to donning a hat before everyone. A relief indeed. Yet, Leander felt otherwise. His current challenge lay in concealing his secrets before an ancient magical hat, a master of the combined memories of the 4 great founders. Would the sorting hat discern that he was a time traveler? Could it perceive the giant ice cream within his mind? As the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, particularly with Headmaster Dumbledore's penchant for playful mischief and riddles. Professor McGonagall was perpetually busy. Thus, she had little time to concern herself with the emotions of this new cohort of youngsters. Stepping forward with a roll of parchment in hand, she announced, "I will call out names, and those summoned shall don the hat and sit upon the stool to await their sorting." Hannah Abbott, a golden-haired girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, stepped out from the line. Taking a deep breath, she placed the hat upon her head. After a brief pause, the sorting hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." Applause erupted from the table to the right as Hannah, feeling a mix of nervousness and relief, gracefully bowed in acknowledgement and made her way over. Leander's attention was piqued by the girl's name, for she was quite renowned within fanfiction circles of Harry Potter. The Sorting Hat's esteemed title of Hufflepuff's own Hannah Abbott. Could he consider himself of pure blood as well? The thought nearly drew a chuckle from him. Simultaneously, he observed the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff showing no surprise at the first student belonging to their house. This reminded Leander of a saying, "Gryffindor welcomes those with courage, justice, and a spirit of adventure. Slytherin favors those of pure blood, ambitious and desirous of power. Ravenclaw cherishes wisdom and a thirst for knowledge, while Hufflepuff embodies kindness and resilience." However, what of those students? No, a considerable number of students who were ordinary, lacking distinctive traits, or possessing traits too few to earn the Sorting Hat's acknowledgement. Would the generous heart of Helga Hufflepuff extend its embrace to them? Just as he lifted his gaze, Professor McGonagall called out, "Harry Potter." The name echoed through the hall, sparking a flurry of whispers among the students, who dared not disrupt the proceedings in front of the faculty. Potter? Was she referring to that Harry Potter? The boy who lived? The Sorting Hat lingered atop Harry's head for an extended period, as Leander was acutely aware of the internal struggle between the two sides of his heart, akin to Slytherin and Gryffindor, battling within the confines of the hat. Ultimately, it proclaimed Gryffindor. Unsurprisingly, despite its inner conflict, the Sorting Hat dared not disrupt the headmaster's plans. As the hat's declaration echoed, an uproarious cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, powerful enough to threaten the very ceiling. Percy rose enthusiastically to clasp Harry's hand tightly, while Fred and George shouted, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Leander joined in the celebration, realizing this was not merely the arrival of a new student, but an average gain of over 100 points for the year, a true dimensional assault. At that moment, only 4 individuals remained unassigned to a house, leaving Leander somewhat speechless. His surname, Fawcett, beginning with the letter F, should logically have placed him earlier in the alphabetical lineup, yet here he was nearly last. After a classmate named Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, Leander's name was finally called. Leander Fawcett. Unlike Harry, Leander's name was met with a collective gasp from his peers, a synchronized intake of breath that seemed to suck the very air from the Great Hall. This reaction was intensely envious, leading to a few second-generation purebloods confronting Leander in Diagon Alley. Their reasoning was simple. Without wands, how formidable could Leander truly be? "My sword is just as lethal," they declared, only to find themselves hospitalized at St. Mungo's for over a month. Faced with their confrontation, Leander refrained from retaliating, resulting in their limbs experiencing a peculiar, pseudo-permanent ice cream-like condition, a term concocted by the doctors at St. Mungo's, as it had never previously been encountered. In essence, it meant that a particular body part had been frozen for an extended period. While not permanent, it was hardly inconsequential for ordinary folk. Following this incident, Leander's reputation soared, with many who had once spoken ill of him now lowering their heads and avoiding him. As time passed, his notoriety grew increasingly terrifying, culminating in the current collective gasp for air. Leander shrugged, feigning calmness as he donned the Sorting Hat. The old hat obscured his vision, and in the enveloping darkness, he heard a voice exclaim, "Oh my, this is astonishing." This revelation made him tense. What had the Sorting Hat discovered? Aside from Ravenclaw, you could almost fit into any house. The hat marveled, noting the rarity of a student possessing 3 distinct qualities. However, Leander did not share its enthusiasm. What did this mean? Was he being deemed foolish? Perhaps the hat required a thorough cleansing. My goodness, a dangerous thought. Given your reputation, I believe Slytherin would suit you well. No, not Slytherin. Leander instinctively shook his head. I refuse to reside in a damp basement. Not Slytherin, you say? I actually think it would suit you quite nicely. Then Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat. You must be mistaken. This fellow had an 8-year history of cornering a bowtruckle and sent someone to the hospital at 9.5. Do you truly consider him kind and resilient? However, certain matters are beyond dispute. Leander, with an air of delight, removed his hat and approached the Hufflepuff long table, taking a seat beside a dashing upperclassman. "Hello, I am Cedric Diggory." He introduced himself, extending a hand warmly. "Oh, Greetings. Your father often speaks of you to mine. Leander responded with a cheerful handshake, playfully teasing. As anticipated, Cedric placed a hand on his forehead, revealing an expression of exasperation. Chapter 13. The Portly Monk. Cedric's father, Amos, serves in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. It must be said, Amos is a genuinely amiable person, devoid of airs, and his kindness is evident in the way he has raised Cedric. Yet, he possesses a rather vexatious penchant for boasting about his son, akin to the characters in some fantastical tales proclaiming their offspring as destined for greatness. However, Amos's behavior stems not from a desire for envy, but rather from a profound love for his child. One can only wonder how he coped with the events surrounding the Triwizard Tournament. Leander vigorously shook his head, attempting to cast aside distressing memories. With Cedric's presence, the likelihood of those terrifying events unfolding again seemed uncertain. Leander, what troubles you? Cedric waved his hand before Leander's eyes. You jest about me, yet I remain unperturbed. Why do you appear so distraught? Are you trying to provoke sympathy? No. I merely had a restless night and am attempting to clear my mind, Leander awkwardly explained. Perhaps due to his unusual circumstances, he often found himself lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Before he could continue, Dumbledore arose, beaming at the students, arms outstretched. The sheer joy radiating from his smile led Leander to wonder if anything could equal such happiness. It seemed he could conjure a fully formed Patronus without the aid of a wand. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. Nincompoops, weepers detritus twist. With that, Dumbledore sat down, a grin still plastered on his face, prompting a chorus of cheers from the students. Leander felt they were showing great courtesy, especially since Professor McGonagall had shot a disapproving glance at Dumbledore. Do you think the headmaster is a bit eccentric? Cedric leaned slightly towards Leander, trying to maintain a steady expression. Eccentric? I believe abstract is a more fitting term. Leander responded with a silly grin, causing Cedric to ponder the word absurd before both erupted into laughter. Dumbledore raised his goblet in salute to the students from the high table, as an array of food materialized on their plates. Curiously, despite being a venerable British magical institution, the fare primarily consisted of roasted meats along with American and French culinary delights. Leander eagerly stabbed at the roast beef closest to him as his knife sliced through. Juices flowed onto the golden plate, and the delightful aroma wafted directly to his nose without any need for focus. Leander could detect the enticing aroma of smoked fruitwood, combined with the rich, brown hue derived from the Maillard reaction, which greatly heightened his appetite. To his surprise, the little sprite possessed remarkable culinary skills, preparing American barbecue with an authenticity that was quite commendable. This reminded Leander of a rather dark joke. When the American style became prevalent, one should have known that Americans had scrubbed themselves clean with Indian-branded soap. After handling the beef, Leander intended to sample one of Ron's chicken legs, only to sense someone observing him. Who could it be? Dumbledore, perhaps, for the disparaging remarks he had made? As Leander glanced around, he discovered an unexpected figure, a rotund monk. He gazed wistfully at the roasted beef being consumed bit by bit, his silver eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Though aware that ghosts could not partake in ordinary food, Leander nonetheless gestured with another piece of roasted beef, inviting him to join. Shall we share a meal? It has been several centuries since I last tasted anything. My corporeal form has long since vanished, yet my soul still yearns for it. The rotund monk drifted down like a cloud, settling beside Leander. He cradled his chin in his hands, remaining silent. After swallowing a bite of chicken leg, Leander curiously inquired, "You must be a wizard, am I correct? Why then are you clad in monk's robes?" The monk pondered for a moment. That is a rather ancient tale, one so distant that I'm nearly on the verge of forgetting it. There was a peculiar individual at school who did not attend the banquet today. I hope you do not encounter him upon your arrival. With that, the monk glided through the wall like a wisp of cloud. Undoubtedly, he harbored his own unspeakable secrets. More precisely, all ghosts did, for otherwise they would not be wandering spirits lost between realms. The plight of ghosts is indeed tragic. Their memories become hazy, devoid of sensation and learning ability, akin to a mere collection of animated recollections. As for the intricate details, one could only uncover them through prolonged interaction in the future. Shortly after the monk's departure, the food on the table transformed, yielding an abundance of desserts with an array of ice cream flavors. Leander casually selected a cup of vanilla ice cream, and upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. As he dug in with a small spoon, he discovered tiny black specks within the ice cream. These were neither signs of spoilage nor insects. Many today remain unaware that vanilla is a genuine luxury spice plant. Most vanilla flavors consumed nowadays are merely poor imitations crafted from industrial essences, while the true flavor of vanilla is an exquisite feast for the palate. Of course, there exists a downside. It is expensive. Although the wizarding world is imbued with magic, the population remains scarce, rendering vanilla a costly commodity. Even at Florin's ice cream parlor, only a limited selection of their ice creams contained real vanilla beans. Leander gazed at the ice cream with a mischievous grin, thinking to himself, I am not merely indulgent. Perhaps consuming more ice cream will activate that one in my head and grant me a touch of magic. He set forth in a full-scale assault on the vanilla ice cream with spoon in hand. Cedric watched in astonishment, yet upon reflection, thought to himself, now, this is truly befitting of a Hufflepuff. Soon after, the desserts began to dwindle, and Leander reluctantly set down his fifth ice cream cup. For the ice cream, too, had vanished. He observed Dumbledore apologetically adjusting his hat towards him. No worries, I can raid the kitchen myself. After the last pudding disappeared, Dumbledore once again rose to his feet. I trust everyone has had their fill. Before the new term commences, I must address a few important matters. Chapter 14, The Common Room. The first-year students listened attentively as Dumbledore warned. The forest adjacent to the school is strictly off-limits, hence its designation as the Forbidden Forest. Pausing for effect, he continued, and for those forgetful upperclassmen, take heed. Dumbledore's bright eyes flicked toward Fred and George. Moreover, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. The selection and assessment process for this year's Quidditch team will take place in the second week. Those wishing to volunteer for the house team and fight for our house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, and this is crucial, for those who wish to avoid untimely demise, do not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Clearly, the impetuous young wizards did not take this deathly warning seriously. Leander would wager 2 ice creams that within 3 days, the twin brothers would venture in to investigate. Dumbledore spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly. Leander immediately glanced at the faculty, noticing that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to have frozen. Most astonishing was Professor Snape, whose somber visage appeared even more rigid. Dumbledore wielded his wand like a conductor's baton. A golden ribbon of light spiraled forth, gracefully twisting above the dining table, forming the lyrics of the school song. Sing in whichever manner you prefer, Dumbledore declared. Ready, sing. Amongst the assembled staff and students, Dumbledore's voice resonated the loudest, even surpassing the twin brothers' duet. Dumbledore truly treated his wand as a conductor's baton, guiding them to the conclusion of the music. Ah, he wiped his eyes. The first years of Hufflepuff follow me. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the newcomers. The first year Hufflepuffs, led by Cedric, navigated through the bustling crowd, descending from the Great Hall. As Cedric led the way, he began to introduce, the Hufflepuff common room is located on the basement level. He suddenly paused, winking at the first years. I know you've heard that Hufflepuff is not the most prestigious house, but seeing is believing. He gestured toward the end of the corridor. Our common room is on the same floor as the kitchen, and it boasts the most luxurious and livable facilities among the 4 houses. Cedric approached a pile of large barrels at the corner of the kitchen corridor, and with a subtle hum and the rise and fall of his wand, the lids of the barrels responded by opening. Leander, encouraged by Cedric's gaze, was the first to step into the common room. Inside lies a spacious circular room, imbued with a faint earthy aroma. The scent suggests that sunlight graces this space consistently, and through the circular windows, one can behold the swaying grass and dandelions. Copper adornments are prevalent, complemented by numerous plants either suspended from the ceiling or resting upon the windowsills, perhaps in homage to the herbology professor, Madam Sprout. Leander navigated past the yellow and black striped sofa and chairs, their cushions appearing quite inviting, as he opened the circular door on the wall leading to the dormitory. The copper lamps, 4 poster beds, and copper radiators bestow a sense of comfort and warmth. Leander felt a swell of pride as he surveyed the academy. What do those nobly bred Slytherins understand about a living environment? Merely a damp, shadowy common room, replete with the familiar mustiness of rising each day. No, unity is essential. One must not mock others. After a taxing day, the newcomers were so exhausted that they collapsed onto their beds without a moment to bond with their roommates. At dawn the next day, Leander, still bleary-eyed, sat up in bed. Goodness, after 16 years of early mornings in my past life, I'm starting anew. And it's overwhelming, he lamented. Meanwhile, from the adjacent bed came the voices of 2 boys. Ernie, wake up! Ernie, it's time for class. Have you forgotten how to wake up? You must first open your eyes. Leander rubbed his eyes and glanced over, witnessing Ernie's struggle to fully awaken. Justin, I suddenly find myself less inclined to study magic, Ernie groaned. Leander wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in silence. After completing his morning routine, he stepped outside. For newcomers, locating classrooms at Hogwarts is no simple task, primarily due to the unpredictable staircases. In summary, these staircases not only number in abundance, but they also shift positions in subtle, imperceptible patterns, with some steps even vanishing unexpectedly. As Leander traversed the school's corridors, he felt a pang of sorrow. No wonder Fred and George could uncover so many secret passages, effortlessly flouting school rules. Who could claim to have a complete understanding of this castle? Not even Dumbledore could. By the time Leander arrived, Professor McGonagall had cleared her throat, ready to deliver her admonition. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous course you will undertake next, she announced. Thus, I hold classroom discipline in the highest regard and will not tolerate any mischief. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not speak out. I have warned you in advance. Chapter 15, Transfiguration. The students were instantly captivated, eager to take the plunge themselves. Yet, as the lessons progressed and they attempted their first transformations, they quickly realized that transfiguring furniture into animals was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Some might not succeed even upon graduation. Now, turn to the table of contents in your textbooks. Transfiguration is the art of transforming one object into another, capable of animating inanimate objects into living beings. Professor McGonagall's explanations were clear and concise, ensuring that even the most dim-witted student could glean knowledge, provided they paid attention in class. However, a minor issue arose during the explanation, as the instructor inundated the students with essential knowledge, neglecting to pause for them to record and digest the information. The quills of the students danced across the parchment, particularly those from Ravenclaw, who were fervently jotting down notes. A significant number of Hufflepuffs, however, appeared distraught, casting desperate glances at their peers for assistance. As described in the original text, this posed a considerable challenge for the young wizards. Even the exceptionally talented Hermione could only coax a transformation from the matchsticks by the end of the lesson. A thorough understanding of the objects, the will to command magic, and the accompanying gestures and incantations. Vita Verto. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Leander perceived a flicker at the tip of his wand, as if something had penetrated the matchstick. In the blink of an eye, the match began its metamorphosis. The ignitable end transformed first, acquiring a metallic sheen and developing a pinhole. Gradually, the matchstick morphed into metal, becoming sharp. Remarkably, Leander succeeded in this arduous task on his first attempt. Even Professor McGonagall found it astonishing. Hufflepuff, 10 points awarded. She strode purposefully from the back of the classroom towards Leander, examining the needle on his desk with meticulous scrutiny, praising his exemplary transfiguration. Leander, I had anticipated it would take you about 5 attempts to succeed. This is truly unexpected. May I keep you back after class? Leander nodded eagerly. Of course, Professor McGonagall. During the subsequent class period, Professor McGonagall invited everyone to observe Leander's transfiguration process. The other students gasped in awe, though she furrowed her brow. As the bell rang, the young wizards, already packed up, rushed to leave, while Leander watched Professor McGonagall organize her books as she approached him. Leander, may I ask you to share your remarkable ability? She settled down, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. Leander contemplated for a moment, not hesitating to share, for he found Professor McGonagall far more trustworthy than the old bees. Rather, he pondered how to articulate his experience. Following that unexpected incident, I initially believed it was merely a manifestation of magical awakening, which can be quite peculiar, right? Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. However, in the days that followed, I suddenly discovered that I could transform anything I touched into ice cream. It frightened me. Frightened? Professor McGonagall looked at Leander with confusion, thinking a child discovering they could turn things into ice cream should be overwhelmingly joyous. Well, at first I thought everything I touched would turn into ice cream, and indeed it did in practice. This reminded me of a story my father told me, about a greedy king who, upon receiving a divine gift, learned the art of turning things to gold. As he reveled in his ability to transform everything around him into gold, he soon realized he could not control it. Food, soft beds, clothing, even his daughter and beloved were all turned to gold. Fortunately, my father and I later discovered that I am not bound to a forced ice cream spell. It resembles a unique ice cream transfiguration technique. Ice cream transfiguration technique. A rare look of bewilderment appeared on Professor McGonagall's typically composed face. Having delved into the realm of transfiguration for decades, she, as one of the 3 anime magi in Britain, believed that this discipline had at least opened its doors to her. Could you demonstrate? she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Leander nodded and, once again grasping his wand, directed it at the matchstick. This time, he uttered no incantation. The temperature in the spacious classroom subtly dropped, and the matchstick swiftly transformed into a small scoop of ice cream, which melted onto the desk. This method of magical execution was indeed transfiguration. Perhaps it bore resemblance to the art of polyjuice? The ice cream might have been chosen because it was Leander's most familiar object. Professor McGonagall was acutely aware that if he could conduct further research into ice cream transfiguration and produce a comprehensive report, it would undoubtedly create a sensation within the academic community. Well, Leander, congratulations on possessing a rather unique, a delightful talent. That's enough for today. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall smiled as she prepared to leave with Leander. She was a professor at Hogwarts, not an academic gatekeeper. As they exited the classroom, Professor McGonagall added, "It is evident that this has bestowed upon you remarkable transfiguration abilities. But forgive me for saying, my dear child, your current method of spell-casting resembles wielding a fine ingot of iron without seeking the aid of a goblin to forge it into a sword, instead opting to simply strike your enemy with it." Leander sensed the underlying critique in Professor McGonagall's words. Feeling so awkward, he wished to transform himself into an ice cream to hide away. After traversing the first corridor, Leander and Professor McGonagall parted ways. The professor was busy, as the fifth year faced significant examinations, with many students still unprepared. Might it be possible to lend Leander's talent to them for a time? Rumor had it that Hogwarts' ranking among magical schools had slipped again. It was exhausting. Upon leaving, Leander found himself with a beautifully crafted notebook in hand. It was evident that the leather cover was a relic from many years past, yet it remained remarkably pristine. Flipping to the first page, he discovered the words inscribed upon the yellowed paper, Transfiguration Notes. Minerva McGonagall. Below, in elegant script, was the question, what lies at the end of transfiguration? Eternity or a state? Leander read this with confusion. Chapter 16, Snape. Hey, Leander, care to join me for a meal? As he pondered this perplexing matter, Leander heard someone calling out to him. Upon looking up, he recognized his roommate, Ernie. Ernie was a short, stout boy with platinum hair styled in his side part. Given his hairline, it seemed he would soon be embracing the Mediterranean look that often awaited British men by the age of 30. Leander nodded, sure. They then walked side by side toward the dining hall. Speaking of which, Leander had yet to explore the hidden benefits of Hufflepuff. Lost in thought, he heard Ernie continue. Honestly, before the term started, I really couldn't stand you. Of course, you must know that you have quite a few detractors, especially from families like ours, purebloods. Ernie continued, abruptly changing the direction of the conversation. However, after the commencement of the school term, I discovered that the illustrious Leander could indeed indulge in slumber. Suddenly, I felt that we could potentially become good friends, and laughter erupted. It was a truly amusing moment when Leander, with curiosity, inquired how my parents described him. Upon hearing this, Ernie pressed his lips tightly together, his face twitching. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Leander retorted with a hint of irritation. And laugh he did, as Ernie humorously recounted the classic remarks made by our parents. With each statement, Leander's frown deepened. To summarize succinctly, whenever a child faltered in any aspect, Leander was invariably the epitome of that failure. Breakfast had been served at the table, yet Ernie had yet to open his eyes. In that moment, his mother strode into the bedroom, briskly throwing back the covers. Ernie, look at the time. Leander rises at 5 each morning to assist Florin in preparing the ingredients for the cold drink shop. 5 o'clock? Leander pondered what he could possibly be doing at such an hour, but could recall nothing. Ever since he gained a clearer mind, it seemed he had not awakened before 9. Sometimes, I genuinely wondered how one could rise at 5 and assist until 3 in the morning, surviving on merely an hour of sleep. Moreover, did the cold drink shop truly operate for such extended hours? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Ernie, filled with indignation, cared little for whether her mother's words would shatter the foundations of logic. Leander found it difficult to suppress his amusement. Yet Ernie's tirade continued until he realized that it mattered not whether Leander was present, but rather that his mother had conjured an imaginary child. How abstract. At this moment, they arrived at the dining room, and after taking his seat, Leander weakly commented. Ernie could only shrug in response, as he now understood why someone might seek to trouble Leander. It was indeed a case of unwarranted misfortune. Leander was just about to slice through the rock-hard bread with his knife when he heard the sound of flapping wings. It was a frenzy of harpies. He stared out the window, where a dark mass loomed. It was not a storm cloud, but rather a multitude of owls, hundreds of them, blocking out the sunlight. They were heading straight for the dining room. No, these were not merely owls. They resembled bombers. As the owls commenced their operation, Leander was compelled to revise his initial thoughts. The letters they dropped had poor accuracy, seldom reaching their intended recipients. Instead, they scattered milk, red tea, and jam everywhere. Startled, Leander leapt up to catch his own letter mid-air. Flipping the envelope to its front, he found, as expected, it was from Florin. This marked the first time I had been away from him for an extended period. I wondered if he would secretly shed tears in my absence. Contemplating this, Leander reached for the knife beside him, ready to open the envelope. Meanwhile, what was Florin doing at that moment? Oh, he had not yet awakened. Last night at the Broken Cauldron, old Florin and a few friends gathered around, playing cards and engaging in idle chatter. Go on, boast away. I can believe Merlin loves your ice cream. They laughed heartily. Nonsense. The cool midnight breeze roused him from his slumber. After consuming the potent spirits of the British wizarding world, he felt a sharp pain in his head and instinctively called out, Leander, Leander, bring me a glass of water. Sighing, Florin collapsed onto his bed, realizing the ice cream parlor had been closed for 2 days. He publicly claimed it was due to a child's absence, granting himself a reprieve. Yet in truth, he had discovered that the flavors of his ice cream were utterly disconcerting. When Leander opened the envelope, he caught a whiff of alcohol. Old Florin's handwriting remained as meticulous as ever. It was said that his notes on magical history had garnered the admiration of professors. However, Leander harbored doubts, as the magical history teacher at Hogwarts was a ghost. The letter's content was rather mundane, resembling a compilation of the daily conversations Florin would typically share with Leander, with a casual reminder about the unpredictable British weather and the need for frequent wardrobe changes. Yet, it was enough to make Leander's nose tingle with emotion. Unable to resist, he bit into a piece of baguette, finding it rather tough and painful on his gums. He carefully tucked the letter away and hastily filled his stomach. Another bout with the stairs awaited him. Leander heard Ernie lamenting softly. Fortunately, the stairs were not overly cruel that day. They arrived at the classroom 5 minutes before the lesson began. Snape was already standing at the podium, and as the students filed in, his gaze remained unmoved by any of them, as if he were the sole living being in the world. The potions classroom was colder than the main castle above, lined with glass jars containing preserved animal specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. Now roll call commenced. He called names with remarkable speed, as if eager to label a few sluggish students as absent. Chapter 17, Potions. Among the students from 2 houses, Snape completed the roll in 4 minutes. Naturally, no one dared to skip his class, given his notorious reputation. Once the attendance was taken, Snape finally raised his gaze to the students. His pupils were a deep, impenetrable black, cold and hollow. Meeting his eyes felt akin to staring into an endless tunnel. You are here to study potion making. It is precise, scientific, and rigorous. Challenging. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in every ear. Potion making seldom required a wand, leading many to dismiss it as mere magic. Of course, I have never expected you to grasp the beauty of magic. You will not understand, or rather, you will not truly comprehend the unparalleled power of the liquid that flows down one's throat. I can teach you how to achieve fame, how to brew your own glory, and even how to conquer death. However, this is contingent upon the condition that you are not the fools I frequently encounter. A profound silence enveloped the classroom as his words hung in the air. Leander discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The students of Hufflepuff bore expressions of bitterness, seemingly resigned to the belief that they belonged to that category of fools. A portion of Ravenclaw shared this sentiment, perhaps feeling inadequate in the art of potion making. Yet, there existed another faction entirely. These Ravenclaws, reminiscent of Hermione from the original narrative, stood tall with unwavering resolve, vowing that they would not be regarded as fools. Eager for Professor Snape's approval, as Leander perused the brewing instructions, he couldn't help but ponder. He was acutely aware that Snape was an exceptional potions master, among the elite of his field. However, Snape's teaching prowess would undoubtedly fail any pedagogical qualification examination. His footsteps echoed like a harbinger of impending danger. As he approached a student, it was akin to bestowing upon them a significant debuff. After observing for a while, Leander found his thoughts subject to reconsideration. If one could master potion making amidst such debuffs, the pressures of examinations would become as insubstantial as clouds. Perhaps Snape, in his cunning wisdom, intended to cultivate an environment of stress to prepare students for the trials of assessment, much like Goku's gravity training in Dragon Ball. Never mind, Leander thought, as he could no longer construct his musings, especially with Snape advancing towards him. Surely, this man wouldn't employ legilimency on me? No. By Merlin's undergarments. Fortunately, Snape merely cast a fleeting glance at the mysterious liquid in Leander's cauldron before moving on, sparing him any scathing remarks. The interminable potions class finally approached its conclusion once the flames beneath the cauldron extinguished. As the students ascended the stairs to the first floor, the underground classroom was left in disarray, accompanied only by Snape's indifferent demeanor. He casually seated himself, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought, before murmuring, "What is a teaching qualification?" For the first-year students at Hogwarts, the most eagerly anticipated course was undoubtedly Defense Against the Dark Arts. After all, children are invariably drawn to the mysterious and perilous, be it the allure of an older sister or the intrigue of dark magic. Yet, Hogwarts forbids the study of dark magic. Only Defense Against the Dark Arts skirts the periphery. However, Professor Quirrell had transformed this captivating and hazardous subject into a farce. Leander was already well aware that for the first 2 years, the instructors of Defense Against the Dark Arts would impart little of practical value, often filled with complaints. As he entered the classroom, Leander could not suppress a grimace. The stench of garlic was overwhelming. Each second spent within felt akin to being assailed by the breath of someone who had consumed copious garlic. Aside from the odor, the classroom was utterly unremarkable, with Professor Quirrell standing at the lectern, wearing a friendly grin. One could only speculate about the expression of Voldemort lurking behind his forehead. Leander mused to himself as he took a seat in the third row from the back, much to the surprise of Ernie, who remarked, "Aren't you accustomed to sitting in the first 3 rows? I fear I may faint halfway through the class." "Leander, that is the closest to the truth I have ever heard from your lips." Until the lesson commenced, the hushed whispers of my classmates persisted, and Professor Quirrell remained unfazed. Stammering as he began, "Welcome to the study of Defense Against the Dark Arts." He then proceeded to deliver a simplistic exposition on the subject, identical to that found in our textbooks, devoid of any modifications. Hermione would excel. After all, she had memorized the book and did so without stuttering. If one were to argue that Snape's failure to obtain his teaching credentials stemmed from his attitude and inability to comprehend the perplexities of his students, then Professor Quirrell's incompetence as an instructor is glaringly evident. Perhaps in his unpossessed state he could be deemed adequate, yet now he cannot even maintain classroom discipline. Leander forced himself to endure 20 minutes of a lecture, silently retrieving Professor McGonagall's notes. "Do you know how I spent those 20 minutes? Listening to a stammering professor recount how he incurred the wrath of a vampire. Is there no way to have Quirrell dismissed early?" With a weary sigh, Leander opened McGonagall's notes on transfiguration. Setting aside his own prodigious talent for the subject, the portrayal of this discipline in the original text is captivating enough. Dumbledore's transfiguration-based offensive could entirely suppress Voldemort's dark magic, which is quite terrifying. It is important to note that dark magic derives its unreasonable lethality from the distortion of the mind and other detrimental effects. The killing curse's instant death, the destructive power of the blasting curse, and the soul-wrenching agony of the Cruciatus curse. Transfiguration can stand against such forces, though undoubtedly bolstered by Dumbledore's extraordinary magical prowess. Its inherent strength is also evident. Let me examine closely what this state truly signifies. Leander cracked his knuckles, holding the feather quill by its tip, and began to meticulously ponder over each line of fine print penned by Professor McGonagall. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Professor Quirrell attempted to prove that he had indeed banished the ghoul. He could hear a voice echoing in his mind. Incompetent. Chapter 18. One Head, Two Faces. In truth, Leander's assessment of Quirrell is somewhat biased, even when possessed. His magical ability and reservoir of knowledge are entirely sufficient to fulfill the role of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The lamentable performance stems from the face behind him, which has long desired to teach this subject. Whenever Quirrell attempts to impart knowledge, he feels a surge of pain akin to mercury flooding his mind, forcing him to speak in vague terms. Voldemort, who can fully observe Quirrell's thoughts, occasionally scoffs at his shallow insights. In a sense, Voldemort is like a drug. Once ensnared, one's life is irrevocably ruined. It is likely that the pure blood elite of your never anticipated that the once promising youth would not only fail to surpass the dark wizard Grindelwald, but would become a monster reliant on others. Leander closed the notebook in his hands, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his gaze. Although he still did not grasp the concept of state, his theoretical knowledge had significantly expanded. Next, a visit to the library is in order. Professor McGonagall's notes are remarkably akin to her character. The advantages lie in its meticulousness and practicality, embodying a spirit of relentless inquiry, making the discourse on the theory of transfiguration both profound and accessible. However, therein also resides a flaw. Such rigor inevitably leaves behind numerous uncertainties that a mere notebook cannot resolve. To Leander, this notebook resembles a catalog, guiding him to the library to peruse more books based on the index. Professor McGonagall's intent aligns with this notion. Knowledge, when discovered through one's own exploration, holds the utmost value. As Leander and Ernie strolled out of the classroom side by side, Leander casually inquired, "Shall we head to the library together?" To his surprise, Ernie's reaction was akin to witnessing a ghost. The library? He thought, sensing foreboding. The first day of school and a trip to the library? This truly felt like an apparition. Could it be that his mother's words were not mere fabrications? Indeed, Ernie replied awkwardly, waving his hand as he turned to depart. He walked in the opposite direction, uncertain of the library's location, yet convinced that straying away was undoubtedly the right choice. After questioning 4 moving portraits and engaging in a quarrel with one particularly misguided aunt, Leander finally encountered Peeves. Smacking his forehead, he realized that the last portrait, that of the nobleman, had also been deceiving him. "Oh, I discovered something." A freshly minted student, Peeves suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke. And in the next moment, his broad face, gaping mouth, and round, gleaming eyes were thrust before Leander. "Peeves, I assure you, you did not meet me at midnight," he retorted. There was no need to doubt Peeves. Having lingered at Hogwarts for centuries, he could discern which students were prone to night escapades. After this, Peeves erupted into a fit of giggles. Before Leander could clarify that he did not intend to refute, Peeves continued, "Do you know about the know-it-all in Gryffindor? Trust me, she'll be a significant transgressor of school rules." Know-it-all? Hermione had already earned that title on her very first day. How terrifying. However, it was evident that Peeves could perceive the adventurous spirit lurking within Hermione, which was no small feat. Reflecting on this, Leander couldn't help but scrutinize Peeves. Besides the aforementioned broad face, gaping mouth, and round, shining eyes, he was adorned in vibrantly colored attire, complete with a tie and a hat, his slippers revealing long seams that exposed his toes. One could only wonder if he suffered from athlete-esque foot. Even if he did, it mattered little, as beings like Peeves bore no scent. At that moment, Peeves noticed someone scrutinizing him and promptly stood at attention, executing a knightly salute midair. Leander found this peculiar. There was something overly amicable in Peeves' demeanor. Not only did he refrain from mischief, such as pinching noses or toppling wastebaskets, but he also shared his predictions, allowing Leander to observe him freely. It is noteworthy that while Peeves is a creature difficult to define, it is evident that he is born from the pressures endured by students, with malice and humor forming his core essence. Seemingly bored, Peeves dubbed back in front of Leander, eagerly anticipating his thoughts. "What? My thoughts?" Leander queried, pointing to himself with a perplexed expression. "What does it mean to have more ideas when I haven't done anything yet?" Peeves continued to laugh exaggeratedly, having heard Fred and George say bong, toilet seat, bong, ha ha ha. It had been quite some time since Peeves had encountered such an explosive student. So it was the twins. Leander clenched his teeth tightly. What should he do about his reputation being tarnished by the mischievous twins upon entering school? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. Leander now realized he had overlooked something. Although Peeves was filled with malice and humor, very few students earned his approval. Among them were Fred and George. Angry? Good. Peeves looks forward to your anger. At that moment, Peeves mischievously whispered in Leander's ear. He truly wished to see the prankster twins, Fred and George, get pranked themselves. Rest assured, you will see it soon. Leander nodded, reaching into his pocket to feel his wand. Transfiguration is not something one can master through theory alone. Practice is essential for progress. Originally, he had planned to sneak into the room of requirement at midnight, but now it seemed he had a better option. With Leander's affirmative response, Peeves raised his short, stubby arms towards the sky, producing a loud explosion from his shins. Then the ghost launched himself like a cannonball, knocking over countless objects, including a knight's sword. After a while, the commotion caused by Peeves subsided, but another sound arose. "No, too. Peeves." This was Filch's anguished voice. "Meow." This was Mrs. Norris's frantic sound. But Leander had no time to witness Filch battling Peeves. He had to hurry to the library before it closed. The Hogwarts library felt like an entirely different world. Upon stepping inside, all noise seemed to be muffled, and the students dared not make sound. Why? Because a pair of eyes were watching them. Hogwarts had its own hawk-eyed guardian, Madame Pants. Chapter 19, The Library. Leander dared not linger under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, hastily making his way through the heavy rows of bookshelves with the quietest steps possible. The stacked papers and thick wooden boards seemed to shield him from all scrutiny. Leander swallowed hard. Being watched was truly uncomfortable. However, in reality, Madame Pants was not looking at Leander at all. She was busy cleaning a book that had been sullied by mischievous students. It was Leander who, seeing Madame Pance's back for just a moment, imagined she was staring at him, engaging in a battle of wits with the air. It seemed there was no monster's book of monsters in the library, but Taurus's Catching Transfiguration could serve as a substitute. Catching. Leander glanced at the empty space, and across from it were a pair of eyes that seemed familiar. Hermione? It was not that Hermione's eyes were particularly unique. It was rather that Leander was quite aware. The only person he knew who could come to the library on the first day of school was Hermione. Without Hermione Granger, the path of Hogwarts would be shrouded in eternal darkness. Leander? Hermione, being somewhat shorter, had a clearer view of the person opposite her in the small gap. Are you here to find a book as well? Yes. What book are you looking for? Transformational Capture. What is that about? Is it related to the textbooks? In a way, yes. Thus, the two exchanged awkward pleasantries, struggling to find a topic to discuss, when a commanding voice echoed through the air. If you wish to converse, do so in the corridor. Hermione let out a sigh, and Leander remarked, I think it's best we remain silent. Indeed. With that, Leander picked up the recently discovered Transformational Capture and turned to leave. Hermione stayed behind, still searching for the reference book she needed. It was no wonder that Harry and Ron had to battle a troll to befriend her. Finding a study desk, Leander couldn't help but express his thoughts. He had considered making a joke to lighten the mood several times, but feared it would be taken seriously. Never mind, making friends takes time. For now, mastering Transfiguration was the priority. Leander settled down, opening his notes along with Transformational Capture. His notes lay open on the cover page, revealing Professor McGonagall's questions. A profound silence enveloped him. Even the sound of his classmates flipping through books faded away as the words within the precious volumes seemed to come alive, whispering secrets to him. Capture, transformation, transfiguration, transfiguration, change form. As Leander's queries found resolution one by one, the sun descended rapidly, and when the last ray of sunlight vanished, the moonlight shone brightly. I understand. Leander's eyes sparkled, rivaling the moonlight outside. It became clear to him why most people, when practicing transfiguration, were fixated on the end result. It was akin to walking towards the end of a road, the so-called eternal transformation. Yet, this was as impossible as a perpetual motion machine in science, even listed among the fundamental principles of transfiguration. Still, generations of wizards pursued the ultimate goal of this art. The so-called state referred to this very journey. How does a match transform into a needle? What is the nature of that distorted process? How can Leander effortlessly turn everything into ice cream? What occurs during that transformation? Given that this process can be both reversible and irreversible, can it be paused? This state could be considered a pioneering realm within transfiguration, and Leander was surprised that Professor McGonagall would introduce it to first-year students. Exhausted, he slumped in his chair, lazily contemplating Professor McGonagall's intentions. The intense focus on learning had drained his physical and mental energy. Leander felt as though he was approaching what his hometown would refer to as an epiphany. Unexpectedly, a cool voice interrupted his thoughts from above. It is time for you to leave. Indeed, it was none other than Madame Pants, the vigilant librarian of Hogwarts, who had arrived just as the library was on the brink of closing. At that moment, Leander finally discerned the true nature of this eagle-eyed guardian of knowledge. Many had likened Madame Pants, adorned with her hat, to a formidable vulture. Yet, after their recent encounter, Leander couldn't help but perceive a resemblance to Mr. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, transformed into a sentient being. Both exhibited a gaunt, malnourished physique and possessed eyes that glimmered with a chilling light, strikingly similar indeed. It was no wonder whispers of scandalous romance between Filch and Madame Pants circulated, a rather peculiar pairing. Noticing that Leander was lingering, seemingly transfixed, Madame Pants grew increasingly impatient. Leave, she commanded. I concur. I indeed agree that she resembles a vulture transformed. With that, Leander hastily seized Professor McGonagall's notes and fled. For the librarian's voice was unmistakably distinctive, echoing like a hawk's cry of warning. Leave at once, or I shall have a piece of your flesh. After witnessing the disobedient student depart, Madame Pants quietly retrieved a book from a table. After decades of service, she could instinctively determine where each tome belonged. Transformational Capture? This cannot be part of the library's collection, can it? As she pondered this anomaly, the half-closed door of the library swung open, revealing a witch clad in a deep green robe. Hey, Pants, that book is mine. Professor McGonagall approached with a smile, pointing at Transformational Capture. So it is your collection. I thought such avant-garde literature would not be found in the library's outskirts, Madame Pants replied, her expression darkening as if she had lost a child at the thought of the book being taken. Professor McGonagall accepted the book with a resigned smile, stating, "I shall discuss the matter of supplementing the library's collection with the headmaster. Do not fret." A multitude of unspoken messages passed between McGonagall and Madame Pants, who understood completely. My headmaster, indeed. As Professor McGonagall exited the library, her footsteps echoed purposefully toward the headmaster's office. "Where is the Gryffindor common room?" After a considerable time, Leander, panting heavily, ascended the Gryffindor Tower. It was no wonder Gryffindor students were reputed for their prowess. After ascending and descending so many stairs for 7 years, coupled with a hearty diet, they must indeed be robust. Leander approached the portrait of the fat lady, who elegantly inquired, "Password?" Chapter 20, The Gryffindor Common Room. "Do-da-gong-jung." "Correct, my child." The fat lady gestured with her goblet, her portrait swinging open to reveal a passage in the wall. Huzzah! A resounding success. Leander beamed with pride. "I knew it. If the beleaguered Sirius from the third book could enter with the password, then surely I, Leander, can too." The Gryffindor Common Room was a cozy, circular chamber, adorned with plush armchairs. The hour was late, and only a few scattered souls occupied the room, appearing somewhat drowsy. Leander entered with little noise. Yet, as he surveyed the room's arrangement, he found himself perplexed. There were 2 spiral staircases, presumably leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. Yet, why was there no signage? Were they not concerned about students becoming confused? Leander, entangled in a web of indecision, cautiously approached an armchair and gingerly seated himself. He pondered whether the age-old adage of men to the left, women to the right held any merit here, just as his countenance fluctuated between hope and despair. Fearing his entrepreneurial aspirations might lead to his untimely demise, a girl finally stirred. Ah, indeed, it was true. Men to the left, women to the right. Leander inhaled deeply, rose from his seat, and strode purposefully towards the spiral staircase on the right. He was acutely aware of Fred and George's dormitory location, having gleaned that information through subtle inquiries. How regrettable that he had not inquired about the layout of the common room at that time. Such carelessness. Yet, not all was lost. The pent-up frustration sparked a brilliant idea within him. Humming a once-renowned melody, Leander prepared to execute his wicked scheme. He successfully navigated to the twin beds and casually picked up a photograph resting atop their bedside table. As expected, the 2 were absent from their dormitory, likely off on another escapade. Leander withdrew his wand from beneath his robe and pointed it at a pair of shoes by the twin beds, giving a light tap. The temperature in the common room plummeted, causing several drowsy students to instinctively pull their blankets tighter. Under the peculiar enchantment, the shoes transformed into a material reminiscent of ice cream, gradually morphing until they took the shape of a small snowman. Success. The delight in Leander's eyes was unmistakable. Despite multiple attempts prior to the start of term, he had struggled to control the transformed ice cream. He had not anticipated that Professor McGonagall's notes and avant-garde theories of magic would be of such assistance. However, as he observed the subtle melting of the ice cream figure, a frown creased his brow. The limitations of the ice cream material were glaring. He felt an urgent need to address some deficiencies, but he dismissed those thoughts for later. Shaking his head, he directed his wand at the ice cream figure, tapping it several times. This step was crucial for inputting commands. Once the ice cream figure registered the key gestures, it would spring into action. Leander sat on George's bed, contemplating, and once he was confident there were no oversights, he made his way to the washroom. Yet, he was not there for a mere bathroom visit, nor to conduct some mysterious ritual amidst swirling mists. He boldly pushed open the door to a stall, focusing intently on the toilet seat. My ingenious idea, it seems, defies school regulations, does it not? Today, I shall craft a toilet seat that embodies its own essence. With a hint of disdain, Leander wrapped a piece of toilet paper around the tip of his wand and gave the toilet seat a firm tap. "Fred, this endeavor promises to yield abundant rewards." Naturally, our collective efforts have never faltered. Fred, brimming with excitement, produced what appeared to be an ordinary piece of parchment, gesturing towards George. "What do you suppose this is?" he inquired. "I have no idea." Fred feigned irritation and tossed the parchment directly at George's face. "Great parchment, may you grant my foolish brother wisdom." Upon uttering this, George, his expression one of indignation, rose to his feet. "I challenge you to a duel. Who fears whom? Good night, Fred." "Good night, George." Neither of them noticed that, at the moment Fred invoked the great parchment, a new line of text materialized upon it. "We are not the deities of parchment, but rather the gods of mischief." A more fitting title. Regrettably, the moment the ink faded, it remained unseen. After a while, Fred, who had been peacefully slumbering, felt an unusual chill and a sudden urge to relieve himself. After tossing and turning for several minutes, He ultimately rose and made his way to the restroom. Curiously, as he stepped out of the warm cocoon of his bed, he felt a bit warmer. Upon entering the restroom, Fred casually pushed open a stall door and took a seat. Oh! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the towers of Hogwarts in the dead of night, awakening many. However, the source of the scream, Fred, was rather vague about what had transpired. Only George was aware. The instant Fred sat down, the toilet seat transformed into ice cream. The two of them endured a night filled with nightmares that had an ice cream flavor, and the following day, they attended class with dark circles under their eyes. The next morning, Leander rose early and startled Ernie once again. He was increasingly resembling his mother's terrifying descriptions. Too terrifying, indeed. Uncertain of how Fred and George had fared the previous night, Leander did not encounter them at the breakfast table. He was unusually small for his age and had to stand atop a stack of books just to reach the lectern during class. When Professor Flitwick began the first lesson by calling the roll, he became so excited upon reaching Harry's name that he screamed and collapsed to the ground, disappearing from sight. However, having just been introduced to the theoretical aspects of transfiguration, Leander had a unique interpretation of this incident. In the realm of spellcasting, the instantaneous death characteristic of the killing curse seemed as immutable as the permanence of transfiguration, with no exceptions ever noted, until Harry Potter not only survived but also turned the tables on Voldemort. To put in perspective, Professor Flitwick's reaction upon seeing Harry was akin to that of an esteemed academician witnessing a living perpetual motion machine approach. Fainting from sheer astonishment was merely a mild response. Chapter 21. The Charms Class. What is a charm? Professor Flitwick stood at the lectern, beaming as he posed a question. Unsurprisingly, the moment his words fell, Hermione's hand shot up with remarkable speed and precision, almost resembling a martial arts move. A charm is an incantation that bestows specific attributes upon an object or being. It is worth noting that charms differ from transfiguration. They alter or augment the properties of objects, focusing on what the object does rather than what it is. Taking a deep breath, Hermione rapidly recited the definition of a charm from the textbook. It was a lengthy explanation, leaving her classmates gazing at her in astonishment. Could one truly not choke on such a lengthy recital? She herself could hardly articulate it more clearly. 5 points to Gryffindor, exclaimed Professor Flitwick, nodding approvingly at Hermione. However, as a newly minted student of Hogwarts, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding classroom discipline and speaking out of turn. Surely, I want to be expelled for speaking in class, will I? He pondered, ultimately unable to resist turning to pose a question. Leander, I heard you had potions class yesterday? Leander looked momentarily bewildered. What did you say? He was contemplating Hermione's distinction between transfiguration and charms, failing to catch the question. Did you attend potions class yesterday? I inquired. Indeed, Harry responded with a sigh, subtly probing. What do you think of Professor Snape? Haven't you heard the rumors about him? Harry fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly replied. I feel like he looks at me differently than he does at others. It's as if he wants to pluck my eyes out. It's not just that. He would relish the opportunity to replace every part of you, eyes included. While these thoughts lingered, Leander was compelled to contemplate how to elucidate Snape's peculiar treatment of Harry. Should he directly state that the professor cherished Harry's mother more than his own life? Such a revelation would undoubtedly shatter Harry's limited worldview. After much deliberation, Leander spoke. You are aware that Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds, correct? Of course. Who doesn't know that? Your father was a prominent figure in Gryffindor, while Snape belonged to Slytherin. Leander hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. It would be inappropriate to inform Harry of Snape's youthful obsession with the dark arts. Are you suggesting that Professor Snape has a grudge against my father? Do you know my father? Upon mentioning his family, Harry momentarily forgot to modulate his voice, exclaiming in surprise. Leander wished he could cover Harry's mouth. Mastering spells will enable you to better protect yourselves in times of danger. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick paused, awaiting the students' reactions. Is there more, Professor? Is it about making life easier? Indeed, my mother excelled at household magic. So did my father. Seeing the children engage in fervent discussion, Professor Flitwick could not help but chuckle, his white beard quivering. Children, you are quite right. This notion of convenience has inspired me. I shall delve into the impact of magic on our daily lives. As he spoke, he tapped the blackboard, revealing the word information. Magic is also a means of communication within the wizarding world. Allow me to provide an example. Professor Flitwick picked up his wand and performed apparition. His diminutive figure rapidly twisted and vanished from sight, a speed that nearly caused Leander to rise in astonishment. No jest, this was the swiftest apparition he had ever witnessed. The incantation was nearly instantaneous. Hey Hermione, your notes are impeccably organized. By the time the student's eyes caught up with the professor's presence, he had already materialized behind Hermione, peering over her textbook. "Oh, thank you, Professor. This brings people closer together, significantly reducing the cost of communication. An excellent silent spell, sir." Leander could not suppress his admiration after the demonstration. "Oh, thank you for your kind words, Mr. Foskett." Professor Flitwick's eyes glimmered with surprise. Yet he accepted the student's admiration with grace, for excessive humility can often masquerade as arrogance. Indeed, Flitwick's apparition was unparalleled. As Professor Flitwick was about to continue his lecture, he noticed a familiar hand raised in the air. "Miss Granger, do you have a question?" "What is a silent spell, Professor?" "In simple terms, it is the casting of spells without uttering a sound, which you will learn in your upper years." At this point, a frown of concern creased Professor Flitwick's delicate features. "Yet some of your seniors cannot even manage to perform magic, even when they shout." He mused, "These individuals have no bearing on my academic standing, but they tarnish my reputation in the realm of education." Shaking his head with closed eyes, suppressing bitter tears, Professor Flitwick gestured for Hermione to take her seat and resumed his discourse. "Now, having experienced the distance between individuals, do any of you wonder if it is possible to convey information without physical movement?" As he spoke, Professor Flitwick pointed his wand at the word information on the blackboard. "Transmitting text?" Someone interjected. "That is one form." Professor Flitwick replied with a smile, nodding as he waved his wand. "Mr. Fawcett, please look at your notebook." Leander pointed to himself, and upon receiving an affirmative glance, he opened his notebook, revealing a blank page that suddenly displayed a message. "Hey, handsome. Would you like to discuss the essence of spells this weekend?" After pondering for a moment, Leander wrote back, "I would be honored." Professor Flitwick gestured towards their exchange, saying, "You see, this is the transmission of information, and it extends far beyond that." He then cast the Patronus charm, demonstrating the conveyance of sound. Chapter 22. The Wizard. Leander observed Professor Flitwick elegantly twirl his wand, a gesture reminiscent of Sirius, yet distinct. Sirius's unique movements stemmed from deeply ingrained familial teachings, imbuing his spell casting with a sense of calm elegance and grace. Professor Flitwick's demeanor mirrored Sirius's, but it arose from his profound confidence in his vast reservoir of magical knowledge and decades of honed spellcasting skills. Their magical processes were nothing short of artistry. Expecto Patronum. As the incantation rolled off his tongue, a plume of white mist erupted from the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand. Leander squinted, intently observing, striving to discern a shape amidst the swirling fog. Moments later, from the dense white mist emerged a bear that appeared somewhat comical. A bear. Leander furrowed his brow, gazing at the colossal creature before him and then at the diminutive Professor Flitwick. Internally, he thought, the professor is quite wild. "Good morning, students." A greeting emanated from the Patronus. The enormous bear formed from a mist was 10 times the size of Professor Flitwick, yet its voice was identical to his. This contrast elicited laughter from several students. Professor Flitwick, unfazed, merely waved his wand, dissipating the Patronus. "This is the Patronus charm, one of the oldest and most profound spells. In your future, you may not necessarily learn it." Professor Flitwick observed the eager expressions of his students and delivered an answer contrary to their expectations. This time it was he who smiled with delight. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, Professor Flitwick stroked his beard and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. I am here to demonstrate the role of magic in communication, so that you may witness the true essence of magic." He tapped the blackboard, and his words materialized alongside his voice. "Diversity. We are wizards, not mere gorillas wielding sticks. Let us remember that the existence of magic is to facilitate progress." 100%. 100%. Leander remained seated, reluctant to depart, his heart brimming with accolades for Professor Flitwick. It was more akin to shaping the magical worldview of young witches and wizards, he mused, leading the applause. The other students, initially taken aback by the sudden noise, soon joined in, creating a cacophony that startled the passing ghosts, who wondered if dark wizards had arrived. In the classroom, Professor Flitwick conjured a handkerchief with magic to wipe his eyes, feeling elated to be recognized by the children. Soon, the applause subsided, leaving only a few particularly perceptive students able to detect the lingering vibrations in the air. Professor Flitwick said little more, expressing his gratitude before being the first to exit the classroom, with the students following in his wake. Herbology. Although Professor Snape claimed that some might consider potion-making less magical due to the absence of wands, truth be told, herbology was perhaps the least magical of all disciplines. However, Leander harbored a subtle suspicion that Professor Sprout was among the hidden affluent of Hogwarts, second only to Hagrid. The herbs she cultivated were often immature, with ailments that St. Mungo's could not remedy, relying solely on her raw materials. A pure monopoly of the medical realm, her seemingly mundane exterior belied the influence she wielded over St. Mungo's. Simultaneously, she served as the head of Hufflepuff House, known to be the wealthiest among the four founders. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, the young witches and wizards lowered their heads as they entered the greenhouse, where the fresh scent of earth and herbs greeted them even before they crossed the threshold. Leander was momentarily dazzled by the myriad of herbs, uncertain of how many were edible. As the professor led the students forward, she began her lesson. There are a total of 19,381 herbs in the world. Among them, 260 are common herbs that muggles can also utilize, while 13,774 are magical herbs. Many have dedicated their lives to researching these plants, yet no one has managed to harness the full extent of any single herb's capabilities. Herbology, akin to the vastness of nature itself, is indeed boundless. Professor Sprout's overview was succinct as she guided the students into practical herb-gathering exercises. It must be noted that the study of herbs is as profound as she described. This raised a significant issue, unless one possesses exceptional talent. Indeed, we speak of you, Neville, the Swordmaster of Hogwarts. The limited knowledge one possesses restricts the actions one can undertake. It was not until the class bell rang that Professor Sprout ceased her adjustments to the young witches' and wizards' actions, her expression clearly lingering in a state of unfulfilled eagerness. Leander secretly lamented his situation. He could discern that Professor Sprout imparted genuine knowledge that was immensely useful. Yet this did not alleviate the difficulties he faced in comprehending it. What a predicament it was to struggle in a class taught by his own headmaster. Would his future be fraught with challenges? This troubling thought lingered even during lunch, casting a shadow over his demeanor, which caught the attention of the twins from a distance. Wait, aren't we the ones being teased? Why does he appear so distressed? Unfortunately, Professor Sprout was not a master of legilimency, and thus could not perceive the turmoil within Leander's heart. Otherwise, she would surely have remarked, "Look at you, Leander, a wizard from Hufflepuff who can learn nothing, and yet you are troubled?" Considering the humiliation of the previous night, the twins, despite recognizing Leander's troubled spirit, approached him with questions. "Leander, we regard you as our dearest friend, our brother. Why would you target his innocent backside?" George exclaimed, pointing at Fred with a look of profound distress, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Leander, on high alert, retorted sharply, "I targeted the toilet seat. Speak again, and I shall toss you into the Black Lake to feed the giant squid." With that, he swiftly covered George's mouth. Fred shot George an incredulous glare. Can a brother truly betray another? Chapter 23. The Marauder's Map. Despite receiving a glare from his own brother, George displayed no inclination to temper his demeanor. He retained the countenance of a wronged spouse. This state of affairs persisted for an extended period, long enough that Leander, unable to contain his irritation, pointed his wand toward George's vital area. Feeling a sudden chill, George immediately straightened, adopting a serious expression, and politely inquired, "Oh, my dear Mr. Leander, why do you inflict such pain upon me? Transforming a toilet seat into ice cream is a most dreadful prank. You might as well stuff my head up a backside." Fred interjected, adopting a tone of mock solemnity reminiscent of a preaching pastor. "Sir, do you recall the teachings of the Blessed Virgin Mary? She urged us to be kind to one another." To which Leander countered, "Did the Virgin Mary not also convey that kindness should not be mistaken for foolishness? Learning magic is intended to ensure that even fools can masquerade as normal individuals when addressing me." Leander advanced, seizing both Fred and George by their collars. "Who instructed you two to propagate that I am a prankster extraordinaire? I, a kind-hearted, earnest, and courageous student, am more akin to a paragon of chivalry. Knights would not seize us by our collars like this," Fred weakly protested. "Humph." Leander glared at them both, releasing his grip and inquiring now, "Speak up. What brings you two to seek me today?" This prompted the twins to exchange bewildered glances, each reflecting surprise. "How did you know we had ulterior motives?" George could not suppress his curiosity. "Couldn't we simply be here to hold you accountable?" Fred nodded in agreement. "That is obvious. If you two are oblivious to the reason behind my teasing, perhaps you should reconsider your studies at Hogwarts and seek employment as security guards alongside trolls." This remark elicited laughter from the twins, who playfully draped their arms over each other's shoulders. "I believe such drastic measures are unnecessary. If our intellect were akin to that of trolls, we could simply vie for a position against Filch." Leander, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the twins' antics with a resigned smile. Indeed, subsequently, Fred and George exchanged glances with the surrounding students, gesturing mysteriously for Leander to follow them. They ascended the staircase. their steps filled with anticipation, until they reached a dimly lit corridor where a statue of a majestic eagle, the size of a calf, loomed at the far end. Fred, in a conspiratorial manner, unveiled his cloak and produced a piece of parchment from within. "Look," he exclaimed excitedly, while George chimed in. "We previously collaborated with Peeves to swap some of Filch's precious prank items and left a dung bomb in the corridor to divert his attention. Indeed, it is surprising how creatively he engages in his mischief, adorned with whips and chains. One wonders who would indulge him in such games." "Ha ha ha." Leander felt the tension rise in his temples. "Could you perhaps articulate your thoughts clearly before you burst into laughter?" Speaking halfway through a sentence could lead to a tangled tongue. Only then did George suppress his mirth to continue. "Yes, and we took the opportunity to pilfer from him. Alas, we were caught. Indeed, Peeves betrayed us. That rascal." Despite their misfortune, they stumbled upon a drawer labeled confiscated items. Highly dangerous inside Filch's office. "We surmised that it must contain treasures from generations of pranksters." As they spoke, they handed the parchment to Leander. Could this possibly be the Marauder's map? Leander received the aged parchment, inhaling its musty aroma, flipping it over and scrutinizing it closely. "Have you discerned its purpose yet?" he inquired. The twins shook their heads in unison, and Fred replied, "We found your reasoning compelling. Indeed, 3 heads are surely better than 1. Wouldn't you agree? Like Zhuge Liang." "Yes, that's right. We must certainly surpass him." Leander chose not to further mock the twins, instead settling cross-legged on the ground and inviting them to join him while drawing out his wand. In the ancient lore of magical history, this parchment might very well serve as a treasure map. Typically, one could reveal its secrets by soaking it in water or applying heat. George hesitantly ran his fingers through his hair, pondering aloud. "I think that makes sense. Should we use fire or water first?" "Water, of course. What if we burn it?" Just as the trio hesitated, the parchment reacted, revealing a line of text. "I do not recommend using water or fire." "All right, we guessed right." Leander felt a surge of delight within. While he knew the incantation to activate the Marauder's map, articulating it was another matter entirely. How could he explain that the founders had bestowed such knowledge upon him? It seems that Snape discovered the Marauder's map and attempted to compel it to reveal itself through magic, but to no avail. Instead, he was humiliated by the founders one by one. This indicates that the Marauder's map possesses an extraordinary resistance to magical tampering and, much like the Sorting Hat, embodies a fragment of the founder's consciousness, allowing for communication. Fred and George, upon gazing at the parchment's inscriptions, erupted into enthusiastic cheers after a brief silence. "Huzzah! A talking piece of parchment! Hooray!" Amidst their jubilant cries, the previously silent parchment revealed more text. The parchment, named the Marauder's Map, had its own identity. The Marauder's Map? Fred leaned in closer. "So this is a map of Hogwarts?" "Of course, a rather extraordinary one," said the moon-faced George, also peering in. "Are you predecessors in the realm of pranks? The infamous Weasley twins prefer adventure." Fred stood tall and executed a knightly bow. "Pray proceed." The parchment seemed to hesitate at his gesture before manifesting a new line of text. "The infamous Weasley twins, the worst house in Hogwarts, Slytherin." The Marauder's Map appeared quite pleased with this revelation. Chapter 24, Exploration. Upon hearing the answer, the thoughts of the Marauders residing within the map resolved to impart its usage to Fred and George. The method for activating the map is quite simple. One need only declare, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Fred and George, eager with anticipation, found their interest piqued by this newly revealed line of text, not merely because of the prospect of possessing a mysterious magical artifact, but due to the affirmation of their answer by the parchment, as well as the spell's delightful appeal. Unable to contain his excitement, Fred took the Marauder's Map from Leander, sitting upright with an air of gravity, and declared solemnly, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." At the moment he uttered those words, a magical transformation occurred. A dark ink blot appeared on the previously blank parchment, extending outward in lines until it formed an all-encompassing map of Hogwarts. Yet, this was merely the beginning of its enchantment. The map was alive. Indeed, every figure within it was animated. Leaning closer, Leander and the others observed numerous small dots representing individuals within Hogwarts, the majority of them ceaselessly moving. "Oh my goodness!" Fred exclaimed in astonishment. "What is it?" George inquired, his curiosity piqued by his brother's surprise. Fred merely pointed to a corner of the map. The headmaster's office. There, unmistakably, was a dot labeled Albus Dumbledore. "Oh my, this map even reveals the headmaster's location. No wonder it is called the Marauder's Map." Ultimately, it was Fred who, with a glimmer of inspiration, broke the silence and exclaimed, "Incredible! I never imagined that our prankster seniors could be so formidable. Indeed, it is astonishing, Leander chimed in, adding his insights regarding the map. Most magical artifacts tend to diminish in power over time. Furthermore, for recording-type magical items, such as this, the more individuals involved in its documentation, the stronger the magical energy of those marked, consequently increasing the complexity of its creation. It is truly hard to fathom that the upperclassmen managed to craft such a remarkable map during their student years. Upon hearing Leander's explanation, George stroked his chin thoughtfully. I suspect the creation of this map must have been guided by Professor Dumbledore. This statement left both Leander and Fred momentarily stunned, turning their gazes towards George. After all, if Professor Dumbledore did not wish for an object to reveal its location, it seemed improbable that anyone could surpass his intentions. George met their inquisitive stares and offered his reasoning, shrugging innocently. Fred, taken aback, seized George by the ear, peering intently into his eyes. Who are you? Why are you invading my brother's mind? My memory cannot be mistaken. My brother certainly lacks such cognitive abilities. Once he spoke, Fred's astonishment morphed into a bemused expression as he gently caressed his own face. He only possesses my dashing visage. In response, George showed no restraint. He seized a handful of Fred's hair at the back of his head and forcefully pressed him against the wall, resulting in a rather intimate encounter between Fred's cheek and the surface. Leander, unfazed by the playful tussle between the brothers, continued his examination of the active map. This behavior left Fred and George somewhat disconcerted. Typically, Leander would have intervened with a look of exasperation to separate them. After releasing his grip, Fred removed his face from the wall and curiously leaned towards Leander, asking, "What are you looking at?" Without lifting his gaze, Leander replied, "I have made a discovery and formulated a bold hypothesis. Which would you prefer to hear?" "Discovery," they responded in unison. This map not only displays the real-time locations and movements of everyone, but also chronicles many hidden passages. Leander pointed to several spots on the map, tracing a path that extended beyond the castle. These routes converge at a common destination, Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade, they echoed, not waiting for Leander to elaborate further as they began to discuss excitedly. "So, we can venture to Hogsmeade without needing to be in third year or obtaining guardian signatures. Oh my, does this mean certain unscrupulous upperclassmen can no longer tempt us with honeyduck sweets and butterbeer? George, how utterly pathetic. You can finally go to Hogsmeade, and yet you're still fixated on those trivial candies and butterbeer. Do you have any other plans?" "Of course, ha ha ha." To prevent anyone from assuming that dark wizards were convening in this place, Leander urgently interrupted Fred just as he was about to unveil his sinister plan. "Hold on. Let us not rush into excitement," Leander said, gesturing towards several routes that bore traces of dark discoloration. "I suspect some of these paths may be damaged, and, given the passage of time, the school might have restricted access to certain areas. Whether we can proceed remains for you two to explore." "All right." Fred, representing the twins, confidently accepted the task without questioning why it was entrusted to them, dismissing such trivial inquiries. "And what are your speculations?" George inquired further. Upon hearing this, Leander's expression brightened with enthusiasm. "Haven't you grown weary of merely executing mundane pranks? Don't you yearn to create something for future students, the inheritors of our mischievous legacy? Just as the prankster trio passed on Marauder's map to us, imagine the awe of the younger students as they exclaim how brilliant we are." Indeed, Leander's audacious idea was to accelerate the development of Fred and George's magical joke shop, expanding its scope and elevating its professionalism beyond the original narrative. They would create specialized and entertaining magical props. The twins possessed remarkable talent in this domain, evidenced by their later proficiency in crafting highly specialized protective charms against dark curses. It is worth noting that the original narrative portrayed most adult wizards as inept, unable to cast even a simple shield charm. Chapter 25, Great Undertakings. Fred and George widened their eyes in disbelief, simultaneously pointing at themselves. Me, the younger twins, still uncertain of their magical prowess, exchanged glances filled with curiosity and anticipation as intricate designs and captivating functionalities flashed through their imaginative minds upon Leander's clarification of the proposal. They envisioned themselves capable of conjuring equally astonishing creations, and in their mutual gaze, the eagerness to embark on this venture was palpable. Yet amid their excitement, they harbored concerns about their ability to fully realize such aspirations. "We shall start from the basics, progressing step by step," Leander reassured them. "If all else fails, we can rely on quantity. While the predecessors created a singular masterpiece, we shall inundate the market with our offerings." This assertion seemed to strike a chord with Fred and George, igniting a spark of inspiration in their eyes at the notion of generating income from their endeavors. Does this mean that once we refine our craft, we can profit from these paths? Fred inquired, his determination ignited. Absolutely, Leander affirmed, a fire of ambition kindling in his gaze. He turned to George and declared, "Let us head to the library and begin our studies. For we shall charge on a third more when he makes a purchase." Indeed, great minds think alike. With a resounding clap, the two brothers turned and set off towards the library. As he departed, he did not forget to advise Leander. "You are still a freshman, with a scant grasp of magical theory. We shall study first, and by the time you reach your second year, I will guide you into the depths of research together." Watching the retreating figures of Fred and George, Leander's expression became quite peculiar. Their motivation was, astonishingly, to prank their brother. Well, it seems Ron's peculiar disposition is not entirely his own fault. Furthermore, what of the Marauder's map? On the parchment in his hand, the ink dots continued to move incessantly, accompanied by a long string of names, a sight that could drive anyone with a fear of clutter to madness. Leander's gaze instinctively drifted toward the Gryffindor common room, which was nearly empty. The current objective was not Fred and George, but rather their brother Ron. There has always been a bug concerning the Marauder's map. The magic of the map can expose an animagus. The name of Peter Pettigrew is plainly visible. Yet the twins, despite thoroughly studying Hogwarts and eventually bequeathing the map to Harry, had failed to notice a suspicious figure in their brother's company. The most plausible explanation is that the common room was crowded, the names were lengthy, and Fred and George were not particularly observant of who surrounded their brother, allowing them to subconsciously overlook it. But Leander would not overlook such details. He scrutinized the Marauder's map and finally spotted Ron Weasley, nearly overlapping with the name of Peter Pettigrew. This name was indeed repugnant, entwined with the shattering of a family, the turning points of many fates, and an innumerable web of interests. It is worth noting that Sirius is still imprisoned in Azkaban, atoning for his sins, and few of his true friends remain alive. Now that he had grasped this individual's Achilles heel, Leander's avenues for action widened significantly. The specifics of his approach required careful planning. As he pondered, Leander, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his brow. It was not the fear of revealing the loss of the Marauder's map to Dumbledore that troubled him. The Oldby was quite lenient in certain respects, believing that what students possess is their own business. However, Peter Pettigrew was exceedingly slippery. With the slightest chance of escape, he could seize it, a testament to his remarkable abilities. Leander found it perplexing that one who had the tenacity to masquerade as a rat for over a decade could be so intimidated by Voldemort. Shaking his head in the empty corridor, Leander sighed and tucked away the Marauder's map. In contemplating how to deal with Pettigrew, Leander first thought of seeking Professor McGonagall to gain a detailed understanding of animagi. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Just as he was mulling this over, his expression suddenly stiffened. Fred and George, these two carefree Gryffindors, having no classes, did not imply that he, a first-year Hufflepuff, was free from obligations. 10 minutes later, breathless, Leander entered the history of magic classroom. The atmosphere here was unlike any of the courses he had attended. If forced to compare, it rivaled potions in its quietude. However, while potions was a class where everyone dared not breathe under Snape's intimidating presence, history of magic was simply devoid of any alert minds. Leander stealthily selected a chair to sit upon, only to discover that aside from a slight puff of dust, nothing paid him any heed. Professor Binns, dragging his silvery, translucent form, monotonously recounted some obscure historical event, nearly reciting directly from the textbook, devoid of any emotion. Having received a university education, Leander felt a twinge of restlessness. He could not fathom why so many attended a class that was no different from solitary reading and devoid of roll call. Nevertheless, he resolved never to skip history of magic classes, recalling that his childhood bedtime stories about the witch hunts would surely have incited old Florin's ire had he known of Leander's truancy, especially from history of magic. With this thought, Leander attempted to sit upright and diligently study the textbook word by word. Initially, he succeeded, as his upbringing had instilled in him a genuine interest in the subject. However, the trouble arose when Leander became overly confident, believing he could manage both listening and reading to enhance his memory. Thus, by the 42nd minute of class, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In contrast, the only student remaining alert was Hermione Granger. Had it not been for Hermione, the history of magic class would have languished in eternal night. Upon awakening and observing Hermione's spirited demeanor, Leander found himself questioning whether she could withstand the effects of the stunning spell. Unbeknownst to him, Ernie was also assessing him, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. Ah, sleeping in history of magic class. This child is still normal. There's hope. Ernie glanced at Hermione again, a flicker of anxiety in his gaze. So, the child his mother spoke of truly fits the mold. Could it be that pure-blood relatives despise Muggleborns simply because they're exceedingly diligent? Meanwhile, Leander had already exited the classroom, intent on seeking out Professor McGonagall. Chapter 26. Resolution. Animagus? Leander, though your talent is commendable, it is too soon for you to pursue becoming an animagus. In the office near the entrance of the headmaster's chamber, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and adjusted her glasses. She began to doubt if allowing Leander to engage with animagus transformation at this early stage was indeed a prudent choice. Was this child perhaps aiming too high? Just as Leander was about to explain his reasoning to the professor, the world before him blurred. Professor McGonagall chose to demonstrate the perils of this magic through practice. Without a flick of her wand, the stern figure clad in a dark green robe vanished, replaced by a tabby cat. The patterns around the cat's eyes mirrored the glasses that Professor McGonagall often wore. In the next moment, the tabby cat spoke. Leander, do you see? This is a fully formed animagus. Mastering it requires not only a considerable investment of time, but also carries a low success rate. Should one fail? The tabby cat's form shifted once more. Professor McGonagall reappeared, albeit with cat ears, fur, whiskers, and a tail. Do you see? Upon failure, certain parts of your body may undergo irreversible changes, and you could very well be destined to live the rest of your life as an animal. Professor McGonagall's feline traits gradually faded, and a profound sorrow filled her eyes as she spoke of a lifetime devoted to animals. Leander perceptively detected this and quickly clarified that his intention was not to pursue becoming an animagus prematurely, but rather to understand it due to certain matters at hand. This revelation caused Professor McGonagall to freeze momentarily. It was not the student who was overly ambitious, but rather her own overreaction. It was only when Leander mustered the courage to wave his hand before her that she began to explain. An animagus is not merely a magical title. It refers to a specific class of individuals, wizards capable of transforming into a particular animal while retaining their magical abilities. This transformation can only be developed through rigorous practice, leading many to mistakenly perceive it as a form of magic. In truth, becoming an animagus involves a profound alteration of one's physical form, which accounts for the low success rate and the severe consequences of failure. With a sigh, Professor McGonagall noted that Leander appeared to grasp this concept and continued to elaborate. Notably, one cannot transform into any animal at will. The choice of animal is intrinsically linked to the wizard's personality and weight. Typically, each individual can only become one specific animal. Furthermore, animagus transformations are usually confined to non-magical creatures, with potential unforeseen repercussions. Leander nodded in acknowledgement, finding that his understanding aligned closely with what he had just learned. As he hesitated, Professor McGonagall also paused before speaking again. In fact, the success rate for becoming an animagus can be artificially enhanced, though regrettably, I lack such resources here. She shook her head with a hint of regret, stating that while her expertise in transfiguration, particularly regarding animagi, is considerable, innate talent alone is insufficient for success. Leander understood that Professor McGonagall was referring to time, the invaluable element that provides depth and allows for the costs of trial and error to be mitigated. The longer the period of practice, the more pronounced the advantages become. The methods to increase the success rate of becoming an animagus must be confirmed through generations of experimentation, a feat only achievable by pure-blood aristocrats with long ancestral lineages in the magical world. Professor McGonagall placed a hand on Leander's shoulder, stating, "Your talent in transfiguration is exceptional. Yet your understanding of magic remains superficial. Frankly, you are still quite young. However, in a certain sense, this is also your advantage. There is no need for haste, as you have ample time to learn and grow." Leander felt as though struck by lightning, not because he had truly grasped the essence of learning magic, but because he had come to realize his own arrogance. Upon acquiring the Marauder's map and discovering the identity of Peter Pettigrew, his first instinct was to devise a plan. Yet, even with his familiarity with the plot in his past lives, what could he truly achieve? How many people truly understand the intricacies of the magical world? Matters of vindication require intricate networking and investigation, transcending time and place. Moreover, Leander was acutely aware that no matter how many lives he had lived, he could never outsmart Dumbledore. In this context, crafting a plan without seeking assistance was nothing short of the arrogance of a time traveler at play. Such arrogance can lead to dire consequences. Even if one possesses a so-called protagonist halo, those around them may suffer as a result. "I understand, Professor McGonagall. Thank you." Leander took a step back and, with a sudden bow, startled Professor McGonagall. It's quite all right. Just continue to work hard and study diligently. Yes, Professor McGonagall. I must take my leave now. Until next time, goodbye. After exchanging pleasantries, Leander turned and dashed away, as if he had left the gas on at home, leaving Professor McGonagall in a state of bewilderment. What has gotten into this child, rushing about like that? Moreover, what is his urgent desire to understand Animagus? Leander, however, did not stray far. He turned towards the principal's office. At the entrance stood an unsightly gargoyle, which began to hiss softly upon seeing Leander approach. Password? Oh no, I forgot that I needed a password to enter the principal's office. I should have asked Professor McGonagall. Yet, having arrived at this point, Leander resolved to press on with determination. Do you possess a communication function? Could you inform the principal that Leander Foskett has something of great importance to discuss with him? Let us see if he is willing to meet with me. The gargoyle remained utterly still, resembling a poorly carved statue from the Muggle world. Did you hear what I said? Leander exclaimed in a fit of impotent rage, stamping his feet in frustration. After a few moments, he had a sudden thought and leaned closer to the gargoyle. Fizzing whizbees. The gargoyle continued to show no response. Indeed, Leander was determined to guess the password for the principal's office. Hopefully, it would be like in the original tale, limited to a select few treats. Cockroach clusters. Leander spoke the words with hope, as Dumbledore seemed quite fond of their explosive texture. I must take him to try northeast roasted silkworms one day. Yet, this phrase was equally ineffective, and the gargoyle remained unmoved. Butterbeer? Lemon drops? Chocolate frogs? Leander racked his brain, mentioning 7 or 8 snack names to no avail. Finally, exasperated, he declared, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Oh, Mr. Foskett, it cannot be every flavor beans. I do not fancy them. Chapter 27, Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore? Leander abruptly lifted his head, and the gargoyle parted to reveal a pathway, at the end of which stood a white-haired elder. If you're referring to the person depicted on the chocolate frog card, that would be me. Come in, child. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, jested with Leander before turning and gesturing for him to follow. Like Harry, Leander's first sight was of the Sorting Hat. The principal's office featured a massive table, its legs resembling claws. Behind the table, on a shelf, sat a tattered and wrinkled wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat itself. Oh, Leander Foskett, what do you think of Hufflepuff? I think it is splendid. Sorting Hat. Upon seeing Leander enter, the Sorting Hat, delighted by the fresh face, sprang to life, transforming from a mere old hat into a lively, animated one. The area above the mouth aligned with the base of the Sorting Hat, which could also be perceived as a bow from the hat. The Sorting Hat should not rejoice too soon. This child has long desired to give you a thorough cleansing. It was only then that the Sorting Hat realized that Leander had quietly drawn his wand. Oh, what are you doing? The hat's originally comical voice turned sharp with this newfound awareness, its corners of the mouth widening. Leander could only sullenly conceal his wand behind him, feigning innocence as he replied that it was nothing. To be honest, the headmaster's office, even without considering the Sorting Hat, was a rather fascinating place. In a spacious, beautifully circular room, an array of whimsical sounds filled the air. On a long-legged table, an assortment of peculiar silverware spun about, releasing wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, all gently snoring within their respective frames. Leander was quite eager to examine them in detail, but pressing matters took precedence. Leander, sit, commended Dumbledore. Complying with Dumbledore's words, Leander took a seat in the chair opposite the headmaster. A teacup appeared on the table at the opportune moment. Would you care for something to drink? Just some black tea will suffice. Much like the meeting between Doctor Strange and Thor in Thor Ragnarok, the cup filled with steaming, aromatic black tea. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses as if recalling something and remarked, Perhaps I have overlooked something in my hospitality. With a snap of his fingers, a transparent glass appeared on the table, containing 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream. Leander chuckled softly in resignation. Thank you, headmaster, but I believe it is not the right time for ice cream. Oh, I must have been remiss in my considerations. Now, Leander, what brings you here? Dumbledore's silver-rimmed glasses reflected a hint of confusion. This year, he had not anticipated Leander seeking him out. Taking a deep breath, Leander rose from his chair and unfurled the Marauder's map on the table. Headmaster, there is an illegal animagus near on. A spray of tea erupted, not from Dumbledore, but from a former headmaster in the portrait. Everard, calm yourself. Dumbledore soothed the portrait, beginning to scrutinize it closely. Ron Peter Pettigrew? For the first time, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the normally composed elder. He did not question Leander's credibility regarding the map. Evidently, he was well aware of the Marauder's remarkable creation. However, Dumbledore seemed somewhat oblivious to the fact that all Marauders were illegal animagi, Otherwise, he would not have hastily concluded the trial of Sirius Black. Upon hearing the name Pettigrew, the portraits in the headmaster's office stirred awake, the remainder roused by the commotion. The first to speak was Phineas Nigellus Black, the least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Yet, his lineage as an ancestor of the Black family, and Sirius's forebear, was the reason for his interjection. Pettigrew, the one who sent Sirius to Azkaban, had he not already made a noble sacrifice? For reasons unknown, Phineas pronounced the words noble sacrifice with a dramatic cadence. The other headmasters chimed in, their voices a chorus, from which Leander pieced together the prevailing public perception of Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. In summary, Sirius is depicted as a treacherous scoundrel who betrayed the Potters for power and safety, leading to devastation as he obliterated an entire street of Muggles during his escape, resulting in countless casualties. Meanwhile, Peter Pettigrew bravely attempted to thwart him, losing all but a single finger in the explosion. Leander inhaled deeply, Professor Dumbledore. The reality is likely not as it appears. I harbor a tentative hypothesis, yet I prefer not to speculate. Upon uttering these words, Dumbledore's countenance grew exceedingly grave, akin to a prophet or angel witnessing the desecration of the divine. He produced his uniquely crafted wand and summoned his Patronus. A silvery phoenix erupted forth, locking eyes with Leander. Informed Severus to await me in the headmaster's office. He then turned his gaze back to Leander. Will the Patronus manifest? Leander shook his head. It was still too early for a first-year student to wield such magic. In an astonishing display of speed, Dumbledore vanished from sight. If Professor Flitwick's animagus transformation could still be recognized as a form of magic, then Dumbledore's prowess resembled the superhuman ability of teleportation. The depth of his magic and mastery of spells were beyond comprehension. Just as Leander began to sense a flicker of talent within himself, he felt as insignificant as a mayfly gazing up at the heavens for the first time. Only now did he notice a slumbering crimson bird behind the door. To be fair, it was not as aesthetically pleasing as Dumbledore's Patronus. Severus Snape approached briskly, his billowing cloak rendering him akin to a great bat in flight. Leander's concern mounted. With such commotion, would they not disturb the contents of the headmaster's office? Snape seemed indifferent, striding straight to the desk in the office, his attention fixed on the Marauder's map. Chapter 28, Peter Pettigrew. Leander scarcely sensed a gust of wind before Snape stood before him. His expression fluctuated as he scrutinized the map, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Such a familiar object. Mr. Forsco, what brings you here? Snape inquired, still fixated on the map, but momentarily pulling himself from its grasp. I have brought the Marauder's map and wish to report a discovery to Professor Dumbledore. Discovery? A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered across Snape's face, only to vanish almost instantaneously, perceptible only to those who understood the unfolding narrative. What discovery? The name of the man who should have long since perished. Who? His voice trembled slightly. Peter Pettigrew. Leander knew the name the man before him sought to hear. But alas, it was not that name. Perhaps only another grand adventure would reunite him with her. Peter Pettigrew? Upon hearing that name, Snape's brows knitted together, and after pondering it repeatedly in his mind, his gaze became considerably clearer. So that's it, Professor? Professor. Leander could not help but call out to the contemplative Snape, whose countenance now bore a terrifying darkness. After a few minutes, Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, Severus, what are you staring at the door for? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. While Snape's expression darkened even further, he fixed his gaze upon the mangled basketball in Dumbledore's hand, his fury nearly boiling over. Reveal yourself, Snape uttered with little more than a roar, drawing his wand in anger. Leander could distinctly see the tip of the wand radiating a sharp light. Was that the killing curse? To be honest, it was the first time Leander had witnessed Snape lose his composure, despite having seen him only a handful of times. He was even somewhat hysterical. Calm down, Severus, calm down. Although he urged this verbally, Dumbledore too fixed a commanding gaze upon the mouse in his hand before placing it on the ground. As the strongest wizard and a formidable contender, Dumbledore was confident that not even a mouse, let alone a mosquito or microbe, could escape his grasp. The mouse writhed frantically on the floor, and then, akin to the growth of a tree, its head and limbs began to sprout. Compared to Professor McGonagall's magic, Peter's transformation was utterly disconcerting. Soon, a man sat on the floor of the headmaster's office, cowering and wringing his hands. He was an exceedingly diminutive man, on par with 11-year-old Leander. His hair was sparse and lackluster, disheveled, with a significant bald patch atop his head. He appeared wrinkled, like a portly individual who had rapidly lost a great deal of weight. His skin was filthy, and his pointed nose and watery green eyes bore a hint of rodent-like features. Hey, Severus, long time no see. Oh, how are you, headmaster? As he leered at Leander, intending to say something, Snape greeted him with a tight-lipped smile. Indeed, it has been a while, Hero Peter. Regardless of the reactions of others, Snape directly produced a transparent little glass vial and forcefully kicked the diminutive figure to the ground. You speak the truth yourself, or shall I resort to force? Snape restrained himself, shaking the glass vial before Peter's face. Leander seriously suspected that had it not been for the mess, Snape would have seized the little traitor by his collar. No, Severus, you cannot misuse the Veritaserum. Peter Pettigrew attempted to crawl away from under Snape's foot, seeking someone to aid him, but when he glanced up, he was met with Dumbledore's inscrutable expression. Headmaster, you wouldn't treat your student this way, would you? What Peter failed to notice was that behind him, Snape had already raised his wand, prepared to unleash the killing curse. Clearly, Snape had come to a realization and intended to silence him to prevent any chance of a reversal. Severus. Dumbledore looked up at Snape. Please allow my student to have a drink. Perhaps the diminutive Peter Pettigrew was reminded of numerous once vibrant faces by the students he had just mentioned. He uncorked the precious Veritaserum and poured its contents into his mouth, the bottle directed towards him. Leander observed intently as Peter's gaze grew wistful, pale, and even drool began to escape from the corners of his mouth, rendering him more disheveled, much like a drunken fool who had lost his wits. Yet, he was still able to articulate his thoughts clearly when confronted by Snape's inquiries. Who are you? I'm Peter Pettigrew. Sirius, what can I do? That dark wizard. You cannot fathom the terror I felt at that moment, Sirius. I was never as brave as you, Lupin, or James. I never intended for things to unfold this way. That nameless one coerced me. He meddled in every aspect of my life. To defy him, what good would it do? You do not understand. He would kill me, Sirius. Peter rolled on the ground, lamenting, utterly oblivious to the fire that was igniting in Snape's eyes. Are you saying you are the damned secret keeper? Snape yanked Peter up from the floor, almost squeezing the question through clenched teeth. Yes, I am. Initially, the intended choice was Sirius, but he. Peter burst into tears, feeling that everyone believed he would be the secret keeper. It was too perilous. He trusted me. Fool, that foolish fool. Snape forcefully shoved Peter down again, drawing his wand once more, with a piercing intent. This time, the tip of his wand glowed a menacing green, shimmering like lightning. Severus. It was only when Dumbledore's stern reprimand echoed through the room that Snape realized the gravity of his actions. But how could he restrain himself? If it were not for this wretch, Lily might still be alive. Chapter 29, The Truth. Ultimately, Snape, with a face ashen as stone, ceased the unforgivable curse, yet remained coiled with latent fury. Notably, his cessation of the spell was not due to Dumbledore's admonition. The headmaster's counsel fell on deaf ears. However, as the green lightning threatened to erupt, Snape caught sight of Leander's gaze upon him, which instilled a flicker of hesitation within his eyes. I'm a teacher. I grant you one final opportunity. What is the truth? His tone was akin to inquiring a passerby about their meal or the weather. The truth. Peter's hands rubbed against each other incessantly as he buried his sweat-drenched, pudgy face deep into the carpet of the headmaster's office. The truth is, I betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord. I nearly killed James and Lily. Leander could not bear to face that look in Peter's eyes, only aware that Snape's body stiffened momentarily. Elaborate. Dumbledore continued to press. I said I could deliver the Potters to him. He was pleased, not only sparing me, but also imparting much knowledge upon me. Dumbledore, this is partly your fault. You are so powerful. Why did you not empower your students further? Why could you not ensure their safety? At first, Peter's words were laden with profound remorse and fear of Voldemort. Yet gradually, he began to harbor resentment towards Dumbledore for his perceived inaction. Irrevocably, Leander shook his head in silence. Such despicable egotists, as he would invariably shift the weight of responsibility onto others in a bid to alleviate their own guilt. This was not merely a means of reducing their internal strife, but rather an evasion of accountability, a perpetual state of self-delusion for a wretched creature. It was evident that Dumbledore was equally exasperated, his fingers caressing the elder wand, its lens shimmering with a silvery luminescence, elusive in its mystery. Ultimately, he gently flicked the wand, and the pitiful creature sprawled on the ground was rendered immobile. It was akin to a temporal suspension inflicted upon a single individual. Leander's instincts informed him that the dwarf's breath, the flow of blood, and the workings of thought were all brought to a standstill under this incantation. Dumbledore's magical prowess was indeed formidable. Were he granted the longevity of Gandalf, there would be no need for Voldemort. This world would not be the end for him. Alas, humanity is bound by limitations and finality. Jojo, I refuse to engage. Leander abruptly curtailed his wandering thoughts. This world lacked vampires. Oh wait, perhaps it did? Yet, Leander still preferred to remain human, especially as he sensed a reaction from the colossal ice cream in his mind, uncertain of what peculiar magic this might entail. Hey, Leander? Leander abruptly lifted his gaze to find Dumbledore calling him. The old man now bore a different expression, a warm smile radiating a kindness that even his glasses could not conceal. He re-rolled the Marauder's map from the table and handed it to Leander, which elicited a frown from Snape. You should not allow students to handle such dangerous artifacts. I trust Leander to use this map wisely. His noble actions have proven this. Dumbledore replied, yet Snape remained unconvinced. I know he's reliable, but what if this map involves dark magic? Oh, Severus? Dumbledore regarded Snape with a hint of amusement. I cannot believe you cannot discern who created this map. You are more aware than anyone of whether they would resort to dark magic. Upon hearing this, Snape let out a cold snort and fell silent, gazing out the window with an aloof demeanor. Leander offered a wry smile. In this magical realm where heat was difficult to manifest, early fame bore more burdens than benefits. I am now more curious about how you plan to address the crimes committed by Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore's countenance grew serious at Leander's inquiry. He will undoubtedly face execution. He furrowed his brow. It is highly probable that he will be dealt with by the Dementors. Furthermore, I will reach out to Fudge to advocate for Sirius's exoneration. Leander, Harry should be immensely grateful to you. You will provide him with a true family. Upon finishing his words, Dumbledore began to compose a letter in Leander's presence, addressed to Fudge. The handwriting on the parchment was exquisite, and Leander discerned the names of Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and Barty Crouch, among others. Fudge likely harbored ambitions and had begun to entertain conspiracy theories regarding Dumbledore, thus diminishing his trust. Hence, the old wizard now needed to meticulously elaborate on the circumstances and the benefits for Fudge. After composing the letter, Leander discreetly took the snacks provided by the headmaster and exited the office. Unlike Harry, Leander was not meant to witness the sordid political machinations that Dumbledore sought to shield first-year students from, even though he was an exceptionally unique child laden with secrets. On this frigid night in the northern seas, two hurried Aurors, clutching a pardon, entered the dimly lit cell. Damn it, I would rather face off against 3 dark wizards than remain here, remarked a robust Auror with dark skin. Indeed, echoed another, slender and with ambiguous features. Staying here feels like a sentence to eternal despair. Enough complaining. Let us finish our task and leave, the lead Auror admonished, leading the way deeper into the prison. The sound of their boots echoed until they halted outside a solitary cell. Sirius Black? What? Planning to change my sentence to death? Came the reply from a disheveled man whose gaunt face, haggard appearance, and unkempt long hair told tales of suffering. His tattered prison garb suggested he had endured violence. No more questions. Come with us, the lead Auror gestured as staff opened the cell door. The sturdy Auror approached, cuffed Sirius, and helped him to his feet. Approximately 6 days later, during Leander's second week at Hogwarts, news erupted throughout the magical community. A reversal of roles between villain and hero? Could the Ministry of Magic's legal department still be trusted? The report bore the byline of Rita Skeeter. Chapter 30, Delayed Justice. The true hero had spent a decade in Azkaban, while the treacherous rat basked in glory. All this transpired due to the Ministry's zealous efficiency, which had not bothered to investigate thoroughly. Rita Skeeter, now ensconced in her exclusive office as the chief writer for the Daily Prophet, found herself engulfed in ennui. Although this story catapulted the newspaper's sales to a 50-year high, solidifying her status, she still felt uninspired. It's utterly dull. Even a novice writer could craft a better piece. I would prefer to unearth some real scoop, Rita mused, transforming lightly into a ladybug. At Hogwarts, the breakfast table was destined for turmoil. As the first person discovered the explosive headline in the Daily Prophet, screams, incredulous gasps, and sharp intakes of breath spread like wildfire. Leander's companions were equally bewildered, questioning one another about the unfolding events, each left astounded by the revelations. Among them, Harry remained the most composed, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph of Sirius in the paper. As someone directly affected by this incident, Harry was privy to the truth far earlier than most. The exoneration of Sirius had been completed 2 days prior, and Harry had learned of it just yesterday. Moreover, Sirius was set to arrive at Hogwarts for a meeting that very afternoon. There are 2 purposes for this encounter. One is to express gratitude for Leander's assistance, and the other, of greater significance, is to meet his protégé. Leander, Harry called out as he settled beside him, his utensils in hand, repeating the name twice. In truth, the entire hall of young wizards was observing Leander and Harry, either intentionally or inadvertently. The former had been mentioned in the newspapers, with Rita Skeeter labeling him as the novice healer who would unravel the ministry's festering sore. The description haunted Leander, making sleep elusive. Would Barty Crouch, or perhaps his son, attempt to assassinate him while he slept? As for Harry, his identity as the boy who lived, while not universally known, was certainly familiar to many wizarding families. Years ago, in an effort to uplift spirits, the tale of Peter Pettigrew had been widely publicized. It was only upon hearing Harry's call that Leander emerged from his tangled thoughts. Since that day, he had been eagerly anticipating the resolution of recent events. To be candid, Dumbledore's efficiency in handling matters was commendable, yielding positive results. However, just last night, a note had summoned Leander to the headmaster's office. Amidst the steamy aroma of English breakfast tea, Dumbledore posed a serious question. Leander, are you aware of Harry's current family situation? Leander nodded, aware that his aunt and uncle treated him poorly. I would say abysmal is a more fitting description. For the past few years, Harry's existence can scarcely be termed living. At this, Dumbledore sighed. Now that his godfather has been vindicated, he could provide Harry with a better life. But Leander interjected, he cannot leave his aunt and uncle's home, correct? Dumbledore appeared surprised, but ultimately confirmed the assertion. How do you know this? Were there no extenuating circumstances, I believe there are at least 200 families in the wizarding world willing to adopt Harry, treating him better than their own children. Headmaster, you must realize that if Harry's aunt and uncle's actions were to be revealed, what fate would await them? Perhaps being transformed into swine would be the most suitable outcome for children to witness? Dumbledore could only offer a wry smile and jest. A powerful ancient magic, cast by his mother, binds him to his family. Must it be by blood? Can his loving godfather not be considered family? Leander stood, leaning on the table, his countenance grave as he met Dumbledore's gaze. I understand your confusion, my child, but as I mentioned, this is an ancient curse. The magical systems of that era were not sufficiently precise. To avoid numerous errors, the conditions of the spell had to be exact, and love and emotion as criteria are far too nebulous. But what of the Patronus charm? Thus, the Patronus takes on different forms in different hands. Hearing this, Leander slumped into his chair, feeling despondent. It appeared that this situation was immutable. Harry must reside with his aunt and uncle until he turns 18. One could only hope that Sirius's presence would render his life a tad more bearable. Principal, how do you intend to communicate with Harry? Will you reveal the truth? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. I need to deliberate further. Before addressing Harry, I must first reassure Sirius. Rising from his chair, Dumbledore placed a hand on Leander's shoulder. Leander, I hope you can prepare Harry in advance. Firstly, to ensure that their meeting is not overly awkward, and secondly, to help him accept that he must continue living with the Dursleys. I'll do my best, Leander replied. This conversation left Leander plagued by dreams filled with the Dursleys' raucous laughter and the stench of a mouse, leaving him utterly unrest. What's wrong, Harry? Leander asked. Do you know what kind of person Sirius is? The newspapers and Hagrid have both told me he is my godfather. At the mention of the last word, the 11-year-old orphan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He is quite dashing. What? Indeed, he is rather handsome. And why do you ask me about Sirius instead of Hagrid? Harry hesitated. After I told Hagrid the truth, he drank all night and hasn't he woken up yet. At that moment, the air around Hagrid's hut was thick with the scent of alcohol, potent enough to incapacitate any ordinary creature that ventured too close. After speaking, Harry awkwardly grimaced, feeling as though he had betrayed Hagrid. Well, Sirius was born into a traditional pure-blood family, but he never fit in and was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. Oh, and he lived at your grandfather's house during his school years. My grandfather? Harry exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Does that mean I could too? Upon hearing this question, Leander wished he could slap himself. The already challenging task had become even more daunting. I'm not entirely sure about that, but rest assured, Harry. Chapter 31. Sirius Black. He must surely care for you, Leander stated with conviction, as if administering a dose of courage to the subject at hand. Really? Harry quietly exhaled in relief. As an orphan without parents, he yearned deeply for family, a family that loved him, unlike the Dursleys who regarded him as a burden. Of course. Did you know, Harry? What? You resemble your father greatly, but your eyes are like your mother's. Harry's gaze became fixed. How do you know that? Though he had heard this before, it felt peculiar coming from someone his own age. It's a secret, Leander said with a mischievous smile, then added, don't worry too much. Harry, I will accompany you tonight. Harry nodded vigorously, then stuffed a large piece of bread into his mouth. He had been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days, yet he was ravenous. By the way, Harry, I suggest you take a shower at noon. First impressions hold great significance. Huh? Oh, all right, Harry exclaimed, nearly choking on his bread. After swallowing, he grew anxious again, pressing down on his hair that stubbornly stuck up. Harry, do not fret excessively about your hair. It appears to be a minor trait of the Potter lineage. In fact, Sirius would likely derive great joy from this observation. Perhaps it would even evoke memories of your grandfather. Meanwhile, at 12, Grimmauld Place in London, within a bedroom on the 5th floor, a magical photograph is locked in a gaze with an intruder. The man captured in the image is youthful and handsome, with long, dark hair that, despite his attempts to appear rebellious, still exudes an air of elegance. My dear fellow, how did you allow yourself to descend into such a state? The man in the photograph clutches his face in despair, pondering how he has fallen so low. Indeed, this bedroom belongs to Sirius, and what is being confronted is the juxtaposition of the past and the present of its occupant. The current Sirius dons the robes of a wizard from yore, but the years spent in Azkaban have rendered him emaciated, his frame resembling a scarecrow draped in ill-fitting attire. His eyes are deeply sunken, harboring an indelible sorrow and fatigue, while his cheeks bear the pallor of malnutrition. Hearing the photograph's inquiry, Sirius, with a shadow of gloom, sits on the edge of the bed and raspingly responds. If you had indirectly caused the deaths of James and Lily, you would feel the same. The younger Sirius, previously lounging languidly in a chair, tumbles to the ground upon hearing these words. He rises in anger, seemingly eager to leap out of the photograph to confront himself, yet ultimately collapses impotently onto the floor. Such sentiments are indeed reasonable. You have endured great hardship, have you not? Indeed, the Sirius by the bed affirms with a confirming grunt. However, there's a child who suffers even more. The room falls into a brief silence following this statement, until the Sirius by the bed gently lifts his head, abruptly breaking the stillness. Do you think there are remnants of my old hair here, perhaps in potion? I do not wish to meet Potter in such a manner. Approximately 7 hours later, in the Transfiguration classroom. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Those who have not completed their transformations are required to submit a 10-inch essay on the principles of transfiguration. A chorus of lamentations fills the classroom. Transfiguration is indeed exceedingly difficult, and many express their inability to master it. 12 inches. Are there any questions? Farewell, Professor McGonagall. Take care. Professor McGonagall, gathering her books, glanced at the well-behaved faces below and swiftly exited the classroom. Leander, feeling relaxed, stretched lazily. The day's lessons were over, and it was time to attend to more significant matters. I wonder if Sirius has arrived? Just as Professor McGonagall hurriedly left the classroom, she dashed up to her office, preparing to open the door when she heard someone calling her from behind. Hey, Professor McGonagall? The voice was strangely familiar, yet somewhat foreign. Turning in confusion, she beheld a tall, slender man. Oh, Sirius. Professor McGonagall exchanged a gentle embrace with her former student. You have lost too much weight, Sirius. Indeed. As you are aware, the nourishment provided in Azkaban is rather unbalanced. As he spoke, Sirius awkwardly adjusted his tie. He had heard that Harry grew up in the Muggle world and would likely appreciate the gesture. Furthermore, a suit could enhance one's physique. Ultimately, he relinquished the polyjuice potion, not due to an inability to distinguish between hairs. After all, how could he face his child if he were transformed into a cat? Rather, it was because Sirius desired to confront reality, and surely James's son would not judge based on appearances. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Sirius's light-hearted jest, discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. A decade in Azkaban. Professor, I need to locate the headmaster, but I lack the password. Oh, certainly. I shall escort you. If it were the days of the Great Marauder, he would likely be searching for the hidden passage to the headmaster's office now. Perhaps even guessing the password, Professor. Oh, ha ha ha. Have you ever guessed it correctly? Of course. Meanwhile, in the boys' lavatory downstairs, Harry donned a clean and tidy school uniform. Nervously, he inquired of Leander and Ron, "How do I look?" "Absolutely splendid," Ron exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, brimming with excitement. "No problem at all," Leander yawned, appearing rather fatigued. "What a pity, I won't be able to meet Sirius today. He is just too cool," Ron lamented, looking at Harry with regret. "Harry, remember to tell him that Molly, my mother, invited him to stay at the Burrow." "I shall certainly convey that," Harry assured, adjusting his robes solemnly. "Let us proceed, Harry." Leander turned and waved. It was not suitable to be late for a first meeting. Coming. At that moment, 3 individuals occupied the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall had just escorted someone out and left, as the deputy headmaster had much work to attend to. The trio comprised Dumbledore, Seated in the main chair, Sirius, positioned opposite him, and Snape, who had just entered. He forcefully slammed a vial of green potion onto the table. Drink this. It will prevent you from becoming a useless wretch for the next decade. You slimy toad, what did you say? Sirius's previously steady demeanor erupted at Snape's remark. Chapter 32. The Final Encounter. Sirius's expression darkened, and his wand slipped from the taut sleeve of his suit, aimed directly at Snape. You greasy git. Did you come specifically to meet my new wand? Oh, why not use your original wand? Is it that you dislike it? Surely. It cannot be that the Ministry of Magic broke it? Snape retorted, not yielding, yet he did not draw his own wand in response. A pallor deepened on Sirius's already unhealthy visage, but after glancing at Dumbledore, he reconsidered and obediently stowed his wand away. Sirius emphasized the term dark wizard as he spoke. Snape scoffed at this, initially opening his mouth to retort. Enough, Snape, you may take your leave now. I believe Harry would not wish for his first meeting with his godfather to devolve into a brawl between him and his potions professor. With a flourish of his robes, Snape turned and departed, leaving behind a remark, Headmaster, this fellow's battered visage is certainly more agreeable than his current appearance. As Dumbledore watched Snape's retreat, he adjusted his glasses with a resigned sigh. Drink up, Sirius, you truly require this. In truth, he wished for assistance from Professor Slughorn or perhaps St. Mungo's. While voicing his grievances, Sirius swiftly seized the potion and gulped it down without hesitation. How to describe its flavor? It resembled a damp mat left out to soak for a week during the sweltering summer, mingled with crushed hautuinia, left to ferment in the heat for 2 days, and seasoned with a touch of salt. Upon tasting it, it felt as if a live wire had been severed, contorting Sirius's face in sheer revulsion. That thick crap. Headmaster, this bloke has definitely added something to the potion. Oh, Sirius. Snape is typically meticulous in potion making. He might indulge in minor embellishments, but he certainly enjoys sacrificing taste for potency. Yet, Dumbledore felt a sense of joy witnessing the transformation occurring before him. Although this potion could not entirely remedy the deficiencies wrought by a decade in prison, it could at least restore a semblance of vitality to a frail soul. Sirius felt a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through him, alleviating many of the ailments that had plagued him. Dumbledore, with a smile, observed as Sirius's once dry hair regained its luster and elasticity, and his weary gaze sparkled with renewed vigor. Headmaster, I believe it is time to meet Harry, isn't it? Sirius raised his chin and swept his hair back. Truth be told, he needed a mirror. Suddenly, a mirror appeared before him, accompanied by Dumbledore's voice. While looking in a mirror is an activity one can indulge in frequently, I believe embracing your godson is of greater significance at this moment. Sirius abruptly sat up and turned, discovering 2 boys, one tall and one short, standing behind him. He immediately recognized his godson. Hey, Harry. Sirius approached gently, bending down to remove Harry's glasses. You know, you bear a striking resemblance to your father, though your eyes are identical to your mother's. He replaced Harry's glasses, unable to suppress a sniffle. Harry's eyes were already red, on the brink of tears. Are you really my godfather? The question left Sirius momentarily flustered as he hurriedly adjusted his tie. Yes, indeed, I am Sirius Black. I shared a close bond with your parents. So close that we were practically inseparable. Of course, it was your father I was inseparable with. My financial situation is quite stable, despite my decade-long imprisonment. I have ample savings, so you need not worry about money. Sirius's speech trailed off as Harry stepped forward and embraced him tightly. I miss them so much, even though I can barely remember. Having real family has been my wish every birthday for these past years. As he spoke, Harry's voice trembled and became intermittent. Leaning against the wall, Leander was visibly moved, even contemplating treating himself to an ice cream. In the original text, Harry and Sirius Black meet in their 3rd year, under circumstances clouded by misunderstanding, making it rare to witness the depth of their father-son bond. However, the situation has changed. Sirius arrives amidst the momentum of vindication. Harry is no longer the boy who has survived 2 years at Hogwarts and thwarted Voldemort's schemes twice. At this moment, he is merely a child without a family. Nothing more. Dumbledore, removing his glasses, gently wiped his eyes with a velvet handkerchief. After a brief embrace, Sirius released Harry and smiled at his godson before turning his attention to Leander. You must be Leander, correct? He rose to extend his hand. Indeed, that is I. Leander replied. Sirius nodded in acknowledgement, gravely stating, I owe you a debt of gratitude that is far too heavy. Without you, I might have perished in Azkaban. Leander could discern the sincerity in Sirius's words and smiled in response. Simultaneously, Sirius leaned closer to Leander's ear to add, The Marauder's map is delighted to be in the hands of someone like you. I, the sharp-nosed fork, and the moon-faced one are all quite pleased. Oh, you are already aware, Leander remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Dumbledore, witnessing this exchange, cleared his throat. Ahem, Harry, take your godfather on a tour of Hogwarts. If he is willing, you may also visit Hogsmeade. Your godfather is quite adept at such outings. Oh, headmaster, please do not reveal my past misadventures in front of the child. Despite the feigned complaint, there was no trace of shame on Sirius's face. Rather, he wore a proud smile. I must ensure Harry learns properly. The child of James cannot merely reside within the walls of Hogwarts. His adventure should span the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade. With this thought, Sirius departed the headmaster's office with Harry, leaving Leander behind. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards him and began to speak. Chapter 33. How to Proceed. Leander, the reason I summoned you today has two purposes. Dumbledore raised his right index finger. The first, of course, is to allow Sirius to acknowledge you, his benefactor. Hearing this, Leander nodded, struggling to suppress a laugh as Dumbledore playfully winked at him. Child, you must understand. The wealth and heritage of an ancient family like the Blacks are daunting even to me. The token of gratitude Sirius offers you will undoubtedly be a grand surprise. Leander coughed lightly, attempting to stifle his smile. Headmaster, you know I have no interest in wealth. However, since it embodies Mr. Black's appreciation, I shall accept it willingly. Observing this, Dumbledore mimicked Leander's actions, clearing his throat before continuing. The second matter concerns the handling of Peter Pettigrew. At the mention of this name, both individuals in the headmaster's office grew solemn, but amidst the silence, the sound of shattering glass suddenly erupted. Is this issue up for discussion? Give him a Dementor's kiss. The voice emanated from a painting on the wall of the headmaster's office. Phineas, it is indeed a pleasure that you have reached an accord with the Ministry of Magic, yet your descendants harbor dissent. Phineas, who was meticulously wiping the wounds on his hand inflicted by shards of a wine glass, found himself momentarily stunned. Sirius? Has Azkaban transformed him into a resentful wretch? The Black family does not breed such cowards. Too hasty, Phineas. The reality is precisely the opposite of your assumptions. Sirius wishes to relinquish all compensations from the Ministry. At the mention of compensation, Phineas audibly scoffed, harboring his disdain. What gratitude is owed for such trifling reparations, in exchange for the opportunity to personally eliminate Peter Pettigrew? Phineas was taken aback by this revelation, while Leander's expression confirmed the truth. This, indeed, is so very serious, devoid of our noble upbringing. Yet, despite his words, Phineas's chin rose with an honest pride. Now that is a true Black. Leander. Dumbledore, no longer attending to Phineas, turned his gaze to Leander. To be candid, I am in favor of refraining from using Dementors for execution. But are you concerned that Sirius may descend into darkness for having taken Pettigrew's life? Leander articulated his thoughts as Dumbledore hesitated. Essentially, yes, Sirius's sense of justice and bravery surpasses that of most, yet after 10 years in a place like Azkaban, it is inevitable that he bears some inner turmoil. Dumbledore sighed with resignation, admitting that he too was uncertain how many others had suffered unjustly in this regard. To vindicate Sirius is already a stroke of fortunate luck. Leander pondered for a moment, and then asked the headmaster if he had heard the phrase, better to allow than to obstruct. Observing Dumbledore's contemplative expression, Leander continued to elaborate. In an era predating Merlin in the East, an emperor dispatched Gun to manage the floods. Gun, with utmost dedication, sought from the deities a type of soil that could expand wildly to combat the deluge. Yet he ultimately failed, as the blocked waters only intensified until they broke free. However, his son Yu succeeded by adopting a method of diversion. I comprehend your meaning now. Dumbledore nodded slowly with his eyes closed, while Leander expounded his viewpoint. Dumbledore quietly observed, and the more he looked, the more this child resembled a cherished old friend. Indeed, headmaster, we must impose limitations on the methods of execution. A death curse is simply unacceptable. At this declaration, Dumbledore chuckled. Of course, I shall remind Black of this. Dumbledore did not attempt to retain him, but merely offered Leander a transparent glass vial, containing a single droplet of shimmering water. A small token of gratitude from the generous fox. Upon hearing this, Leander turned, and the brilliant phoenix, previously preening its feathers, blinked kindly upon noticing his gaze. Thank you, Fox. Leander smiled and waved as he departed from the headmaster's office. I need a cone. A crisp ice cream cone abruptly materialized in Leander's hand. Harden, enlarge, levitate. Continuing, Leander tapped his wand thrice, enlarging the ice cream cone to a size sufficient to accommodate a person, and it began to float gracefully in the air. Aha, it worked. With the ice cream cone oriented towards himself, Leander stepped into it. Forward. The cone whisked Leander out of the window. This was a delightful continuation of the grand ice cream bestowed upon him after exposing the diminutive Peter and aiding Sirius in his vindication. Summoning the cone. Admittedly, the name was somewhat misaligned, for Leander not only summoned but also had the capacity to make simple alterations to the cone's state. He had experimented with transforming the cone's material into gold, but that remained beyond his current capabilities. The magic possessed the potential for such a transformation. Yet Leander's personal prowess was still lacking. Regarding this enchantment, Leander harbored two conjectures. The first was that it transcended the laws of magic. We cannot conjure food from nothing, only replicate it. Alternatively, this spell might be a variant of the levitation charm. With each use, a child somewhere in the world would lament, covered in ice cream. Presently, he leaned towards the latter. My sincere apologies to the children. If I can formulate a counterspell, I shall compensate you with a dozen ice creams. The specifics of counterspells could wait. For now, Leander soared on his cone from the rooftop to a window near the Hufflepuff common room. A Gryffindor student, wandering restlessly at midnight, incredulously rubbed his eyes at the sight. I truly cannot endure sleepless nights. I have just witnessed a colossal ice cream cone flying with a passenger. Celebrate. The great ice cream knight, Leander Foscro, has rescued a wayward lamb. Meanwhile, he dutifully arrived at the entrance of the Hogwarts kitchen. Leander reached out to scratch the pear in the oil painting on the wall, stepping sideways into the room. Chapter 34. The Kitchen. Oh, esteemed Mr. Foscro, welcome to our humble abode, Stinky. In the gleaming kitchen of Hogwarts, a small house elf wrapped in floral curtains stood at attention. Hello, Stinky. I recall telling you not to prefix my name. Leander pulled himself from the corridor into the kitchen, extending his hand to the elf. Stinky, somewhat bashful, wiped his right hand on a kitchen towel before cautiously shaking Leander's hand. Where's Seiko? At his exclusive dessert station, sir. Would you like me to escort you? No need, I can follow the scent. Leander waved his hand dismissively, inhaling deeply the aromas wafting through the Hogwarts kitchen. To be honest, despite being situated in England, often dubbed a culinary desert, Hogwarts offered quite splendid fare. Its meals extended far beyond the confines of the thin British menu, incorporating American, Italian, and even French cuisines. If some students had unique culinary preferences, the house elves were eager to learn and prepare special dishes. This was indeed commendable. The needs of students and teachers were treated equally by the house elves, unlike in certain schools where healthy and delicious cafeteria meals were reserved for select individuals. Leander inhaled the rich aroma of meat, stimulated by high temperatures, mingling with an array of spices, vegetables, and robust black tea wafting through the kitchen air. Most notably, there was the enticing scent of ice cream infused with herbal pods. His nose twitched as he approached the source of the delightful fragrance, where stood a wiry little sprite draped in an old bedsheet. It is worth emphasizing his slenderness, for he appeared even more emaciated than his already frail kin. Hey, Seiko, is the ice cream ready today? Seiko, the sprite, hesitated at Leander's words, glancing around nervously. Ultimately, he turned to face Leander, striving to mask his exasperation as he replied. Mr. Leander, I am currently simmering the syrup. It should be ready soon. Oh, sir, what an impressive levitation charm. The syrup fell back into the pot as Seiko hurriedly seized a brass spoon to stir it. I apologize, sir. Habits are indeed difficult to overcome. At the mention of the word habit, the sprite shuddered involuntarily. Leander watched as Seiko tossed fresh strawberries into the pot, mashing them with the spoon, stirring thoroughly, and, once cooled, drizzling the mixture over 3 cups of ice cream. All right, Mr. Leander, the ice cream is now prepared. Seiko beamed at his creation, lifting a cup to present to Leander. No, thank you, Seiko. Leander quickly waved his hand, causing Seiko's smile to falter. But, why, sir? Is there something wrong with what I made? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Leander scratched the back of his head. I have an odd quirk. I only indulge in a few specific flavors of ice cream. Indeed, as the heir to a cold dessert establishment, Leander constituted merely a niche audience for ice cream. Upon hearing this, Seiko solemnly produced a small notebook. You mentioned, I enjoy vanilla and chocolate, and there's a flavor called Oreo. Are you familiar with it? There's another one that you might not be able to make just yet. I can teach you when the opportunity arises. Certainly. And what are your aversions? Seiko inquired, sketching a few simple designs with a tattered quill. Fruits, jams. I always feel that fresh fruits and jams clash with ice cream. At this, Leander couldn't help but frown. Old Forsco had once exhausted every effort over 2 weeks to persuade Leander to accept fruity ice creams, ultimately failing. I do not favor fruit flavor. Seiko, hearing this, couldn't suppress his frown. His long eyebrows met in the center, forming a wave-like line across his dark brow. This is troublesome. Fruit flavors are the easiest way to innovate in ice cream, and a cost-effective method to enhance its appeal. One merely needs to experiment with combinations, try various flavors, and invest a little in promotion to reach the right audience. However, if one only indulges in chocolate and vanilla, how to mitigate the cloying sweetness of the ice cream becomes quite a dilemma. Moreover, after consuming chocolate and vanilla excessively, one's palate becomes discerning. What a challenging guest you are. I shall accept your demands. Despite Seiko's outward appearance being no different from other sprites, merely a timid dessert chef, his spirit was resolute. However, throughout his lengthy existence, this was not always the case. If not for the scars that remain unspoken, it is evident that Seiko's heart has always identified itself as a chef rather than a mere servant. His humility stemmed from fear, yet the ability to craft astonishingly delectable ice cream was the very essence of his survival. Seiko reveled in the freedom to create ice cream at will, with a steady stream of eager little wizards arriving to savor his creations. No one would dare accuse him of wasting ingredients. To Hogwarts, the sole institution of magic in Britain, it was a trivial matter. Nevertheless, Seiko despised wastefulness. Any unconsumed delicacies were promptly devoured by him. This resulted in a considerable quantity, leading to frequent bouts of diarrhea, despite the fact that a house elf stomach is far more resilient than that of an ordinary wizard, rendering him particularly slender. At this moment, Seiko tightened the worn bedsheet draped over him. "Sir, please hold on," he said, casting a glance at Leander before confidently striding into the pantry. Upon his return, he bore additional items. In his left hand, he held a bundle of blackened, twig-like objects, while his right hand cradled 2 slabs of luscious chocolate. "The quality of this vanilla pod is exceptional," Leander remarked, unable to resist pointing at the withered branches in Seiko's left hand. The aroma wafting from a distance was delightful. Its dryness was commendable, surpassing that of typical ice cream parlors. Seiko nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed superior vanilla, each pod meticulously selected by him. Leander observed as the little elf ascended the chef's station once more, beginning to melt the chocolate over a water bath while speaking. "Sir, I shall prepare 2 classic flavors, chocolate and vanilla ice cream." With that, Seiko cracked 2 eggs into a bowl. "Please sample this. I assure you, each time will surpass the last." At that moment, Leander seemed to perceive a radiant glow emanating from Seiko, a brilliance that transcended mere illusion or magical display. It was a reflection of the grand ice cream envisioned in Leander's mind. This resplendence was visible solely to him, a unique gift, the specific effects of which remained elusive for the time being. Chapter 35. Threats. As Hogwarts descended into the depths of night, the castle appeared tranquil from the outside, with only the giant squid in the Black Lake stirring under the dim moonlight, making soft splashes as it hunted. Perhaps the high-dimensional creatures possess a narrow disposition. This colossal being is actually herbivorous, merely enjoying evening strolls or searching for something. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Leander sat on a tall, slender oak chair, holding a platter of American smoked barbecue. This was the second delivery of food from Stang, while they awaited Seiko's ice cream creation. It is worth noting that Stang always murmured complaints with each delivery. "How can we allow the little wizard in the kitchen to go hungry?" Seiko is neither a qualified house elf nor a competent chef. Stang is the true master. The barbecue crafted by Stang was immensely favored by the little wizards, accompanied by a softly uttered remark that it was even more popular than Seiko's ice cream. Leander couldn't help but chuckle, though a tinge of sadness lingered within him. While perusing the original text, he harbored a certain aversion towards Hermione's insistence on liberating the house elves, perceiving it as an impediment to the advancement of the main narrative, thus rendering her less than endearing. However, upon engaging with these unfortunate beings, Leander found himself equally moved by their plight. In truth, the magical prowess of the house elves is not to be underestimated. It is, in fact, quite unique and formidable. Yet, they appear devoid of any consciousness of rebellion, dutifully obeying the whims of wizards, perpetually indoctrinated through generations into a mindset of servitude, ensnaring their entire race in a quagmire reminiscent of Stockholm Syndrome. Ironically, the fairies, also magical beings, though not significantly more powerful, have repeatedly revolted and resisted, thereby attaining a considerable status, even monopolizing the economic lifeblood of the magical world through Gringotts Bank. One cannot help but ponder if the so-called sacred 28 families have rendered themselves intellectually incapacitated through inbreeding. As he contemplated, Leander instinctively extracted a bone from the thick cut of beef with minimal resistance. In the process, a slight spillage of juices occurred, filling the air with an enticing aroma of meat. With decisive action, he sliced a piece and savored it. The smoky, fruity essence harmonized beautifully with the rich, succulent juices. Leander's eyes sparkled with delight. The ability to create such delectable fare signifies that the house elves, indeed, deserve salvation and the gift of freedom. Leander reflected deeply. In the original narrative, Hermione appeared unwavering in her support for the house elves, culminating in their participation in the battle against Voldemort. Yet honestly, what impact could a kitchen elf wield in combat? While she busied herself advocating for their rights, she remained oblivious to whether they even desired such advocacy. It is imperative to recognize that revolution must arise spontaneously from a collective yearning for independence and freedom. However, the house elves remain shackled by unliberated thoughts. They have grown accustomed to servitude, where clothing, wealth, and freedom are, for the vast majority, akin to poison. Were the house elves to unite in a strike, demanding wages and a day off each week from their noble masters, would the aristocrats relent? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. After all, the nobility of the magical realm has yet to reach the level of capitalists. The crux lies in the house elves recognizing themselves as independent entities, not inherently destined for servitude. It is not a mark of honor to decapitate the elderly and display their heads upon walls. Frankly, this is a formidable challenge. Advocating for enlightenment is easier said than done. As he pondered, the image of a house elf surfaced in Leander's mind. Dobby. If only Dobby could acquire more knowledge, he would make an admirable pioneer. With that thought, Leander donned gloves and lifted the meat for a bite. Indeed, consuming roasted meat directly with one's hands is infinitely more gratifying. Immersed in the culinary delight, he remained oblivious to the inconspicuous figure observing him from outside the kitchen. After 7 or 8 minutes, having swallowed the last morsel, Leander contentedly removed his gloves, feeling pleasantly satiated, just enough for a concluding scoop of ice cream. At this moment, Seiko approached, bearing a large silver platter adorned with 3 items. A glass bowl cradled 3 milky white scoops of ice cream without any superfluous embellishments. A glass cup contained coffee-colored ice cream reminiscent of sundae, drizzled with a layer of dark liquid and a sprinkle of cocoa powder. Lastly, a bubbling glass of water. Seiko, lowering his head, perhaps in a gesture of bowing while holding the platter, spoke, "Sir has just consumed meat. Please begin with Seiko's special sparkling water, followed by the vanilla ice cream, and save the chocolate for last." "All right, I shall heed your advice." Leander eagerly seized a glass and took a generous sip. It was quite pleasant, a flavor of unsweetened soda, infused with a hint of lemon zest, yet devoid of any acidity. The surface of the vanilla ice cream was not smooth. Instead, it bore irregular cracks, clearly showing signs of meticulous craftsmanship by the little elf. With a single bite, a creamy essence enveloped his palate without being excessively sweet, as the unique flavor of vanilla gently wafted into his nostrils. Leander had previously harbored concerns that the English penchant for confections would lean towards the American style, where sugar was recklessly added, fearing he might succumb to diabetes. These 3 scoops of ice cream were modest in size, and with each spoonful, the bottom soon became visible. Though Seiko's ice cream was delightful, it would be wise for the young wizard not to indulge excessively at midnight. Remarkably, Leander did not experience that cloying sensation typical of consuming sweets, which often necessitates a quick drink of water. In terms of flavor, this creation stood shoulder to shoulder with offerings from his own beverage shop. Old Florin preferred a sweeter concoction, a matter of personal taste. However, Seiko's rendition surpassed in its ability to avoid becoming cloying, perhaps due to the unique magic of the little elf. Next, Leander sampled the chocolate variant. It too was devoid of cloying qualities, and to counterbalance the monotony of purely chocolate ingredients, Seiko employed varying degrees of purity in the chocolate ice cream, the chocolate sauce, and the cocoa powder. Notably, the cocoa powder, when tasted alone, would leave Leander frowning in bitterness, yet when combined, it created a remarkably delectable experience. Leander reveled in his indulgence, while those outside the kitchen patiently observed, unwilling to depart. "Chilo, how does this child's talent compare to mine?" In the dimly lit corridor, Professor Chilo's heavily scarfed head emitted an eerie sound, reminiscent of a hiss, as though a serpent were mimicking language. Chapter 36, Salvation. Chilo clasped his hands together, peering through the wall at the spectacle of consumption, occasionally swallowing with anticipation. Suddenly, upon hearing Voldemort's inquiry from behind him, he shuddered in fright. "Why yes, esteemed master. Leander is merely a wildling of uncertain origins, unworthy of comparison to you." Unbeknownst to him, Voldemort's distorted, terrifying visage emanated dark vapors at the utterance of wildling. "Wildling, wildling," the serpentine hisses echoed, sounding as though they were invoking an ancient, malevolent ritual. "Ah, Suddenly, every pore of Chilo's being exuded black smoke, and he could not suppress a wretched scream. Master, master, I was wrong. At this critical juncture, he no longer stuttered, yet it proved futile. The moment he uttered the words, "I was wrong," Quirrell's mind ceased to register the existence of his throat and tongue. They had not vanished. Rather, Voldemort had employed a cunning ruse to deceive Quirrell's brain. A wretched offspring, indeed. Quirrell curled up in a corner of the corridor, striving to envelop himself in a spherical shape, as if such a posture could alleviate the torment endured by every drop of his blood. Simultaneously, he conveyed his remorse to Voldemort in his mind, yet it bore no fruit. Voldemort did not even blink, delivering his emotionless declaration, "I detest apologies. You wronged me and uttered your contrition, while my response of it all right merely serves to soothe your wretched soul." The torment persisted for approximately 7 minutes, concluding as Leander, satiated, prepared to depart from the kitchen. Useless. Rise and leave, or, if you prefer, crawl away. The black mist that perpetually emanated from Quirrell's being dissipated instantaneously upon this pronouncement. He gasped for breath on the ground, yet dared not afford his body a moment's respite, scrambling away from the vicinity of the Hufflepuff common room. Quirrell was acutely aware that as long as he did not delay the proceedings, he would be safe. However, should he linger on the ground for even a moment, Voldemort would ensure his existence became a living hell. Leander emerged from the kitchen, instinctively glancing towards the end of the corridor, which was devoid of any presence. Meanwhile, Quirrell was panting heavily on the stairs around the corner. "So, I shall ask you once more, how does this boy compare to me?" Before he could settle his heart, Quirrell heard the familiar voice resounding from the back of his head. A bitter expression crossed his face. Had he known this would be the outcome, why venture into that nonsensical forest for training? Let alone the promised power and glory. His very life now seemed at stake. The visage of Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head remained unresponsive, merely continuing with his inquiries. Yet, deep within, Voldemort had already condemned Quirrell as a traitor, preparing to settle accounts come autumn. "Oh no, I had no intention of allowing this mediocre individual to survive." Regrettably, Quirrell could not hear Voldemort's innermost thoughts. He could only cautiously reply, "My lord, Leander's talent is indeed rare, but in comparison to you, it is purely presumptuous, particularly considering his youth." "Ah yes, still young." "Still young, indeed." Voldemort's face contorted abstractly, emitting a series of faint hissing sounds, which Quirrell surmised to be laughter. A chill ran down his spine. Did this imply Voldemort intended to target a student? "And my lord, do you intend to? Quirrell, do you believe your insignificant body is worthy of bearing my noble soul?" "But he is just a child. Are you questioning my decision?" Quirrell, shaken by this minor rebuttal, collapsed once again to the ground, veins bulging and muscles taut, as if serpents coursed through his bloodstream. He remained oblivious to his tongue and throat, and the agony rendered him incapable of voicing his suffering. The torment endured this time was prolonged, to the extent that Quirrell nearly perceived the shattering of his own soul. Voldemort, too, observed this and thus ceased his onslaught. The next step involved the blood of a unicorn and the body of this boy. Any objections? Quirrell knelt upon the ground. The visage at the back of his head inquired with a hint of mockery, "No, no, my master, I shall execute your will resolutely." Quirrell rose from the floor, laboriously ascending the staircase towards his office. Satisfied, Voldemort remarked, "Ah, now that is more like it. Rest assured, upon my resurrection, you shall be my foremost benefactor. Power and wealth shall flow abundantly." "I am deeply grateful, my master," Quirrell replied. Yet neither of them noticed the small snowman that had stealthily peeked around the corner of the corridor. Leander, seated in the Hufflepuff common room, waved his wand, and the snowman instantaneously melted into the floor. Quirrell and Voldemort were indeed troublesome. He wearily rubbed his temples. To be candid, from the very beginning, Leander had not taken Quirrell and Voldemort's conspiracy to heart. It was not due to disdain, but rather because it seemed irrelevant to him. They were the initial adversaries that Harry and his friends would confront. Dumbledore would typically not allow other students to fall victim. However, Leander soon realized he was a special case. Dumbledore most likely intended to draw him into Harry's small circle, to collectively confront the Basilisk and battle Voldemort. Addressing Voldemort and preventing tragedy was indeed a significant part of Leander's plan, if not the foremost concern. Yet, in execution, it would not involve merely shadowing the schemes of an elderly wizard with a white beard. Since he had set his sights on him, Leander could not afford to remain passive. He gazed intently at the tip of his wand. Although in the original narrative, Quirrell and Voldemort appeared rather pitiful during their first year, they were nonetheless components of the Dark Lord and a fully fledged wizard capable of teaching at Hogwarts. Had Harry not relied on the ancient magic of his mother's love, and with Dumbledore not lurking nearby, it is conceivable they could have succeeded. At the very least, if cornered in a dimly lit nook by them, Leander did not believe his resistance would surpass that of the unicorn. Did Voldemort intend to abandon Quirrell's body and invade the back of my head? Leander grimaced at the thought. He found it difficult to fathom what promises Voldemort had made to persuade Quirrell to become such a wretched amalgamation of man and spectre. Clearly, he must endeavor to avoid solitude henceforth. Nocturnal escapades would have to be postponed. The cursed savior cultivation plan. Yet, a sudden question struck him. Was Quirrell worthy of salvation? Chapter 37. Hagrid. This night was already one of sleeplessness, and the dialogue between Quirrell and Voldemort, master and servant, only exacerbated Leander's restless slumber. Logically speaking, Quirrell, as a psychologically sound adult wizard with considerable teaching experience, could only be deemed culpable for succumbing to Voldemort's seduction. As one who had died once, Leander understood the preciousness of life better than any living soul. In this magical realm, where the presence of death itself looms large, the notions of hell, heaven, and reincarnation may indeed hold a semblance of reality. No, that is not the crux of the matter. Leander vigorously shook his head while lying on his bed, grappling with the dilemma of whether to retain Chilo or not, rather than concerns of his own mortality. Simultaneously, the bed creaked, disturbing the slumber of nearby young wizards, prompting Leander to offer repeated apologies to the surroundings. As he reshaped his pillow into a comforting form and settled back down, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. The idea of saving anyone seemed absurd, as if he possessed the ability to extricate Voldemort safely from Chilo's grasp. Leander, at this moment, considered himself a genius. However, an unrefined genius is hardly distinguishable from an ordinary student and is even more susceptible to untimely demise. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Leander drifted into a deep sleep, only to encounter a bizarre dream. Amidst bubbles, a voice inquired, "Leander, you must choose between your body and your father's head. You can select but one." No. At 7 in the morning, in the Hufflepuff boys' dormitory, Leander sprang from his bed, gasping for breath. In his dream, after a prolonged wait for an anticipated answer, Voldemort had lost patience and devoured Florin's head. Voldemort was indeed a wizard who suffocated the entire British magical community, spawning countless tragedies in his wake. A somewhat talented, ordinary individual daring to oppose him was akin to hubris, often leading to a grave fate where the question of a proper burial remained uncertain. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Leander donned his socks and exhaled deeply. Glancing at the time, he realized he was nearly late and promptly departed the common room, making his way to a window to summon an ice cream cone. My apologies to the child somewhere in this world who has lost their ice cream. Upward, as Leander soared in the ice cream cone towards the Charms classroom. Outside the entrance of number 4, Privet Drive, Dudley, now devoid of his pig's tail, was proudly boasting to his minions about the 3-scoop ice cream cone he had stacked. In the next moment, the ice cream cone vanished, splattering 3 flavors all over his hand, with the remainder decorating the lawn. Dudley initially stood in stunned silence before erupting. "Mom," in a fit of tempestuous tears. "Hey, Leander, you're quite early today?" In the Charms classroom, the bell had yet to ring, resulting in a cacophony of chatter. As Ron glanced around, he spotted Leander entering and raised his hand in greeting. "Indeed, I was beset by nightmares." Leander replied with a yawn as he settled into a seat behind him and Harry. "Nightmares? What kind of nightmares?" Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued, which elicited a mischievous chuckle from Leander. "I was pursued by a creature as large as a person, with 8 legs. 8 legs as large as a person. A spider?" Ron's complexion drained of color as he pieced together the clues, unable to stifle his exclamation. Professor Flitwick, who was busily shoving books under his feet at the lectern, caught wind of the commotion and teased without lifting his gaze. "I'm sorry, sir." Ron grimaced, offering an apology, while Leander suppressed a laugh, prompting Ron's expression to grow increasingly mournful. Harry was not paying attention. He quietly leaned his head back. Leander, I'm here. Hagrid asked me to inquire if you would be willing to visit his hut this afternoon. He wishes to express his gratitude in person." Leander, contemplating whether his response of "I'm here" sounded somewhat like a voice assistant, readily agreed. He had long desired to meet Hagrid, primarily due to his commendable character. It was certainly not because of his plethora of delightful and rideable animal companions or the likelihood of being Hogwarts' richest hidden benefactor. With a positive response from Leander, Harry sat up straight again, intending to pay earnest attention, only to discover, well, the incantation and actions for the levitation charm are as follows. Everyone may take out their wands and begin practicing. Harry's smile vanished. Had he just spoken a single sentence? Was he not transported through time? Meanwhile, Leander furrowed his brow, but not due to Professor Flitwick's rapid lecture. Had the timeline been accelerated just a week into the term? Lost in this dilemma, Leander failed to notice Professor Flitwick chuckling at the young wizards below, struggling to perform the spell with no discernible results. Approximately 2 minutes later, Professor Flitwick tapped the blackboard. Has the spell casting failed? Yes. Do you believe you followed my instructions precisely? Yes. The second response, noticeably lacking in confidence and harmony, echoed through the room. You have not grasped the foundational theory of spells. If you cannot properly harness your magical energy, how can you expect to successfully cast a spell? Is spellcasting merely a haphazard release of your awakened magic? Professor Flitwick huffed. Recently, students have been asking me when they can learn real magic. I must correct this misconception. Every step you are learning now is indeed authentic magic. The students below fell silent, exchanging glances, some visibly embarrassed. Now, let us continue our study of spell theory. Leander, secretly giving Professor Flitwick a thumbs up, began to listen intently. Chapter 38. Wrong appointment? After what felt like several minutes, the distinctive bell, signaling the end of class, rang throughout Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick adjusted the books beside him and announced, in his characteristic sharp voice, the conclusion of a lesson. The young wizards cheered, relieved that the assignment for the charm class could be submitted next week, allowing them to focus on the lengthy, theoretical aspects of transfiguration. Leander gathered his books and departed with Harry and Ron, contemplating an early visit to see Hagrid. Just 2 steps down from the charms classroom, Leander and his companions were abruptly halted. Looking down, they found themselves confronted by none other than young Master Malfoy and his 2 imposing companions. Draco Malfoy, is it? What business do you have blocking our way? Leander frowned, feeling irritated but resolved to patiently encourage Malfoy to step aside. Mischievous children, after all, are both biting and bothersome. It is best to eliminate the problem at its roots, including their overbearing parents. Malfoy held his head high, his gaze unwavering and intense. Leander could tell he was attempting to project an air of menace. However, it lacked any semblance of intimidation. Leander scratched his arm, pondering whether Malfoy had become bald at the back due to the excessively tight parting of his hair in childhood. After glaring for 30 seconds, just as Ron was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Malfoy finally spoke, albeit reluctantly. Who? Inviting whom? The disbelief was evident on Leander's face, and he turned to glance at Ron, whose expression mirrored that of someone who had just encountered a spider. Malfoy's mother? Narcissa? The woman he had seen in the tailor's shop, as pale as a corpse submerged in water? Yet, upon closer inspection, Narcissa still possessed a certain allure. After all, wealth does nurture beauty. At that moment, Leander, in a fit of terror, discreetly pinched himself. Leander, what on earth are you thinking? When did you inherit the legacy of Wei Wu? This line of thought was unacceptable, yet images persisted in his mind. He envisioned himself perched upon a grand chair, Narcissa helplessly collapsing to the ground, and then, with an air of restraint, he would utter, Madame Malfoy, surely you do not wish for Draco to perish at the hands of Voldemort. What an absurd notion. Leander, do not look down upon others. He admonished himself, feeling akin to a teddy bear whose tail had been stepped on, ready to scream. No, I do not look down upon you. I am merely curious as to why Madame Malfoy would invite a humble individual such as myself. Is it not because you saved that little Sirius? Malfoy added, he is of the Black family, closely related to my mother. It dawned on Leander that Narcissa indeed had familial ties with Sirius, seemingly his cousins. Given the Malfoy family's emphasis on bloodlines and kinship, they must desire to mend their relationship with Sirius, who had chosen to sever ties with his family. With this thought, Leander playfully retorted, did your mother suggest I bring Sirius along as well? How do you know? Young Draco exclaimed in shock, even glancing at his 2 companions, suspecting them of leaking information. It is rather easy to deduce, Leander replied, shaking his head in resignation. Tell your mother that both Sirius and I find the air at Malfoy Manor far too expensive to breathe. With that, Leander, along with Harry and Ron, squeezed through the trio of Malfoys. Having learned from their experience on the train, the 3, though seething with anger, obediently made way. Send a letter to your godfather and inquire about Narcissa's situation. All right. Harry nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain, though confusion clouded his face. Is it true that Sirius is related to my mother? Leander and Ron both nodded in affirmation. Ron, believing himself to be an authority on the matter, took the initiative to explain these pure-blood families in their quest to maintain the so-called purity of bloodlines. Only marry among themselves, but you know. Ron shrugged. There are only a handful of pure-blood families. It won't be long before everyone is related. Theoretically, Malfoy should be my cousin as well. Harry was filled with curiosity. Given that you share a familial bond, why does he mock your family? In response, Ron feigned distress. The intermarriage occurred many years ago, and the Weasley family is regarded as an anomaly in their eyes. Speaking of anomalies, Ron, who usually lacked confidence, took rare pride in this designation. Anomaly? Harry silently contemplated the term. An anomaly does not inherently signify good or bad. Harry, do you have classes this afternoon? As Harry pondered, Leander seized the opportunity to inquire. Huh? No, not at all. What's up? Harry responded, bewildered, unaware of Leander's intentions. How about we head to the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid? Really? That sounds fantastic. Let us go. Upon hearing the suggestion, Harry's expression visibly brightened, and he quickened his pace, eager to lead the way. Leander followed suit, grateful for a guide, as he had never ventured into the Forbidden Forest. In truth, flying on a cone could expedite their arrival. But Leander had no intention of revealing this peculiar magic just yet. The ability to transform into ice cream was one thing, but to be both ice cream and a cone could easily lead to unwanted attention and scrutiny. The distance from Hogwarts to the Forbidden Forest was not great, and soon the three young wizards arrived, brimming with youthful energy. In the distance, they spotted a tall, robust figure playing with a small dog. The large black dog darted around Hagrid's feet, and Leander had no doubt that the half-giant could inadvertently injure the poor creature. Fortunately, Fong, the Neapolitan Mastiff, was quite agile, and Hagrid, despite his size, was gentle at heart. As they approached Hagrid, Leander discerned that the giant was actually tending to his oak bow and an assortment of arrows of indeterminate material. What was Hagrid planning? He resembled a hunter at that moment. Hagrid, Harry called out, raising an arm from a distance. Harry, Hagrid exclaimed, turning in surprise, his face lighting up with joy. The expression he wore upon seeing Leander was nearly overwhelming, threatening to burst forth from beneath his bushy beard. As Chapter 39 unfolds, gratitude fills the air. Hagrid observed the trio approaching and deftly slung his bow over his shoulder, setting down his quiver. Hey, hello there, you must be Leander, right? Leander, excited, reached out to shake the enormous hand extended towards him. Indeed, that's me. Greetings, Hagrid. While the two shook hands, Fong was not idle, bounding around the two wizards with exuberance. Oh, Fong, calm down, we have guests today. Yet Fong remained lively, twisting beneath Hagrid's legs and darting away towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid merely watched as Fong raced off, showing no intent to stop him. Leander, curious, asked, Hagrid, why don't you stop Fong? He encountered danger, going into the Forbidden Forest alone? Not at all. He ventured deep into the forest. Despite Fong's size, he is far more timid than even the tree guardians. Upon finishing his words, Hagrid turned to the three behind him, gesturing for them to follow him into the small cabin. Nestled at the edge of the forest, this quaint abode featured a stone crossbow at the entrance, precisely the size of an oak bough, alongside a pair of rubber rain boots. As Hagrid swung open the door, Leander was greeted by a cacophony of barking, and Yaya darted into the cabin like an arrow released from a bow. Yaya, you ought to let the guests in first, Leander exclaimed. Curiously, he stepped inside, surveying his surroundings. It must be said, the decor within bore a striking resemblance to the homes of some nomadic friends from Leander's past life. After entering, Hagrid tossed 2 logs further into the fireplace, endeavoring to stoke the flames. Make yourselves at home. Please, sit as if you were in your own abode. Hagrid cheerfully welcomed the trio as they crossed the threshold. Judging by the signs of use, it appeared that Hagrid's humble dwelling seldom received visitors. Notably, once seated, Yaya excitedly bounded over to Ron, lavishing him with affectionate licks. With a hint of pride, Ron remarked, being so adored by animals can indeed be a burden. Yet, both Leander and Harry harbored doubts about whether Ron's chosen seat was Yaya's usual spot. Hagrid busied himself pouring boiling water into a large teapot, presenting a generous platter of cake rolls. After placing the serving dish on the table, he inquired of Ron, how do you fare with your 2 brothers? How shall I put it? Ron pondered, stroking his lower lip. If they were to open a shop, my prices would surely double. Goodness, you possess a clear understanding of your brothers. Leander recalled a recent exchange with the twins, nearly suppressing a chuckle. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Hagrid poured 4 steaming cups of tea from a copper teapot, its surface glowing a reddish hue from the heat, seemingly unfazed by its temperature. Those 2 brothers of yours, I had quite the struggle to expel them from the Forbidden Forest. Did they visit as soon as term began? Ron's eyes widened. And they didn't take me along. Hagrid took a hearty sip of tea. Indeed, I've encountered them thrice this term. How long have they even been attending school? Leander felt a twinge of guilt, The frequency mentioned seemed inconsistent with the original narrative. The current situation likely stemmed from Fred and George preparing materials for their little contraptions. Ron mumbled something under his breath, likely cursing his brothers. Let's indulge in some snacks. Hagrid waved his large hand, directing everyone's attention to the platter. It was then that Leander discerned that what lay before them was not cake rolls at all, but rather the infamous rock cakes known as tooth breakers from the original tale. Notable scholars from the three-dimensional world have conducted studies revealing that these rock cakes are quite palatable, provided one possesses the dental fortitude and biting power akin to that of a half-giant. Leander licked his tender baby teeth. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Would this platter of rock cakes expedite his teething process? Hermione's family's dental clinic would soon find itself out of business. In order to avoid dampening the mood, he chose a seemingly innocuous item along with Harry and Ron. The rock cake presented itself as a hard, coarse surface, adorned with what appeared to be unrefined bits resembling raisins, creating an irregular and rugged appearance. However, upon placing it in his mouth, it was as if he had bitten into a stone. The ordinary stone would undoubtedly shatter upon collision with the rock cake. Thus, Leander was compelled to painstakingly carve out a groove with his front teeth, eventually managing to break off a piece and gently chew it with his molars. Hagrid, irritated by the cacophony of Yaya's barks, retrieved a piece of nougat from his waist pouch and shoved it into Yaya's mouth. The poor dog instinctively chewed a couple of times, only to realize that it could no longer do so, its mouth glued shut. Leander swallowed hard, realizing that Hagrid was indeed aware of the peculiarities of his culinary prowess. Yet, why did he always serve rock cakes to the trio? Was it because the Hogwarts kitchen forbade takeout? Or had he been possessed by an anonymous culinary genius from the three-dimensional world, renowned for their exceptional dishes of beans, crabs, and rice wine? In response, Leander could only console himself with the thought that at least the rock cakes wouldn't be toxic due to undercooking. He discreetly took out his wand and transformed a portion of the rock cake into ice cream, without altering Harry and Ron. In fact, there was no time to spare, as Leander seemed to hear the sound of Harry's molars cracking. "Congratulations on your new teeth, my friend." Harry, somewhat apprehensive, set down the rock cake and sought to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Hagrid, what were you planning to do just now?" Leander and Ron nodded in agreement. "Well, I'm not certain if I can share this with you. Oh, come on. What impact could 3 children possibly have?" Ron interjected. "All right, I've received a distress signal from the unicorns." "Unicorns?" The 3 exclaimed in unison, and Hagrid nodded, continuing, "Recently, the hippogriffs have reported that their young ones are consistently awakening from dreams, as if something is lurking nearby." Awakening? Could it be that they are merely uncomfortable in their sleep? Ron's question was disregarded by Hagrid, who added that the unicorns suspected this threat might not be directed at the younglings. "Why is that?" Harry inquired, somewhat puzzled. Hagrid shook his head, indicating his own confusion. "Unicorns possess their own unique magic. To be frank, I don't believe any wizard has fully comprehended them, not even your esteemed senior Newt." "Newt?" Harry echoed in curiosity. Hagrid gestured towards Leander. "Indeed, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. You will learn about him in your future care of magical creatures classes." Leander seemed to recognize the name, and Harry and Ron turned their gazes toward him expectantly. He nodded. "I occasionally correspond with Mr. Scamander." Oh, it's true. Leander, you really know Newt Scamander." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, while Ron appeared ready to leap from his chair. "Yes, most of what you read in the papers is fabricated, but I genuinely know Mr. Scamander. Is it true that there are 50 dragons in his suitcase?" Leander gasped in disbelief, for it was Hagrid, not Ron, who posed such a question. The giant's gaze flickered uneasily. He seemed reluctant to discuss that suitcase, and I surmised it must contain a multitude of dragons. To be honest, Leander had ventured into Newt's suitcase, yet he remained unaware of whether dragons resided within, for its vastness was overwhelming. Newt had nearly constructed a nature reserve the size of an African continent. With minimal human intervention, the creatures could thrive splendidly. However, one thing was certain. Even if dragons existed, the notion of 50 was preposterous. Dragons are not akin to the hidden chambers of Hogwarts, accessible at whim. "Hagrid, it is illegal to harbor dragons." I know. Hagrid sat there, somewhat disgruntled. Yet in a corner unnoticed by the others lay a stack of books on dragon husbandry. After a while, as the warmth of the snug room began to lull the 3 little ones into a drowsy state, Hagrid suddenly recalled, "I invited Leander here to express my gratitude." "Leander." Hagrid's voice took on a somber tone. "What is it, Hagrid?" "Lily, James, and Sirius. They're truly wonderful people, and they have been exceedingly kind to me. We share a profound friendship. Upon uttering this, Hagrid's nose tinged with sorrow as he produced a filthy handkerchief from his clothing. I can hardly believe it. Hagrid's weeping echoed like the whistle of the Hogwarts Express. I misunderstood Sirius for so long, for 10 years. He languished in Azkaban for a decade. He glanced at Leander and the others, lamenting Sirius, such a good man, confined for 10 years. I even rode his motorcycle, blissfully unaware of the truth. Hagrid's tears and snot mingled, rendering the handkerchief even dirtier. Leander, I must truly thank you. Without you, Sirius might have perished in Azkaban. As Hagrid wept, Harry seemed to recall something upon hearing the word motorcycle. Chapter 40. The Unicorn. Harry suddenly exclaimed, clutching his head. Harry? Hagrid hastily wiped his nose and collected his tears, looking on with concern. What is it, Harry? Do you have a headache? No, it's not a headache. Harry managed to utter, nearly squeezing the words through clenched teeth. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead felt as if it were searing, and vivid images flooded his mind. He recalled an array of green light and a figure resembling himself, shouting in his direction, yet it was not he. Run, Lily, run. Then he was engulfed in a sea of green light. Was that my father? Harry murmured. As the images continued to flicker in his mind like a faulty slideshow, mostly obscured, he could just make out a furry giant, soaring on a flying motorcycle, coming to rescue him. Hagrid, did you take me to the Dursleys' house using Sirius's flying motorcycle? Hagrid paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. Indeed, it was Headmaster Dumbledore's directive. Why? Hagrid then explained the reasoning behind Dumbledore's decision to place Harry with the Dursleys. However, his understanding of the blood protection spell surrounding Harry seemed somewhat vague. Leander observed the intense exchange between the two, feeling a stir of unease within him. Although Harry had just denied experiencing any pain, Leander could discern that his scar was indeed throbbing. Based on the original narrative, Harry's scar pain was likely a harbinger of Voldemort's approach, and he had not concealed his intentions well. Coupled with Hagrid's earlier mention of the unicorn herd sensing a latent threat, a troubling realization dawned upon him. Voldemort's plan to hunt unicorns had undoubtedly been accelerated. With this thought, Leander slammed his hand on the table. Hagrid, hurry! Take me to the unicorn's habitat. They are in danger. Leander's words tumbled out in a manner reminiscent of Hermione, explaining a concept. Hagrid's face turned pale with shock. Are you certain? I am over 80% sure. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and reason dictated that they should heed Leander's call for assistance. Yet, being true Gryffindors, the adventurous blood coursing through their veins was awakened. However, this impulse was quickly doused. Leander's expression was grave. He genuinely had no clear understanding of Voldemort's current capabilities. As a somewhat unique young wizard, he doubted that he and a half-blood giant of average magical prowess could stand a chance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Harry and Ron nodded and dashed from the cottage toward the castle. Leander, do you want to know? Leander shook his head. He could not entrust Hagrid to face this alone. Losing a giant, just as Sirius had been vindicated, was unacceptable. Surely, the world couldn't possess such narrative correction powers? One life saved must not cost another. Fear not, Hagrid. I was able to take on a manticore before I turned 10. Leander had intended to pat Hagrid on the shoulder, but he fell short, instead giving a light slap to his massive arm. Moreover, Leander discreetly reached into a small pocket within his wizarding robe. I am not jesting. Upon seeing this, I seriously doubted my ability to break Newt's record for expulsion in the 3rd year. Let's be on our way. Hagrid, slinging his giant bow and quiver over his shoulder, waved at Leander. The two of them dashed into the Forbidden Forest, one after the other. We must quicken our pace. Leander, the unicorn settlement lies deep within the forest. Then why don't we ride Sirius's motorcycle? Hagrid shook his head. Once it was reported in the paper, I returned it to him, but he mentioned he would send me a replica. That fellow is truly affluent. Leander couldn't help but scoff, a tinge of envy rising within him. Yet, the one sprinting ahead was affluent as well. Leander sighed, pursing his lips, and continued to focus on the journey ahead. The Forbidden Forest is rightly regarded as a no-go zone for students. The trees grow dark and twisted, their lush foliage obscuring the sunlight, making it difficult to discern the path even in broad daylight. The likelihood of students getting lost during nighttime escapades is significantly high. As Leander ventured deeper into the forest, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Ironically, just last night, he had been contemplating how to evade the schemes of Quirrell and Voldemort, and now he found himself gravitating towards them. They need not even devise a plan. Wait, could the capture of the unicorn be a ruse? Was their true intention to draw him out? A wave of inner turmoil washed over Leander, but it dissipated swiftly. Voldemort was not the type to act impulsively. Leander had merely been driven by a whim to visit Hagrid's hut. Moreover, The noseless one was surely unaware of his ability to fly, thus ensuring his safety in a potential escape. After running for about 10 minutes, the trees in the forbidden forest began to thin, revealing a distant silvery glow. "We've arrived," Hagrid declared, halting his steps, mindful not to rush towards the unicorn herd. However, their pause was brief, for a spirited unicorn approached them. This creature seemed almost ethereal, its coat resembling shimmering silver satin, and the horn atop its head radiated a luminous glow. It bowed gently before Hagrid, who affectionately patted its neck. "Ah, Hippolyte, indeed. We have come for that matter." With this, Hagrid turned to introduce Leander. "This is the leader of the unicorns, named Hippolyte." Instinctively, Leander moved closer to this magnificent creature, akin to a guardian spirit. Hippolyte tilted its head towards Leander, then lowered it to sniff at him. "Oh, it's licking me," Leander exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Hagrid, whose expression was one of sheer disbelief. Normally, unicorns are drawn only to pure maidens and are averse to boys, unless one possesses noble qualities such as sacrifice and kindness that even unicorns would envy. At this point, Hagrid nodded subtly, knowing that Leander indeed embodied such traits. The reality was mostly accurate, but a slight factor was amiss. Chapter 41. The Fierce Battle in the Forbidden Forest. A rich, sweet aroma reminiscent of ice cream emanated from Leander. While Hippolyte was the leader, it had an extraordinary fondness for sweets. Recognizing the creature's potential as an ice cream enthusiast reflected in its eyes, Leander discreetly produced a rock cake and transformed it into ice cream. "Would you like to try some, Hippolyte?" The unicorn nodded obediently, extending its tongue to lick, nearly swallowing Leander's handhole. "Oh, you mischievous creature," Leander lamented, observing his saliva-drenched palm, wiping it off with a paper he carried. Unbeknownst to him, Hagrid beside him was nearly in tears of laughter. "Is this how you interact with unicorns? Hippolyte, after all this time, I never realized you were such a playful unicorn." Just as they were enjoying this delightful moment, a sudden explosion and crackling lightning echoed from the nearby woods. Leander and Hagrid exchanged a glance. The dark wizard has arrived. Hippolyte was acutely aware that his kin were in peril, yet he found it perplexing. Hadn't he commanded that everyone remain together until the crisis was averted? In another part of the woods, a wizard cloaked in black, his face shrouded in a veil of darkness, was locked in a fierce battle with a unicorn. The curse was excruciating. The wand in his hand unleashed a torrent of emerald green and white lightning. Wherever it struck, it left behind a void of darkness and decay. Yet, this was a relatively fortunate outcome. Such an unforgivable curse, once cast upon a living being, would irrevocably shatter and distort the soul beyond the current capabilities of healing magic. The unicorn exerted its utmost agility to evade the wand's menacing flashes, but it was evident that this took a tremendous toll on its stamina. As the leader, Hippolyte felt the imminent danger to his companion. His azure eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. With a deft flick of his horn, he propelled Leander upwards, who landed gracefully upon Hippolyte's back. The unicorn then galloped towards the epicenter of the conflict, leaving Hagrid bewildered in the wind. "What about me? Am I truly of no concern to you?" With a heavy heart, Hagrid swallowed his tears and followed suit. The reality starkly contrasted with his imagined elegance as a unicorn-riding knight. Leander clung tightly to Hippolyte's neck to avoid being thrown off. Avada Kedavra! Amidst the jostling, Leander heard the chilling incantation. This was it, the killing curse. He disregarded his precarious position, stretching his neck to discern the unfolding events. A beam of green light surged towards the exhausted unicorn. In a swift motion, Leander's arm moved faster than his neck, the tip of his wand emanating a white luminescence as the temperature plummeted. "I shall conjure a world of ice cream." Nearby trees and a patch of earth around the dark wizard and the unicorn instantaneously transformed into ice cream, rushing to intercept the deadly curse. The chilling green light of the killing curse was devoured by the sweet, creamy concoction, and upon collision, only a pool of melting ice cream remained, covering the devastation wrought by the previous curse. Notably, Leander's ice cream spell lacked an incantation, akin to Naruto's Rasengan. His shout was merely a psychological boost for himself. The dark wizard, his face obscured by mist, his expression could only be surmised, regarded Leander and the unicorn leader with a grim countenance. "Ah, look who has arrived. Since when did Hogwarts gain an ice cream night?" His voice hissed like a serpent, mimicking human speech. Leander was now nearly certain this was Voldemort. In the first book, his presence lacked the potency and intimidation that marked him as the Dark Lord, having suffered the disgrace of defeat at Harry's hands. Yet he remained formidable. Hippolyte pawed the ground with his hind hoof, lowering his head slightly to aim his sharp horn at Voldemort, poised to strike at any moment. Observing this, Leander quickly dismounted. He could not afford to hinder the unicorn leader's performance. Voldemort, however, remained unperturbed. He positioned his wand across his chest and slightly bowed, mimicking the gestures of a Western orchestra conductor. As the wand rose and fell, crimson flames surged from the ground, encircling Voldemort in a blazing circle. At this moment, Apollyon hesitated to act recklessly, while Leander's pupils dilated in shock. Was this the Fiendfire curse? No, it was a more advanced application, the Fire Shield. But wasn't this a signature move of Grindelwald? There was no reason for him to teach it to Voldemort. Leander, momentarily at a loss as to how to utilize his skills, merely licked his lips and adopted a defensive stance. In response, Voldemort wore a mocking expression and jestingly remarked. Suddenly, Leander heard the sound of air being sliced, as an arrow struck Voldemort's face, concealed within the dark mist. Hagrid had arrived. He stood not far behind Leander, drawing his bow once more, this time aiming for the head. Perhaps this arrow would not inflict significant harm on Voldemort, yet it clarified Leander's understanding. This was not a true fire shield. At best, it was merely a flame spell or an illusion. Apollyon, charge! The towering unicorn let out a loud neigh and charged directly at Voldemort with astonishing speed, faster than an arrow, in Leander's estimation. Hagrid released his second arrow, but it was extinguished in midair by an unknown curse from Voldemort. However, Voldemort could not evade the unicorn's advance, for the ground beneath him had been transformed into ice cream by Leander's spell. Initially dismissive of this, Voldemort intended to cast a counter curse, but upon contact with the icy surface, he realized it was no mere ice cream. He desperately attempted to extricate himself, as the intense burning sensation recalled the night he had been struck by his own killing curse. Consequently, Apollyon collided forcefully with his neck, seemingly penetrating slightly, and Voldemort was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Leander attempted to encase him in ice cream, but to no avail. The killing curse, a spell that would haunt an ordinary person for a lifetime, was effortlessly wielded by Voldemort, as if it were mere cabbage, flung away without hesitation. Leander could only encase the injured unicorn in ice cream, continually dodging attacks. The most perilous situation was for Hagrid, whose broad frame made it difficult to evade the barrage of killing curses. Were it not for Leander occasionally shielding him, this giant would have already fallen. The state of affairs, coupled with such magical reserves, was daunting in the face of Voldemort. Fortunately, their reinforcements were drawing near. Chapter 42, The Champion of Combat. Just as Hagrid found himself in dire straits, and Leander strained to assist, a familiar sharp voice cut through the chaos. "Professor Flitwick?" Leander exclaimed, witnessing a killing curse hurtling toward Hagrid's chest, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a small teddy bear. Upon closer inspection, the bear concealed a lifeless little white mouse. Following closely behind the toy, Professor Flitwick emerged from behind a gnarled tree. Leander could only perceive a nimble silhouette, along with several spells of varying colors erupting from the wand. Voldemort was taken aback by this sudden onslaught, with nearly half of the spells striking him directly. Consequently, we beheld the mysterious dark wizard, his face obscured by a thick fog, revealing elongated fangs protruding over 20 centimeters and his shoes torn apart by his wild, overgrown toes. In spite of the dire situation, he commenced a peculiar dance. Voldemort attempted to articulate a retort, only to discover that his tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. However, this was intended as a communication to Leander, as Professor Flitwick had decided to temporarily add a duel lesson to their curriculum. Ordinarily, one would bow in mutual respect before a duel, yet today, such formalities seemed unnecessary. While evading the killing curse by tumbling on the ground, Professor Flitwick's countenance shifted from the ease of arrival to a more somber expression. The dark wizard before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. His spells were aimed at incapacitating the opponent's magical abilities. Yet this individual, despite being ensnared by the spells, could still utter the words of the Avada Kedavra. Few in the world could possess such mastery over the unforgivable curses. Yet, how could a wizard of this caliber be foolish enough to hunt unicorns near Hogwarts? Professor Flitwick felt he would be left utterly perplexed, even if he were to pull out every hair from his beard. Shattered to pieces, he swiftly regained his footing, casting spells from an unconventional angle. Thanks to his unique physique, regardless of the reason for your presence at Hogwarts, you should be prepared to face the consequences for bullying my students. Voldemort, shrouded in darkness, twisted his jaw, contemplating turn me to dust. The Forbidden Forest had transformed into a disco hall, with dark green, black, and a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors mingling in a retro style. After Flitwick entered the fray, he swiftly assumed the role of the main attacker. Previously, The trio of two and a beast had made it difficult to ascertain who was the primary aggressor. At best, they had only managed to cause minor disturbances. However, the situation had now changed entirely. Leander quietly lurked in the shadows, assisting with strategic strikes against Voldemort, while Professor Flitwick gained the upper hand. Yet, the opportunity for a decisive blow remained elusive. It could be argued that Professor Flitwick was not particularly adept in this regard. After all, dueling contests are a game of restraint, and taking a life in the magical realm is considered a grave sin. This cannot continue. Professor Flitwick murmured softly. The opponent unleashed the unforgivable curse without hesitation. He could afford numerous errors, but they could not afford a single mistake. Wingardium Leviosa. The tip of Professor Flitwick's wand emitted a brilliant white light, causing dust and fallen leaves within a 20-meter radius to levitate. Leander even sensed a tremor and crack beneath the ground. Was the professor holding back, mindful of the forbidden forest ecosystem, refraining from unleashing his full magical prowess? The textbooks declare that while the levitation charm is fundamental, it truly tests a wizard's skill and patience. This was no mere exaggeration. Before Voldemort lay a tempest of dust and leaves, obscuring the sight of Professor Flitwick, compelling him to furrow his brow in frustration. In any battle, losing sight of the target is indeed a grave misstep. Alas, all curses must eventually cease. Yet it was somewhat too late. The soil beneath him transformed into vast expanses of ice cream, and a sharp object prodded at his back. Do not move. I have no desire to converse with a heap of dust in the next moment. Professor Flitwick stood behind Voldemort, his wand raised high, taking a moment to sniff the air. You must admit, this ice cream is quite delightful. Once this matter is resolved, a cup in the kitchen awaits. Voldemort endured the searing sensation beneath his feet, contemplating how to extricate himself from his predicament. Regrettably, this was not his original body. Quirrell was still far too feeble. As Professor Flitwick remarked, this vessel made him feel akin to a gorilla that could only haphazardly cast killing curses. Quirrell curled up in an inconspicuous corner of his body's mind, feeling deeply aggrieved. My approach to combat is rather logical, you know. How can you blame me when your own soul is twisted and lacks reason? Professor Flitwick. Voldemort called softly in his signature, hissing voice. Flitwick furrowed his brow. You address me as Professor? Of course. What is this? Are you attempting to provoke me? No, surely not. Leander hurriedly attempted to restrain Voldemort's hands. But time was not on his side. As he gestured towards himself, he felt as though he were glued to a large top, spinning rapidly. This is bad. A portkey? He hasn't touched one during the fight? This is not magic. Professor Flitwick's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone would carry a portkey into battle. Had this contraption undergone clandestine technological innovation? Wasn't it supposed to whisk one away immediately upon contact? Shattered to pieces, Professor Flitwick swiftly attempted to intercept, but it was already too late. The spell struck the ground, leaving a fissure in its wake. What a terrifying individual. He sighed, glancing up at Leander. During a duel, one must never relent until the opponent concedes. Class dismissed. Leander and Professor Flitwick exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their laughter. They walked side by side towards Hagrid and the unicorns, with the professor remarking, You know, Leander, you violated over 100 school rules? So few? I expected at least 200. I'm not entirely sure. I just fabricated a number. Ha ha. So you were merely trying to frighten me? If the headmaster intends to expel you, I shall intervene. Hagrid had narrowly escaped a killing curse. Yet after Professor Flitwick saved him, he showed no sign of retreat, seizing the opportunity to assist Leander by pulling the injured unicorn away. Chapter 43. The End. At this moment, Hippolyta was tending to her kin. The unfortunate creature targeted by the Dark Lord appeared to be on the brink of death. In a life-or-death struggle, adrenaline might maintain one's ability to act and retaliate, but once the danger subsides, the myriad of side effects and suffering becomes painfully evident. Leander surveyed the creature's wounds, seeping with blood, uncertain whether Voldemort had acquired what he sought. In the original narrative, it seems that Voldemort directly consumed fresh unicorn blood after slaying the creature. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he may have previously prepared for this act, as blood manipulation falls well within the realm of dark magic. The spiraled horn of the hippogriff emitted a brilliant white light, and under its luminous glow, even the gravely injured creature, along with Leander, Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid, felt a warm embrace. It remains uncertain how Professor Slughorn would react upon witnessing such a scene. Approximately half an hour later, the unicorn's horn dimmed, taking on a somewhat grayish hue. The injured creature, now revived, opened its eyes and attempted to rise. Leander noticed that this magnificent beast seemed to fixate its gaze upon him. As it staggered to its feet, it ambled towards him and proceeded to lick him with its tongue. Leander was at a loss, as he had always heard that unicorns were proud, pure, and reserved. Why did it behave like a playful puppy in his presence? Just as he contemplated how to deal with the drool, Professor Flitwick, ever perceptive, conjured a gentle whirlwind to cleanse the mess. Leander felt as though a mini tornado had occupied his face for a few seconds. Not only was the drool removed, but even the oil on his skin seemed to vanish. Professor, why can't we use a cleaning charm instead? That wouldn't tug at my skin. This brings me to my recent research. I have discovered that the cleansing charm appears to have harmful effects, and the risk is quite significant. I suspect it may not be beneficial for the human body either because Leander regretted posing the question, what was wrong with the whirlwind charm? It was undeniably effective. While the two conversed, they were oblivious to Hagrid, whose face had turned pale as he witnessed the unicorn's affectionate lick. You have known them for less than half a day. I have known you all for years, and have never been licked. Hagrid contemplated retreating to a corner to weep. Like a child weighing half a ton, the hippogriff took a moment to gather itself, recovering from its exertion. It then stepped toward Leander and lowered its head. What could this mean? Leander felt somewhat flustered. He reached out to touch its horn. Hagrid's voice reached him, tinged with unmistakable envy. Oh, all right. Leander instinctively wiped his hands on his robe and gently grasped the hippogriff's horn. The horn felt unnaturally perfect, exquisitely smooth, devoid of any irregularities apart from its spiral pattern. It resembled an ivory ornament crafted with precision during the Industrial Age. After approximately 20 seconds, Leander released his grip and patted the hippogriff's neck. The creature regarded him earnestly for a moment before turning its attention to Hagrid and Professor Flitwick. It performed a gesture akin to a bow towards the two who had aided its kin, and then gently licked Hagrid. The sheer joy on Hagrid's face was palpable, nearly bringing forth tears of delight. What does this signify? Leander inquired, looking towards Hagrid, who also appeared perplexed. His familiarity with magical creatures did not equate to understanding their language. The leaves in the forbidden forest rustled as Dumbledore emerged from within. Ah, it Master Dumbledore, called out Leander. Hey, Headmaster, exclaimed Hagrid. Why did you take so long to arrive? You made it, Dumbledore, chimed in Professor Flitwick. After freeing his grayish-white wizard's robe from the grasp of the tree roots, he spoke. Greetings, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. As you know, I was recently away from school. Leander silently scoffed, wondering why a mere student would be privy to the headmaster's whereabouts. Leander, Mr. Happinley awaits your response, reminded Flitwick. Of course. What reason would I have to decline? Happinley's large eyes sparkled with evident delight. Dumbledore, at this moment, removed his glasses and wiped his eyes, expressing with profound emotion, the selfless contributions that foster interspecies friendship are truly invaluable. Leander longed to retort that his friendship with the unicorn was hardly remarkable. That expelled student of yours, the brain-eating boggart, has been raised like a puppy. Now, that is a true skill. However, what he actually said was, Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded, glancing at Professor Flitwick and Hagrid. Flitwick acknowledged with a nod. Hagrid, stay for a moment. Let us converse with Happinley before exploring the Forbidden Forest. As you command, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid said jovially, performing a mock knightly bow. Flitwick tiptoed and patted Leander's shoulder. Come, child. Very well, Professor. The two turned and walked toward the exit of the Forbidden Forest, sensing that Dumbledore had ulterior motives beyond mere investigation. Dimensional Breakthrough Theater. This session's guest is the former head of Slytherin House, a master of the magical world's abilities, Professor Horace Slughorn. Let us welcome him with applause. Clapping ensues. Greetings, young wizards. I am here today to partake in an interview. The corpulent figure, resembling a large walrus, tenderly stroked his thick silver beard. Such a waste of resources. Such a waste. My jackfruit preserves, my mead, these few strands of hair could suffice for a lifetime of velvet smoking jackets. Sobs like a walrus in despair. Chapter 44. The Gift from Sirius. The only noteworthy moment was when Professor Flitwick posed a question. Leander, did the sorting hat truly not err? You seem more suited for Gryffindor. Perhaps. However, Lady Helga may have had a particular fondness for me. The next 3 days unfolded differently than Leander had anticipated. He expected the dark wizard incident to create considerable upheaval, yet it did not. Life continued with the mundane routine of study from 9 to 5. And Dumbledore did not seek him out for conversation. This, in fact, left Leander feeling somewhat unsettled. It is worth noting that before deciding to inform Hagrid about the dark wizard's encroachment upon the unicorns, he had wrestled with his thoughts for a full 5 seconds. With Dumbledore's wisdom, He surely recognized Leander's understanding of Voldemort. But why did he not inquire about anything? Leander was uncertain whether this was a fortuitous circumstance or a dire omen. Labeling it as misfortune left him without a rational explanation. Conversely, if it were deemed fortunate, it indeed posed a latent threat, leaving him with an unsettling sense of apprehension. Nevertheless, Leander was not inclined to delve into this matter at present. For a gift from Sirius had arrived. On Thursday of the second week, Professor McGonagall called out to Leander in the corridor, her expression somewhat peculiar. "Hey, Leander." "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" At that moment, Leander had just finished his class and intended to enjoy a meal before heading to the library to pen a letter to old Florin. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly and handed him a small note. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office during your free period. This is the password." Leander unfolded the note, which read lemon sorbet. "Olby seems to have quite the penchant for sweets. Should I conjure him an ice cream cone with magic?" He jested to himself, feeling quite elated. Who wouldn't relish receiving gifts? However, he quickly discerned that Professor McGonagall's demeanor was anything but normal. "Professor, you appear rather unusual. Is something amiss?" With a resigned adjustment of her spectacles, Professor McGonagall replied, "Dumbledore insisted that I must be present when you receive your gift, and—" Her words trailed off ambiguously, leaving Leander somewhat perplexed. "In any case, I have an inkling of what Sirius intends to bestow upon you." The necessity for Professor McGonagall's presence during Sirius's gift-giving piqued Leander's curiosity, and he began to speculate about the nature of this surprise. Bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Leander made his way to the dining hall, his spirits soaring, prompting him to indulge in an extra slice of steak. Approximately an hour and a half later, he was concluding a letter in the library. "Your child, Leander Foscro, wishing you, may you never perish." He set down his quill, satisfied with the eloquent recounting of his experiences since arriving at Hogwarts 2 weeks prior, along with his longing for home. Next, he carefully placed the letter into an envelope, sealed it with wax, and picked up 3 additional sheets of paper, each mirroring the length of old Florin's correspondence. These were all destined for Luna. Goodness. If it weren't for that lad saving Luna's life, Lovegood would undoubtedly have devised a plan for Leander's assassination. After delivering the letter to the owl via ice cream cone, Leander dutifully proceeded to the headmaster's office. The notification clearly stated it was for the purpose of receiving Sirius's gift, yet he couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore might have ulterior motive for summoning him. However, in reality, there was nothing of the sort. Upon arriving at the entrance to the headmaster's office and uttering the password, the stone gargoyle swiftly parted to grant him passage. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by a remarkably clear bird call. How to describe the sound of this phoenix? The phrase "a jade stone shattering" seemed insufficient. It was akin to a child who had never truly listened to music, suddenly hearing a school trumpet play Sunny Day during his adolescence. "It appears you hold a fondness for Fox's voice, Leander." The speaker is Dumbledore, seated in his designated position, smiling at Leander. Uncharacteristically, the desk, typically adorned with mere snacks, today boasts a notebook and a black box. Is this the handiwork of Sirius? Following Dumbledore's gesture, Leander took a seat opposite him. "Headmaster, regarding the Forbidden Forest." Before he could finish, Leander felt an urge to chastise himself. What business did he have asking without a prepared excuse? Should he simply divulge to Dumbledore his awareness of Voldemort's presence through Quirrell, knowing that proximity to Voldemort would cause Harry's scar to ache? Even if Dumbledore is a white wizard, he might not be able to resist uncovering some truths about himself. However, much to his surprise, Dumbledore replied, "This matter has not yet reached the point of revelation. You know, Leander, the Sphinx is a creature fond of posing questions." I know. Leander certainly recognized the Sphinx. It would be quite remiss not to, given his familiarity with newt and magical creatures. But why was Dumbledore mentioning it? "Riddler, get out of Gotham." As Dumbledore continued to gaze at him with a cheerful smile, seemingly unwilling to elaborate, Leander felt a surge of frustration within. At that moment, the door to the headmaster's office opened once more, and Professor McGonagall approached with purposeful strides. Upon seeing her enter, Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "Leander, you are aware of the purpose of today's visit. Sirius entrusted me with delivering his token of gratitude to you. There are 3 gifts in total, though for now, you may only receive 2. I shall explain the remainder later." Leander nodded, indicating for Dumbledore to continue. "Firstly, you may freely withdraw from the funds the Black family has deposited at Gringotts. The specifics are—" At this point, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the parchment in his hand. The figures were vast, and Gringotts lacked a precise tally. However, anything clearly priced in the magical world could be acquired. Dumbledore winked at Leander, relaying Sirius's original words. Just leave me enough to buy Harry a birthday gift." Professor McGonagall could not suppress a chuckle, but she quickly recognized the presence of her student and shifted to manage her expression. Once her smile vanished, a subtle hint of melancholy and sorrow flickered in her eyes. Such humor was never solely Sirius's. There should have been someone harmonizing with him, much like the Weasley twins now. Chapter 45. The Secrets to Enhancing Success Rates. Yet, this sorrow and regret, truth be told, Professor McGonagall had grown accustomed to, thus her concealment was remarkably adept. At least Leander remained oblivious as he continued conversing with Dumbledore. "Sirius is indeed generous." Indeed, Dumbledore concurred, yet could not help glancing again at the descriptions on the parchment. "Is there a problem, Headmaster?" Leander inquired, curious about Dumbledore's demeanor. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, for the goblins could not possibly be unaware of the vast wealth contained within the Black family's vault. "I would wager my very hand that every single galleon within Gringotts has been meticulously documented by them. Such ambiguous handling is truly remarkable." The latter part of that statement was rather vague. Leander could only discern Dumbledore's profound dissatisfaction with the goblins. The second matter at hand pertained to the items upon the table. Dumbledore gestured towards the boxes and notebooks with his right hand. "Minerva, you must have already surmised what this is, haven't you?" Professor McGonagall nodded, unable to resist the urge to touch the notebook resting on the table. "I never would have imagined that among my students, 3 animagi could be concealed so quietly. They certainly could not be described as inconspicuous." Dumbledore seemed to have heard something amusing, erupting into hearty laughter, only to regain his composure when McGonagall shot him a disapproving glare. He turned to Leander and said, "This is derived from the Black family, a secret art and auxiliary tools that greatly enhance the success rate of becoming an animagus. Remarkably, they not only increase the likelihood of success, but also minimize the repercussions of failure." Dumbledore paused, as if contemplating it could potentially reduce the impact to the extent that, should you consume a potion infused with animal hair, our Madame Pomfrey would be more than capable of restoring you swiftly. Leander's eyes widened, not due to the Black family secret art, but because Dumbledore's words resembled those of a prophet. Next year, Hermione would brew her own potion and transform into a cat girl to be sent to the Hogwarts infirmary. What a delightful dual culinary experience for Harry and Ron. Surely, Dumbledore must have traversed time. I too wish to inhabit his form and seek a tutorial. Before Leander could inquire further, Dumbledore pushed the notebook and box in his direction. "You may take them, though I would still advise you to use them under Professor McGonagall's guidance." Leander nodded, casting a glance at Professor McGonagall. "Lastly, there remains a small gift that, for the time being, you cannot obtain." Dumbledore glanced at the parchment. Some peculiar magical artifacts. Leander stroked his chin, pondering the strength of the magical items inherited from the Black family. Yet, he soon considered whether the Slytherin box might be among the gifts bestowed upon him. Surely, that would be an extraordinary coincidence. Allowing Voldemort to come into contact with his Horcruxes too early would likely yield adverse reactions. Dumbledore began to elaborate. "Yes, Sirius is currently facing certain, unavoidable circumstances. At that moment, at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature. Sirius was in hot pursuit of an elderly house elf, racing around the house, during which Creature inadvertently smashed a gift intended for Harry. I'm sorry. I am a despicable and vile master." Creature lamented, bashing his head against the wall while clutching something and fleeing. Sirius was relentless. "I must see what this little box contains." In summary, a portion of these magical artifacts is currently in the possession of Sirius, while the remainder requires a thorough examination for dark magic, as he would not wish to present you with a collection of ticking time bombs. Leander nodded in comprehension, expressing his gratitude for the gift, which he cherished, and casually reminded that there was no rush, as he was still young and had ample time ahead of him. Albus Dumbledore smiled broadly upon hearing the initial part, yet the concluding remark prompted him to push up his glasses with a wry smile. "Child, you have struck the tender hearts of 2 old men. Compared to you, Dumbledore, I could also be considered a child." Professor McGonagall, who had been greeting the portraits of former headmasters, was suddenly jolted into action and began to interject with her own remarks. "Well, now we have a 100-year-old heart that has been pierced twice." With that, Leander and Professor McGonagall exited the headmaster's office. "Leander, follow me." All right. As he anticipated the nature of his gift, Leander was certain there would be a second act within Professor McGonagall's office. Entering with familiarity, he stood beside her. It was often the case that students who ventured into Professor McGonagall's office were those who had erred, and there was not a single surplus movable chair available. "Leander, may I take a look at that?" Professor McGonagall gestured toward the notebook in his hand. "Oh yes." Leander quickly extended the notebook. Professor McGonagall accepted it, opened it in the middle, glanced at both sides, and returned it to him. Moreover, she appeared to harbor no interest in the auxiliary tools employed by the Black family, namely the black box. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Leander spoke first. Did you finish reading it? I hadn't heard that Professor McGonagall possessed a photographic memory. I do not. Then how do you? Leander questioned, puzzled. Because I'm not attempting to steal the Black family's secrets. Rather, I seek to understand how it enhances your likelihood of success, she replied, slightly lifting her chin. The notion that renowned wizards specializing in transfiguration would vie for the secrets that could bolster the success rate of becoming an animagus seemed trivial in her discourse. This is the confidence derived from diligently mastering the art of becoming an animagus. Leander, I'm here. In response, Leander felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. As another voice assistant-like dialogue ensued, I suggest you commence your studies in animagus transformation at the earliest opportunity. Huh? Leander's eyes widened in surprise, entirely contrary to his expectations. Previously, Professor McGonagall had firmly opposed his pursuit of becoming an animagus. My earlier resistance stemmed from the complexity of becoming an animagus and the severe consequences of failure. However, with the Black family secrets, the situation has shifted. At this, Professor McGonagall pointed to the Black notebook. Chapter 46, Animagus. That night, in the Hufflepuff common room, Leander cradled Dayu while contemplating the notebook and box on the table. Dayu, my dear, what do you suppose I would transform into if I were to become an animal? Dayu, initially in a state of feigned slumber with her eyes closed, was abruptly lifted under her armpits. Are you inquiring about me? Her feline eyes revealed a human-like perplexity, her paws twitching restlessly. Disturbing a cat's repose comes with consequences, dear caretaker. Are you prepared to bear the scars of your lesson? He. Leander gently placed Dayu on a pillow, his face pressed against her fur, inhaling deeply. The comfort. Meow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It seems the plan for the cat's caretaker to endure some scratches has succeeded, as 3 blood-like marks resembling whiskers adorned Leander's left cheek. Dare to treat your master in such a manner? Beware, I might send you off to some garden. He oscillated between attempting to force himself to sleep and succumbing to the itch of exploring the notebook filled with secrets from Blake's household. The black box contained little of interest, a few specially treated leaves, a transparent vial, and a pupa of an insect. Truth be told, it was evident that animagus was not true magic in the conventional sense, but rather a transformation into a specific kind of being through elaborate rituals. Leander surveyed the contents, finding them reminiscent of a beloved web novel he cherished, wherein individuals became extraordinary beings, or sequelists, through rituals and the consumption of potions. Thus, it stood to reason that known sequelists could gain even greater powers or evolve through further rituals and potions. Could the same apply to animagi? Leander found himself lost in contemplation, flipping back to the beginning of the notebook to review the animagus ritual. First, from one full moon to the next, one must continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in the mouth for an entire month. The leaf must never be swallowed or removed, should it leave the mouth. The entire process must begin anew. As the final full moon approaches, the leaf is to be extracted and placed into a crystal vial filled with saliva, which Leander grimaced at, anticipating an unpleasant odor. It must then absorb the pure light of the moon. If clouds obscure the sky that night, one must procure a new mandrake leaf and start from scratch. Subsequently, while facing the moonlit vial, one must add a strand of their hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, the dew collected from a location untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full week. This would require consulting Professor McGonagall, as she would likely know where to find such dew. Finally, one must include a pupa of a death's head hawk moth. Leander nodded, recognizing that the insect pupa within the black box was indeed that of the death's head hawk moth. The mixture must be placed in a quiet, dark location, undisturbed until the arrival of the next thunderstorm. During the wait for the storm, at each sunrise and sunset, one must point the tip of their wand at their heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. While this may appear straightforward, the challenge is significant. Testing one's fortune. The waiting period for the storm could extend for weeks, months, or even years, with sunlight pollution potentially leading to dire mutations. Leander meticulously highlighted this most grievous mutation. Despite the arcane techniques of the Black family, the potion vial must avoid sunlight, necessitating a complete restart. If one persistently recites the incantation at dawn and dusk, there will come a moment when the tip of the wand touches the chest, and a second heartbeat will be felt, sometimes more vigorous than the original, sometimes more subdued. Ultimately, upon witnessing a flash of lightning cleave the sky, congratulations are in order, for you are but a step away from becoming an animagus. Immediately proceed to the location where the crystal vial is buried. If all preceding steps have been executed correctly, a vial of blood-red potion will await within. Now, journey to a vast and secure place, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or place your body in jeopardy. Point the wand's tip toward your heart and utter the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Then, consume the potion. If fortune smiles upon you, a wave of intense pain and 2 fervent heartbeats will engulf you. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will flood your mind. You must display no fear. It is too late to escape the promised change. This encapsulates the entirety of the Animagus ritual, yet the Black Family S notes contain several reminders pertinent to the transformation, not secrets, merely advisories. It is said that the initial transformation is often quite uncomfortable and terrifying. Clothing, glasses, or jewelry may meld into the skin, morphing into fur, scales, or claws. Moreover, do not resist nor panic, for otherwise, the animal's instincts may seize control, compelling you to act foolishly, such as leaping through a window or charging into a wall. Typically, this suffices. However, should the transformation not occur immediately, remain calm and continue to envision your form. Soon, you will effortlessly alternate between animal and human shapes. According to the lore of the Master of the Mysterious, each sequence points to one or more authorities. The Animagus aversion to sunlight and the sun. Could it be that this ability to transform into an animal is directly linked to the moon? Storms, lightning, leaves, and the face of the moth. Leander rose from his bed, barefoot, and approached the window, gazing up at the moon. The coolness of the floor contrasted with the moonlight's chill. Even in the pursuit of further understanding of the Animagus, one cannot wholly adhere to the narrative constructs of another world's web literature. Leander turned to the page where the true secrets of the Black family resided. He exhaled in relief. Good, this was not a mere masquerade. The Animagus ritual is exceedingly intricate, refined and explored by generations of the Black lineage across the ages. Chapter 47. Commencing the study. A plethora of practical explorations has yielded improvements sufficient to fill the Black family's treasury. Yet after a measure of bloody trials, only 3 effective methods remain. The first enhancement pertains to materials, the core, the leaves of the mandrake. An ancestor of the Black family employed potion-making techniques to process the mandrake leaves. With utmost sincerity, he initially sought merely to ensure that the leaf in his mouth would not emit an unpleasant odor or provoke excessive salivation, thus allowing for normal speech. To his astonishment, the effects of the potion he concocted exceeded all expectations, not only resolving his initial concern, but also bestowing a calming and stabilizing effect during transformation. Indeed, it appears that both science and magic often arise from serendipity. Regrettably, this ancestor remained unaware of which specific step in his potion-making process yielded such an effect, resulting in a diminishing supply of the leaves. The black box likely contained the entirety of what remained. In a second improvement, Leander found a striking resemblance to the closed-minded technique. A certain Black, during his research, observed that prior to the successful execution of the spell, one's Animagus form would vividly manifest in the mind, guiding the transformation. Thus, if a wizard could foresee this form in advance, would it not significantly enhance the likelihood of becoming an Animagus? The results confirmed his hypothesis. This wizard dubbed his method with an unbearably lengthy name composed of 4 or 5 English words, which Leander found impossible to pronounce. Ultimately, he rebranded it based on its characteristics, naming it the visualization method. True to its name, with the aid of a special incantation, one could glimpse the Animagus form they were destined to embody. Initially, this image would be rather indistinct, but with continuous practice, it would become progressively clearer, evolving into a complete vision of an animal that appeared almost capable of movement. Coincidentally, the time it typically takes for an individual to delineate their animal form aligns perfectly with the duration of the Animagus ritual. Under the visualization method, provided that the preceding ritual steps were executed without error, the chances of failure were virtually non-existent. The term virtually is used as there was indeed a fool from the Black family who failed, yet even in failure, he continued to lead a joyous life. This was a direct quote from the notes, and Leander speculated that this individual was not truly a fool, but rather someone whose family, in their pride, refused to acknowledge his normalcy. Leander resolved to defer contemplation on the mandrake-infused leaves for 2 days and to discuss them with Professor McGonagall. However, he was eager to experiment with the visualization method at the earliest opportunity. Truth be told, he was quite curious about what his animal form might be. The third improvement filled Leander with excitement. During the animagus ritual, the preparatory animagus would perceive a second heartbeat emanating from their animal form. What if one were to trace the origins of this heartbeat? A certain researcher from the Black family embarked on a bold exploration. It could be said that this third avenue of inquiry was the most intricate, mysterious, and powerful, exacting the highest toll from the Black family. Countless brave souls, lured by substantial rewards, met untimely deaths due to heart ruptures, some of whom were even members of the Black family themselves. What a revelation it would be to think that a pure blood family would experiment with their own noble lineage. How naive, how utterly naive. What is truly perplexing is that their hearts remained intact. Yet the symptoms post-mortem would lead even the most advanced forensic experts of the 21st century to conclude that heart failure had occurred. Fortunately, through the diligent efforts of 3 generations, this enhancement was achieved and was aptly named creating a heart. Unlike the previous 2 techniques that improved the success rate of animagus transformations, creating a heart represents a genuine advancement. Accomplishing this not only boosts the likelihood of successful transformation, but also enhances the animal form to a certain degree. At this point, Leander could not help but recall Sirius's astonishing transformation into an extraordinarily large black dog, which indeed transcended the ordinary dimensions of a canine, resembling more a black bear in size. Moreover, Leander vaguely remembered that Sirius's animal form could even rival Remus, who had transformed into a werewolf for a brief period. "Hey, Dayu, could you take on a werewolf in a duel?" Leander whispered, closing his notebook and directing his question to the sleeping cat nestled in her bed. She was blissfully unaware of her somewhat battered caretaker. However, it seemed that Peter's animagus form did not exhibit any enhanced characteristics. Was it merely less conspicuous, perhaps resulting in longevity? The final entries in the notebook shed light on Leander's curiosity. Creating a heart necessitates some exceedingly expensive potion ingredients, along with a rather painful ritual. At that time, Peter likely lacked both the funds and the courage. It remains uncertain whether James completed this third step. The Potter family was not short on money, and he certainly possessed ample bravery. However, his life was somewhat fleeting, and as for his role, it rendered him an unsuitable reference point. Contemplating this, Leander opened the small black box to take another look. Indeed, it lacked the materials mentioned in the notebook, which was somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Sirius had been imprisoned for 10 years, and the ancestral home had been maintained solely by the house elf, Creature. Any materials that might have existed previously would likely have lost their potency due to the passage of time and improper storage. Leander perused the notebook once more, gazing at the lengthy list of potion ingredients at the bottom of the page, each letter appearing like a small heap of gleaming galleons. Fortunately, Sirius would bear the cost of this endeavor. It felt rather gratifying to be able to indulge in such luxuries. The following day, at the entrance to the Transfiguration classroom for upper years. "Hello, Professor McGonagall. Is there something I can assist you with, Leander?" Professor McGonagall seemed to have an inkling of Leander's purpose for visiting. "Professor, I have made my decision." As anticipated, Professor McGonagall nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed to my office for a discussion." 5 minutes later, in the familiar setting, Leander began to confide in Professor McGonagall about his plans and the obstacles he had encountered. However, he refrained from disclosing his intention to delve deeper into the realm of animagus transformations, deeming it too perilous. A first-year wizard expressing such ambitions would merely be regarded as arrogant and reckless. That's how it is, Professor McGonagall. I wish to inquire if there exists a dew in a place devoid of sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Chapter 48. Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes set sail. Upon hearing Leander's inquiry, Professor McGonagall removed her glasses and rubbed her brow, appearing somewhat troubled. However, when Leander intended to express that it was no concern if he could not find the information, and that he could seek it out himself, the professor nodded in acknowledgement. "Regarding the dew material, you need not worry about it. Inform me a few days in advance, and I shall prepare it." "Excellent. Thank you, Professor." Leander's joy was palpable. The prospect of having guidance from a teacher, sparing him from unnecessary detours, was indeed delightful. Professor McGonagall nodded, retrieving a small notebook from her drawer and flipping it to roughly 2/3 of its pages. Leander caught a glimpse of various dates and notes inscribed upon it. "When you plan to taste the leaves?" Professor McGonagall arched an eyebrow at Leander. The flavor of the mandrake leaves is rather unpleasant, and she was curious to see the expression he would wear after having them in his mouth. "After attending the unicorn gathering, perhaps? I fear that if I were to speak with the leaves in my mouth, they might misunderstand me." "The unicorn gathering?" Professor McGonagall's eyes glimmered with interest. "Is it in the Forbidden Forest? I once encountered a unicorn foal when I first arrived at the school. They are utterly adorable." Ahem. However, she quickly composed herself, realizing that she should not exhibit such enthusiasm before a student, and cleared her throat, adopting a more serious tone. Very well, Leander. You may return to your duties. Remember to take your astronomy class seriously, and keep track of the upcoming full moons. Certainly, Professor. Leander turned to leave the office. Indeed, reminded by her words. While full moons are not particularly rare astronomical events, their timing can be unpredictable, and he needed to consult Professor Sinistra. Many mischievous young wizards were already saving their pocket money, planning to purchase a set of ghost costumes to frighten their friends. Yet Leander had been feeling rather downcast lately. The first full moon calculated by Professor Sinistra was quite near, but that was already a matter of the previous month. The second full moon was slated for the middle of October, on the 21st, yet he had yet to receive an invitation from the unicorn herd. Leander began to wonder if, for a long-lived species like the unicorns, their perception of time differed from that of an ordinary wizard like himself. By the time he received an invitation, would he have already graduated? It was truly vexing. Leander, just as he was lost in thought. A voice called out from around the corner of the corridor, sounding quite excited. Leander. Another call followed, similar yet deliberately melodious, rather irksome. The long-lost Weasley twins have returned. Leander looked somewhat exasperated at the sight of the two brothers before him. One wore a cheeky expression, while the other feigned seriousness. Mr. Foscro Leander. Fred's voice was deep and solemn, reminiscent of a Thor who had lost everything. Oh, under the witness of Merlin. George chimed in, producing a large box from behind him. So soon, Leander eagerly accepted the large box from George's hands, leading the way into the adjacent empty classroom. To be candid, he was somewhat taken aback. From the inception of this idea to the present, it has only been a little over a month, and Fred and George have astonishingly crafted a prototype of their product. Is this what one calls talent, or perhaps the genius of mischief? After placing the box upon the table, Fred eagerly lifted the lid, revealing its contents. At the bottom lay a pillow, atop which rested a packet of sweets and 3 wands. Allow us to introduce the instant skip class sweets, the faux wands, and the ice cream pillow. Fred winked at Leander, noting that this inspiration stemmed from his own mischievous antics. From the very name, Leander could surmise the purpose of these props, which had indeed made their appearance in the original text, now brought to life ahead of time. However, to maintain the atmosphere, Leander curiously picked up one of the wands. A faux wand? What purpose does this serve? He casually waved it to cast a spell. George maintained a serious demeanor. If one were not familiar with him, they might discern the laughter he was suppressing, leading Leander to ponder if he had been possessed by a sales spirit. Wingardium Leviosa. Leander hardly paid it any mind, as he recalled that the wand would transform into a rubber animal. Ha 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 ha! Fred and George erupted into uncontrollable laughter at Leander's startled exclamation, almost rolling on the floor in their mirth. After casting the spell, the wand morphed into a sizable cobra. It reared its upper body and hissed menacingly at Leander. It was not until several seconds later that the cobra gradually stiffened, ultimately becoming a rubber toy. George, do you feel a chill at your back? Fred observed Leander, squinting suspiciously, a sense of unease rising within him. Do, Fred. No, wait, I feel a chill all over. Leander, possessing keen hearing, caught every word of the brothers' whispered conversation. Do not lament. It is merely a psychological chill. Rest assured, winter is approaching, and soon you shall experience true physical cold. Leander picked up a sweet and unwrapped it, inquiring about its effects from the brothers behind him. This inevitably reminded him of previous snowball fights on Earth before his sacrifice. In the North, snowball fights were a serious affair. Once one entered the arena, it was akin to the commencement of war. Those who fell simply lay still, awaiting enthusiastic participants to bury them. When the snow piled high at Hogwarts, he envisioned delivering a shock to these British lads reminiscent of the snowball fights from northern China. This is the instant skip class suite, our pride and joy. The Weasley twins are devoted to assisting students ensnared in the depths of academia to escape their torment. In layman's terms, Fred continued, consuming the black portion of the candy will induce a myriad of symptoms: vomiting, nosebleeds, dizziness, diarrhea, any of which can facilitate an escape from class. The white portion, however, will alleviate these effects. This description closely mirrored the original text, yet Leander found himself skeptical. Chapter 49, Investment, all in black and white. How will you discern which causes a nosebleed and which induces diarrhea? Upon hearing this query, Fred and George's beaming smiles faltered, their expressions frozen in place for several seconds. Fred sheepishly attempted to explain. Constrained by the deadline and the urgency of our research, George interjected during Fred's silence. Consequently, a minor issue arose with the instant escape candy. Just a trivial one. As he spoke, George gestured to Leander to indicate just how insignificant the problem was. Alas, poor George, unwittingly losing his foothold in the Korean market. What was the issue? We too were oblivious to the candy's efficacy. Fred gazed earnestly at Leander, his eyes as innocent as a child's. Indeed, Leander thought to himself, the effects had diverged somewhat from the original. However, he refrained from offering an opinion and instead tore the instant escape candy in half, picking up the black segment. Fred and George assumed Leander intended to consume it, beginning to regret not bringing an artist to capture his disheveled appearance. Fred? Huh. 3-pointer. Leander gently tossed the candy, which traced a scientifically accurate parabolic arc before landing precisely in Fred's mouth. Poor Fred, upon hearing his name, instinctively exclaimed, huh, with his mouth forming an O. Ready for the shot. As the candy entered his mouth, he barely registered it, chewing a couple of times. Leander watched in horror as a torrent of blood gushed from Fred's nose as if his arterial vessel had ruptured. Surely, this level of bleeding could not be healthy. Was this instant escape candy or instant demise candy? In desperation, he hastily retrieved the white candy and shoved it into Fred's mouth. Don't panic. I shall take you to Madame Ponfra right away. She should be able to restore you to your former self within 3 days. Yet, once the bleeding subsided, Fred's pallid complexion quickly flushed with color, and he broke free from Leander's support, bursting into laughter with George, their arms slung around each other. Leander's expression turned dark. The white candy proved to be remarkably effective. How was he unaware of the duo's level of medical magic expertise? Sensing Leander's confusion, George, suppressing his laughter, explained, our intention in developing the instant escape candy was to assist students in evading the classroom, not to usher them out of this world. Therefore, the bleeding aspect certainly cannot be genuine. As he spoke, George tilted Fred's head back, revealing his clean nostrils. Unable to contain himself, Leander erupted into applause. These two were indeed geniuses in the art of mischief. They had even considered humanitarian principles and corporate impact. No wonder the Weasley wizard wheezes thrived. These two were the true pillars and souls of the enterprise. At that moment, Leander became acutely aware of the chasm between ordinary individuals and prankster prodigies. A profound sense of disappointment washing over him, as it did every reader who encountered this scene. Yet, there was a silver lining. He had a backup plan. Leander shrugged and retrieved the final item from the box, a pillow. I trust we need not elaborate on this? The appearance of the pillow bore no distinction from the standard Gryffindor model, appearing soft and comfortable, suitable for cradling one's head. However, should one succumb to the temptation of slumber, it would inevitably transform into a puddle of ice cream. We had deliberated for quite some time on how to commemorate our friendship, caught between the use of pillows and toilet seats. George's voice resonated with his solemn gravity, and Leander felt he was well suited to conduct a ceremony of brotherhood, provided he could suppress his laughter until the conclusion. Ultimately, we settled on pillows. Fred added a rather trivial remark. Why? Because toilet seats are not sufficiently sanitary? Leander inquired with curiosity. Because toilet seats are neither easy to procure nor to sell. Fred asserted with an air of confidence, feigning an earnest demeanor as he gazed at Leander. Have you truly inquired about their procurement difficulties? Fred chuckled. Haha. Not only did we consult merchants within the wizarding world, but we also reached out to muggles. They only wished to sell entire toilets. Fred sighed, his expression shifting from mirth to a semblance of disappointment. Initially, we had intended to transform the toilet into a prank prop, but then we encountered a dilemma. What dilemma? We have no money. X2 Fred and George exclaimed jubilantly. We have no money. Leander looked on, perplexed. What is with the laughter, my friends, if you lack funds? Yet, there was a silver lining to their financial constraints. Leander withdrew a piece of parchment from his pocket, along with ink and a quill, swiftly inscribing 2 sentences before presenting them to the twins. Fred accepted it, questioning its utility. To his surprise, Fred and George ceased their laughter. No, Leander. This is far too precious, Fred said, returning the parchment with a shake of his head. Why? This money was a gift from Sirius, drawn from the Black family vault. That's not the reason, George interjected, shaking his head. We are friends, Leander. Friendship is an equal bond. The Weasley twins' gazes were unprecedentedly serious. They did not wish for their camaraderie to be tainted by monetary considerations. How is the market for your prank props? Thriving. Would you be interested in pursuing this business after graduation? Establishing Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes? Oh. X2 Fred and George exclaimed in disbelief. How did you know our plans, Leander? We haven't shared them with anyone. Mother would crush our dreams in the cradle. You even have the name figured out. The twins chattered excitedly, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Leander was somewhat astonished. It appeared they had been contemplating this from such a young age. But perhaps that was for the best. Leander handed the parchment back, reintroducing himself. I, Leander Forsco, am an investor in Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Fred extended his hand, gravely shaking Leander's. George knelt on one knee, seemingly poised to deliver a kiss upon the hand, nearly receiving a swift kick from Leander in response. Chapter 50. An Invitation from a Unicorn. After departing the empty classroom, Leander watched Fred and George's cheerful figures retreat, unable to suppress a slight smile. I shall ensure you live to a ripe old age. Leander strode into the shadowy corridor. There were still lessons to attend. In the afternoon, within the damp confines of Hogwarts dungeons, the potions classroom awaited. Leander awkwardly descended from the ladder. It is not merely his complaints. The teaching methods of the potions professor are already quite inhumane. However, the classroom environment and the manner of entry into it are equally unsettling. Professor Snape, rarely seen early at the lectern, wore an exceptionally grim expression. The gathering of the brash and foolish, whom he despises the most, made him contemplate a strike. Leander dusted himself off and, after a moment of hesitation, took a seat beside Harry. Sitting near Harry during potions class is a perilous endeavor, particularly when Snape is in a foul mood. Nevertheless, Leander needed to inquire about any recent news from Hagrid regarding unicorns. If he didn't extend an invitation soon, he would have to commence his animagus training. To his surprise, as soon as he sat down, before he could utter a word, Harry handed him a small note, whispering that it was from Hagrid. The note was hastily scrawled with the message that the invitation for the unicorns had arrived, and Hagrid mentioned they could visit that afternoon. All right. Leander nodded enthusiastically at Harry's instructions, finally able to attend the unicorn gathering. Both Harry and Leander appeared quite elated, which did not sit well with another occupant of the classroom. Harry Potter. Snape's expression was as rigid as stone, yet his voice flowed with a melodious tone that sent chills down Harry's spine. What is it, Professor? Harry stood, bracing himself. Indeed, Snape mocked, moving forward as if propelled by a gust of wind. Harry's nose twitched uncomfortably. Professor, your hair has an odor, he remarked, causing Snape to retort. So much so that you neglect the signal for class, the bell? Or is your hearing reserved for the Quidditch pitch to catch a golden snitch? As Harry absorbed the professor's barbs, a rush of blood surged to his head. Professor, I was merely... His retort was stifled as a sudden chill enveloped him, calming his emotions. Engaging in a battle of wits with Snape would only exacerbate the chasm between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Apologies, Professor. I will be more attentive in the future, Harry managed to utter, casting a barely noticeable glare at Snape. The impact was significant. Snape had intended to provoke Harry, aiming to deduct house points and impose detention after his taunt. Yet, the child's apology, coupled with that defiant gaze, disarmed him. Take your seat, Snape uttered, his face fluctuating between crimson and alabaster, finally managing to spit out those words. Harry was taken aback. He had entirely forgotten his own promise and whispered to Leander. For the first time, he actually called my name without deducting points. Witnessing Harry's exhilaration, Leander's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was acutely aware of why Snape had refrained from penalizing Harry. Leander, why did I suddenly feel a chill? Did you cast a spell? Leander simply nodded in response. Indeed, it is his new magic, which emerged after the salvation of the unicorn kin. Unlike before, this time there was no conjuring of ice cream-related materials, yet it could be tenuously connected. The name of this ability is cryogenic preservation, depending on the caster's intent. It maintains the temperature of a designated area at a remarkably low level, preventing ice cream from melting. Following his recent encounter with Voldemort, Leander realized that his magic transcended mere ice cream ingredients. The ice cream he conjured possessed the qualities of all-white magic, bearing a restraining capability against Voldemort akin to, though lesser than, Harry's bloodline magic. Dumbledore often remarked that Lily's spell was rooted in a love that could conquer death. Leander speculated that the efficacy of his ice cream stemmed from the joy or happiness people experienced upon consuming it. Leander had just tested this cryogenic preservation, finding it could keep individuals calm and stabilize emotions. He firmly believed that ice cream could temper one's mood. Indeed, during moments of irritability, it was akin to a panacea. However, maintaining calmness after consuming one, only to indulge in 5 more, that seemed rather counterproductive. Reflecting on his actions at the Florin ice cream parlor, Leander found this logic questionable. On the podium, Snape had commenced his usual lecture, yet for reasons unknown, possibly due to Leander's own psychological influence, he felt that Snape's reasoning lacked the clarity it once possessed. Even when reprimanding Neville, his sharpness seemed dulled. with his mind preoccupied with abilities and the upcoming unicorn gathering. Leander absorbed little of the class content. By the time the lesson concluded, the cauldron contained a pool of viscous purple liquid. Remarkably, Snape merely shot a glare at Leander and Harry, not deducting any points. After class, Ron quietly inquired of Harry, "Did your godfather slip some money to Snape?" "I don't know. How much would it take to effect such a change? Having money is truly advantageous." The longing for galleons gleamed in Ron's eyes. Leander shrugged. Even if Sirius were to offer Snape the entire Black family vault, it would likely yield no more than a fleeting hex. Emerging from the potions classroom onto the grounds of Hogwarts, Leander resolved to first procure a meal to satiate his hunger. After all, Hagrid's culinary skills were not designed for the palates of ordinary humans. The unicorn gathering would likely be more suited for animals, perhaps consisting of berries? Leander was uncertain, so he shoved a large piece of roasted beef into his mouth. Sizzling with juices, the aroma of the meat wafted delightfully. Excellent. Recently, his role had been minimal, leaving him in a rather foul mood. Today, he intended to introduce himself to some animal friends. Chapter 51. A gathering? No, a sacrifice. Dayu lounged on Leander's shoulder, lazily observing the scenery as it shifted until a vast stretch of forest and a quaint wooden cabin came into view. The forest exuded a complex aura. Some sensed delighted cats, while others were, ugh. Leander failed to notice Dayu's discreet retching as he knocked on the cabin door. Upon opening, he encountered two individuals and a dog. Professor Flitwick had arrived early, seated comfortably in Hagrid's chair, sipping tea. Upon the arrival of Leander, he turned to stand atop a chair and waved enthusiastically. "Ah, Leander, are you ready to embark on a new adventure?" he exclaimed. "Oh, Professor, you are the head of Ravenclaw. You sound more like a Gryffindor now," he added with a hearty laugh. Just as Leander and Professor Flitwick were engaged in jovial conversation, Hagrid stealthily reached towards Daisy. Meow. Daisy rose upright on Leander's shoulder and swiped at Hagrid's hand. Although she left no mark, Hagrid pretended to wince in pain, letting out a few yelps, realizing that not only he and the cat were present, but also two lively humans. Hagrid's cheeks flushed slightly under the gaze of Leander and Professor Flitwick, and he awkwardly tucked his hand behind his back. Ahem, since Leander has arrived, shall we set off? 2 minutes later, the trio ventured into the Forbidden Forest, with Hagrid leading the way, wielding a machete. "Hagrid, the last place we visited was the unicorn's habitat, wasn't it?" Leander noted, recalling their previous excursion and observing that the direction they were heading appeared different this time, which left him somewhat perplexed. It could be considered so. Unicorns tend to be solitary creatures, usually dispersed across vast areas. They only gather when the little unicorns are born to prevent mishaps. So this gathering of unicorns is for the newborns? Leander inquired. Gathering? Hagrid raised an eyebrow. If we must find a fitting term from a human perspective, it should be called a ritual. A ritual? Professor Flitwick's curiosity was piqued. In his understanding, rituals were behaviors exhibited only by centaurs, vampires, and other anthropomorphic magical beings. Although unicorns possessed considerable intelligence, they seemed an unlikely candidate for such practices. Hagrid nodded in agreement, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "I actually didn't know. It was all told to me by Hippolyta. As for the specifics of a unicorn's ritual, I suppose we shall have to experience it ourselves." Just as Leander was about to nod in agreement with Professor Flitwick, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Leander, you have arrived." How to describe this voice? It was akin to approaching a vast waterfall. Amidst the tumultuous sound of rushing water, one might hear the pristine drip of water from a cliff amidst the cacophony. More concretely, it could be likened to the voice of the polar bear in the animated series We Bare Bears, though it surpassed that in grandeur. Who is speaking? Leander felt a shiver run down his spine at the foreign voice echoing in his mind. Speaking? Upon hearing Leander's anxious inquiry, both Hagrid and Professor Flitwick turned their attention towards him. Did someone speak? Hagrid scratched his head, puzzled. It is I who speaks. The voice resonated in the minds of all three. At that moment, a familiar, divine, and majestic figure emerged from the woods ahead. "Oh, Hippolyta, you can speak now." Hagrid was filled with excitement and moved forward, eager to offer a grand embrace. However, Hippolyta disdainfully evaded him. Hagrid felt a pang of hurt, yet Hippolyta seemed largely indifferent, proceeding directly towards Leander. "Hello, Hippolyta," Leander greeted, stepping closer and gently patting Hippolyta's neck. Compared to their initial meeting, Hippolyta appeared taller, more spirited, radiating a faint glow. The name Hippolyta felt too grand for me. Leander discerned a hint of helplessness in a horse-esque expression, while Hippolyta cast a reproachful glance at Hagrid. "Is Hippolyta the name you bestowed upon me? Let us discuss as we walk." "Very well. Names are a human convention. Why must we have names if we do not speak?" "Indeed, Leander realized, acknowledging his arrogance in imposing human notions upon other beings. But why do you deem this name too grand? Apollyon glanced at Hagrid. You named me. You should explain. Oh well. Hagrid felt a touch of embarrassment. When I first encountered Apollyon, I felt such a sacred creature deserved a divine name. And you chose the name of one of the 12 titans from Greek mythology. The god of light, father of the sun, moon, and dawn, a child of Gaia, the earth goddess, and Uranus, the primordial sky god. At this moment, Professor Flivy also exhibited a look of realization, remarking how familiar the name sounded. Though Leander was not well-versed in Greek mythology, he grasped the concept. Hagrid, hearing Apollion's addition, whistled and gazed at the sky, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Apollyon did not pursue the matter further. Leander, you must be curious as to why I can speak, and why my voice resonates within your mind, correct? Indeed. Apollyon received an affirmative response, his posture exuding a sense of pride, appearing even more divine. This is a gift from the gods. Gods? Does this world truly harbor deities? Leander, having been a materialist for so many years, found it difficult to believe that a pantheon of gods existed above him, even after learning magic. The gods translate my thoughts into human language, projecting them into your minds in the form you can most easily comprehend, which means, he continued, the words you hear vary, especially for you, Leander. Me? Leander was perplexed. The words they cannot perceive. Leander, the language that resonates in your mind differs from theirs. This revelation sent shivers down Leander's spine. Different languages? Indeed, he now realized that Apollyon had been conversing with him in Chinese all along. So that means, yes, in a sense, you are now hearing the voice of God. If you are sufficiently arrogant, you may even consider it your own voice. Chapter 52, The Himalayas. The voice of God? Leander pressed his lips together, choosing not to say more, and simply followed in Apollyon's wake. Professor Flivy's gaze lingered on Leander for a moment. The unicorn must have concealed something from us and Leander. Soon, the group arrived at a vast circular clearing, at the center of which stood a stone platform. Within a 7-meter radius of the platform, there was an absence of any living creature, while beyond that distance, a few unicorns roamed sporadically. Notably, although they appeared dispersed, each unicorn was positioned around a golden-hued unicorn foal. Leander gazed upward at the sky, where the moonlight emanated a striking purity, imbued with a sense of the sacred. No, that was not quite right. Shaking his head, Leander realized that both the moon's shape and the color of its light were objective phenomena, while the sense of sanctity was a subjective imposition. Influenced by his knowledge of the impending ritual, Apollyon departed from Leander's group and made his way directly toward the central platform. The other unicorns, observing Apollyon's actions, followed suit. The tall, adult unicorns beside the foals gently lifted them and proceeded toward the central platform. Ultimately, 3 or 4 foals were placed atop the platform. Leander found this peculiar. According to human conventions, such platforms typically held statues of deities, officiants, or offerings. You should come too, just follow behind me, Apollyon's voice echoed again. And Leander then noticed that the unicorns had formed an orderly queue in a remarkably short time. They circled the platform, arranged by size from the inner to the outer ring. Adapting to the local customs, Professor Flivy positioned himself behind Apollyon, followed by Leander and Hagrid. When a unicorn stepped back, you should also retreat, Apollyon advised, glancing back. Leander couldn't shake the feeling that Apollyon had cast a fleeting glance at Dayu. All right, understood. In truth, Leander had found the ritual thus far to be rather rudimentary. The offerings were simplistic, devoid of any air of mystery. He felt that even primitive human rituals bore more enigmatic qualities than those of the unicorns. However, this perception was soon to be transformed. After being preserved in cold, Leander's sensitivity to temperature heightened significantly, and now, the temperature in the Forbidden Forest plummeted rapidly. The air became frigid, unlike the typical climate of an island nation like England. It felt more akin to the biting winds of snow-capped mountains at high altitudes. What was this? Clouds? Leander's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld clouds. Yet they were not high above in the sky, nor directly before him, but beneath his feet. At that moment, Apollyon began to retreat, and the 3 humans and 1 cat behind him cautiously mimicked his movements. It was only then that Leander recognized that this place was no longer the Forbidden Forest. Enveloped by the mists of the mountains, the frozen ground blanketed in pristine snow. The biting cold wind assaulted their senses with a painful chill. This was the Himalayas. Apollyon, what is the meaning of this? Where are we? The Holy Mountain, the place closest to the divine, known to you humans as the Himalayas. Indeed, Leander swallowed hard. He had undergone 3 months of extreme environment training in the Himalayas during his previous life, and thus was somewhat familiar with this place. Professor Flitwick and Hagrid stood aghast, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Are you suggesting that we have been transported to China? Their voices pitched to a piercing high. In response to their bewilderment, Hippolyte shook his head. No, we are still in England. We haven't even left the Forbidden Forest. I do wish we were in the Himalayas. I envy my compatriots there. A human-like yearning surfaced on Hippolyte's equine face. Still in the Forbidden Forest? That is impossible. Leander examined his surroundings closely. Even scooping up a handful of snow from the ground, everything felt undeniably real. Consider it a miraculous illusion. What lies before you may be both tangible and ethereal. The Riddler should exit the Forbidden Forest. Such a miraculous illusion could lead even Voldemort to be obediently guided. Rest assured, there is no danger, and will be advantageous for you. Others may wish to enter, but they cannot. It seemed Napoleon had just remembered that these three were benefactors of the unicorns and hastily began to elucidate the purpose of the ritual. This ritual can only be seen by us unicorns and those friends recognized by unicorns. To outsiders, the Forbidden Forest appears unchanged. You mean apart from us? No other humans can see it, correct? Leander interjected, his voice cutting through Hippolyte's explanation. Indeed, Hippolyte affirmed. Leander's expression turned peculiar as he spotted a familiar, kindly old man with a white beard waving at them from a nearby mountain peak. My dear Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here? Leander gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. Dumbledore, from afar, gestured for silence. Hippolyte resumed his narrative. Our object of worship is the great moon. Wait, the moon? Which true lunar deity are you referring to? Selene? Artemis? Mani? Or Changshi? Professor Flitwick interjected hurriedly, eager to clarify his confusion. Leander was slightly taken aback upon hearing the last name, Changshi. The professor's knowledge is impressively vast. He even knows of Changshi. In response to this inquiry, Hippolyte paused before explaining, these names are merely human personifications of the moon, a practice we consider blasphemous. The moon is simply the moon, the deity closest to us. So the moon, as Earth's satellite, is indeed the closest to our planet? You unicorns are rather scientifically minded. Hippolyte was about to continue detailing the benefits of the upcoming ritual, but suddenly seemed to realize something and quickly lowered his head. You all go and sit with the unicorn foals. Chapter 53, Perception. Sensing the urgency in Hippolyte's words, Leander and his companions hastily made their way to the circular platform. Initially, the platform seemed ample enough to accommodate 3 people, a cat, and several unicorn foals, but the situation changed dramatically once Hagrid took his place. Haish, your presence has made this space rather cramped. At this, the towering figure felt a flush of embarrassment. The surrounding unicorns fell into a profound silence, their breaths barely audible. Leander instinctively looked up. The moonlight had intensified, almost transforming into a tangible beam. Yet, remarkably, despite its brilliance capable of illuminating all darkness, Leander could gaze directly into it without discomfort. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, perched upon a distant peak, silently donned a pair of sunglasses, purple plastic frames with lenses of an unknown material, thrust upon him during his last stroll through Muggle streets. In Dumbledore's eyes, the moonlight surged towards Leander and the unicorn foals, causing their delicate horns to emit a soft glow, while the humans remained unaffected. But that cat? Dumbledore scrutinized further. Dayu was perched atop Leander's head, her eyes wide open, also radiating light. No, this doesn't seem to completely violate school regulations. After all, it is merely a cat, quite adept at skirting the edges of the rules. As the moonlight gradually returned to its normal state, Dumbledore removed his sunglasses. Hey, Polian? Choo-choo-choo. Are you awake? Swallow, what are you eating? Swallow, honey. Would you like some? Hey, Polian gestured with his chin, prompting a unicorn to deftly lift a small basket from the ground and place it beside Leander. Inside were several solidified chunks of honey, glistening like amber. Without much thought, Leander picked one up and took a bite. Wow, this is delicious. With a single taste, Leander's eyes lit up, literally, though he remained blissfully unaware. This honey was exquisite, sweet yet not cloying, imbued with an array of floral fragrances, combined with the Himalayan climate. It offered a refreshing, creamy sensation akin to ice cream. If Old Florence ice cream shop had this, it would dominate Diagon Alley and the entire British frozen dessert scene. Hey, Polian, where does this honey come from? I don't know. Choo-choo-choo. Leander raised an eyebrow. You don't know? Indeed. Choo-choo-choo. After each sacrificial ceremony, several baskets appear. Choo-choo-choo. Hey, Polian pointed with his hoof at the joyful unicorns indulging in their feast. So, you're suggesting this is a divine gift? Only a deity could provide such delightful honey. Leander descended from the pedestal, holding a piece of honey. We have never left the forbidden forest. Apollyon first corrected Leander's misunderstanding and then added, according to tradition, the miracle will vanish within 10 minutes. You may explore for now. Apollyon seemed preoccupied with some matters, joining other unicorns in conversation. Leander stood there, bemused. This place, with its mountains and snow, was scenery he had seen countless times before. What was there to explore? Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, was thoroughly captivated, darting about to admire the vistas surrounding the world's highest mountain range. Hello, Leander. He greeted Leander with a smile. Hello, Headmaster. Can I not see you? Leander pointed towards the unicorns. Oh, it is not boastfulness, for if I so wished, no one would be able to perceive my presence, Dumbledore replied, winking at Leander. Just moments ago, Hippolyte informed me that apart from the unicorns and their invited guests, no one is permitted here. Leander gazed at Hippolyte in the distance, and Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of guilt. I apologize, but I must admit my keen interest in the unicorn's ritual, hence my uninvited arrival. I shall offer my apologies at a later opportunity. Wait, what? Leander was taken aback. My inquiry wasn't about your guilt, but rather how you managed to enter. Dumbledore seemed to perceive Leander's confusion. Leander, you trust it, and indeed it has not deceived you. Yet how can you be certain its understanding is correct? Leander pondered this, and then inquired, so, this is not a miracle? Dumbledore stroked his beard. If one were to insist, it could be deemed miraculous, though it is not so divine. At the very least, I am capable of similar feats. You're truly remarkable, Leander said sincerely, giving a thumbs up. What is Newbie? That is Chinese, meaning super cool. Ah, I see. Chinese is indeed fascinating, though rather challenging to learn. Dumbledore continued, stroking his beard. In truth, performing such marvels is not particularly difficult. But Leander, you have allowed a leaf to obscure your vision. Is it a case of being blinded by a single leaf? Leander seemed to have an epiphany and, contemplating the ice cream in his mind, arrived at a conclusion. I see now. Miracles truly reside within the domain of the divine. Dumbledore recognized the understanding in Leander's expression, remarking on his cleverness. Once Leander grasped the concept, he could not help but ask the elder beside him, Headmaster Dumbledore, have you ever encountered a deity? Just call me Professor, Dumbledore corrected him casually. Indeed, I've seen more than one. Then, Professor, do you hold a fondness for the divine? Dumbledore fell silent. After a moment, he sat down heavily on the ground, and Leander followed suit. Leander, look at the moon. What feelings arise within you? Arrogance. It is too arrogant. Arrogance. Dumbledore was taken aback. Long ago, an old friend had described it as longing, and he had assumed Leander might feel similarly. Yes, arrogance. There are far too many tragedies in this world. If deities truly exist, why do they turn a blind eye? If a deity possesses a human heart, I cannot fathom how it could stand idly by watching countless lives extinguished in mere days. I cannot believe it would allow a child to sit amidst ruins awaiting death without intervening. Chapter 54. Arrogance. They can observe, merely because of their arrogance. Humanity is, in their eyes, not a being of thought and flesh. Perhaps so, perhaps not. Leander struggled to find an appropriate term. Do not be agitated, Leander. As emotions surged within him, Dumbledore's calming voice resonated. Leander gazed at the silver-haired elder, only to discover that he seemed to be smoking. Had he ever heard of Dumbledore being portrayed as a smoker? Could it be that the mention of divine matters weighed heavily on even Dumbledore's heart? How perplexing. Just as Leander was about to lament, he noticed that the object in Dumbledore's mouth emitted no smoke. A peculiar product from the wizarding world? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was not a cigarette, but rather a licorice stick. Mr. Dumbledore, we are engaged in a rather serious discussion. Leander managed to utter through gritted teeth. Oh, my apologies, Dumbledore responded, hastily chewing the licorice stick into fragments and swallowing them after a couple of chews. Or perhaps, he was simply seeking clarity. Dumbledore's figure gradually grew ethereal, and before vanishing, he patted Leander's shoulder, saying, Child, do not burden yourself excessively, nor become overly fixated on the so-called divine. When you reach my age, you will understand that what is termed divine is, in truth, akin to humanity, a mere label, a diminutive label. Dumbledore formed a circle with his hands to illustrate just how small that label was. Oh, poor old man, over a century old, lamenting the loss of the South Korea market. He can no longer be a pop idol. A slightly imperfect full moon hung high in the sky, the night deepening. On October 15th, 1991, at Hogwarts, Leander's heart raced as he made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Today marked the standard full moon day calculated by Professor Sinistra. This meant that his animagus training was about to commence. Initially anxious, Leander felt increasingly calm as he approached Professor McGonagall's office. He harbored numerous hypotheses regarding the magic of animagus transformation, but the foundation lay in his own ability to become an animagus. Otherwise, he would end up like a certain master from a classic web novel, dubbed the theoretical best, yet lacking in practical skills, who could ascertain the validity of his theories. Knock, knock, knock. Leander gently rapped 3 times on the door. Come in, came Professor McGonagall's immediate response. Entering the familiar office, he found Professor McGonagall with her back to him, seemingly occupied with matters on her desk. What was the first step to becoming an animagus? For an entire month, spanning from one full moon to the next, one must continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in their mouth. The leaf must never be swallowed or removed, should it leave the mouth. The entire process must begin anew. Professor McGonagall regarded Leander with a knowing smile. For most, this is indeed the case, but you, I suspect, may be different. She gestured toward the black notebook in Leander's hand. What does it look like? Leander immediately realized she was referring to the visualization method. How did you know I'd secretly attempted it? He thought. Even the readers were unaware. Women, possessing such knowledge, you are no longer innocent. You are playing with fire. It remains unclear, merely a vague outline. Professor McGonagall nodded. Observing your expression, are you dissatisfied with such a substantial creature? Leander scratched the back of his head, realizing he had been seen through. Professor McGonagall spoke slowly. Do not be too quick to despair. Once your animagus transformation is complete, you will comprehend the advantages of a larger animagus form. What benefits? Leander's mind was filled with questions, yet he obediently nodded. Professor McGonagall approached Leander, taking the small black box he held. Open your mouth. Ah. A leaf swiftly fell into Leander's mouth. Had he not instinctively blocked it with his tongue, he would have swallowed it whole. How to describe the sensation of the leaf entering his mouth? The leaf, altered by the blacks, surely tasted different from the ordinary leaves others consumed. At least, Leander now felt as if a drop of honey had drizzled over the vast grasslands of Hulunber. Quite pleasant. However, considering that this leaf would coexist with his tongue for the following month, meals would likely lose their former allure. Indeed, this proved true. After that day, with the leaf nestled in his mouth, Leander was promptly dismissed by Professor McGonagall. In truth, the commencement of the animagus transformation was hardly noteworthy unless one counted the swallowed leaf. Professor McGonagall had summoned Leander at the beginning merely to witness the event and to inspect the black's possessions. What if someone had poisoned them? Following Leander's departure, the diligent Professor McGonagall took half a day's leave, claiming she needed to become a fairy. Dumbledore expressed confusion. I'm seeking high-quality dew. It is what fairies drink. But isn't that dew meant for Leander? Dumbledore continued his inquiries, causing Professor McGonagall's expression to darken as she requested an entire day off. It is said that day marked the most displeased Dumbledore had appeared since assuming the role of headmaster. He gained a first-hand understanding of the extent of his deputy's workload. Leander also learned through a whisper, a letter from Newt, that Dumbledore had approached Newt to lament, stating that if he continued to work at this pace, his boggart would transform into a desk, either a teacher's or a headmaster's desk. After beginning his animagus training, Leander's struggles were not solely Dumbledore's burden. The house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, especially Stinky, were equally affected. Initially, Leander greatly enjoyed Stinky's roasted meats, which thrilled the elf. He even planned to learn to prepare the Chinese-style skewers Leander relished. Chapter 55, Halloween. However, Stinky's culinary career as a house elf met an unfortunate downfall, as his loyal patron Leander now had a leaf in his mouth that he could not expel. Friends who often indulged in roasted meats know how vital a leaf can be to cleanse the palate. Similarly, having a leaf in one's mouth while unable to chew, swallow, or spit it out is nothing short of a torment. One could no longer consume porridge in hearty gulps, but had to take small, measured bites. The ordeal intensified. However, not all the little sprite chefs share Steele's melancholy. Leander's esteemed ice cream maker, Seiko, is a notable exception. Life is an unending journey, and so is the art of ice cream. The exquisite vanilla ice cream that Seiko crafts is one of the few delights Leander savors during his training as an animagus. Seiko takes great pride in this, often teasing Steele in a light-hearted manner. Hey Steele, no offense intended, but Mr. Fosco has indulged in several cups of ice cream today. Rumor has it that a quarrel almost ensued over this. Yet, the days spent with a sprig of mandrake leaf in one's mouth seemed to pass more swiftly. Early in the morning, the tantalizing aroma of pumpkin wafted through the corridors. Even more exhilarating was Professor Flitwick's announcement that he believed the students were now adequately prepared to learn the levitation charm. Unlike before, the young wizards, having spent 2 months at Hogwarts, possessed a solid theoretical foundation. Today's Charms lesson for Gryffindor would also feature the iconic moment where Ron would express to Hermione that she had no friends. However, Leander had no intention of intervening. As Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were not sharing the class today, their classrooms being too far apart. Moreover, today marked a pivotal turning point in the reconciliation of the trio, and any unexpected developments could lead to dramatic consequences. Pondering this, Leander stroked his chin uneasily, recalling that he had released Sirius in his first year, nearly leading to Wormtail's demise. It seemed the narrative had already spiraled out of control. While Leander's mind wandered in class, in the Charms classroom of Gryffindor, the incantation echoed, Wingardium Leviosa. Ron swung his arm, shouting at the feather. You're saying it wrong, Hermione retorted. It should be Wingardium Leviosa. You need to elongate the gar and slow down the pace. Well, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Ron replied, visibly displeased. Things took a turn for the worse. Feeling inadequate was already burdensome enough, but being challenged by someone he didn't particularly like was a torment of a different order. Hermione effortlessly cast the charm, and the feather obediently rose, soaring to a height of 3 feet. Oh, splendid. Professor Flitwick immediately took notice and applauded her. Look, everyone. Miss Granger has successfully performed the levitation charm. After class, Ron left the room in a foul mood. In the corridor, he lamented, no wonder no one can stand her. He complained to Harry, she's nothing short of a nightmare. Coincidentally, Hermione was nearby, covering her face as she squeezed through the crowd. Harry caught a glimpse and noticed that Hermione was in tears. It seemed she had overheard. So what? Ron exclaimed, still fuming. I spoke the truth. She knows it too. She has no friends. The exchange between Ron and Hermione inexplicably reminded him of his own relationship with Dudley. Initially feeling a pang of guilt and a desire to make amends, he promptly cast those thoughts aside as he entered the Great Hall. Leander, already well-versed in the unfolding story, watched on in silent exasperation. Is it fair to blame so many for deeming Ron a failure? Undeniably, Ron possesses his own merits. Yet in certain instances, his performance may seem inferior to that of a self-aware failure. If he continues this way, I shall genuinely question how he managed to compete successfully with Krum. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, does it not? However, one must concede that the spectacle in the hall was indeed quite magnificent, much like the grand feast at the onset of the school year. In the blink of an eye, golden platters were filled with a sumptuous array of dishes, albeit with even more variety. Yet, Leander had already departed to the kitchen to satiate his hunger and had since exited the banquet hall. To ensure the safety of a few, he needed to take precautions before the troll could inflict further harm upon the trio. Shortly after Leander's departure, Professor Quirrell stumbled into the hall, his cherished turban askew and a look of sheer terror upon his face. The troll has come downstairs, Quirrell exclaimed as he rushed towards Dumbledore, clutching the long table as if he might collapse at any moment. Indeed, it was not merely a semblance of collapse. He fainted on the spot. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly from jubilant to chaotic, compelling Dumbledore to raise his wand and wave it towards the ceiling. Purple fireworks erupted above the banquet hall. Hey, Hermione! Harry grasped Ron's arm. Why mention her now? Ron frowned. She's in the bathroom, crying just below. She doesn't know the troll is here. Ron swallowed hard. All right, let us sneak away. At that moment, Leander was concealed behind a statue, observing a massive shadow at the end of the corridor. It was quite the grotesque sight. The troll stood a towering 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, akin to gray granite, its body bulky and misshapen like a stack of pebbles, topped with a small, bald head reminiscent of a coconut shell. Its short legs were thicker than tree trunks, and its broad, flat feet were riddled with unidentified protrusions. Perhaps calluses. Grasped in the troll's hand was a gigantic wooden club, dragging along the ground due to its elongated arms, creating a thunderous clamor. It was heading towards the girls' bathroom. Chapter 56. The levitation charm single-handedly defeats the troll. Leander hesitated, pondering whether to impede the troll's advance, especially since Hermione remained inside. Fortunately, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, likely belonging to Harry and Ron. Upon glancing back, he confirmed his suspicion. The troll had now paused beside the door of the girls' bathroom, peering curiously inside, as if contemplating its moral obligation not to intrude. It listened intently for an extended period, seemingly reaching a resolution, and slowly lowered its head, making its way into the room. Harry and Ron followed stealthily, but appeared disinclined to enter the girls' bathroom. Leander furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of unease. As time had elapsed, the details of the unfolding narrative had become hazy, leading Leander to forget that Harry and Ron had initially intended not to confront the troll, but rather. Harry rushed forward, yanked the key from the girls' restroom door, and with a resounding clang, slammed it shut and locked it. Oh, mission accomplished. Both Harry and Ron were elated. I've succeeded. You Merlin's lace nightgown. Leander immediately drew his wand from his sleeve, poised to rush out. The presence of a fully grown troll and a first-year wizard in such a confined space posed a potential recipe for disaster. Just as they neared the first corner, a piercing scream echoed, unmistakably Hermione's voice, emanating from the girls' restroom. Ah, goodness. Ron's face turned paler than Draco Malfoy's. That was indeed the girls' restroom. Harry was taken aback, realizing he had been oblivious to the nature of the room. Leander's expression conveyed utter disbelief. Hermione, as they turned to run, they found their group had unexpectedly expanded from 2 to 3, with one individual racing even faster. Leander, what are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, astonished. Just wandering, mumbled indistinctly. But it wasn't open. The quality of Hogwarts facilities was indeed impressive. Leander awkwardly unlocked the door, and without a second thought, the trio dashed inside. Hermione was huddled in a corner, trembling and seemingly on the verge of fainting. The troll, dragging a wooden club, was shuffling closer to her. Distracted, Harry shouted desperately at Leander and Ron, simultaneously picking up a stone and hurling it with all his might toward the opposite wall. Leander felt that throwing the stone was somewhat superfluous, as Harry's loud voice had entirely captured the troll's attention. Thus, the creature halted just a few steps away from Hermione. It clumsily turned around, blinking stupidly as it tried to ascertain the source of the noise, ultimately fixing its gaze on Harry. Consequently, the troll altered its course, lumbering toward Harry while raising the hefty club in its hand. I need an ice cream cone. Leander, slightly annoyed, shifted the leaves in his mouth. Casting a spell while holding something in one's mouth was quite bothersome. With the incantation, several ice cream cones materialized from the restroom ceiling, and Leander found one in his hand as well. Enlarge, harden, pierce. As the command was further specified, each cone swelled to the size of a watermelon and charged toward the troll. The speed of their launch was swift. Harry and Ron barely had time to react, let alone the troll, whose intellect was akin to that of a walnut. With a series of thuds, the cone struck the troll squarely, causing it to howl in pain. Well done, Leander. Ron cheered, throwing a fist into the air, exhilarated. However, Leander was less optimistic. He clearly observed that although his cone had struck true, it had merely annoyed the troll without inflicting any substantial harm. The damage was insufficient. A solution to amplify it was imperative. The pain seemed to have provoked the ogre, which became enraged as it roared and advanced towards Leander. It appeared that Leander had nowhere to flee. However, he still clutched an ice cream cone in his hand. Ron, go assist Harry in helping Hermione, Leander commanded, simultaneously transforming a nearby sink into a frosty concoction that splattered the ogre's face. Seizing the moment while the colossal creature wiped its visage, he cast a spell on the cone. Enlarge, float, ascend, retreat. With this sequence of commands, he successfully distanced himself from the beast. A smile crept onto Leander's face as he fondled the cone he was riding. What good ADC would stand toe-to-toe with a hefty tank? The kite-flying strategy is eternally supreme. Hermione, hurry! Move! Harry shouted at Hermione, stretching out his hand in an attempt to pull her towards the exit. Yet, Hermione remained motionless, leaning against the wall, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the situation for Leander was not particularly optimistic, as the ogre seemed intent on hurling its massive club at him. The restroom was too cramped, offering little room for maneuvering. Gritting his teeth, Harry suddenly made a bold move. He dashed forward, leapt, and wrapped his arms around the creature's neck from behind. Goodness! Leander gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. Was this the prowess of a Quidditch player? Even Sir Isaac Newton's grand coffin could not contain this. The ogre remained oblivious to Harry clinging to its neck, but when a long stick was thrust into its nostril, even the dullest of beings would surely take notice. As Harry defied the laws of physics by leaping onto the back of the monster, he also gripped his wand tightly. He deftly plunged it into one of the ogre's nostrils. One could only wonder how Ollivander felt witnessing this, whether in joy or dismay. His wand had achieved an unprecedented feat, penetrating the ogre's nose. The creature let out a pained howl and turned, wildly swinging its massive club. For the moment, Leander's crisis was averted. Yet the four remained in peril. Ron abruptly drew his wand, uncertain of its intended use. Wingardium Leviosa, in a state of urgency, he shouted the only spell that came to mind. The ogre's club suddenly slipped from its grasp. The heavy weapon soared into the sky, gradually arcing before crashing down with a resounding thud, striking its owner squarely on the head. Having witnessed Harry's earlier encounter, Leander was not as shocked this time. Chapter 57. I'll take the blame. Yet, a burning sense of sarcasm still simmered within him. Your magical theory may be sound, but what stands before you is. In the morning, one could not levitate a feather 4 feet. By afternoon, Ron Weasley could raise a giant's club into the air and use it to vanquish the ogre with a levitation spell. With a resounding thud, the ogre staggered a few steps before collapsing face first onto the ground. The tremendous noise shook the entire room. Harry slowly rose from the floor, uncertain of his injuries, whether he was alive, gasping heavily for breath. Ron stood frozen, wand in hand, his mind clouded and bewildered as he gazed at the unfolding scene before him. Had it perished? I was inclined to believe it had merely fainted. Leander exhaled with relief, leaping out of the egg-shaped pod. I share that sentiment. Harry echoed, stepping forward, bending down to forcefully extract his wand from the creature's nostril. The wand was smeared with a copious amount of sticky substance. Ah, the troll's snot. Harry wiped the mess against the creature's trousers. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, causing all four to abruptly look towards the door. Anyone downstairs must have heard the tremendous crash caused by the troll's fall, especially the professors. Professor McGonagall was the first to rush into the room, followed closely by Professor Snape, with Professor Quirrell trailing behind. Upon seeing the fallen troll, Quirrell slumped down with a sigh, appearing weak and pitiful. Snape moved in for a closer inspection of the troll, while Professor McGonagall fixed her stern gaze on Leander, Harry, and Ron. What on earth were you thinking? Professor McGonagall demanded furiously. Except for Leander, Harry, and Ron, even Hermione felt that at this moment, McGonagall's animagus form should be that of a lion with a mane that could erupt in fury. Why? Why were you not safely in your dormitory? Do you realize you nearly lost your lives? Truly, one should be grateful to Merlin. Leander attempted to explain, striving to make his voice sound more indistinct. McGonagall nodded, shifting her attention to Harry and Ron. Just as they were about to engage in a back-and-forth explanation, Hermione spoke up. Professor McGonagall, please do not blame them. They were only trying to save me. Granger? I was the one who followed the troll here. I had read about this creature in a book, and I thought I could handle it myself. The lie was riddled with holes. Even the seasoned Professor McGonagall would not be convinced, let alone Ron, who often acted without thinking. If they had not come to find me, I surely would have been killed by it. Hermione gazed at McGonagall with her innocent and pitiful eyes, succinctly recounting how the three had confronted the troll. Harry and Ron struggled to feign that they were hearing this tale for the first time. How contrived, Leander internally scoffed, while his body remained all too honest in its act. Wait, that is not right. I have a legitimate reason for pretending. Leander discreetly straightened his posture and then met Snape's icy glare. Better to keep up the act. Is that so? McGonagall scrutinized the three of them, speaking sternly. Granger, how could you possibly think you could contend with a troll? It is as massive as a mountain. Hermione lowered her head. As the most unlikely student to break the rules, she was now pretending to have erred in order to help Harry and Ron evade trouble. Just a day prior, Harry would have preferred to believe that Snape would reward him with a suite for his adept potion-making rather than entertain such a notion. Mr. Granger, Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 5 points for this, Professor McGonagall stated with disappointment. If you're uninjured, you may leave. After a moment's contemplation, she added, the other young wizards continue their revelry in the common room. Hermione departed, and Professor McGonagall turned to Leander, Harry, and Ron. You three are fortunate. 3 first-year wizards have managed to defeat a troll. Each of you will receive 5 points, and I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of your bravery. Leander's expression was perplexed. A deduction of 5 points for confronting a troll, yet an addition of 5 points for overcoming it. Subsequently, Harry and Ron were discovered on their nocturnal escapade, each receiving a deduction of 50 points. The credit system at Hogwarts appears devoid of any economic principles. It truly reflects the essence of British literature. Professor McGonagall glanced at Leander, her lips parting as if she wished to say something, but ultimately, she merely stated, you may also leave. They hastily exited the room, running down 2 flights of stairs before daring to speak. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly tense. Since the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor common rooms were on different floors, Leander and Harry parted ways without further conversation. All things considered, today's events were worthwhile. At least we garnered 5 points for Hufflepuff. However, it seems we have no chance of competing for the House Cup. Leander entered the Hufflepuff common room, which was abuzz with excitement as everyone indulged in delightful treats. This is quintessentially Hufflepuff, he thought with a chuckle. Yet, recalling his own difficulty in enjoying the feast dampened his spirits. He left the common room and made his way to the kitchen, where he procured 2 cups of ice cream, all the while noticing the forlorn gaze of Scabbers. Harboring resentment is never good. Approaching Scabbers, Leander asked, Would you like to assist in preparing some roasted meat? Of course, my esteemed Mr. Fawcett. The little creature perked up, but then cautiously inquired, aren't you, not able to eat meat lately? Leander felt a pang of discomfort, but patiently explained, I shall only sample a bit for flavor. The remainder is for a friend. It is a true joy to be your friend. Scabbers exclaimed before bustling off to the chef station, leaving Leander with little opportunity to respond. Which friend is the roast for? The first, of course, is our dear Daisy. And the second. Leander produced a miniature silver teapot from his pocket, exclaiming, Fortune smiles upon me. I need not trouble you this time. Chapter 58. The bird snake Leander placed the teapot upon his bedside table and swirled a piece of Scabbers' secret roasted meat at the spout. Immediately, there was a response. A sound akin to a small bird's chirp emanating from within the teapot. The lid was nudged open by a small blue-purple head. This was a creature so wondrous it could only be described as magnificent, the bird snake. Its head exemplified the origin of its name. The skull and eyes bore the characteristics of a snake, yet its snout was replaced by a bird's beak. This may explain why the bird snake's calls closely resemble those of a bird, lacking any traits of a serpent. In the teapot of Leander, a bird snake adeptly utilized both its olfactory and visual senses to pinpoint the roasted meat. Suddenly, its neck elongated, and with a swift lunge, it devoured the meat whole. Interestingly enough, as the bird snake extended its head, the lid of the teapot was flung into the air, spinning gracefully without joining in the attack. The little creature had developed an affection for this silver teapot, primarily because it was crafted from its own eggshell. The eggshell of the bird snake resembled the purest and softest silver, making it highly valuable in the magical realm, believed to possess mysterious powers. Most bird snakes lose their shells upon hatching, and some dark wizards even resort to killing the hatchlings to acquire the shells prematurely. However, this particular bird snake was delivered by Newt's commander. He was entirely unconcerned about the material of the shell, upon discovering the little creature's fondness for it. He enlisted a friend to fashion the shell into a teapot for easier access. Due to the delicacy of the shell, Newt infused the teapot with valuable silver during its creation. Terrifyingly, in his youth, Newt had raised an entire brood of such bird snakes. Even those who had ventured into Newt's suitcase could not ascertain how many of these seemingly innocuous creatures he had nurtured. Hey, even if you're a snake, you must chew slowly. Otherwise, it's bad for your stomach. Leander expressed his discontent at the bird snake's sudden assault, but still offered another piece of roasted meat to its eager mouth. What? Chew slowly? Me? The bird snake comprehended Leander's words and blinked its large eyes, which occupied a third of its face, tilting its head in curiosity. Though it did not fully understand, it obediently endeavored to slow its swallowing. So adorable, Leander thought, wishing he could gobble it up in one bite. He felt himself melting at the sight and couldn't resist reaching out to scratch its chin. Hey, human, I am eating. The bird snake expressed its displeasure, extending its tail from the teapot's spout and transforming it into a deep purple stream of light that flicked Leander's chin. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Leander hastily rubbed his chin, wincing at the pain. Dayu, nearby, chuckled while nibbling on the roasted meat, noticing a red line on Leander's chin resembling a shrimp's vein. Leander felt vexed. Had Teamster's commander said this bird snake was gentle and perfect for accompanying young wizards? At that moment in Dorset County, Newt, while tending to a mermish creature's ailment, inexplicably sneezed. Ashoo. He rubbed his nose, puzzled by the sudden sneeze. Was it due to staying in the water too long? Catching a chill? Old age, perhaps. Unbeknownst to him, the mermish hatchling had been startled by a sneeze and had quietly submerged itself in the water. Where did it go? Suddenly, Newt felt a blunt force against his backside, propelling him out of the water and onto the shore. Ugh, this water tastes terrible, he muttered, grimacing as he cleared his mouth and nostrils. Yet, upon glancing at the pompous creature that had caused his plight, he couldn't help but smile. You possess greater vigor than his father did in his youth, suggesting that his ailment has indeed subsided. During the arduous days in Newt's care, Leander fulfilled the daily nurturing tasks for the avian serpent and Dayu, subsequently embarking on his evening visualization practice. The initiation of this visualization technique is fraught with challenges. The ability to foresee one's animagus form is rooted in an ancestral spell from the Black family, the origins of which remain a mystery to him. The incantation, Ducum Cru, may even be a creation of his own. To Leander, this spell appears to be fundamentally opposed to the prerequisites of the Patronus charm. The demands of Ducum Cru resemble the practice of meditation in Chinese culture, where any distracting thoughts or memories must be entirely purged from the mind. One must focus intently on discerning the nature of the creature residing within one's heart. Leander often pondered whether such a method, if not derived from an ancestor of the blacks based on the animagus concept, could yield effects beyond merely enhancing the success rate of animagus training. At the outset of his attempts, he faced repeated failures. Not only was he unable to concentrate enough to reveal the hidden creature within, but he also struggled to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. He found himself questioning whether the timid Peter could truly achieve this. Defiant, yet harboring this rebellious spirit, Leander soon realized he was drifting further from success. Thus, he promptly initiated a self-imposed state of cold preservation, which brought him a sense of calm. It seems he may be the only one to have resorted to such a measure. With this minor enhancement, Leander successfully perceived a small point of light at the center of his heart, albeit still quite indistinct. However, through persistent visualization, he gradually began to discern a clearer outline. During this process, he stumbled upon an unexpected aid that accelerated his visualizations. Dayu, in a serendipitous attempt, Dayu expressed a desire to join him in his practice. And during the designated visualization time, they embraced this compromise. To his astonishment, the clarity of the outline improved significantly, nearly enhancing it by 2/3. After systematically eliminating other variables, it became evident that Dayu was the contributing factor. Thus, for each subsequent day, Leander embraced Dayu during his visualizations, and today was no exception. However, on this particular day, he forgot to enter his state of cold preservation, allowing the contents of Mr. Newt's letter to flood in along with a multitude of distracting thoughts. This correspondence arrived shortly after acquiring Dayu, containing insights regarding her lineage and some of his reflections. Leander, concerning Dayu's bloodline, I cannot provide precise research, but I can offer a general overview. Please keep a record of her diet and daily activities moving forward. To return to the main point, I can discern that she possesses 3 distinct bloodlines. The first is that of the leopard cat, which is evident in the distinct characteristics of her eyes. I have no doubt that one day Dayu will communicate with you through mental control. Do not be alarmed when that day arrives. Leander merely pouted at this notion. Dayu had never conversed with me in such a manner before. However, Napoleon had communicated with me through the so-called powers of divinity, so I should not be easily frightened moving forward. As for the second lineage, I can only ascertain its existence and nobility. Indeed, it is a rare and distinguished characteristic, but its precise nature eludes me. Perhaps I must delve into research for further enlightenment. The third category, of course, pertains to ordinary felines, specifically the eastern calico cat. Thus concludes the essence of this letter, but shortly thereafter, Newt composed a second missive based on the information provided by Leander. This time, his emotions were evidently far more fervent. Leander, do you know what astonishes me? Whether it be the cat leopard or that unknown lineage, their purity and the quantity present within Dayu are substantial. This should be evident from Dayu's remarkable abilities. Yet, despite the existence of 2 formidable bloodlines, the dominant essence within Dayu's being is that of a mere cat, an unassuming feline. As a so-called magical zoologist, I ought to kneel and observe the so-called ordinary creatures that have been overlooked. Scholars of the magical realm may have grown somewhat arrogant, fixated on magical beings. However, Earth ultimately belongs to the vast multitude of what we deem ordinary life forms. The second letter nearly concludes here, with the final sentiments of Newt offering counsel and blessings. He hopes that Leander will choose the care of magical creatures course in his 3rd year, expressing his anticipation and belief in Leander's innate talent for this subject. Ordinary creatures, as he mused, he soon associated this with animagi. Almost all animagi are ordinary beings. Attempting to transform into magical creatures can lead to dire consequences. As Professor McGonagall has warned, Leander originally presumed that the inability to become a magical being stemmed from the fact that wizards themselves are members of the magical realm. After transforming into an animal, wizards retain their magical capabilities. However, most forms cannot wield a wand, resulting in diminished expressive power in their animal forms. If one already possesses magical abilities and encounters other magical beings, such as the mental control of the cat leopard, it may lead to conflict and consequently result in painful repercussions. Yet if, as Newt suggested, ordinary creatures possess unimaginable potential, the reasons behind this might be manifold. The closer Leander approaches the concept of animagi, the more conjectures he formulates, all of which he must personally validate by becoming an animagus. Time seems to drag interminably. He eagerly wishes for tomorrow to herald the next full moon. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind this evening, Leander resolved to cease his contemplation and retire for the night. The weather had turned cooler, and now, without Napoleon's miraculous influence, Hogwarts bore a resemblance to the Himalayas. Leander glimpsed a familiar figure through the window. Hey, Hagrid. He opened the window, and the crisp wind accompanied by snow engulfed his face, yet he greeted Hagrid with joy. However, something felt amiss. There was something undeniably strange, indeed 12-fold peculiar. Was he raising a dragon? Leander closed the window, stroking his chin, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Take a moment to visit Hagrid's hut. The weather is growing increasingly cold, yet the spirits of the wizards at Hogwarts are becoming ever more fervent. This is because the Quidditch tournament for the year is about to commence, and it is human nature to revel in such excitement. Sporting events are the epitome of festivity. Currently, the most fervent discussions revolve around one individual, a boy who has become the center of attention since entering the school, Harry Potter. What has concealed his secret weapon remarkably well. Aside from the Gryffindor players, no one has yet witnessed Harry's training. However, this has led to widespread speculation among the young wizards regarding Harry, the only first-year seeker of this century to join the team. Some even conjecture that, during the actual match, someone will be positioned below to catch Harry with a soft cushion. Harry and Ron firmly believe that the source of this rumor is Draco Malfoy, though they possess no evidence to support their claim. Leander, on the other hand, is not particularly interested in Quidditch. He is uncertain whether to regard Coralin as a genius or simply peculiar. You're correct in your assertion. But Quidditch is a sport that involves soaring through the skies on broomsticks, seeking opportunities to dodge the bludgers, outmaneuver the chasers, and evade the opposing keeper in order to score. Oh, and each goal is worth 10 points, with the outcome of the match determined by the final score. What? You inquire when a match concludes? It is quite simple. There exists a small, agile golden snitch, and capturing it signifies the end of the game. The position dedicated to catching it is known as the Seeker, and it is noteworthy that seizing the snitch grants an immediate score of 150 points, thereby concluding the match. It truly is a balanced contest. It is difficult to envision how football would fare under such rules. With an average of how many Seekers' legs would be broken on the pitch each day, one could estimate that within a week, they could circle the globe thrice. Rowling's creativity is indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Leander will undoubtedly attend the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, as a few days after November begins, Harry, who has been preoccupied with Quidditch training and heavy assignments, suddenly seeks out Leander. This encounter occurs in a brightly lit corridor, where one can glimpse the icy woods blanketed in snow through the windows. Harry's expression is grave. Leander, what is your opinion of Professor Snape? Get straight to the point. I suspect that Professor Snape has a hidden agenda. Thus, the plot begins to delve into Nick's tale and his Philosopher's Stone. Harry then recounts his recent experiences in detail. The book on Quidditch that Hermione gifted him was confiscated by Snape on a pretext, leading him to discover that Snape had sustained an injury on his leg, which he vaguely believes was inflicted by a three-headed beast. He also mentions their previous midnight duel with Malfoy, during which they serendipitously stumbled upon a three-headed dog and a trapdoor in the right room of the fourth-floor corridor. After careful consideration, he and Ron conclude that beneath lies something Snape desires, something belonging to Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 60, The Quidditch Match. Well, it seems neither conclusion is correct. Just as Quirrell stated, Snape excels at portraying himself as a nefarious villain. With the presence of Professor Quirrell, a pitiable figure whose words often faltered, it was inconceivable for any rational individual to harbor doubts. Leander could only sigh quietly and feign contemplation as he addressed Harry. Harry, your suspicions are indeed well-founded, but we must exercise caution when it comes to accusing a professor, particularly one who is the head of Slytherin. He then placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Focus on preparing for the game. I will conduct my own investigation. All right, Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved goodbye and turned to ready himself for training. Indeed, Harry was like a compliant donkey, Leander mused silently. Yet, observing Harry's enthusiasm, it seemed he had confided in Hermione, who was likely skeptical and in dire need of other support. It was imperative to attend the upcoming Quidditch match, especially since it remained uncertain whether Voldemort, whose plans had been thwarted, would still target Harry. Leander had always found it perplexing why Voldemort would choose such a public event as a Quidditch match to act against Harry. Surely, he could not kill him outright, and resurrection required Harry's essence. The following day dawned exceptionally early and bitterly cold. By around 11 o'clock, it appeared that nearly the entire student body had congregated in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. The seating was slightly elevated compared to usual, yet the sheer number of spectators made it challenging to discern the action on the field. Were it not for Fred and George entering the fray, the opportunity to sell telescopes would have been lucrative. The audience was distinctly divided into the colors of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Leander departed from the gathering of Hufflepuffs and made his way towards the Gryffindor section. The Hufflepuff students showed little reaction. They recognized Leander's camaraderie with Harry and thought it perfectly reasonable for him to cheer on a friend during his first match. After all, Gryffindor's opponent was not Hufflepuff today. However, Leander did not approach the prominent section where Ron and Hermione were seated. There, a large banner emblazoned with Potter for Victory was held aloft by Harry's friends, showcasing the artistry of an unknown painter who had rendered a magnificent Gryffindor lion, further embellished by Hermione's enchantment that made the lion shimmer. As Leander reached the Gryffindor stands, the players took to the field. He spotted Harry trailing behind Fred and George, appearing somewhat out of sorts. Following the entrance of the players, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, potent enough to shake the very ceilings. Yet as they were outdoors, Leander felt the cheer could pierce the ozone layer. The overwhelming number of spectators, many of whom were not seated quietly, significantly complicated Leander's efforts to locate Quirrell. Then it struck him. I have more than just my eyes. I possess my sense of smell. Leander began to stealthily wander, and, after approximately 2 minutes, he caught a whiff of a familiar odor. The unmistakable scent of garlic. Quirrell must be nearby. Sure enough, Leander spotted the familiar figure a mere 5 paces beneath him. It was not the time to act hastily, he thought, and he settled into an empty seat. If I recall correctly, Quirrell utilized a method known as the gaze to cause Harry's magic to spiral out of control. This particular spell demands an extraordinary level of concentration, which is why it could be easily disrupted by Hermione's minor interference. At this moment, the sky is alive with the intensity of the match. Wood, the goalkeeper for Gryffindor, executed a splendid interception. The ball has been reclaimed by Gryffindor. Now, Katie Bell, the chaser, is making her advance. The commentator, Lee Jordan, is speaking. To be frank, while he may be a good friend, he is far from a competent commentator. His bias is glaringly apparent. It is akin to having an Argentine commentator for a World Cup match between Germany and Argentina. And absurdly, this Argentine is the official commentator. Returning to the matter at hand, the match continues. Harry hovers above the field, scanning for the elusive golden snitch. At that moment, a bludger hurtles towards him, resembling a cannonball. However, Harry adeptly evades it, while Fred rushes after the ball. You all right, Harry? Fred calls out before he forcefully sends the ball towards the Slytherin side. Slytherin has possession. Lee Jordan narrates. Chaser pews. He ducks to avoid 2 bludgers, accelerates, ascends, and weaves past Fred and George. Wait, is that the snitch? Pousse. Preoccupied with locating the golden snitch, neglects the bludger, prompting a murmur among the crowd. Harry spots the snitch. A surge of excitement courses through him as he dives, chasing the glimmering golden light. The snitch appears almost within reach, but an unexpected twist looms. A foul. An uproar of anger erupts from the Gryffindor supporters as Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, deliberately collided with Harry. Harry's broom veered sharply, but he clung on resolutely. Chaos ensued, even as Madame Hooch, the referee, awarded a free kick. She could not quell the fury. It would take Professor McGonagall to restore order for the match to proceed. Yet, just as one crisis subsided, another arose, or rather, misfortune often arrives in clusters. While Harry dodged a bludger, calamity struck. His broom suddenly trembled ominously. Leander, keenly perceptive, drew his wand from his pocket. Goodness, this wretched weather is freezing. My hands feel as if they might turn to ice after just a few moments outside my sleeves. The broom seemed to have developed a will of its own, careening east, then west, even spinning around. It nearly dislodged Harry from his perch. The broom began to convulse deliberately, twisting and moving towards the outskirts of the field, slowly elevating Harry further away from the match. Truth be told, the commentator should have noticed Harry's distress by now, especially since Snape had begun silently casting a counter curse the moment Harry's broom acted erratically. Leander observed with his own eyes that Snape remained close to Quirrell, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Harry throughout the entire match. I need a cone. Though Leander was immensely curious and desperately wanted to interview Snape, he was acutely aware that ensuring Harry's safety took precedence, even if it felt akin to swallowing something unsavory while guarding Harry during the Quidditch match. Suddenly, 2 large cones appeared amidst the biting wind, their trajectories seemingly erratic. Yet they struck Quirrell squarely in the eyes. Oh blast! Quirrell hastily wiped his eyes, preparing to rise and flee. Chapter 61. Not Snape? Fool! Fool! The voice of Voldemort echoed relentlessly in Quirrell's mind, berating him for failing to subdue even a first-year wizard and a broomstick. Quirrell felt as if his entire head were twisting and distorting, his feet stumbling as he attempted to depart. My great master, this cannot be blamed on me. Snape interfered, and someone else's snack happened to strike me. Fool! Voldemort's voice seethed with fury. Who would eat ice cream in this weather outdoors? Suddenly, Quirrell understood. Master, do you mean? Apart from Snape. Silence. Voldemort was unwilling to elaborate. In a swift motion, he dove toward the ground, only to halt abruptly and ascend again. Before the commentator could comprehend the significance of this maneuver, Harry raised his right hand high, a glimmering golden ball clasped between his fingers. I caught the snitch, he exclaimed, waving the ball triumphantly above his head. Alas, old Dumbledore would need to find a different hiding place for the Resurrection Stone in a few years. Ideally, it would be best if it required no hiding at all. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170 to 60. However, Harry was oblivious to this. He and Ron, along with Hermione, ventured to Hagrid's hut to celebrate, where Leander awaited them. Yet, Hermione appeared troubled, having wrestled with her thoughts for some time before finally posing a question. Harry, did your broom go out of control during the match? All eyes turned to Hermione, especially Ron, who eagerly chimed in, yes, I noticed that too. It seemed like the Nimbus 2000 had a destination it was intent on reaching, disregarding the match. Indeed, Harry nodded, initially reluctant to voice his concerns, believing it would only heighten their worries. But since they had already grasped the situation, there was no reason to conceal it. I suspect that Snape placed a curse on your broom. Hagrid spat out his tea, while Leander looked equally astonished. Hermione, how could you suspect a professor? Harry and Ron's jaws nearly dropped at Hermione's insinuation. Although she had recently become less sensitive to rule-breaking, she still held professors in high regard. Because he was muttering incantations while staring fixedly at you, Hermione weakly explained, barely able to believe her own words. Leander was about to interject when Hagrid's booming voice interrupted. Nonsense. Hagrid pondered, why would Snape act in such a manner? Goodness, Leander sighed, lightly striking his forehead. If you argue with a stubborn mule, he will certainly resist. Hagrid intended to defend Snape, but this time it was Leander who interrupted him. If he continued to speak, the truth would undoubtedly provoke a dispute among the three. This time, Harry was distracted by a professor, though not Snape. Who could it be? Harry inquired eagerly. Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? The group exclaimed in unison, astonished. Leander nodded. As you are all aware, I possess a unique affinity for magic. I have a distinct perception of dark arts. Otherwise, I would simply state that both Quirrell and Snape were casting spells, and they would undoubtedly trust Quirrell as the protector. Quirrell is employing a peculiar curse, known as the stare, to cause Harry's broom to lose control. As for Snape, Snape is protecting you. He is casting a counter curse. That cannot be, Harry murmured, though he inwardly began to believe it. Why would he protect me when he despises me so? Our adversary is Slytherin. Shouldn't he be delighted if I were to sustain a grievous injury? Leander hesitated in his explanation. Sirius, what has he conveyed to you regarding Snape? He ultimately decided to probe further. An insufferable toad. It seems Sirius had not elaborated. Just consider that Snape is acting out of a sense of duty as a teacher. The reasons behind it are complex. Complex? Harry silently mulled over this intricacy. He had known from the onset of school that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for him. Initially, he assumed it stemmed from the grievances between Snape and his father, but now it appeared there were many matters he remained oblivious to. I must inquire with Sirius upon my return. So, why would Professor Quirrell cast a malevolent spell upon Harry? Indeed, I hold no animosity towards Professor Quirrell, Harry remarked, perplexed, while Hagrid expressed his discontent. You ought not to speak of the professor in such a manner. Yet, as he spoke, his conviction waned. Leander recalled that Harry and his friends had likely learned of the existence of Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid at this juncture, and he should perhaps steer the conversation that way. Who knows, perhaps he too would be intrigued by what lies beneath the trapdoor. What trapdoor? Harry inquired. He then explained to Hagrid his investigations and his suspicions regarding Snape's intentions towards whatever lay beneath the trapdoor. The more Hagrid listened, the more his brow furrowed, until he finally interrupted Harry. Listen to me now. You all must understand that you are meddling in matters that do not concern you and are exceedingly perilous. Forget about Fluffy, the three-headed dog, and the treasure it guards. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Ah, Harry exclaimed with excitement, feeling akin to a detective from a Muggle television show. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid seethed with anger, frustrated with himself. It is indeed fair to say that Hagrid is reliable. Despite his tendency to speak freely and his propensity to indulge in drink, he possesses a character that is more trustworthy than that of the majority. Chapter 62, The Ministry of Magic. Was the Philosopher's Stone? Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, Harry, recently expelled from Hagrid's hut, wore a look of perplexity. Just moments ago, he had inquired about the identity of Nicholas Flamel, a name that resonated with him, yet eluded his recollection. As anticipated, Ron shook his head in confusion, But surprisingly, the ever-knowledgeable Hermione also frowned and followed suit. Fortunately, Leander remained steadfast in his reliability, succinctly stating, "An alchemist, the sole individual capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone." This prompted further inquiries from Harry. Leander nodded gently, repositioning a mandrake leaf that was perilously close to his lips, and remarked, "Now is not the time for elaborate explanations. You may consult the library for further information." With a subtle nod towards Hermione, Leander observed as Ron and Harry turned to follow her. All right, Hermione conceded. After bidding farewell to the trio, Leander turned towards the Hufflepuff common room, with Nicholas Flamel's name now in circulation. It was evident that the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone and the demise of the immortal wizard were imminent. A plan was needed to entangle him with Fred and George. Even if not as a mentor, they must acquire at least a modicum of his expertise. The Weasley twins faced an excessively tragic fate in the original narrative. And to prevent such a calamity from recurring, Leander resolved to thoroughly disrupt their storyline. "I shall ensure that the two of you remain engaged in mischief for eternity." The crux of the matter lies in determining what assets one could present to persuade a once mighty wizard, who could transmute stone into gold and had lived for over 6 centuries, to take notice. In mid-November, a peculiar guest arrived on a grimy street adorned with dilapidated buildings, a pub, and a wall marred by chaotic graffiti. It was Sirius Black, recently released from prison for over a month. He was clad in a pristine Italian black suit, from his shirt to his tie, all in varying shades of black, with the sole exception of a strikingly white pocket square. This was not a matter of aesthetic choice. Sirius preferred a more carefree, rebellious style. However, he donned black with white today for a grim purpose. Murder was on his agenda, and thereafter he would pay his respects. Sirius entered a decrepit red telephone booth, inhaled deeply, and dialed 5 numbers. A female voice promptly echoed in the air. "Good morning, sir. This is the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and purpose." "Sirius Black, here to execute Pettigrew," he replied. The previously smooth and pleasant tone of the woman hesitated, and Sirius could hear the sound of pages turning. Sir, please proceed." A silver badge emerged from the phone, which Sirius deftly caught. "Thank you." Following this, the telephone booth began a jolting descent, akin to an elevator, lasting a full minute until it arrived at the second basement level, home to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sirius Black nodded at the enigmatic chime that resonated from an unknown source, stepping out of the telephone booth. With a sudden flash, a brilliant white light illuminated his surroundings, followed by a flurry of dazzling lights. What on earth is happening? Shielding his eyes with a hand, he squinted to discover a throng of journalists, their cameras clicking incessantly as if they were free of charge. "Hey, mind your behavior. You are affecting the individual involved." A commanding female voice resonated from a nearby room, where a crowd had gathered, prompting the reporters to reluctantly cease their actions. Just as Sirius lowered his hand, feeling out of place in this unfamiliar Ministry of Magic, unsure of where to go, a tall, balding, middle-aged man emerged from the room, extending his hand towards him. "Arthur?" Sirius exclaimed, astonished by the familiar face before him. "Indeed, it is I. You've been away for so long without coming to see us. This is a hug from Ollie that I bring you. My apologies, you know how chaotic things have been for me lately." I understand, Arthur sighed, guiding Sirius forward as he spoke. "I am still at the Ministry, in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Items. Ordinarily, your situation would not concern me. But Arthur shrugged. Someone up top believes that my connection with you is significant, ensuring that with my presence, you will not." He trailed off, adopting a playful, clawing gesture. Sirius mimicked him, saying, "Only one person can make me act like this today." Of course, mentioning that individual, Arthur, who typically exuded a congenial demeanor, revealed an unexpectedly cold glint in his eyes. A wretch more contemptible than the foulest rat in the sewers, managing to masquerade as a hero. The fools at the Ministry. I hope he suffers a most excruciating demise. This statement, whispered softly against Sirius's ear, held a weight of sincerity. "I will," Sirius affirmed with a solemn nod, then resignedly adjusted his sleeve. "You have no idea, although Dumbledore consented to my personally executing him." At this point, he gestured to indicate a thickness of approximately 10 centimeters. He handed me a list this thick prohibiting the use of magic. "That many? I thought they only banned the killing curse." Sirius shook his head. "You have no idea how many wicked dark spells are on that list." It made my skin crawl, with many I had never even heard of. The reporters parted to allow the two a passage, their impatience palpable. Yet they restrained their curiosity for the time being, waiting for the execution to conclude before posing their questions. A bold individual had attempted to breach the Ministry's regulations, seeking fortune in danger. However, just as he prepared to speak, his tongue seemed to glue to the roof of his mouth, and he was swiftly dragged away by an auror. Arthur opened the door for Sirius, saying, "Please come in. The iron gate here is markedly different from that of Azkaban. It is solid, devoid of any intricate designs, and appears rather formidable." However, as Sirius entered, he was met with a familiar scent of rust, a sign of decay. In the desolate room, there were only 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Amelia, who presided over the proceedings, was Sirius's senior, although they were not well acquainted. She had been present on the day of Sirius's exoneration, but was too young to occupy a seat on the tribunal. Chapter 63. Execution. Seated in the audience was our old acquaintance, Professor Dumbledore, who was regarding Sirius with a gentle gaze. As for the 3rd individual, Sirius scanned the room for any available seats but found none. Why was that? He was kneeling. Peter Pettigrew. The moment Sirius laid eyes on him, his vision began to redden. He had anticipated that he could abide by the ministry's regulations, waiting for Amelia to deliver her obligatory formalities before terminating the wretched life of this despicable creature in a dignified manner. However, he was mistaken. Sirius unbuttoned his suit jacket and loosened his tie, striding purposefully towards Peter. Grasping what little remained of Peter's hair with his left hand, he exclaimed, "Long time no see." Peter. The wretch had been so thoroughly beaten that several of his teeth had been knocked out. "Missed you, my closest friend." Following the assault, Peter collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Would Sirius cease his actions? Of course not. The exclamations in the preceding sentences served not as mere expressions of surprise, but functioned instead as commas. Each exclamation signified a deliberate, forceful kick from Sirius's iron-tipped shoes against Peter's body. Peter rolled on the ground, crying out for help from the other 2 occupants. Professor Dumbledore, please save me. It hurts. Amelia. Sirius's actions were in direct violation of the ministry's regulations. This was not permissible, yet no one paid him any heed. Dumbledore stared vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought, while Amelia, upholding the principle of maintaining balance and stability within a magical community, formally approved Sirius Black's request to execute the criminal. Amelia was addressing the very spot where Sirius had been standing moments earlier. "Mr. Black, do you have any objections?" Ow. "Very well. If there are no objections, I will clarify the relevant regulations regarding the execution of criminals." Amelia patiently waited for half a minute, nodding gently before continuing her discourse. Throughout this time, she did not cast a glance in Sirius's direction, as much as she might have wished to. After all, Amelia, prioritize professional integrity above all. Peter's cries soon dwindled in strength as he curled up on the floor, struggling to breathe. "It feels as though my lungs have turned into a broken bellows." Sirius withdrew his wand from his waistcoat, not because he was fatigued. He could fight for an entire day. It was primarily due to what he had just heard Amelia proclaim. It is impermissible to employ dark magic, such as the life-taking curse, which could have a profoundly negative impact on societal norms. Sirius suddenly remembered he was a wizard. The suffering inflicted by various spells far exceeds the pain caused by mere physical blows. Peter Pettigrew curled up on the floor, silently weeping, and he abruptly realized that the rain of fists had ceased. Had this wretch finally tired? Oh no, he had grasped his wand. "My life, it is to end, is it not?" Peter began to wail inconsolably on the floor, his appearance grotesque, resembling an oversized bald infant. However, in truth, he still had a while to live. Sirius was not inclined to grant him a swift demise. With a sharp prick, Peter's eyes widened from the size of a green bean to that of a kumquat the instant the spell took effect. The pain was excruciating. The needle prick curse is a rudimentary form of dark magic, yet it instills terror in many, lacking any extraordinary effects. It is dubbed the heart-piercing curse due to the immense suffering it inflicts. It is said that once mastered, this curse can render pain in any part of the body, repeating itself throughout. Sirius was undoubtedly a proficient user, having just cast the needle prick curse on Peter's fingers. The sensation was akin to a 20-centimeter steel needle being driven through the gaps of one's fingernails, gradually piercing through the entirety of the finger and beyond. Be warned, this agony did not confine itself to the fingers but reverberated through every part of the body. Observing the howling Peter, Sirius wore a look of unrestrained satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. He retrieved a slender glass vial from his pocket and, forcing Peter's mouth open, he shoved the vial inside. Then, Sirius stomped on Peter's face, shattering both the vial and the bones of his visage. This vial contained, oh no, Snape's concoction. Initially, I believed he sought to declare war upon me, only to discover Sirius wore an exaggerated grin, for this was a potion capable of amplifying a wizard's senses, typically employed in intricate experiments or interrogations. Your perception of the external world is now 20 times that of an ordinary person. Needle prick. The color of the handkerchief shifted to red and white. In the past half hour, Sirius had executed a myriad of spells, dark and light, even some half-finished. The original cleaning spell from Professor Flitwick was truly capable of cleansing a specific body part or organ. It was exceptionally painful and had a disinfecting effect, which Sirius relished. The bloodstains on his face were remnants from that very moment. Following this, he rebut-toned his suit jacket, though regrettably, one of the 3 buttons had popped off. He would have to retailor the entire outfit. After all, Harry would be attending a ball in 3 or 4 years, necessitating several new garments for him as well. Amelia had long since perused the precautions and pretentiously sworn an oath alongside Sirius, now idly surveying her surroundings, until her gaze fixated on Sirius. Marveling at how killing a man had transformed him, so strikingly handsome, Amelia instinctively wiped her mouth and watched as Sirius bowed, slightly in gratitude, before making his way towards the door. As he pushed it open, reporters surged like ravenous wolves, brandishing their cameras and tongues, inundating him with flashes and questions. After speaking, he tousled his hair and deftly maneuvered through the throng, with not a single journalist daring to impede his passage. All that remained for the reporters was the light, brisk sound of his footsteps and a solitary middle finger. Sirius was quite displeased with the initial onslaught of flashes. The following day, the front pages of various media outlets featured a youthful and carefree silhouette. Sirius had returned. Chapter 64. A Trip Abroad? On November 16th, at Hogwarts, the newly enrolled young wizards commenced their theoretical studies of the Leglocker curse under the guidance of Professor Flitwick. Professor, Iva encountered a dilemma. The weather was splendid, the skies clear and bright, precisely as predicted by Professor Sinistra for the full moon. However, relax, Leander. Professor McGonagall did not regard Leander, but instead bent down to retrieve a transparent glass vial from her drawer. We all know that the next leaf must await the storm in utter darkness. You should have thoroughly studied the foundational theory by now. The waiting period for the storm could extend for weeks, months, or even years. But I do not wish to wait that long. I have so many things I wish to explore. Leander's face was etched with bitterness, at a loss for words, casting a sorrowful gaze at Professor McGonagall. Internally, she was elated, though her outward demeanor remained composed. Put on your thick cloak. We shall proceed to the observatory. Leander nodded. It had snowed at Hogwarts yesterday, and today was indeed quite chilly. Professor McGonagall's thick cloak was also a deep green, a color she adored, making her appear almost like the head of Slytherin. Leander, do you know why some wizards wait for storms for several years? Well, perhaps it's because they live in desert-like places where water is scarce. Professor McGonagall nodded. That is correct, but you have overlooked a prerequisite. Prerequisite? Wizards who cannot travel abroad, or even leave their own city. Leander's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you mean? Indeed. Upon reaching the astronomy tower, both Professor McGonagall and Leander were somewhat breathless. Hogwarts Castle was indeed quite lofty. However, this was advantageous. As the closer one was to the sky, the better one could receive the pure light of the moon. Professor Sinistra had been waiting for some time, fully aware of the daunting talent required for first-year wizards to complete their animagus transformations, and thus was filled with anticipation. Good luck, Leander. After handing a brass key to Professor McGonagall, she stepped forward to gently embrace Leander. You shall not be disappointed, Professor. Leander lightly tapped his chest with his right fist, conveying a resolute expression to Professor Sinistra. To be honest, this astronomy professor was quite generous, having specifically reserved the best moon-watching point at Hogwarts for this full moon. Not only was it elevated, but the entire ceiling could be completely open to fully bask in the moonlight. Unlike the simulated starry sky of the Hogwarts Great Hall, this place features a design reminiscent of the walls in Diagon Alley. A gentle tap on certain bricks causes the ceiling to retract. Professor McGonagall activated the mechanism, and the moonlight illuminated the room and its occupants with remarkable clarity, leading Leander to feel almost as if he himself had been cleansed. Come here. Here it comes. At the center of the room stood 3 stools and a massive stone platform, all harmonizing in hue. Are you certain that throughout this entire month, you have not expelled any leaves? I am certain. To ensure absolute certainty, I even had Dayu sleep near my head at night. It loves to perch upon my head, which keeps me silent. Professor McGonagall then retrieved 2 glass vials from her robes and placed them upon the table, one empty and the other filled with pure liquid. She positioned the empty vial at the center. Place it in. All right. Leander hurriedly donned gloves and extracted the mandrake leaves from his mouth. Finally, He was free from the burden of holding something in his mouth, and he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Tonight, we feast heartily in the kitchen. We shall consume until the supplies run low. Tomorrow's breakfast will be a mere 5 seconds. The leaves were discarded into the glass vial. What is it, Professor? Oh, it hurts. It turned out that the professor was not merely stroking his head, but was instead scrutinizing which strand of hair was most pleasing. Take out the Luna moth pupa. All right. During their conversation, Professor McGonagall carefully placed the hair into the glass vial and then accepted the Luna moth pupa that Leander offered. She did not rush to proceed, but instead produced a piece of black velvet and a small teaspoon from seemingly nowhere. After delicately scooping a teaspoon of dew, Professor McGonagall poured both the pupa and the dew into the glass vial. She then began to count down with great concentration, taking a full 2.5 minutes. Done, she whispered. The cork sealed tightly over the mouth of the glass vial, which was then entirely enveloped in black velvet. The next time it encounters the moon, it shall do so beneath the storms of Hong Kong. Hong Kong, Leander exclaimed in surprise, having imagined a destination more akin to Hawaii. It is 1991. That is still 6 years away. Yes, Hong Kong. What of it? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Leander's reaction. Oh, it's just that I didn't expect it to be so far away. Leander managed a strained smile. In truth, you should be pleased, Leander. Our journey to Hong Kong will not be so smooth. What do you mean? When borrowing from others, one must return the favor, Professor McGonagall stated seriously, gazing at the table. Indeed, one must return what is borrowed. Leander could not help but chuckle, realizing that the debts owed were far greater than just a trip to Hong Kong. The obligations extended well beyond England. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you then. I have long wished to see what China is like. What? Professor, you want to come with me? Professor McGonagall meticulously stored the glass vial wrapped in black velvet and nodded. You know, Hogwarts cannot do without me. That is indeed true. Leander recalled the brief period since Professor McGonagall's departure, during which old Dumbledore appeared as busy as if preparing for battle. So how shall I make my way to the island? Go alone? Certainly not. Leander, you are still underage. I shall accompany you, came a familiar voice from behind him. Chapter 65. Who is the headmaster? It was none other than the venerable Dumbledore himself, just arrived at the observatory. Leander felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed that with Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, leaving Hogwarts, the institution could scarcely function. Dumbledore, the headmaster, had been away for a week, and the students had hardly even noticed. Hey, what expression is that, child? Before I became headmaster, I was a professor of transfiguration, Dumbledore remarked, noticing Leander's peculiar expression as he took a seat, grumbling. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore's expertise in transfiguration far surpasses my own. Oh, you flatter me, Minerva. Dumbledore replied with a beaming smile, popping a mysterious candy into his mouth. By the look on his face, it was likely quite a stimulating flavor. Unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall shifted her tone. As headmaster, he possesses a commanding presence, always allowing us subordinates the space to express ourselves. Dumbledore's expression suggested he was somewhat choked by the candy. Leander stifled a laugh and nodded. When we detect signs of the impending storm, we will ensure your transfer to the island. Very well, Professor. Leander nodded, unable to resist inquiring further. Professor, how long until the storm arrives? It should be within 5 days, Dumbledore interjected, seemingly having swallowed the candy at last. Since when did you become a meteorologist? McGonagall asked with a slight frown. Not I. I consulted the Muggle weather forecast. Can you believe it? They can now predict the weather using a string of numbers. Dumbledore continued, his enthusiasm unabated. The accuracy of the forecast in the 1990s was quite concerning. Leander felt a tinge of worry, but Dumbledore was engrossed in sharing information about weather forecasting with McGonagall. Did you know, Minerva, they use a white wooden box? It was evident that McGonagall was entirely uninterested. Regrettably, Leander felt powerless to intervene and prepared to leave quietly, casting a sympathetic glance in her direction. Just as he was about to depart, a question sprang to mind. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask you something? The discourse on meteorology was momentarily suspended. Oh, please proceed. Are you an animagus? Leander expected Dumbledore to hesitate at this question, but instead, he shook his head resolutely. No, Leander, I am not. But Professor McGonagall just said that your skills in transfiguration far exceed hers, Leander remarked, offering McGonagall an apologetic glance. It is no matter. To possess even a fraction of magical prowess comparable to the greatest white wizard of this century is an honor in itself, McGonagall replied, shaking her head dismissively. The more time she spent with the headmaster, the more she realized the depth of his formidable magical abilities. At this moment, Dumbledore paused, producing his uniquely shaped wand. Observe, he said, drawing a circle in the air, which indeed manifested as a white ring in the sky. If the theoretical and practical knowledge of transfiguration we possess forms such a circle, then during your 7 years at Hogwarts, you shall acquire this much. A white that appeared within the circle, then expanded outward, ultimately occupying a third of the space. Leander gazed thoughtfully at the sky, beginning to grasp Dumbledore's intent. Upon excelling in transfiguration and aiming to delve deeply into this field, one reaches this stage. The white circle within the ring grew slightly larger. If you possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration and aspire to advance further, there remains ample space within the circle, yet comprehensive learning becomes unattainable, resulting in a shape that is now irregular, with protrusions and indentations, though overall, the area has significantly increased. Should you possess extraordinary aptitude for transfiguration, coupled with an unparalleled diligence, you would transcend the theories and practices established by predecessors, forging your unique path. Upon reaching this point, Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall, while the white circle in the sky continued to expand, with a protrusion even exceeding the boundaries of the ring. I understand, Leander nodded, recalling similar notions from his previous life in research, though a lingering curiosity remained. What does the circle look like at your level? Dumbledore chuckled, as the white within the circle rapidly expanded, with 7 or 8 protrusions piercing through the ring, even the indentations surpassing ordinary standards. Forgive an old man's display of pride. To Leander's surprise, he discerned a glimmer of mischief on the face of a man over a century old. Truly impressive, old B. I am profoundly enlightened, headmaster. It is indeed inspiring. Leander rose and gently bowed to Dumbledore, preparing to depart, casting one last glance at the circle above. Such whiteness is truly alluring. In our words, it is a hero's aspiration. As Leander left the astronomy tower for the Hufflepuff common room, he anticipated yet another night filled with activity, yet fortunately, he did not have to descend the stairs. Dumbledore leaned against the astronomy tower's wall, holding a glass bottle wrapped in black velvet, gazing at Hogwarts Castle. Above, a human-carrying capsule was soaring towards the Hufflepuff common room. Not just transfiguration, he mused. A brief respite is in order. This glass bottle must swiftly reach Hong Kong. Before the next sunrise awakens, I shall hear the rhythm of another heartbeat. Meanwhile, Leander had made significant progress in visualizing his animagus form, a creature that evoked peculiar emotions within him, brimming with potential and curiously resonant with his being. The ice cream night of Hogwarts, Leander thought, drifting into a deep slumber. 3 days later, during lunchtime, Leander was summoned to the headmaster's office by an unfamiliar upperclassman, who hurriedly dropped off a note before departing. The note contained today's password for the principal's office, buzzing honey candy. It was reminiscent of the familiar style of the old bee. However, today's principal's office, or rather, today's Dumbledore, had startled Leander all day. Principal, has there been news about the storm? Leander inquired eagerly, though his voice dwindled upon seeing the principal. The old man was clad in a V-neck shirt, shockingly wearing short sleeves in the depths of winter. His lower half was adorned with beach shorts, and he sported a pair of striking purple sunglasses. His expression bore a hint of alarm, as if the sudden entrance of Leander had taken him by surprise. Chapter 66, Port Island. Good afternoon, Leander. You are as punctual as ever, Dumbledore said warmly, settling into his designated chair. Had it not been for the eye-catching purple sunglasses, Leander might have stifled his laughter. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, he chuckled. I have always believed that punctuality is a virtue. Huh, are you truly going to be our school's ice cream night? Have you arranged your travel plans with your family? Leander nodded, placing a parchment on the desk, which was a consent letter from old Florin. A few days prior, Florin had written with a forlorn expression, acknowledging his awareness and granting permission for Leander to study abroad for his animagus training. He understood well that his child was a fledgling eagle destined to soar high, but he hadn't anticipated it would occur so soon. At least this consent letter was something Florin thought he would need to write when Leander reached 3rd year. Notably, Luna had also received Leander's letter. Regarding animagus, she expressed a desire for Leander to transform into a snoring creature, if it was safe. Excellent. Then we can prepare to depart, Dumbledore announced, rising to retrieve a leather suitcase from beneath the table. Stay alert, young man. We are about to witness the seas on the other side of the world. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore and Leander left Hogwarts, opting to walk. Professor Dumbledore, how are we going to reach China? Call me Professor. Very well, Professor. Regarding the matter of how to reach China, Dumbledore paused in an open space, revealing a look of regret. I attempted to persuade Fudge to allow us to take a Muggle airplane, but in the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge was perusing a letter, with a photograph positioned nearby. It should be, Mr. Minister. Strangely, The entity conversing with the minister was not a person, but rather a pink toad. Could it be a new species of magical creature? Oh no, upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be a toad at all, but a human. This was indeed shocking. Besides Dudley and Pig, there were humans who could resemble animals so closely, particularly this which named Umbridge, who had perfectly mimicked the toad's repulsive demeanor. Do you think Dumbledore knows how far apart Britain and China are? I believe he does. Then do you think Dumbledore has become a bit muddled in his old age? I perceive that his mind is exceptionally clear. Perhaps his alliance with Leander serves a specific purpose. What do you imply? Fudge furrowed his brow deeply at Umbridge's words. Hence, for various reasons, we shall employ the key of doors on this journey. The key of doors? Leander immediately recalled his escape from Voldemort during the fierce battle alongside Professor Flitwick, where he utilized the key of doors to evade capture. Professor, I have an inquiry. Speak freely. Dumbledore did not meet Leander's gaze. Rather, he was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of the key of doors. The key of doors, does it activate merely upon contact? Typically, yes. Dumbledore suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a rusty iron chain upon the ground. However, as with most keys of doors, it cannot transport us across half the globe. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles as he spoke. Were it not for his overly abstract attire, he would undoubtedly exude the aura of a formidable master. Yet, if the wielder is an extraordinary wizard, conventions may indeed be transcended. Dumbledore winked at Leander. He was referring not just to this key of doors, but also to Voldemort's escape through the Forbidden Forest. Leander pondered. Montos. Dumbledore abruptly drew his wand and cast a spell upon the chain at his feet. Initially, the chain emitted a faint blue glow, but it soon transformed into a radiant blue orb, shimmering and pulsating with vitality. No, old Dumbledore, are you truly still an ordinary wizard? If you claim to have battled a dimensional dark god named Dormammu for a millennium, I would believe you. Seize it, Leander. Observing Leander's astonishment render him speechless and frozen in place, Dumbledore urged him. Oh, very well, Professor. Leander took a deep breath and grasped it, with Dumbledore promptly taking hold of the other end. Unlike apparition, the key of doors first whirled the user at a dizzying speed. This velocity was approximately 20 times that of a theme park ride, and Leander felt as though every muscle fiber in his body was on the verge of snapping. It soon resembled apparition, as he felt himself being thrust into a rubbery tube, overwhelmed by a powerful urge to vomit. Ugh! Next time, I shall opt for a plane instead. Ultimately, Leander did not expel anything, yet it felt as if he had vomited his very innards. Where's my headmaster? My grand headmaster? Leander was in disarray, and as he scanned his surroundings, he spotted a uniquely shaped wand resting upon a shell. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was Dumbledore's Elder Wand. No, this is the wand infamous throughout history, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. You simply set it down carelessly? Leander swallowed hard, making a swift decision. Professor, where are you? Surely, no one would dare to seize the Elder Wand while Dumbledore is still alive. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. I am right here. Leander's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, yet Dumbledore remained unfazed, leisurely swimming towards the shore. Please forgive Leander. It has been ages since I have encountered such enticing waters, Dumbledore remarked, drying himself with a towel while retrieving a new floral shirt from his bag. Chapter 67. Leander, Transform. Professor, I have a question. Once Dumbledore donned his attire, he promptly led Leander to the hiding place of the glass vial. What query troubles you? I received the moonlight at Hogwarts, and if we encounter a storm upon reaching the island, could it potentially hinder our success? Leander's expression was fraught with concern. Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. My dear child, there is but one moon and only one earth beneath our feet. With that, he gestured towards the sun concealed by a cluster of massive clouds. Understanding dawned upon Leander, his eyes brightening. Was this the perspective of a legendary wizard? Soon, they arrived at a cave perched on the edge of a cliff, approximately 2 meters above the ground. Are you physically capable? Dumbledore inquired unexpectedly. I suppose so. Leander scratched the back of his head, perplexed by the sudden question. Then I shan't assist you. Let us ascend. What? Leander almost thought he misheard, but the elderly man had already clamped the Elder Wand in his mouth. Onward. Dumbledore began to scale the rugged cliff using both hands and feet. Leander was astounded. Though he did not comprehend, the headmaster's actions surely bore their own rationale. He followed suit, climbing upward. Although 2 meters did not seem particularly high, the ascent proved quite taxing, especially without any professional gear. Dumbledore's floral shirt was torn to shreds. He then retrieved another from his suitcase. Professor, how many of these shirts have you purchased? Leander was once again taken aback. When a shop assistant inquired about my clothing needs, I mentioned a seaside holiday, and she led me to a grand dressing room filled with vibrant colors that I adored. I bought them all. Dumbledore smiled brightly at the recollection of the colorful dressing room. In fact, in the original text, Dumbledore had a penchant for experimenting with various styles and colors. Yet for some reason, the film crew scarcely adorned the old wizard with a change of attire. That gray and white robe seemed to cling to him from birth to death. Professor, your fashion sense is quite commendable. Leaning against the cliff, Leander gave Dumbledore a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment. Dumbledore, having changed his shirt, pretended to tip his hat and bowed slightly to Leander. If Phileas were to discover our ascent, he would surely declare us not wizards, but gorillas wielding wands. Yet, this is a necessity. Dumbledore perceived Leander's lingering doubts and preemptively addressed them before he could voice them. To ensure the flawless transformation, I have cast over 20 spells in this vicinity, including the Muggle-repelling charm, so you may proceed with confidence. As he spoke, he assumed a pose reminiscent of a beast's roar. I shall take my leave now. I trust one need not reiterate the steps of becoming an animagus? You intend to depart? Dumbledore nodded. Child, since the inception of animagi, it has never been reported that someone has observed the transformation process. I understand. Leander nodded. When will the storm arrive? Upon hearing the question, Dumbledore approached the cave's entrance and gazed at the sky. Within 15 hours, the thunder rumbled, resounding in the ears of the island's inhabitants, who looked up to see the sky thick with clouds. In truth, white lightning had already been slithering through the clouds like a serpent, occasionally revealing itself to the humans below. Dumbledore, savoring dumplings on a Muggle street, heard the thunder and immediately stepped outside. The storm is imminent. The restaurant owner followed closely behind Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Excuse me, sir, you have yet to settle your bill." Inside the cave, hearing the thunder, Leander, who had been meditating, excitedly opened his eyes. It's here at last. He swiftly ventured deeper into the cave, retrieving the glass vial wrapped in black velvet. Carefully removing the fabric, he beheld a vial filled with a vibrant red potion. It worked, it worked. Oh, splendid. It has succeeded. Leander sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, directing the tip of his wand towards his heart. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. Beside Leander's heart, another heartbeat, filled with vigor, began to resonate. Compared to his previous attempts, this sensation was nothing short of a rebirth. The cork from the glass vial popped open, and he downed the crimson liquid in one gulp. It hurt. Damn! As the liquid coursed through him, Leander's vision blurred with pain, a fierce agony radiating from his heart. It felt as though the nerves and veins within him were woven into a spider's web, shattering with the slightest movement, yet excruciatingly tormenting if he remained still. Leander raised his hands, his clothes appearing to merge into his body, already taking on a semblance of fur, his hands gradually transforming. Approximately 5 minutes later, a magnificent figure burst forth from the cave. It was a horse, black as night. Its appearance could be likened to that of Frederick II. Though it was a horse, its overall demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a hippocampus, missing only a single horn. Leander scrutinized his transformed self, with flowing mane and lustrous coat as dark as satin. He could now contend for the title of the world's most handsome horse. Yet, such appearances mattered little. Leander reveled in the vitality coursing through him, feeling as if he could run around the world without fatigue. Judging by the distance and the time spent running, he surmised that his speed could reach a quarter or even a third of the speed of sound. Such was the pace of magical creatures. Leander attempted to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. The few minor spells he had learned since entering Hogwarts could not be properly cast. This was, after all, due to his lack of mastery in wandless magic. The spells for transforming ice cream, summoning cones, and preserving food remained functional, albeit with a slight hesitance. Next, he could delve into the further possibilities of becoming an animagus. The reason Leander felt that his animagus form, a horse, held potential was that, in both Eastern and Western mythologies, the horse often embodies the essence of numerous divine creatures, with the unicorn being a striking example. However, the transition from an extraordinary horse to a fully fledged magical being would require a groundbreaking magical approach. Hey, fool, you appear to have gathered quite a bit. An elderly man with white hair finally arrived, having missed the opportunity to witness the magnificent Leander soaring from the cave. Regrettably, he had forgotten to settle his bill and narrowly avoided being chastised by the kind-hearted residents of the island for his presumed impropriety. Indeed, Professor, it feels quite like a rebirth, responded Leander, who, upon recognizing the newcomer, meticulously envisioned his original form in his mind, aware that in his equine shape, he could not speak. Fortune smiled upon him, as his tentative attempt was met with success. He realized that this child's animagus form might be quite unique, even differing from that of James and Sirius, who also employed the Black family's secret arts. Still hoping to ride, aren't you? Yearning to study it more thoroughly? Unfortunately, Leander had yet to master the art of legilimency. Otherwise, witnessing Dumbledore's thoughts would have certainly incited a furious reaction. I am the Ice Cream Knight of Hogwarts. Not ice cream being ridden. He appeared much like a venerable elder, proud of his students' accomplishments. If only he could change out of those damned beach shorts. Of course, Dumbledore remained oblivious to the young wizard's critique of his attire, regarding Leander with an inscrutable expression before saying, Leander, I sense you are not particularly fond of the key-based mode of transport, are you? Leander, somewhat bewildered, nodded, seemingly understanding Dumbledore's intent. Then shall we opt for an alternative means of travel? What do you suggest? A Muggle airplane. Once Dumbledore secured Leander's consent, a disapparition whisked them away from the desolate crescent-shaped beach to a bustling street. Truly, this was the island. In the 1990s, it had not yet been transformed into a concrete jungle. Rather, the dense buildings and somewhat cramped streets exuded a vibrant atmosphere. Vintage taxis, no at this time, they should be stylish, were most common alongside trams with a few black or white private cars appearing occasionally. Leander turned to Dumbledore. In the brief moments Leander had been admiring the scenery, had completed a wardrobe change. Wait, you can wear Muggle clothing? He now donned a polished gray three-piece suit, topped with a corduroy overcoat, and even tidied up his beard. What do you think, Leander? In my youth, the clothes I once wore now feel rather loose. No, you look splendid, Professor. Thank you for the compliment. With a contented expression, Dumbledore tucked his old wand into a small pocket of his waistcoat and led the way westward. Professor, if we fly, will the Ministry of Magic truly not trouble us? At this, Dumbledore's face revealed a hint of perplexity as he hailed taxi. At the international airport, he explained the destination to the driver and then turned to Leander. How can I phrase this without leading you astray? With that, Dumbledore conjured an iron chain in his hand. Do you see this? It is our key to the door, provided to me after the Ministry declined my reasonable request. Leander grasped that the crux of Dumbledore's statement lay in reasonable request. The Ministry bears the responsibility of maintaining the peace and stability of the wizarding world. But, if I may be candid, Leander, they sometimes fall short of this duty. The key in Dumbledore's hand glimmered with a soft blue light, but did not activate. Children, we must sometimes learn to bend the rules, especially when your reasonable requests have been denied. After saying this, the key vanished from Dumbledore's hand, and he ceased to regard Leander, beginning to meditate quietly. Breaking the rules? Leander pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Dumbledore's approach to education seemed in stark contrast to what he offered Harry. At the very least, he would never openly lead Harry to defy the Ministry's orders, at least not in the initial stages. The island was small, and the taxi soon arrived at the international airport, with Dumbledore being the first to alight. Leander noticed his steps faltered momentarily, and his throat quivered. Is the old man prone to motion sickness? No, that couldn't be right. What if he were to read my thoughts? That notion was also inadvisable. Leander silenced himself in his mind as Dumbledore strode ahead with an upright posture. In this era, being able to fly, particularly on an international flight from Hong Kong, usually signified wealth or privilege. Yet today presented a small exception, as two wizards were aboard. Utilizing a bit of marvelous trickery, the two successfully boarded the plane. Professor, it seems you have violated numerous regulations set by the Ministry of Magic. Relax, Leander. In a certain sense, I have not breached a single rule. Dumbledore removed his overcoat on the plane, revealing the wand hidden in his suit jacket. It had always resided in the small pocket of his waistcoat, never leaving his side. After several hours, the plane landed in London, England. Dumbledore once again took the lead in exiting the cabin, and as his feet touched solid ground, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Understand, it is perfectly normal for a man over 100 years old to experience a first flight. Leander followed him out, pleasantly surprised. This journey, aside from the encounter with an animagus, enriched his understanding of Dumbledore. Previously confined to the pages of a book, he now recognized the profound wisdom, the enigma, the fondness for sweets, and other attributes of the great white wizard. However, it is only through prolonged interaction that one realizes no individual can be encapsulated by labels. Each person is a living entity, multifaceted in nature. Yet, if you were to inquire about Leander's current perception of Dumbledore, he could only muster a singular label. Intriguingly, upon arriving in London, Dumbledore ceased his whimsical antics, seemingly disinterested in the night bus. With a mere disillusionment charm, He transported Leander to the vicinity of the school. Dumbledore tapped his old wand against his attire, and obediently, it transformed into the quintessential wizarding robes emblematic of the venerable Dumbledore. It must be said, while Muggle garments are aesthetically pleasing, they lack comfort. Chapter 69. Farewell to Hippogriff. You cannot be deceived, Professor. Now, go on, Leander. Give your unicorn friend a delightful surprise. Leander nodded, pointing his wand at his heart. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. Despite Leander's myriad speculations regarding the prospects of becoming an animagus and the subsequent advancements, the stark reality is that as a newly minted animagus, his proficiency is remarkably low. Comparatively, not only is he far from Professor McGonagall's skill, he is also lacking when juxtaposed with a certain loquacious journalist, unable to perform wandless and animagus transformations. Beside Leander's heart, another heartbeat resonated robustly as the incantation unfolded. His form gradually became abstract and elongated. Professor, I must insist that I not be referred to as a colpost transformation, Leander remarked before the metamorphosis was complete. What materialized before Dumbledore was a striking black stallion. Initially, Dumbledore found himself perplexed. Typically, a wizard's animagus form retains certain traits of its original self. For instance, Professor McGonagall's cat form bears a distinctive framed pattern around her eyes. However, Leander's horse form seemed devoid of such characteristics. Yet, it became clear to Dumbledore that the elegant black stallion exuded a faint scent reminiscent of sweet ice cream. Leander snorted appreciatively, pawing the ground with a hind hoof, signaling his intent to depart. Go forth, my child. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, watching the black stallion gallop towards the Forbidden Forest. Leander joyously raced across the fields, only to suddenly realize a dilemma. Having ventured into the Forbidden Forest scarcely 5 times, he seemed at a loss regarding the route to the Hippogriff tribe. It appeared he would first need to seek out Hagrid. Thus, in the warmth of his snug little cabin, Hagrid turned his soot-streaked face from the fireplace. He heard the rapid sound of hooves approaching. This sound was not human, but resembled that of a unicorn. Yet, each unicorn's footfall was familiar to him, and this one did not match any. Hagrid stood up and stepped outside, his expression brimming with excitement. Could it be that the Forbidden Forest was about to welcome a new member? As he swung open the door, the large man's exhilaration nearly overflowed, taking on a tangible form. Hey, where have you come from? Planning to settle in the Forbidden Forest? It is no wonder, for Hagrid, who adores fierce and powerful creatures, regards their attributes as charming. A strikingly handsome horse, towering over others yet still slightly shorter than its own rider, possessed an allure that far surpassed that of Headmaster Burbage and Madame Maxim, both of whom shared the same hybrid lineage. Regrettably, Hagrid, I cannot reside in the Forbidden Forest, as my dwelling lies within the castle. Oh, my goodness, you're Leander? An animagus? Leander, you have truly succeeded. Upon discovering that the magnificent black steed was Leander's animagus form, a fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Hagrid's face, quickly replaced by the joy of reuniting with a friend. The two embraced tightly beside the pumpkin patch. In his heart, Hagrid secretly mused how wonderful it would be to embrace in the form of an animagus. Hagrid, do you know where Hippolyta is now? After the embrace, Leander promptly revealed his purpose. Hippolyta? Upon hearing this name, Hagrid plopped down onto a large pumpkin nearby. Deep in thought, according to the habits of unicorns, they should have strayed some distance from their previous location as winter approached. He began muttering to himself, scribbling in the dirt with a stick. After what felt like an eternity, akin to a cosmic monster meeting its demise at the hands of Ultraman, he exclaimed, "Found it!" Hagrid's voice boomed, causing Leander's ears to ring. Leander, wait for me a moment. I shall retrieve something and then guide you to find Hippolyta. With that, he dashed in his little hut. Leander nodded in place, drawing out his wand. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. The animagus form reemerged. However, this transformation alerted Leander to his subtle disquiet. He was inherently sensitive to temperature, especially after mastering the art of refrigeration. It is well known that animals possess a sensory acuity far surpassing that of humans, and horses are among the most exceptional. The temperature inside Hagrid's hut felt amiss. It was far too high. Winter had yet to arrive, yet the temperature inside his abode had reached nearly 50 degrees, resembling a steam sauna devoid of steam. The source of the heat was the warming stove. Inside the hut, Hagrid picked up a metal shield, adding a few logs to the fire and securing it tightly. Within the stove lay an unmistakable oval-shaped egg. Outside, Leander observed the hut, a vague suspicion creeping into his mind. A dragon? The most formidable magical creature in the wizarding world, yet he had never encountered one in reality. At that moment, Hagrid emerged from the hut. attempting to inconspicuously showcase his enormous bow. Look, I merely went in to fetch my bow. There are absolutely no hidden secrets within the hut. Leander let out a snort, refraining from exposing him, primarily because he was unable to speak at that moment. Unexpectedly, Hagrid approached with a goofy grin. Leander, can your animagus form carry someone? The question startled Leander, almost causing him to stumble. Many friends might lack a tangible concept of Hagrid's hybrid giant stature, especially since the films could not find an authentic half-giant to portray him. Hagrid stands at an impressive height of 11.5 feet, which is approximately 3.5 meters, while the average shoulder height of an elephant ranges between 43 meters. I declare that it is time for a change in the position of the largest land mammal. Observing Leander's immediate rejection, Hagrid trudges into the Forbidden Forest, a look of dejection upon his face. Alas, Hufflepuff does not include me, nor does Leander. Is it merely because I am slightly taller? This world is truly unforgiving. With Hagrid leading the way, Leander soon becomes aware of the presence of unicorns nearby. Indeed, it is a sensation rather than a sight or sound. An innate knowledge that a group of horned horses has appeared in the vicinity. Before long, Hufflepuff, visible to the eye, approaches Hagrid. There's a hint of wariness in its gaze directed at Leander. Hello, Hagrid. What brings you here? Ah, it's not me who seeks you, but my companion here. Chapter 70. Dare I ask, which way lies the path? Upon hearing this, Hufflepuff shifts its attention to Leander. Although this creature is missing a horn atop its head, it is far from an ordinary black horse. It does not appear diminutive even beside a half-giant. However, despite their unfamiliarity, there is an inexplicable familiarity in its aura. Greetings, esteemed guest. Hufflepuff, are you speaking? Before Leander could react, Hagrid's eyes widened, interrupting their exchange. Indeed, Leander suddenly grasped that Hufflepuff was not merely communicating through the divine or its inner thoughts, but was genuinely articulating in English using its tongue and vocal cords. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Hufflepuff instinctively pawed at the ground, a glimmer of pride in its eyes. Since the last ritual, I have been favored by the divine and have made some progress. This is splendid news. Leander felt elated. He had come today, fearing Hufflepuff would lack the ability or knowledge to provide guidance or direction. Unable to contain his excitement, he took a few steps closer to Hufflepuff, eager to speak. Yet, Leander overlooked the fact that he was currently in his animagus form. Hey, what are you doing? Back away. In Hufflepuff's perspective, a massive black horse, 3 times its size, greedily advanced upon hearing that it had caught the attention of the divine. Had it not been for Hagrid's assurance, the association with Hagrid would have conjured images of the monstrous acromantula and other fearsome creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Hufflepuff, Leander means no harm. Seeing Hufflepuff lower its stance, directing its horn towards the approaching black demon, Hagrid hurriedly stepped forward, gesturing to mediate. Hufflepuff had no desire to engage, recalling how Hagrid had spoken similarly when the acromantula entered the Forbidden Forest. Yet, it paused having heard a name. Leander. Leander? Hufflepuff straightened its posture, circling around to scrutinize the black horse before it. No wonder the aura felt so familiar. An animagus? Leander nodded in acknowledgement, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Haypolleran's eyes upon receiving the affirmative response. A prodigy. As a member of the long-lived unicorn race, Haypolleran possessed a profound understanding of wizards, far surpassing that of ordinary adult wizards. It was indeed astonishing that a fledgling wizard, who had not even completed his first semester, could achieve a animagus transformation. Hagrid pointed to himself, only to be met with the simultaneous nods of Leander and Haypolleran, causing his complexion to visibly pale. The great brute ultimately exited the Forbidden Forest in solitude, muttering to himself, "How foolish I am. I thought that forging friendships with animals through genuine effort could yield companionship. Yet I did not realize that a animagus transformation was a shortcut." Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Forest, Leander followed closely behind Haypolleran, witnessing an increasing number of unicorns as they progressed. He even observed a unicorn grooming its mane in front of him, perhaps a courtship gesture. Leander, you must have come to seek something from me, am I correct? Eventually, upon reaching a treeless expanse, Haypolleran halted and inquired. Indeed, I seek a direction. A direction? How so? Haypolleran reclined leisurely upon a pile of dry twigs and fallen leaves, watching the young wizard with keen interest. I wish for my animagus form to transform into a true magical creature. Leander had anticipated Haypolleran's reaction to be one of contemplation or shock, yet, to his surprise, the unicorn simply shook its head. You're already a magical being. But, But your human texts say that an animagus cannot transform into a magical creature, correct? Halloran gestured towards the herd of unicorns. Do you believe any of them could surpass you in prowess or wonder, aside from me? Suddenly, a unicorn emerged from the nearby woods, bringing with it a basket of wild fruits. Show me your marvel, Halloran instructed, pointing at the wild fruits. And Leander understood the unspoken command. In the blink of an eye, the fruits in the basket transformed into ice cream, which Halloran embraced and began to savor. You must understand, Leander, you cannot become a unicorn or a fire dragon because you are already an extraordinary wizard. Unicorns wield their own magic, fire dragons possess theirs, and wizards have their own unique powers. And you, Leander, possess your own magic. I have my own magic. Leander's eyes brightened as if he had grasped an opportunity. I know your aspirations soar high, Leander. If I were a wizard and had completed a animagus transformation in my first year, I would be far more audacious than you. Halloran finished the ice cream, then suddenly stood up and approached Leander closely, nearly poking him with its horn. You should focus on how to strengthen your animagus form, rather than attempting to break through some perceived barrier to become a magical creature. Such clear-cut limitations do not exist. We inhabit a vast material world. I have learned much. Leander thought, his heart brimming with determination. I understand now how to take the next step forward. There is no need to seek the path of becoming a mythical beast. Instead, tread your own journey and be the pioneer. Halloran nodded in satisfaction and added softly, in theory, your headmaster is currently the most formidable magical creature alive. Is it not true that the prophecy was not merely to vanquish Voldemort, but to ensure his prolonged existence for the sake of the narrative? Of course, such musings are fanciful, as Leander has yet to experience the sheer terror of Voldemort at the height of his power. By the way, Leander, what is it, Halloran? Halloran suddenly seemed to remember something and leaned in conspiratorially towards Leander, whispering, would you care to converse with another type of equine magical creature from the Forbidden Forest? Another type of equine magical creature? Leander appeared to have an inkling of which species was being referenced. Isn't that inappropriate? I've heard they harbor a disdain for wizards. They harbor a multitude of dislikes, Halloran scoffed, expressing a degree of contempt for centaurs. However, their aversion to wizards is particularly pronounced, often linked to the mishaps caused by your Ministry of Magic. Chapter 71, Centaurs. Nonetheless, you are different, Leander. You are but a child. And as an animagus transformed into a horse, you possess an advantageous status among the centaurs. Halloran's gaze was earnest, yet Leander's expression was a mixture of incredulity and amusement. Am I actually becoming a buffoon of sorts in the early 90s, reaping the benefits of political correctness? Why? You will understand once you encounter them, if fortune favors you. It may astonish you. Lead the way. Leander could hardly contain his curiosity and swiftly transformed into his animagus form. Halloran glanced up, muttering, TSK. Your complexion and shadow blend seamlessly. Such a purely unicorn-driven aesthetic judgment undoubtedly stemmed from a feeling of being overshadowed. Leander followed Halloran through the Forbidden Forest, crashing through several trees. Oh my, is this your first experience walking on four legs? You are not a horse. You are practically an ox. Am I an ox-horse hybrid then? Leander's face flushed crimson, though his entirely black animagus form obscured the embarrassment. Just as he was fuming, a rustling sound caught his attention. Who is it? Halloran and Leander turned towards the source of the noise. Ah, a pair of azure eyes. A centaur emerged from the woods, his upper body resembling that of a handsome man, with striking blue eyes akin to sapphires and shimmering platinum hair. His stature was tall and imposing, yet in the presence of a unicorn leader and Leander's animagus form, he appeared somewhat less remarkable. I heard the voice of Neptune. The centaur spoke first, striding forward with a graceful gait to examine Leander, even reaching out to touch his mane. Hey, that is quite rude. We are not yet acquainted. Leander recoiled from the centaur's touch, displeasure etched across his face. What is this? You approach and start prodding. I would let it slide if you were a beautiful centaur maiden. Greetings, my name is Ferlenz. Unexpectedly, the centaur exhibited no signs of annoyance. Instead, he introduced himself with a friendly demeanor and extended his hand. Was this a gesture for a handshake? Leander raised his right foreleg to meet the centaur's hand, then turned to cast a bewildered glance at Halloran. Occasionally, a handshake occurs, but Ferenz's gesture stemmed from recognizing you as a human wizard. Is it the legendary practice of astrological divination? Leander looked at Ferenza with a hint of astonishment, while Halloran shot a teasing glance in their direction. Firenze. Are you not the one who most disapproves of employing astrological guidance for trivial matters? Leander raised an eyebrow, since the first encounter with Hapolarin. A sense of sanctity had always underpinned his perception of him. Even with subsequent revelations, that foundational impression remained unaltered. Yet now, Hapolarin's expression, mocking Firenze, was undeniably cheeky. It seemed Firenze was entirely oblivious to the imposing unicorn leader beside him, engaging Leander in conversation without a care. It had been ages since he had encountered a wizard of the animagus form resembling a horse, particularly one still in the youthful stage of colt. The sapphire-like glimmer in Firenze's eyes sparkled with wonder. Can you truly discern that I am but a novice wizard? The astrological realm is indeed remarkable. Leander had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the centaurs. Oh dear, two centaurs approached, their demeanor starkly contrasting with Firenze's. If one were to draw a fitting analogy, it would be akin to Ding Zhun and a Mongolian bow champion. The appearance of these brothers. The two formidable centaurs exchanged glances. Brother for the first time, I feel that the transformation from horse's head to human body is not an evolution. Indeed, as they spoke, these two centaurs each retrieved a silver flask from their waists and took hearty swigs. At this juncture, Hapolarin interjected. It seems, Leander, that your fortune is rather favorable. Why do you say that? Leander raised an eyebrow, now more appropriately described as raising the muscle and fur upon his forehead. Oh, a unicorn as well. The two centaurs exclaimed in unison, manifesting their astonishment. Did you not express disdain for our winter feasts? What brings you here? Pano, it appears that this is no ordinary unicorn. It is their leader. Really, Sano? Such a rarity. How can they be louder than Fred and George? Leander stifled a groan, glancing at Hapolarin in hopes he would elucidate why his fortune was deemed favorable. You must discern that Firenze and these two are not of the same breed, correct? Hapolarin began to explain calmly, akin to a Wikipedia entry. This was evident, and Leander nodded earnestly. However, the two newly arrived centaurs were displeased by the mention of breed, unfastening their bows, seemingly eager to engage in a contest with Hapolarin. Yet, it appeared that their bravado was mostly bluster. What could one boast about with an empty bow? The centaurs worshipped an ancestor named Chiron. Wait, Chiron? Leander's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not a figure from Greek mythology, sharing a name with Hapolarin? After participating in the Pure Unicorn Moon Festival, Leander instinctively felt that the mythologies of Greece and Norse mythology within the Harry Potter universe seemed utterly ludicrous. But what about the centaurs? Do not look at me that way, Leander. If it weren't for our hooves, Hippolyne would surely be shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Unlike unicorns, centaurs are numerous and have been entwined with humanity since ancient times. Their beliefs and myths are quite normal. And what of you unicorns? Leander continued to convey his skepticism through his gaze. We unicorns are magical creatures. What do the tales of humans and humanoids have to do with us? His reasoning was compelling. Leander nodded, encouraging Hippolyne to elaborate. With a crooked smile, Hippolyne added, however, since most centaurs adhere to a different belief, you have stumbled upon another celebration. Another belief? Leander mused, recalling that according to Greek mythology, aside from Chiron, centaurs would likely revere Dionysus, the god of wine. Upon hearing this name, the two newly arrived centaurs howled with excitement, clinking their cups together. As a unicorn, your reservoir of knowledge is rather extensive, Leander remarked in astonishment, to which Hippolyne responded with a proud glance. To aspire to lead a long-lived species like unicorns, one must possess considerable skill. Chapter 72, Revelry and Dance. Are you suggesting that the centaurs worship Dionysus by painting a handsome centaur blue to portray him? Leander, now out of his animagus form, regarded Hippolyne with a look of skepticism. With Hippolyne's brief introduction, the centaurs and Leander became acquainted, and under the guidance of Firenze, they set off for the festival honoring the god of wine. Leander discerned that Firenze was indeed a devoted follower of Chiron, showing little interest in the worship of Dionysus. His presence and leadership were solely due to Leander. As he stated, Neptune is watching over us. This sent a chill down Leander's spine, as he had yet to comprehend the celestial deities of this world. Surely, the skies were not filled with ominous beings gazing hungrily at earth? Pondering this, Leander chuckled to himself. What of it? Even if they are, I might as well throw ice cream at them before I perish. As Firenze led the way, the environment of the forbidden forest began to transform. Scattered pine trees were evenly arranged on the rising hillside, blanketed in pristine white snow. However, for Leander, the cold air of winter seeping into his sleeves and collar signified something entirely different. The thawing of Hua had reached 90%. The new year was approaching. This heightened his anticipation for the centaurs' year-end celebrations. Unfortunately, the centaurs disappointed him. Before reaching their destination, Leander executed a precise kick that struck Sano squarely in the abdomen. With such accuracy and force, even if you were Sano, you would need to bend over and catch your breath. Oh dear, my apologies. To everyone's astonishment, Sano, the victim, promptly offered an apology. Why did you suddenly touch my tail? He exclaimed. Oh, it's merely a little colt. Pano observed in disbelief from the sidelines. Sano, clutching his stomach and looking perplexed, remarked, I was merely walking behind you, admiring your tail. See? Indeed, Sano nodded, explaining that equestrians place great importance on the grace and shape of tails, and Leander's tail is undoubtedly a paragon of excellence. I had intended to inquire about your tail care routine, but inexplicably, I was compelled to reach out. Ah, so you feel it too? Pano interjected. I was just admiring his mane and found myself momentarily entranced. He chuckled triumphantly. However, I managed to restrain myself. Sano, you lack self-control as a warrior. Sano, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, felt the heat rise to his face, turning crimson at the mockery. He retorted with wide eyes. How dare you tarnish my reputation without cause? What tarnishing? Everyone witnessed it. You failed to maintain your composure and touched his tail. Sano's face flushed deeper, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued. In equestrian terms, it isn't merely touching, it is a friendly exchange. This declaration elicited laughter from the crowd, filling the forbidden forest with a jovial atmosphere. Groups of equestrians stood or reclined across the snow-dusted wilderness, each holding a uniform silver flask. A shocking sight, regardless of gender. None were clothed. Hey, little colt, you cannot judge equestrians through a human lens. We do not require clothing to gain the wizard's acknowledgement. Indeed, we equestrians are not defined by such constraints. Fire Rens opened his mouth, then closed it again, casting a helpless glance. Leander, hearing Hapolion's suppressed laughter, resignedly fell silent. It was worth the experience. Even if I didn't grasp the true strength of the equestrians, the lessons learned in political correctness are invaluable. Alas, the equestrians are simply out of sync with the times. The current Ministry of Magic does not embrace this perspective. In a decade or two, circumstances will undoubtedly shift. As he pondered, Leander noticed the most challenging scene to behold. A naked equestrian, entirely painted blue, joyfully brandishing a massive silver flask while scanning the surroundings with a grin. Hapolion leaned in to explain quietly. That is a traditional equestrian custom, selecting a handsome figure to portray the wine god Dionysus. Hapolion nodded in affirmation. Leander cast a puzzled glance at Fire Rens, then at the blue equestrian. The appearance of the equestrian could only be described as average, with age evident in the layers of excess flesh and shallow yellow eyes, reflecting a somewhat dim-witted expression. Are you certain he is handsome? Fire Rens outshines him effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Fire Rens' lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. I cannot say for certain. Fire Rens does not believe in the wine god, so he cannot participate. That is true, Leander acknowledged. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hapolion interjected. Do not rush. Soon the god of wine will sing. Perhaps it is his melodious voice that earned him this election. At that moment, as if summoned by some unseen force, the god of wine rose and let out a resounding shout. Ah, wait! Why does a centaur emit the sound of a groundhog? Moreover, beneath that vibrant call, Leander found himself inexplicably yearning to transform into his animagus form, and he did indeed comply. Following his shout, the god of wine began to sing and dance. Such skill in dance surely suggests years of practice, does it not? Let us depart. Sano and Nano cast only fleeting glances at the performance, likely accustomed to it, as they gathered around Leander and steered him in another direction. There, a large pile of firewood was ignited by a centaur adorned with paint, who blew upon it, instantly igniting a fiery orange blaze. The centaurs, invigorated, formed a circle around the fire, howling with enthusiasm. Though the words were unintelligible, Leander felt a surge of exhilaration and found himself joining in the revelry. If it were not for a centaur matron leaning close to his ear, inquiring, Young man, do you have a romantic interest? Leander was taken aback. Matron, do you still intermarry with ordinary horses? Though he did not voice this thought, his animagus form rendered him speechless. She seemed to understand. Ordinary horses, of course, cannot suffice, but a handsome one may be an exception. You, as an animagus, would make a splendid match. The matron beamed with kindness. Leander opened his mouth, shook his head, and gestured that he could not speak. The matron's face registered surprise for the first time. With such potent magic, and as a wizard, how can you be mute? Leander astutely sensed that her reference was not to a wizard. Hapolion noticed the matron engaging with Leander and discreetly departed with Ferenz. Ah, I see now. You simply cannot articulate, clumsy colt. The matroness expression shifted to understanding as she laughed heartily. Your silence stems from believing you are a horse. Your tongue and anatomical structure differ from that of a human, yet you possess magic? Command it. Return to your original form. Like this, Leander felt a hand pressing on his neck, and suddenly, akin to the initial sensation of his animagus's second heartbeat, he sensed the emergence of a second throat. Although it felt somewhat parched, he mustered the strength to utter, I am still a child. Indeed, you are still a young colt. Give it a try. How wondrous. Sister? The matroness expression turned slightly peculiar, while Leander feigned innocence with a broad smile. This could rival Dumbledore's robust stature. A few sweet words would not go amiss. Calling me grandmother would be more appropriate. She jested, playfully tapping Leander's equine head with 2 fingers. It stung, yet her laughter was warm. Why does this sensation feel oddly comforting? Leander, stunned by the tap, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Am I becoming? It is simply inconceivable. This remarkable individual must be extraordinary. The matron once again placed her hand upon Leander's neck, and in a mystical moment, he felt as though his second throat was grasped firmly. Remember, magic is the impetus for your improvement. Leander's uncontrollable magical energy surged forth, transforming the liquid into ice cream. The matron devoured it in one swift motion. The flavor of the alcoholic ice cream was delightful, but you are still just a young colt. You must refrain from drinking. She then surveyed her surroundings. Oh, the centaurs are about to proceed to the next stage, which is not suitable for the young. You should leave now, little colt. Not suitable for the young? Leander felt perplexed. What could be inappropriate about a bonfire gathering? A tall centaur was engaging intimately with a young female centaur. Indeed, quite inappropriate for children. He should hasten his departure. For the sake of his eyes, Leander turned to leave, only to find himself utterly immobilized. It transpired that since the moment he encountered the matron, he had not moved at all, save for his magical energy. Close your eyes, young colt. It will soon be over. Leander obediently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself in a corridor within a castle. Wasn't the use of apparition prohibited at Hogwarts? He murmured to himself. No, house elves can use it, and so can phoenixes, but that matron's centaur. No, she may not even be a centaur at all. Leander swallowed hard. His understanding was still too limited, and he felt too weak. A true gentleman must accept this. Contemplating this, he conjured an ice cream cone and directed it towards the Hufflepuff common room. When did I become an animagus? Professor McGonagall, typically strict and unsmiling in front of her students, appeared unusually joyful today. As class began, she called out Leander's name. Leander. Here, Professor. Leander rose from his seat, and his roommate Ernie and the other Hufflepuffs exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what was transpiring. Why was his name suddenly called? Was it because of the 2 days he had taken off? Yet, Professor McGonagall appeared genuinely delighted. Under normal circumstances, if a student like Badger spoke so, she would certainly reprimand them. But today she joyfully proclaimed, let us congratulate Leander Foscue, for he has become the youngest animagus in history. Hufflepuff gains 30 points. The classroom fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of cheers and applause, mingled with exclamations of disbelief. It nearly threatened to lift the classroom ceiling. After Dumbledore discovered that Leander had achieved animagus status, he and Professor McGonagall commenced the registration process with the Ministry of Magic. Initially, both McGonagall and Dumbledore harbored concerns, pondering whether a talent that stood out might invite envy or if early fame could cloud the young boy's judgment. However, upon reflection, it appeared that this child had garnered recognition at the tender age of 9. Moreover, Dumbledore had confidence in himself, with him present until the boy reached adulthood. No malevolent forces would dare approach. Of course, there was another significant reason. Although Hogwarts was the only magical school in Britain, it could not afford to be relegated in the global rankings of magical institutions. In earlier days, Newt could proudly declare that Hogwarts was the finest school of magic in the world. Now, however, upon glancing at the latest news, he finds himself reluctant to broach the subject with Tina. The youngest animagus in history undoubtedly stands as a magnificent emblem of Hogwarts' reputation. After class, Leander departed the classroom alongside Professor McGonagall, their destination being the Quidditch pitch. Throughout his journey of mastering animagus transformation, it was Sirius and Professor McGonagall who had been of the greatest assistance to Leander. Now that he had achieved this milestone, how could he refrain from boasting to his teacher? The joy in Professor McGonagall's expression was palpable, yet tinged with a hint of regret. Why must this child belong to Hufflepuff? Hufflepuff had been remarkably fortunate in recent years. She recalled the exemplary Cedric and her own Fred and George. Oh dear, Upon arriving at the pitch, numerous students turned their gaze toward Professor McGonagall and Leander. Yet, Leander was unconcerned. His animagus form was nothing to conceal. Such a magnificent horse. Even a blind person could discern it. Chapter 74, The Marvelous Transformations. Leander found a secluded spot and drew forth his wand. Amado, animo, animado. Animagus, his body, swiftly elongated and transformed, while Professor McGonagall observed a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Truly, it was magnificent, she murmured. Not only Professor McGonagall felt this way. The students on the grounds reacted with great enthusiasm. They were eagerly awaiting someone. Hey, Professor, didn't you say that becoming an animagus is an extremely dangerous and complex transformation? From a corner of the pitch, a red-haired Weasley burst forth, followed closely by another. Leander, in your horse form, can you tell me apart from George? The newcomers were none other than the mischievous Weasley twins. At this moment, they flanked Leander's animagus form, one in front and the other behind. Wow, this coat looks so real, and the tail it's so high. Leander, could you crouch down so I can ride you? What? Fred was completely oblivious to the fact that he was nearly struck in the chest by a hoof, which would have spelled his demise had Leander not intervened just in time. No lifting the legs, no lifting the legs. These two aren't sturdy centaurs or passers-by. A good kick would genuinely be fatal. Thus, Fred noticed that the previously calm horse's tail suddenly began to move. It moved. Leander's tail moved. This is ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, the horse's tail, akin to a whip, landed a sharp blow across his left cheek. Fred let out a wail. Leander, you've ruined my tool for eating. You must take responsibility. To this, Leander merely snorted, entirely unfazed. Meanwhile, George, who had been attempting to jump up to touch Leander's chin, chuckled innocently at the scene. This was all Fred's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Fred clutched his reddened cheek, disbelief etched across his face. We are, after all, beloved kin and brothers, born of the same mother. Fred, there is no need for monetary incentives to forsake you. George, seated on the ground beside, scoffed at Fred's words. Soon enough, the two were engaged in a brawl, rolling on the grass as if they were two fiery orbs in motion. Leander observed, amused, as the scene unfolded. Hey, be careful not to set the lawn ablaze. You can speak now? Fred and George paid no heed to Leander's jibe, engrossed in their playful tussle. It was Professor McGonagall, however, who approached with keen interest after the twins departed, gently patting Leander on the neck. She gestured for him to lower his head, reaching out to touch his mane. He was the first living being to have touched Leander's mane without receiving a spray in return. Ah, yes, Professor. It dawned on Leander that he had spoken without hesitation. The notion of an animagus conversing was somewhat contrary to logic. Just as he was about to elaborate further, he noticed Professor McGonagall making a shushing gesture. Everyone needs their secrets, my dear. I merely need to know that you're progressing healthily. Leander felt a stir within his second throat, a sensation distinct from the profound grasp of Annie Horse, more akin to a kinship attraction. Could Professor McGonagall also possess this mode of communication? It seemed the original text did not delve into this aspect. Well, Leander, is this your animagus? Just as McGonagall and Leander contemplated discussing other matters, several students, emboldened beyond Fred and George, approached. The first was a girl. Leander searched his mind, but found no recollection of her. Taylor, have you completed your transfiguration essay? Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded the fifth-year Ravenclaw student before her. Oh, Professor, not yet. I'm struggling with the final summary. So I came out for some fresh air. The girl, already lacking confidence, wilted under the scrutiny. Bring your essay to my office later. At this, McGonagall's expression softened. Ravenclaw students tended to be more reliable. She glanced at Fred and George, who had just finished their playful scuffle. They handed a wand to a Slytherin, which with a pop transformed into a large spider. The Slytherin shrieked, sounding akin to a pig awaiting slaughter. McGonagall swiftly quelled her dangerous thoughts. Minerva McGonagall, you are a competent professor. You must not allow external factors to cloud your impartial judgment of a student. Yet, she found herself gazing at the spirited Leander in his animagus form, who was indeed a delightful sight. Meanwhile, within the castle of Hogwarts, a ladybug adorned with a pattern reminiscent of spectacles flew away from the glass window. Half an hour later, a middle-aged woman, donned in exaggerated glasses, arrived at the castle entrance. She knocked on the grand door of Hogwarts, and a bald, acerbic visage appeared through the crack. Who are you? State your purpose. Rita Skeeter was taken aback by this face. After all these years, the old man had not yet met his demise. Nevertheless, she maintained a saccharine smile, embodying the essence of a pink toad. Do you not recognize me? Io merito. Ritoshkiter. Ritoshkiter. The renowned journalist from the Daily Prophet? Indeed. Filch's face transformed with astonishment, his wrinkles smoothing as if rejuvenated by some elixir. May I enter? I have an interview scheduled with Hogwarts for the Daily Prophet today. Yes, of course. As a squib, often marginalized within the magical realm, it was a novel experience for Filch to be treated so courteously by such a celebrated figure, even allowing Rita entry without further verification. Thank you, she said, smiling and nodding at Filch as she gracefully departed. However, as Filch gazed at her retreating figure with sweetened admiration, he failed to perceive that the moment she was out of his sight, Rita's expression morphed into one of undisguised disdain. I cannot fathom what Dumbledore is thinking, retaining a useless old squib within the school. Hogwarts' reputation is being tarnished bit by bit. Let me ponder. On what topic shall I commence today's interview? Chapter 75, The Interview. That afternoon, Professor McGonagall was preparing to settle into her office to grade student essays when she heard the unfamiliar sound of high-heeled footsteps approaching from behind. She furrowed her brow, wondering which student it could be. To her dismay, it was Rita, who seemed utterly oblivious to her unpopularity. Her short, stout fingers clutched her ostentatiously luxurious handbag as she hurriedly closed the distance between herself and Professor McGonagall. Hello, Professor McGonagall. A shiver ran down the professor's spine. As Rita drew closer, she seized one of McGonagall's hands. Professor, do you remember me? Over 20 years ago, you taught me transfiguration. To be candid, Rita Skeeter was genuinely grateful to Professor McGonagall. Had it not been for the solid foundation in transfiguration that McGonagall provided, her subsequent studies in Animagus transformation would not have been as seamless, and Rita may not have achieved her current stature. Yet McGonagall's sentiments were quite the opposite. The moment Rita clasped her hand, she yearned to withdraw it, but out of politeness, she refrained. Merlin's pink woolen socks. Dumbledore merely indicated that this position would be somewhat demanding, but did he mention it would be revolting? Ultimately, Professor McGonagall summoned her composure befitting the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, politely shaking Rita's hand and inquiring, "It has been quite some time, Miss Skeeter. What brings you to Hogwarts today?" In her heart, McGonagall pondered. Is Filch intending to forfeit this month as salary? What manner of unsavory characters are being permitted entry? Is Hogwarts a mere amusement park? You truly are forgetful, Professor McGonagall, Rita replied, her face still adorned with that nauseatingly sweet smile. You and the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore had arranged for an interview with the Daily Prophet, did you not? It concerns the youngest animagus in history, student Leander Fosco. If Professor McGonagall was merely repulsed by Rita's demeanor moments ago, she now felt her hair stand on end in alarm. What manner of interview has the Daily Prophet sent you to conduct? After serving as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts for many years, Professor McGonagall could discern Rita Skeeter's interview style with clarity. The most disconcerting aspect is that Rita's interviews are devoid of any moral compass. Regardless of whether her subjects are deserving of respect or whether their stories should be treated with dignity, as long as it garners attention, she will write anything. Truly remarkable. Rita, I shall now confer with Professor Dumbledore regarding the conduct of this interview. You know, I've been away for many years and wish to stroll through the campus and indulge in some nostalgia. Do as you please. At this moment, Professor McGonagall had no desire to engage further with Rita, waving her hand to grant her freedom as she ascended the stairs to seek out Dumbledore. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, it was one thing for him to delegate mundane school affairs. But how could he be so vague regarding matters that could impact the school's reputation and the mental well-being of its students? Was Dumbledore truly being vague? Not at all. A few minutes later, Professor McGonagall hastily entered the headmaster's office. Is there something amiss, Minerva? Dumbledore inquired calmly from behind his desk, noting the pallor of McGonagall's face. Albus, how did you negotiate with the Daily Prophet? Do you know who they sent? Dumbledore's expression grew stern. Who? Ritoshkiter. Who? A rare look of confusion crossed Dumbledore's face. This is not what we agreed upon. In truth, this situation cannot entirely be blamed on Dumbledore, nor can it be attributed to the Daily Prophet. When this event was confirmed, it appeared to be a win-win scenario. The Daily Prophet sought a headline, while Dumbledore required the paper's influence within the industry. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances arose. The Prophet had initially assured that their most reputable journalist would cover the story, but regrettably, this journalist was delayed for unknown reasons en route to Hogwarts. Rita Skeeter's arrival was entirely unanticipated by the Daily Prophet. This coveted reporter often vanished without a trace, conducting her interviews elsewhere. To boost sales, the Prophet turned a blind eye, resulting in Rita's impromptu plan today. However, to her dismay, this scheme was destined to fail, potentially at her own expense. In the Hufflepuff common room, Leander carefully captured a ladybug in a small glass vial. The patterns on the ladybug's back were strikingly reminiscent of Rita Skeeter's eyes. Quite unsightly indeed. Half an hour ago, Leander Falling sensed something unusual and opened the live map, only to discover a name outside the castle tower. This individual then soared into the air, re-entered through the castle's main gate, and proceeded to the Hufflepuff common room. Based on the trail and the name, Leander was certain that this was none other than the infamous paparazzo, Rita Skeeter. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore employed a clever little trick to swiftly contact the Daily Prophet, discovering that the reporter responsible for this piece was not Rita Skeeter at all. At that moment, Leander had arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office, whistling. "Oh, monster, let me in. I've accomplished something grand today." The creature remained immobile, merely repeating the command. Just as Leander braced himself for another round of guessing the password, the creature unexpectedly split in two, revealing a passageway. "Oh, you're quite obedient today." With a buoyant spirit, Leander stepped into the headmaster's office and tapped a glass jar filled with ladybugs onto Dumbledore's desk. The ladybugs immediately flipped onto their backs, legs in the air. "Professor, Uwe Kipchard Usby." "Careful with my desk, Leander," Professor McGonagall interjected, stepping forward to scrutinize the ladybugs within the jar. After a few breaths, she reached a conclusion. An animagus, and an illegal one at that. She cast Leander a peculiar glance. "Leander, you've spared yourself a significant hassle." "Huh, how does this concern me?" Chapter 76, Fairy. "I can tell at a glance you're not an insect. Is this individual targeting me?" Leander gazed at Professor McGonagall in confusion, to which she gently nodded. Although he wasn't explicitly seen, Dumbledore also nodded in agreement. Leander leaned closer to the jar, scrutinizing the tiny creature within, contemplating the feasibility of simply crushing it. "Leander, step back." "Of course, Professor." Dumbledore took his wand and rubbed the tip against his hair thoughtfully. Then he pointed his wand at the glass jar. The ladybug's body began to swell, and with a series of crackling sounds, Rita Skeeter burst forth, having transformed back into her human form, shattering the jar. "That has 3 nuts down the drain. I'll have to swipe a bottle from Fred next time," Leander mused. "Oh, my apologies, Miss Skeeter. I forgot to release you from the jar first." It was as though an illegal animagus had not just invaded the school, but merely a ladybug had flown in. However, Rita did not share this sentiment. Once she regained her human form, she initially intended to argue, but found herself at a loss for words, as if a lump had lodged in her throat. The gaze of the old man with the white beard was terrifying. It felt as if he was peering directly into her soul. Once Dumbledore finished expressing his apologies, Rita regained her ability to speak, though by then, she was utterly unsure of what to say. Accustomed to exaggerating her reports in the press, this renowned journalist had initially perceived Dumbledore's reputation as the greatest wizard as somewhat inflated. After all, he was merely a man over 100 years old. "Yet today you ventured into the Hufflepuff common room in search of me?" Leander suddenly interjected, much like how Josie would withstand Mihawk's strike during the Battle of the Summit. For Mihawk is the boss, and the old man can act with impunity. To pose a question would be beneath him. "Ah, Leander Fiscato, do you remember me?" Rito Skeeter." Upon hearing Leander's voice, Rita, who was sprawled on the ground, instantly brightened, even showing signs of wanting to rise. "You remember, I was the one who chronicled the awakening of magical powers to save lives and expose the dwarf Peter." "Indeed, that is correct." Rita seemed eager to establish some rapport, but was abruptly interrupted. The beaming smile that had adorned her face froze, transforming her into a mere caricature, her curls reminiscent of a flawed statue. When Leander was 9, Rita conducted a thorough investigation into the incident at Diagon Alley, but was left unsatisfied. A child's brave act of rescue is captivating, yet rather cliched. Just then, someone emerged, wishing to tarnish the child's reputation, or perhaps to ensure it bore a more biased slant. Thus, Rita, with a clever touch, began to embellish her report. For instance, while the child did protect the girl, he inadvertently caused significant damage to Diagon Alley's property. "Child, consider your neighbors with whom you share your days. What exactly did you protect?" She deliberately positioned Leander's actions in opposition to those of other young wizards, inciting discord. Such sensational reporting ignited a storm, as numerous wizards fervently confronted Rita, and her defenders were equally indignant. Can the wizarding world not accommodate an objective and impartial Rita Skeeter? Rita reveled in this attention. Black or red, it was all the same, and who could resist the allure of jingling bags of galleons? Certainly not I. At that moment, Leander wished to oust the unscrupulous journalist, yet his youth and the complexity of the situation hindered him. Fortunately, fate has a way of turning tables. I did not seek you, yet here you are, falling into my grasp. Rita swallowed hard. The boy's gaze was unnerving, sharp as a blade. Instinctively, She sought to avoid eye contact, searching for someone else to assist her. Her eyes then darted to Professor McGonagall. I merely wish to glimpse your authentic living conditions. You know, in journalism, authenticity is paramount. Rita defended herself, her voice dwindling. Even she found her assertion hard to believe. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Miss Skeeter, ultimately, it was Dumbledore who broke the stillness. You now face two potential paths, I presume. A path of life or a path of death. I wish to live, to live. Rita exclaimed, her emotions surging as she rose from the ground, her gaze filled with hope directed at Dumbledore. No, no, no. Dumbledore waved his hand. We are merely teachers and students in this school, not Voldemort, who would thoughtlessly take a life. At the mention of Voldemort, Leander keenly observed Rita shudder. It seems the shadow Voldemort casts over the British wizarding community is far more profound than I had anticipated. I wonder what his reign at its peak must have entailed. Unless time were to reverse, it would be exceedingly difficult for Leander to witness the unfolding events, particularly given the current trajectory of the narrative, which has taken a rather tumultuous turn. After all, Wormtail has met his demise. What choices remain? Rita's coarse, plump fingers twisted together, her lips pressed tightly in contemplation. Firstly, we could depart immediately and await the arrival of the journalist from the Daily Prophet, as originally scheduled. Regrettably, Miss Skeeter, your future may undergo certain alterations. Dumbledore formed an OK gesture with his hand, leaving but a slight gap between his thumb and forefinger, indicating that the changes would be minimal. May I inquire as to what those changes might entail? Rita asked cautiously. Azkaban, Dumbledore replied succinctly, but after a moment's reflection, added, it shall not be for life. You will be able to emerge. The second option. I choose the second option, Rita exclaimed in a fit of despair, to which Dumbledore responded with a barely perceptible smile. Minerva? He called out, please, Professor McGonagall, find Miss Skeeter a suitable classroom for the interview, and escort Leander there first. Dumbledore cast another glance at Rita. I shall discuss a few matters of importance with Miss Skeeter. Very well. In the presence of others, Professor McGonagall remained quite deferential to Dumbledore, giving Leander's shoulder a reassuring pat as they departed the headmaster's office in succession. After their exit, Dumbledore rose from his chair. Miss Skeeter, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. We must await the arrival of an individual you are acquainted with. Dumbledore moved away from the desk and approached the window, sunlight streaming through, casting a tall shadow over Rita. Let's shake hands. Chapter 77, Alchemy. Leander lounged in the spacious classroom, his leg crossed casually, having waited for approximately 15 minutes. Professor McGonagall had escorted him inside, imparting a few guidelines before departing, seemingly confident in her headmaster's arrangements. I require an ice cream cone. Bored, Leander summoned 2 cones, transforming one into ice cream and indulging in it. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At the classroom door, Rita entered, her face devoid of the saccharine smile she had previously worn, now replaced by an air of timidity and pallor. Good day, Mr. Fawcett, she murmured, her voice lacking its usual vigor. What had transpired in just a few short minutes. Rita took a seat opposite Leander, retrieving a quill and parchment from her small bag. No, no, no. Leander suddenly interrupted her, gesturing towards the item she had extracted. Put that away. Understanding his implication, Rita hesitated. I cannot, Mr. Fawcett, not today. How absurd. Leander's stomach churned at her words. It might have been tolerable had they come from a beautiful maiden, but her level of repugnance could rival that of a pink toad. Speak properly and set it aside. Feeling the firmness of Leander's tone, Rita begrudgingly rummaged through her bag once more, producing another quill. This quill is a deep green, distinct from an ordinary one. Upon its emergence, it eagerly hovers in the air, sketching and scribbling in the atmosphere. Is this the sharp, prideful quicksilver quill of Rita Skeeter? Leander grasped the quill in his hand, examining it with curiosity. In appearance, it seemed rather commonplace, even somewhat gaudy in hue, yet it bore a formidable potency in its essence. Indeed, Rita inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. It would be fine, Dumbledore had assured her. Were those 2 reports also penned by it? A predicament had arisen. Please allow me to explain. Rita hastily adorned her face with a smile, but Leander was not inclined to listen. I shan't hear it. Is this a creation of alchemy? Rita stiffly nodded, compelled to elaborate on its origins and functions. It turned out that she had purchased this quill at a great expense from a renowned alchemist in France. Originally merely a quicksilver quill, it had developed its own consciousness through intricate alchemical modifications. As the old adage goes, proximity to virtue leads to virtue, while proximity to vice leads to vice. Initially, this quill was not adept at embellishing or distorting the truth. However, Rita's persistent use of it had transformed it into a potent ally on her path to prominence. Who would have thought you were an educator? Leander jested, to which Rita dared not respond, offering only an awkward chuckle. I have heard that the fundamental rule of alchemy is equivalent exchange. What did you sacrifice to grant a quill's sentience? What did I sacrifice? Gallons, I suppose. What does it matter to me how an alchemist operates? Despite her internal grumbling, Rita feigned ignorance on the surface. Leander, not pursuing the matter further, casually tucked the quill into his pocket. What? Huh? You still need it? No, not at all. Rita watched in silent anguish as her cherished companion was taken from her heart aching as if pierced by a blade, yet she dared not protest. Leander's acquisition of the quill was primarily motivated by memories of Fred and George. He needed to devise a means to connect the Weasley twins with Nicklemore. In truth, Hogwarts did offer alchemical courses. However, reflecting on the varying quality of instructors at Hogwarts, Leander refrained from harboring excessive hope. He intended to gift the quill to Fred and George, intrigued to see how it would learn to embellish and captivate under their tutelage. What then? Might it acquire from following Fred and George? Such a venomous quill in the shape of a feather. Ha ha ha. Very well, Miss Skeeter, we may commence today's visitation. Leander secured the quill and regarded Rita Skeeter with earnestness. Ugh, I feel nauseous. All right, Mr. Foskett, our interview today primarily pertains to your animagus. Upon the mention of animagi, Rita could not suppress her tears. Soon, her own animagus would no longer belong to her. Yet, adhering to her professional decorum, she stifled her sorrow and continued the interview. When did you first encounter an animagus? In the ensuing 15 minutes, Rita meticulously posed 7 or 8 inquiries, diligently documenting them on her parchment. Upon completing the final letter, she exhaled a sigh of relief. It was finally over. This child was truly demanding. After offering a series of humble compliments to Leander, Rita departed the classroom, descending the stairs with a resounding thud as she made her way toward the entrance of Hogwarts. Before long, she arrived at the entrance, where Filch happened to be stationed. Ah, good day, Mrs. Skeeter, Filch greeted, appearing to don a new outfit, his hair slicked back to a high sheen, particularly the balding patch atop his head, resembling a glaring bulb. Goodness, Rita muttered, pushing through the door to leave. Were it not for this fool being so easily deceived, she would never have gained entry into Hogwarts, and without that, she would not have been subjected to such frustrations. Filch's beaming smile faltered, his head losing its luster, transforming from a fully illuminated bulb into a decrepit one. No. Meanwhile, upstairs, Leander had arrived at the door of the headmaster's office. Stone Guardians, please inform Professor Dumbledore that my interview has concluded, and I have matters to discuss with him. The creature remained, as ever, fixated solely on requesting the password. Yet Leander knew that Dumbledore had already heard his voice. Sure enough, moments later, the creature split apart, revealing a passageway. At the end of the path stood Dumbledore, unusually not seated, but rather amusing fox. Hello, Leander. What brings you here? Did Rita still fail to meet your expectations? The departing Rita Skeeter inexplicably shivered. No. She performed adequately just now. I came to Leander hesitated, somewhat bashful. Need my assistance? Dumbledore inquired, his curiosity piqued. Precisely, Leander nodded earnestly. You are aware of Fred and George, correct? Chapter 78, The Alchemical Prodigy? Oh, I must concede, they are indeed impressive in leaving a lasting impression. Akin to that of a professor, Dumbledore remarked, pausing his playful interaction with Fawkes to raise an eyebrow at Leander. In agreement, Leander nodded vigorously but felt compelled to elaborate. Professor, their talents may extend beyond mere pranks. Oh, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, although he frequently heard Fred and George's names. They were usually associated with Filch's grievances or Professor McGonagall's suggestions and critiques. However, he had not delved deeply into their genuine talents. Leander produced a bundle of assorted items from his wizarding robes, placing them on a desk. Numerous portraits of former headmasters lining the walls craned their necks to observe. Were these? Dumbledore inquired, picking up one of the wands with a bemused expression. Works of Fred and George, which you can experience firsthand, Leander replied with a grin. Intrigued to see if the twins' creations would lead to a humorous mishap for the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, bringing the wand closer for a detailed examination. Indeed, it is not a true wand, is it? After a slight infusion of magic, a grotesque cockroach found itself perched upon Dumbledore's hand, spreading its wings as if preparing to take flight. Leander's eye twitched. The artistic direction of these two individuals had taken a rather macabre turn. Was it my premature guidance that led to this? Alas, it is not candy. Dumbledore remained unfazed, even attempting to stroke the cockroach's back to soothe it. Regrettably, This cockroach's lifelike existence would last but a few fleeting seconds before transforming into an unidentifiable rubber toy, leaving Dumbledore with an expression that hinted at mild disappointment. Such is the nature of a school, and its headmaster. What is this, an egg? It is aptly named the Heaven and Earth Transformable Life-Saving Egg. Leander beamed with pride, having coined the name for Fred and George's latest creation. As Dumbledore pondered the grandiosity of this title, a momentary look of distraction crossed his face beneath his crescent-shaped glasses. Yet he did not dwell on it long. How does one utilize this? Leander inquired as he took the egg from Dumbledore's hand, gesturing towards Fawkes. True to its name, the egg's primary purpose is escapism. When one inadvertently makes a sound in a concealed environment, this egg comes into play. Leander tossed it gently, and upon hitting the ground, it morphed into a cat. Meow. Can still vocalize? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. Indeed, in typical scenarios, it transforms into a cat, dog, or mouse, but can adapt as necessary. Leander picked up another egg, tossing it after giving it a twist aimed at Fawkes, which then transformed into a phoenix remarkably resembling Fawkes himself. Can magical creatures also transform? Dumbledore mused, picking up the faux phoenix from the ground, while Fawkes observed with a furrowed brow. However, upon closer inspection, he quickly realized that compared to the earlier cat, this phoenix was decidedly less convincing and bore a strong resemblance to a mere toy. Leander shrugged. They were, after all, still young and lacked a comprehensive understanding of magical creatures, or indeed, biology itself. Hearing a first-year wizard refer to others as still young elicited a peculiar sensation within Dumbledore, prompting an involuntary chuckle. He turned away, reaching for a piece of candy to mask his amusement. Have they also developed candies? Are they aiming to rival the Honeyduke? With all due respect, he mused, crunch, crunch. It would be quite challenging, crunch, crunch, to compete with an established patron like myself. Crunch, crunch. Before Leander could intervene, Dumbledore swiftly popped a piece of instant escape candy into his mouth. One must admit, the old fellow knows how to indulge, especially in the black portion. Professor, do you feel any discomfort? Discomfort? Not at all, Dumbledore replied, perplexed by Leander's inquiry, glancing over his own form. Suddenly, he felt a warmth above his lips. Upon touching it, his fingers met something red and moist, which only increased in quantity. Thick as a crab, blood began to flow from a mere trickle to a torrent, dyeing the carpet of the headmaster's office a vivid crimson, suggesting a scene reminiscent of a murder. Leander hastily offered a piece of white candy to Dumbledore, eliciting uproarious laughter from the portraits of the headmasters. Among them, the most exaggerated was Phineas, the ancestor of Sirius Black, who sat on the ground, pounding the floor and hurling mockery. The most beloved headmaster of Hogwarts is destined to succumb to excessive blood loss caused by students. Ha ha ha. It was evident that he was not as indifferent as he usually pretended regarding the comparison of his reputation with Dumbledore's. Was he employing transfiguration? He touched the inside of his nose, where all traces of nasal hair and mucus had vanished, replaced by the fresh flow of blood. Indeed, they had considered the safety of the students. Leander chuckled awkwardly. Fred, George, I apologize. I underestimated old B's fondness for sweets. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly without intention to reprimand, merely gesturing toward his wand. Prank. Then he pointed at an egg, night stroll. Next, he indicated the candy, skipping class. He looked earnestly at Leander and concluded, what a clear source of inspiration. No wonder you are the twin brother of the Weasley family. I might have contributed a smidgen, just a smidgen of guidance. Leander smiled sheepishly, but he still took some blame upon himself. After all, brothers walk this path together. All right, Gryffindor loses 20 points, Hufflepuff loses 10. What? Leander exclaimed in horror, for revealing his friends had resulted in point deductions, a grave offense in Gryffindor that could lead to dire consequences. Seeing that he had successfully frightened Leander, Dumbledore waved his hand, indicating it was merely a jest, and then asked seriously, now, tell me, what is your purpose in showing me these? Surely, you do not intend to apply for a business license for them at Hogwarts? Can I? No, Leander reassured himself. What good would a business license do? Perhaps it would lead to taxes in the future. I heard you have a good relationship with that great alchemist from France, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore nodded. I am indeed on friendly terms with Nicholas, but your information should not have come from a chocolate frog card, should it? Leander nodded and continued his account. Chapter 79, Agreement. The Philosopher's Stone, is it? The more he spoke, the stranger Leander felt. He had disclosed so much and even brought material evidence, casting a glance at the Weasley's magical items, making his actions resemble a teacher planting a hook among a group of misbehaving students. No, I'm here to secure a future for my brothers. Oh no. Thinking this way makes it seem even more like a hook. This is how they all convince themselves. But I truly am not. Your intuition is quite sharp, Leander. Dumbledore cradled his chin in one hand. So, what is your perspective on the Philosopher's Stone? This question caught Leander off guard. He had initially intended to suggest that Fred and George study under Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone? Leander furrowed his brow. If it were offered to me for free, I would take a piece of that stone. What? Dumbledore wore an expression of astonishment, utterly taken aback by Leander's assessment. Professor, consider this, Leander began. The stone's allure lies in two facets: the transmutation of base materials into gold and the promise of immortality. With Sirius's generous gift, I am now endowed with wealth that could last a lifetime. As for immortality, Leander pressed his lips together. Though my understanding of alchemy is limited, I am aware of a fundamental principle: equivalent exchange. What, then, is the price of immortality? A look of bewilderment crossed Dumbledore's eyes behind his spectacles. The question of immortality as cost seemed to evoke a flood of memories. You are correct, Leander. The price of immortality is not one that an ordinary wizard can bear. Long live understanding, Professor, came Leander's reply, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. He silently mused that the stone's power offered longevity, not eternal youth. In the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Nicholas Flamel was depicted as a figure so fragile he resembled a chicken rendered tender by boiling, where even a simple handshake could lead to physical harm. Such a form of longevity was hardly desirable. This train of thought caused Leander some concern. After all, Fantastic Beasts was set decades ago, and he wondered about Flamel's current condition and whether he was still able to teach. Leander, since you have no interest in the Philosopher's Stone, what do you intend to do with my connection to Nicholas? Leander chuckled, gesturing toward a nearby replica wand. Professor, do you believe Fred and George possess the potential to study alchemy? Dumbledore lifted a nearby teacup, raising it in acknowledgement. Excellent, Leander exclaimed enthusiastically multiple times before bidding Dumbledore farewell. However, as he reached the door, he was called back. Child, you should have a bit more faith in Hogwarts educational standards. Dumbledore winked at him. Perched atop a tower, Leander contemplated, stroking his chin. Has there ever been a professor of alchemy in the original works? Are you suggesting that to teach us alchemy, they have summoned Nicholas Flamel as our instructor? Today, the Hufflepuff table was invaded by two red-haired Gryffindors who took seats beside Leander. The one who had just spoken was Fred, his expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Meanwhile, Leander remained unfazed, calmly slicing into a piece of American barbecue and nodding indeed. The immortal alchemist who has lived for over 6 centuries? The sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone? Precisely. Leander continued to eat leisurely, only to be pinched on the cheeks by Fred and George, one on each side. Are you pretending? Ouch, let go. Let go. I found you such a teacher. Shouldn't you be worshipping me? Leander exclaimed, tossing down his knife and fork to glare at them. This was not how he envisioned the scenario unfolding. Why were these two not overflowing with gratitude or remorse? Ah, they were Fred and George. That made perfect sense. Fred snatched the piece of roast that Leander had just cut. You've already accumulated enough debts, haven't you? Haven't you said that the more lice, the less one fears the itch? Chew, chew, chew. Exactly. George extended his hand and picked up Leander's dinner knife, upon which a piece of meat rested. Once the elder brothers achieve their aspirations, they will undoubtedly assist you. Leander's features contorted in frustration. He wished to land a punch on George's grinning face. Indeed, Fred had finished his meat and now wore a solemn expression. If we fail to succeed, then we can always repay in kind. Leander's fist struck Fred's ribcage, nearly dislodging the meal he had just consumed. I never anticipated you would enjoy this. George had intended to jest further, but upon seeing Leander raise the knife, he wisely chose silence. This is not cowardice, merely prudence. This is not cowardice, merely prudence, he chanted silently in his mind. Fred, clutching his side, weakly inquired, when will our teacher arrive? Is this what you call summoning a teacher? What if your talents are lacking, or if he simply does not favor you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two red-haired boys exclaimed in unison. How could anyone dislike us, such sunny and humorous jesters? Fred maintained a serious demeanor. Just then, a piercing howl echoed down the corridor. Fred, George! The voice bore a resemblance to Mr. Filch. I shall have your heads. I will hang you from my ceiling. Fred and George promptly sat beside Leander, striving to diminish their presence. Surely, he would not seek out the Hufflepuff side, would he? I believe not. They began to converse over Leander. I say, what mischief have you wrought upon the poor Mr. Filch? What do you mean by what mischief? Leander, which side are you on? Fred expressed discontent, while George softly clarified, Filch confiscated numerous items from us, some of which were vital first editions. He even intended to report us, prohibiting our use of props. Their expressions turned indignant. And then, To thwart Filch's vile actions, we administered a dose of quick-acting skipping class potion ingredients to him. A splendid gift indeed. Leander cast a sympathetic glance towards Filch in the distance. He is experiencing a rather tumultuous bout? Indeed, quite the upheaval. Returning to the matter at hand, Leander, when shall our esteemed teacher arrive at his loyal Hogwarts? I cannot say for certain, but based on speculation, it should be around the end of this term. Chapter 80, Home. This hinges on whether I have consumed all the ingredients. Leander shrugged, indicating his uncertainty to Fred. Blast, I truly wish my family operated a cold beverage shop. George's head emerged from the throng, filled with hopeful banter. At that moment, the Hogwarts Express's whistle sounded, with its brass-ringed chimney puffing forth white steam, rendering the station damp. Leander spotted a family with red hair, waiting not far off, their gaze fixed intently upon him and the twins. Leander, is it possible that Mother does not wish to capture us, but rather you? Huh. As anticipated, upon the complete departure of Leander and his companions from the train, Mrs. Weasley joyfully rushed over. Notably, old Florin had arisen early that day, waiting at the station for over an hour. Upon catching sight of Leander, his face beamed with pride. My son, that is my son, assisting a true hero. Sirius in his vindication, and the youngest animagus in history. Florin approached slowly, locking eyes with his son, poised for an affectionate embrace. Oh, pain. Moo, moo. An unexpected occurrence transpired as a streak of red dashed past Florin, so swift that the gust of wind it stirred caused him to wince in discomfort. From Leander's perspective, Mrs. Weasley resembled a red flash, and before he could fully comprehend, she enveloped him in her arms. Following the sound effects, she planted 2 kisses upon his cheeks. Fred and George, draped over each other, feigned disappointment. Oh, Mother, we are your sons too. After days apart, how we yearned for you. Yet you chose to embrace Leander first. Their banter was met with indifference, as Mrs. Weasley continued, I am so proud of you, my child. A smile graced Leander's face. Believing her pride was in his accomplishment as an animagus. However, her subsequent gesture refuted his assumption as she pointed toward the figure in the distance, incongruous with the crowd. You have given Harry his own family. Sirius? Leander gasped, then realized that Sirius was now exonerated, free to go wherever he pleased. His presence here today must be for. Hey, Harry. Sirius seemed to have spotted something, striding towards Leander and the others from the edge of the station. Following the call, Leander turned to see Ron and Harry finally emerging from the train. I'm here. Harry exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand high towards Sirius before darting over. You haven't even said goodbye to me. Ron grumbled, indignantly chastising Harry for forgetting his brother in favor of his godfather, reluctantly making his way towards his mother. To Ron's dismay, he discovered that his mother appeared scarcely aware of his presence, her gaze tenderly fixed upon the embrace between godfather and godson. Shocked by Mrs. Weasley's speed, Florin finally reached his son's side, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing at the corners of his eyes while observing Harry and Sirius. How touching. In London, at number 4, Privet Drive, the Christmas holidays had arrived, and the Dursleys were in high spirits within their warm abode. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the swirling snow, the door was unexpectedly rapped upon. Dudley went to answer it, marking one of the most significant exertions of his week. At this moment, Dudley was sprawled on the sofa, indulging in potato chips while watching television. He instinctively wished to summon another person to perform a task for him. Just as he began to speak, he realized that the individual in question was no longer in the house. How irritating. Reluctantly, Dudley shifted his arms and legs from the sofa, and after a few seconds, he stood firmly on the ground, marching towards the door. Vernon took note of this and muttered under his breath, lamenting the poor quality of the $300 high-tech furniture. In his complaints, Vernon failed to recognize that the sofa itself was not at fault. It was his son's weight and excessive lounging that were the true culprits. Ugh. Dudley felt uncomfortable and irritable, particularly if the person entering did not offer him some recompense. The door swung open. Standing in the blustery snowstorm were 2 figures. The shorter one was the familiar Harry Potter, while the taller one remained unknown to Dudley. In an instant, Dudley was incensed. What was Harry Potter to warrant my getting off the sofa to open the door for him? Just as he was about to unleash his fury, an unsettling chill enveloped him, emanating from the source above. Sirius Black looked down upon the boy. He appeared unlike an ordinary muggle child, more akin to an unrecorded magical creature. Dudley, is it? Dudley felt a lump in his throat. He struggled to even utter a simple hum, let alone reprimand Harry. The tall figure beside Harry wore an expression of disdain that rendered Dudley breathless. Bring your parents here, he commanded. Dudley nodded, too intimidated to protest. I've never seen him so obedient, Harry whispered, Not even his father would dare to command him like that. Sirius had both hands tucked into his pockets, lightly scoffing at Harry's remark. How could Lily have such relatives? The Dursleys' household was now in a state of chaos, upon learning that an adult had accompanied Harry. Both Vernon and Petunia wore expressions that were quite amusing, one resembling a beached walrus, the other akin to a goose about to be scalded. Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitation, they approached Sirius. To be honest, Sirius, once strikingly handsome, had lost some of his allure since his release from Azkaban. Yet, standing before Vernon, he appeared even more dashing than in his youth. You may call me Sirius Black. Vernon's face flushed crimson, his disinterest in the eccentric's name apparent. Leave, just leave. Chapter 81. Neighbors? Vernon was like an inflated balloon, his anger swelling within him. I will not allow you oddities to disrupt my family's life. Stay away from us. Especially from Dudley. What is this? Just then, a sack crashed into his arms, producing a cacophony of metallic clanks. Don't misunderstand. I merely came to greet the neighbors. Sirius gestured towards a building diagonally across the street. I have purchased that property, so we may be seeing each other quite frequently. Vernon and Petunia huddled together, hastily opening the sack, only to quickly tie it shut again, exchanging glances. After a brief silence, they reopened the sack, tied it once more, and locked eyes. Stop looking. Sirius bore a distressed expression as he casually retrieved some gold from a vault, considering it a form of compensation for the many years spent raising Harry. Surely, no one had paid for his upbringing. As Harry's godfather, he felt that this financial responsibility should rest upon his shoulders. Vernon swallowed hard, stammering this. This is pure gold. Indeed, Sirius replied nonchalantly, nodding. To ensure versatility, he had not taken galleons but rather the weighty gold bars instead. Vernon's lips twitched, as if attempting to alter his expression but failing miserably. However, he found no need to change his demeanor because, crack, Sirius loosened his collar and delivered a powerful punch directly to Vernon's face, causing blood to spurt and his nose to become grotesquely misaligned. What are you doing? Petunia gasped in shock at the sight of her husband collapsing, her voice rising in a terrified shriek, while Dudley stood frozen, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered. Sirius stepped forward, fully entering the Dursleys' abode. I understand your struggles. Raising a child incurs substantial expenses, and no one willingly takes on such burdens without cause. His anger intensified with each word as he delivered another swift kick to Vernon's midsection, which, while ostensibly aimed at his stomach, felt to Vernon as though his very insides had been rearranged. But this does not justify imposing your grievances towards your forebears upon an innocent child. Vernon's head buzzed as he lay on the floor, his consciousness fading, prompting Sirius to direct his attention towards Petunia. She appeared to be suppressing something, trembling uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, Harry must still reside with you during the summer. I hope you will be treated kindly. Sirius straightened his clothing, preparing to depart, when a thought struck him. Pointing at the unconscious Vernon, he stated, take him to the hospital for a thorough examination. I shall cover the medical expenses. Harry, let's go. The duo, one large and one small, gradually vanished into the swirling snow as they entered the door of the house across the street. Petunia shut the door, her tear-streaked face anxiously assessing Vernon's condition. Meanwhile, Dudley stared blankly at the house across the way, swallowing hard. Why does it feel like this uncle is so handsome? No, that cannot be. He struck my father. Dudley glanced at the unconscious Vernon, contemplating. No, it's not just a feeling. This uncle is truly striking. In Diagon Alley, at Florian's ice cream parlor, Leander sat by the window on the second floor, savoring his ice cream while admiring the falling snow. Just like the delightful flavor of old Florian's ice cream, it transported him to a similar bliss. How is the craftsmanship? Has it faltered at all? Though his words were modest, the pride on old Florian's face was undeniable. He clearly held great confidence in his ice cream. Leander spared no praise, giving a thumbs up. Absolutely incredible. After several months apart, your skills have only improved. Dominating the British magical community is surely within reach. Too kind. Too kind. Florian beamed, his face lighting up like a flower as he took up an ice cream scoop. Wait, is it all gone? He stared blankly at Leander. Is this speed truly human? That evening, Florian was washing the dishes when Leander abruptly posed a question. Father, what are your thoughts on house elves? Florian wrung out the towel and dried his hands. Have you encountered the house elves at Hogwarts? Leander nodded, images of Stinky and Sickle flashing through his mind. Do you feel pity for them, believing they ought not to be enslaved for generations? Florian sat across from Leander, his expression gradually growing serious. Indeed, I do think so. Father, what if I were to change their perceptions and improve their conditions? Leander began to articulate his elaborate plan for the liberation of house elves. Throughout this discourse, Flora neither voiced agreement nor dissent. He simply listened intently. It was not until Leander had finished that Florence spoke. To be honest, I am quite heartened. Your plan draws upon numerous historical lessons and constitutes a rather comprehensive liberation initiative. However, should you truly pursue this, do not expect accolades or flowers. You would be viewed as a traitor and scorned. Why? Because your actions would not reflect idealism, but rather the so-called bleeding heart that you once denounced. Frohan Liesiga. Commencing his lesson on the history of magic. Leander, what is your perspective on goblins? Dangerous and unpredictable. Florin then conjured his wand, transforming 2 glass cups into a wolf and a dog. If goblins are akin to wolves, then house elves are like dogs. Do you understand? Honestly, I cannot fathom what a certain minister of magic was thinking in allowing goblins to manage wizarding banks. Leander nodded in agreement. Handing over the economic lifeblood is exceedingly foolish. It is not merely that. Leander, do you know a saying? The security of Gringotts ranks just below that of Hogwarts. I am aware. This saying holds true in Britain. Yet Gringotts has never been confined to our shores. Florin gazed out the window. The location of his ice cream shop was quite advantageous, offering a direct view of Gringotts. Each Gringotts, in times of peace, merely functions as a bank, influencing the lives of wizards. However, should goblins harbor ulterior motives and incite conflict, they transform into formidable bastions of war, filled with trolls and dragons, easily defensible against the likes of a few aurors from the ministry. Florin shook his head. Moreover, house elves were once goblins. We wizards have reformed and differentiated them, domesticating and exploiting them. If house elves were to truly attain freedom, I suspect that goblins would not remain docile for long. Chapter 82. Limitations. Leander, perhaps you have not noticed, but your kindness and energy are finite. They are precious resources that you must allocate with a clear mind. At times, Florin reminisces about the younger Leander, wandering about like a fool. Yet, was it not better to be a fool? Carefree and untroubled. Florin believed he could care for his child without leading a burdensome life. In the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, on the northern mountain, Leander was making his way towards an enormous black, cylindrical structure. After a recent heavy snowfall, the house resembled a chess piece dusted with snow. In the distance, Leander spotted a silver bouquet standing amidst the snowy expanse. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. Luna blinked her silver eyes and gently patted the horse's face that had approached her. Oh, Mr. Horse, you seem to have leapt straight out of a fairy tale. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she spoke, and from seemingly nowhere, she produced a pair of glasses. These spectacles were astonishingly large and vibrantly colored, fashioned into a shape reminiscent of an amalgamation of an owl's wings and eyes. Leander instantly recognized them as Luna's signature anti-creature glasses. She donned the oversized spectacles, which hung loosely on her face. Luna exclaimed, "Are you both a prince and a prince's steed?" Leander's face registered shock. The earlier description of Luna's cylindrical home likened it to a pawn in chess, and now, beside the pawn, a new piece had emerged, the knight. Dressed in a flowing silver robe, Luna was perched upon Leander, not riding, but seated. In his animagus form, Leander was quite large, and despite Luna's attempts to mount him by bouncing several times, she could only settle for sitting. The two, one person and one horse, galloped joyously through the snow, leaving behind hoof prints and cheerful laughter. They were filled with delight. However, one individual was decidedly unhappy, even frightened. Luna had been whisked away by a magical creature, Xenophilius Lovegood. Luna's father was leisurely brewing tea on the second floor, using Gertie root as his base ingredient. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's jubilant cries from outside. What could possibly have elicited such happiness? Is something afoot? He pondered. In the depths of winter, a bowtruckle should not be stirring about, should it? Then Xenophilius caught sight of his daughter being carried off by an excessively large black horse, galloping into the distance. What? He had presumed that the greatest concern regarding Luna's abduction would be the lad from the Fawcett family. How could a magical creature emerge from nowhere? I will not allow this. With a leap from the window, he landed face first into a snowbank. He spat and wiped his face and mouth, then shouted towards the horizon, "Return my daughter, you scoundrel!" Regrettably, Leander and Luna were so engrossed in their merriment that they failed to notice the unfortunate Xenophilius. He attempted to keep pace with the black horse, but it was far too swift. He endeavored to discern the horse's path, only to realize it was aimless, merely running for the sake of running. With a sigh, Xenophilius settled down at his front door. Listening to Luna's joyful sounds, he begrudgingly acknowledged that she seemed to be having quite the adventure, and he cast a disgruntled glance in her direction. He had an inkling of who that horse might be. Was it not said that an animagus cannot transform into a magical creature? Yet, This black horse appears far from ordinary. Observing Xenophilius, who sat on the ground with a disgruntled expression, the smile on Leander's face faltered. Luna smiled sweetly as she took her father's hand and pushed open the creaking door. "Long time no see, Uncle Lovegood." "Indeed, it has been a while." It was evident that Xenophilius had initially intended to grumble, but out of respect for Luna, he managed to squeeze out a greeting. "I hope not to see you again anytime soon." As the trio entered the house, they were greeted by an array of unconventional furnishings in the standard prototype dwelling. Every piece of furniture, regardless of its original form, had edges molded to curve against the walls and was adorned with vibrant patterns of flowers, birds, and insects in striking shades of red, yellow, and blue. Luna assisted Xenophilius onto a nearby sofa, while Leander stood with the poise of a hotel concierge. "Welcome, Luna. Please go upstairs and fetch the Gerderit tea. Let's treat our guests with something special." As Luna passed by him, she could not suppress a giggle. Leander's already awkward posture stiffened further, resembling that of a metal puppet. The walls of Luna's home were plastered with newspapers, showcasing her favorite magazine, which also happened to be her family's enterprise, Counterpoint. If one were to overlook its scholarly pretensions, Counterpoint was indeed an excellent source of amusement. Regrettably, both the editor and his daughter held the belief that even the most absurd conjectures could hold a kernel of truth. "Which hoof did you use to kick Fudge?" "Huh." After Luna departed, the living room fell into a prolonged silence. Xenophilius suddenly posed a question that left Leander wide-eyed. "The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Why would I kick the Minister of Magic? I am but a child. So, does that imply that when you are no longer a child, you would indeed kick him?" No, that is not what I meant. Although I do find Fudge, a bumbling fool who covers his ears and refuses to listen, quite deserving of a kick. It is far from the right moment for action." At this juncture, Xenophilius handed Leander a recent issue of Counterpoint, which featured an article stating that Minister Fudge believed Leander would serve as a warhorse and become a close ally of Dumbledore, thus prohibiting Leander from using his animagus form, leading to a widespread outcry. What a delightful source of entertainment. This is nothing but waste paper. Waste paper? What does it mean to be a steed and a close partner to Dumbledore? Moreover, who illustrated this cover? Why is it depicted as a horse trampling Fudge into a distorted shape? Chapter 83. Christmas Gifts. "Uncle Lovegood, what is this?" Leander closed Counterpoint, gazing incredulously at Xenophilius. "This is Counterpoint speculating on the implications of your becoming an animagus and the triangular relationship between you, Dumbledore, and Cornelius Fudge." Xenophilius spoke with utmost seriousness, nearly causing Leander to choke. "And what is the meaning of the illustration here?" Leander pressed on, determined to confront this artist. "Ah, you refer to this? It was painted by Luna, and I found it to possess remarkable tension, hence my choice to utilize it. I too perceive an extraordinary dynamism, particularly in how Luna has rendered my animagus form with such striking elegance." Initially, Leander felt utterly depleted due to outrageous reports, but he was instantly invigorated, standing tall and vibrant as he offered his assessment. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. My daughter is a genius." Xenophilius beamed with pride just as Luna descended, teapot in hand. "What were we discussing?" "We were just reminiscing about our most recent episode of Counterpoint." "Which one, you ask?" Luna's delicate fingers rested upon the silver-gray teapot when, from beneath the coffee table, 3 oddly shaped cups suddenly emerged, landing steadily on the surface. With a gentle gurgling sound, the Gerdekin tea gradually filled the cups. "I believe that was the most entertaining episode of Counterpoint since last March." Leander lifted one cup, a hint of regret shadowing his expression. He lamented that this tea was not personally handed to him by Luna. The absence of such a gesture meant that there could be no subtle contact, no opportunity for the subsequent blush, the warming of emotions, or the unspoken declarations of affection. Ahem, I may have let my thoughts wander too far. Such scenarios are often portrayed in romantic dramas. Leander steadied himself, focusing intently on the teacup in his hand. The appearance of this Gerdekin tea seemed far from appetizing. Rather than a mere beverage, it resembled a potion concocted by Professor Snape. He swallowed nervously, a twinge of fear coursing through him. Yet the hopeful gaze from Luna and the derisive look in Xenophilius's eyes urged him on. "He can't appreciate Gerdekin tea and still dares to pursue my daughter." He held his breath and took a bold sip. The taste was aptly described by Ron, reminiscent of a blend of numerous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans reduced to a juice. Leander detected notes of grass, pear, honey, chocolate, mucus, cockroach, and even horse hooves. "How is it?" Luna suddenly leaned in closer to Leander, their proximity almost intimate. He could feel her breath. Xenophilius's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes seemingly ready to dissect Leander. "Delicious, I love it." I absolutely adore it. Leander spoke with sincere fervor, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just internally ridiculed the peculiar palate of the English. Luna was satisfied with Leander's reaction and took a sip from her cup. No one noticed that. As the cup obscured her face, she flashed a mischievous smile. At that moment, Xenophilius attempted to interject something to assert his presence, as did Leander. However, Leander sought to excuse himself in the presence of Xenophilius. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, as if a thorn lodged in his throat. Yet before either could speak, Luna grasped Leander's hand firmly, leading him upstairs. "Daddy, I'm going to show Leander something." With a resounding thud, her bedroom door closed behind them. The sound resonated deeply within Xenophilius's heart, stirring an overwhelming desire to step outside and weep. In the lofty space, an observer played a tune for him, a cut of plum blossom. No. Flurries danced in the cold northern wind. The world lay vast and desolate. Conversely, a different scene unfolded. Luna instructed Leander to close his eyes while she rummaged barefoot in the room. Eureka! After a rustle of sounds, she beckoned him to open his eyes. Leander complied, only to find Luna clad in a festive Christmas outfit. Not the typical red and white dress you might imagine, for Luna was still but a child. She donned a standard Santa Claus ensemble, complete with an oversized red sweater and a voluminous white beard. "Are you ready to receive your Christmas gift?" Luna asked, hands on her hips, pointing at Leander. With a mysterious smile, she shook her head and tiptoed closer to pat his shoulder. "You don't understand." From behind her, she produced a flat, rectangular box adorned in red and white. I hoped Santa would make an exception and deliver it early, but he did not oblige. A hint of disappointment crossed her face as she handed the box to Leander. "So, I borrowed his attire to deliver it myself." Leander gently caressed the gift box, comprehending its significance. Luna's implication was clear. "Praise me." "Thank you, Luna. I truly adore it. I like it very much." Leander gazed earnestly at her, noticing a faint blush beneath her white beard. "May I open it?" he asked, pointing to the gift box, his excitement palpable. Of course, Luna nodded softly. Given its shape, the box likely did not contain matching carrot earrings or a butterbeer cork necklace. With care, Leander opened it without distorting its form, revealing a painting. A painting? He observed closely. It was a portrait of himself, strikingly handsome and remarkably true to life. Yet, the essence of the piece lay not in its aesthetics, but in its unconventional creation. In the original tale, Harry had discovered 5 beautifully painted faces adorning Luna's bedroom ceiling. Those of Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Harry himself. This particular painting, however, was not rendered through ordinary techniques, but was crafted with golden ink, inscribing the word friend thousands of times, animated by magic. Leander's Christmas gift bore a similar quality. Yet instead of friend, it showcased like. Instinctively, Leander glanced at the ceiling, and indeed, there lay a similar painting. This one depicting a photograph of Luna and Leander together. Chapter 84, A Visit. Goddard's Hollow. Beneath the tangerine sunset, the church's stained glass ceased to reflect jewel-like brilliance, instead blending with the hues of the evening light. At the entrance of the church, in the heart of the square, stood a dilapidated obelisk. As Leander passed by, it transformed from a mere stone inscribed with names into the statues of 3 figures: a disheveled man wearing glasses, a woman of striking beauty with long hair, and an infant nestled in his mother's embrace. After leaving Luna's home, Leander initially intended to head straight to Wesley's house, yet inexplicably found himself drawn toward the church, as if something within beckoned him. As he approached, a kind-hearted Muggle lady stopped him, her eyes warily fixed on the church. "Child, it's best not to linger there too long. Make sure to leave before dark." Leander's curiosity was piqued. What was amiss with this church? The lady shook her head. "There's nothing wrong with the church, but there is a graveyard inside, and it is said to be haunted." "Haunted?" Leander feigned terror, widening his eyes. The lady spoke earnestly. "Old Jack's brother once dared to spend a night there, and the next day, guess what happened?" "What happened?" "He lost all memory of the last 2 or 3 years. Leander nodded subtly, confirming his suspicions. The graveyard contained many wizard graves, but also Muggle ones, which made its management quite cumbersome. One couldn't simply cast a banishing spell and sever all ties, could they? Poor old Jack's brother likely fell victim to a memory erasure mishap, perhaps having had too much removed. Moreover, who would risk offending a ministry employee over a Muggle? Who indeed? Leander stroked his chin, pondering the question. He bid farewell to the lady with a smile, assuring her he would be cautious and merely take a brief look around the church before departing. Upon entering, he immediately set out to locate the graveyard entrance. Navigating through rows of pristine white chairs, he exited through a narrow door and straightened his posture. The air in the graveyard was solemn, with rows of gravestones standing upon a pale blue silken carpet, inscribed with the names of ancient wizarding families. Due to the haunting rumors, it seemed no muggle dared to be interred there any longer. As he contemplated this, Leander instinctively moved forward. Having come this far, he might as well take a casual glance. To his surprise, he recognized two familiar figures, one large and one small. Was that Sirius and Harry? Leander hurried over, observing that both Harry and Sirius exhibited distinct, yet palpable sorrow. The former gently caressed the name on a gravestone, tears flowing like a faucet, though he struggled to suppress his sobs. The latter, Sirius, radiated melancholy, clutching a large bouquet of pure white flowers, as white as snow, representing Lily. The scene before him caused Leander to hesitate, yet he still offered a greeting. Both Sirius and Harry turned in unison, their expressions shifting to surprise upon seeing Leander. Harry quickly rolled up his sleeves, wiping away his tears, restoring his expression to normal and adjusting his glasses. Sirius moved with a greater sense of composure, placing a bouquet before the gravestone and extending his right hand towards Leander. It has been a long time. I trust you are well, Mr. Black. Leander reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand, then glanced at Harry. Have you been living with your godfather? At the mention of this, a faint smile graced Harry's face as he nodded vigorously. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sirius's lips curled into a gentle smile, though it was soon overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. He urged Harry and Leander to step aside, then retrieved a piece of black velvet cloth, meticulously polishing the gravestone of James and Lily. James, it is essential to have your wand at hand in times of peril. How could you? As he wiped the name James Potter, he couldn't help but sigh, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. When Voldemort attacked James and Lily's home, James happened to be without his wand, hardly better off than an ordinary muggle. Sirius pondered. If only James had been able to hold Voldemort at bay for just a few more moments, perhaps aid would have arrived in time. The truth was evident. Such a possibility was non-existent, as the disparity between wizards could, at times, eclipse that between wizards and muggles. Is this your first visit, Harry? Leander draped an arm over Harry's shoulder, attempting to strike up a conversation. Harry nodded. Before coming to Hogwarts, I always believed they had perished in a car accident. The Dursleys. He gestured with his hands. I never dared to mention it to them. They would never have taken me to see my parents. Leander pressed his lips together, unable to suppress thoughts of his own parents. Florent is wonderful. He is a good man, filled with courage and love. He raised me single-handedly, surpassing 80% of parents in reliability. Yet, Leander gazed up at the starry sky, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Leander? Noticing Leander's prolonged silence, Harry waved a hand before his eyes. Oh, I'm here. You have never met your mother, have you? Harry blurted out, unsure of what else to say. Realizing what he had just uttered, he promptly fell silent, wishing he could slap himself twice over. Indeed, Leander showed little reaction, merely nodding lightly. But I now have a very good father, and so do you, Harry. Harry nodded in deep agreement. What is that saying? To be born, but not raised. Severed fingers can be returned. To be born and nurtured, severed heads can be returned. To not be born yet raised is an indelible memory. By this time, Sirius had completed his task and stood once more beside Leander and Harry, the three of them gazing at the gravestone together. Beyond the names of Lily and James, an inscription shone brightly. The last enemy to be defeated is death. One wondered whether Harry's thoughts upon seeing this phrase now differed from those during his initial encounter in the original narrative. Leander mused as they departed the cemetery. For deep within lay the secrets of the Deathly Hallows. Perhaps a connection to that very Grim Reaper could be established if one were to delve deeper. This may perhaps be the source of that sense of summoning. Yet, Leander wished to avoid death. Let it linger with death, and let the living be disturbed no more. Chapter 85. A Collision of Doors. As they departed from the church, the moon had banished the sun, assuming responsibility for the illumination of the night. The stained glass of the church, under the luminous glow of the moonlight, refracted beams of cool-toned jewels, partitioning the church into delicate segments. Ahem. Approaching the church entrance, Sirius cleared his throat twice and produced a slender cigarette from his attire. Leander's eyes widened. He had never heard of Sirius indulging in smoking. However, the astonishment did not cease there. With a soft hiss, Sirius ignited the cigarette with a silver lighter. It appeared to be no magical artifact, but rather an ordinary kerosene lighter. Surely, using matches would have been more in keeping with the aesthetic of the magical world. Sigh. Sirius exhaled a plume of white smoke. While Harry offered an awkward smile, he leaned closer to Leander and whispered, Sirius has been wandering the muggle world with me lately, even watching numerous films, which piqued his interest in cigarettes. Did you not inform him that smoking is detrimental to health? Harry nodded, recalling how, while they were watching television in the sitting room, Sirius lit a cigarette and inquired whether Harry thought he or the male actor in the film was more handsome. Without hesitation, Harry chose his godfather, who was pleased and laughed heartily, only to follow it with a couple of coughs. Harry, concerned for his godfather, cautioned him about the health risks of smoking. Yet, his godfather replied, "Health is a matter for St. Mungos to ponder. I relish presenting them with a challenge. Come along, children. Molly must be growing anxious." Godric's Hollow is a renowned haven for half-blood wizards, the birthplace of the illustrious wizard Godric Gryffindor, and the site where the wizarding jeweler, Bowman Wright, crafted the first golden snitch. Many familiar wizarding families reside here, such as the Weasleys, the Lovegoods, and the former home of James and Lily Potter. Sirius led the way with familiarity to a crooked four-story building. The trio cautiously traversed the garden, where trees wound around the base of the walls, weeds flourished in abundance, and the grass grew exuberantly, alongside a large pond teeming with gnomes. Nearby, there was a shed housing a Ford Anglia. This was undoubtedly the rightful beginning of the second installment of the Harry Potter series. One wondered whether Mr. Weasley had managed to make it fly by now. Passing a flock of brown chicks pecking at the ground, the three finally arrived at the doorstep of the burrow. Knock, knock, knock. Sirius rapped on the door. Without a moment's pause, the door swung open almost instantly, revealing Mrs. Weasley, who enveloped Sirius in a tight embrace. "Oh, are you well? It has been such a long time, Sirius." As she spoke, it seemed as though Mrs. Weasley might burst into tears. "Do not fret, Molly, I am quite well, truly." To her surprise, Mrs. Weasley released her embrace and cast a somewhat threatening glance in his direction. "Molly? No, you should address me as sister, Sirius." This time, Molly deliberately elongated Sirius's name. "Very well, Molly, I shall be more mindful next time." With his hands tucked in his pockets and a smile gracing his lips, Sirius lowered his head as he entered the burrow, feigning ignorance to Mrs. Weasley's displeasure. Consequently, she began to murmur about their familial ties while she embraced and kissed Harry and Leander, particularly Harry, who was held so tightly that it nearly left a mark. "Are you hungry, children?" Upon entering the burrow, the kitchen stood out most prominently, filled with animated utensils. A fork carrying a sausage soared through the air and landed neatly in Sirius's palm. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Fork." He cheerfully took a bite, only to discover it was not cooked, and directed a bewildered, reproachful glance at Mrs. Weasley. "It was not delivering food to you. You obstructed its path." Mrs. Weasley playfully punched Sirius before taking the sausage from him and moving away. The kitchen, like the other rooms in the burrow, appeared cramped and confined, yet under Mrs. Weasley's meticulous care, the sounds of the radio, clattering pots and pans, mingled with the aroma of food, creating a warm atmosphere of happiness. Harry, as expected, instantly fell in love with the place. "The flavors are as delightful as ever, Molly." "It's sister." Just then, footsteps were heard from upstairs and outside simultaneously. Descending from above were Fred and George, who, upon spotting Leander, expressed their surprise by raising their hands high, only to hit the wall. "Ouch!" Fred muttered under his breath, refraining from vocalizing his pain. If Mrs. Weasley heard, she would undoubtedly rush over to check on them. Being treated like children in front of so many was quite embarrassing. George was quicker on the uptake and had already descended to high-five Leander. "Long time no see. My esteemed shareholder." "Shareholder?" Mrs. Weasley caught the key term and glanced at George with suspicion. She did not comprehend the meaning of shareholder, yet she understood her sons well. If she heard an unfamiliar term from one of them, it warranted caution. If not caution, then at least preparation for an apology. Fred, ignoring his discomfort, rushed down and covered George's mouth. "Ha ha, yes, Mum, Leander has a nickname at school, shareholder." Mrs. Weasley turned her gaze to Leander, who had no choice but to nod decisively, discreetly pinching George in the ribs. "Ouch, what's wrong, George?" "Nothing, nothing, just stubbed my toe." George forced a smile as he muddled through, and Mrs. Weasley paid little heed, continuing to cook while murmuring, "As foolish as a water buffalo." Meanwhile, the visitor outside was Arthur Weasley, who had encountered an issue at work and was compelled to work overtime at the Ministry of Magic. He instinctively assumed it would be Molly opening the door and began to complain, only to suddenly realize that the height and attire were all wrong. It was none other than Sirius. Arthur's eyes sparkled with joy as he enveloped his junior in a warm embrace. "It has been far too long, Arthur." Chapter 86. The Dinner at Grimmauld Place. Arthur tightly draped his right arm around Sirius as they entered the confines of Grimmauld Place. Although night had fallen, the rare gathering infused them with an invigorating energy, banishing any thoughts of fatigue. After Fred and George were drawn downstairs by the commotion below, two more figures descended the staircase. "Oh, Harry, Ron exclaimed, racing down to greet his long-missed friend after 2 or 3 days apart. Conversely, his sister Ginny exhibited a starkly different reaction. The 10-year-old Weasley girl, swathed in an oversized nightgown, left Harry unable to discern her features, only to be met with a piercing scream. Ah, does she not like me? Harry nervously rubbed his fingers together, directing his inquiry towards Ron. How could that be possible? Ron replied, his eyes wide with disbelief. She has been asking about you incessantly these past few days, eager to know how you've been at school and what you've been up to. Oh, right, she's my sister, Ginny, he added as he and Harry settled at the dining table, with the others following suit, forming a tight circle in the cramped dining room. I once suggested to Mum that we should have staggered meals, but alas, she did not heed my advice, Fred whispered to Lee Jordan, indicating that the suggestion was decidedly unwelcome by Mrs. Weasley. To be precise, it isn't merely unwelcome, it is quite detested, George interjected quietly, noting how narrowly he had avoided a rather severe reprimand from their mother with her brand new spatula. What is this? Lee inquired, glancing curiously at Sirius, who held a bag in hand. Dumbledore should have informed you. These are magical items that have undergone detection and restoration for dark magic. Oh, I remember now, Lee exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he accepted the heavy bag, sensing it contained several items. There were originally 5 pieces. Regrettably, one did not pass the dark magic detection. Did not pass the dark magic detection? Arthur's brow furrowed. As a ministry employee in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, he was particularly sensitive to such magical artifacts. The other children shared a keen interest, albeit regarding the dark magic aspect. Could you elaborate on this magical item? Arthur inquired with a hint of hesitation, adjusting his glasses. Sirius raised his hands in a relaxed gesture. Of course. To elaborate, I had quite the struggle to acquire this. Quite the struggle. Indeed, while clearing out the old Black family home, I unexpectedly discovered many familiar items were not in their original places. I initially thought they were lost or stolen, only to find that they had been tucked away by the Black family's house elf, Creature. What astonished me most was that he had gone so far as to contravene my orders to preserve these items. At the mention of Creature's name, Lee suddenly perked up as everyone else was engrossed in Sirius's narrative, oblivious to the shift in focus. The items Creature hid. Could it be the locket of Slytherin? RAB's note is still inside. To this day, everyone believes Regulus Black to be a thoroughgoing Death Eater. Upon this thought, Leander quietly opened the bag in his possession, rummaging through its contents. Yet he found no trace of the locket box. It appears that this elusive box was indeed the one that had evaded detection by dark magic. For the sake of that box, he had even resorted to punishing himself with red-hot coals, unwilling to relinquish it to me, and had even mentioned Regulus's name. At this juncture, Sirius's expression darkened somewhat. He held a certain affection for his brother, albeit regretfully. Leander parted his lips, attempting to utter something, but ultimately succumbed to silence. Unless they ventured to the forbidden domain where Voldemort concealed the locket, reversing Regulus's reputation as a Death Eater in Sirius's and others' eyes would prove exceedingly difficult. Alas, there are moments when one is truly tempted to summon the authorities, yet the inefficacy of the Ministry of Magic looms large in the mind. After detailing the discovery of the Slytherin locket box, Sirius took a despondent sip of the hot tea on the table. It was evident that a stronger drink would suit him better at this moment, but with so many children in the Weasley household, one must be mindful of the influence. Molly cast a glance at Sirius, who was leaning against the back of his chair, then surveyed the children affected by the atmosphere, shooting Arthur a fierce glare. You old fool, why inquire about the origins of such dark magical items? Haven't you had enough work? Arthur, feeling the weight of her gaze, fidgeted uncomfortably, regretting the question he had just posed. Why not let Leander introduce the contents of the bag, or simply enjoy a pleasant meal together? Just as the atmosphere grew a tad awkward, the radio crackled to life. Oh, come stir my pot of soup. If you do it just right, I shall brew a fervent love to keep you warm tonight. All eyes shifted towards the radio, and to everyone's surprise, it was Sirius adjusting the dial. What? Are you all staring at me? Don't you have the habit of listening to the radio during meals? Fred seized the opportunity, quickly chiming in, followed closely by George. Indeed, sir, you've ended its 3-year hiatus. Mrs. Weasley, indignant, rose from her seat, her arm reaching across the table to deliver a precise rap on Fred and George's heads. Hey, Mum, Leander said, hitting his knot for the face. I'm aiming for the head. After this commotion, the Weasley dining room regained its jovial atmosphere. After exchanging pleasantries with old Florin, Leander dove into his room, unable to contain his excitement to examine the magical items gifted by Sirius. Earlier that morning, before departing, Sirius had also produced a piece of parchment, providing a brief introduction to these items. It was then that Leander discovered that the bag containing the magical items was itself a magical artifact. Unlike Newt's suitcase, which employed a non-detectable extension charm, this bag did not enlarge its internal storage space. Its marvel lay predominantly in its remarkable durability. Sirius hypothesized that the bag was crafted from dragon hide, given its exceptional sturdiness and immunity to numerous spells. However, upon consulting Dumbledore, he seemed less than convinced, unable to definitively identify the material's nature at that moment. Overall, this bag proves to be exceedingly practical. Chapter 87, Magical Artifacts. Beyond serving as a repository for fragile and valuable items, it can also serve as makeshift armor should an unexpected battle arise, reminiscent of the last encounter in the Forbidden Forest. However, today as focal point is not the bag itself. Leander gave the bottom of the bag a shake, and 4 distinctly shaped magical artifacts arranged themselves upon the table. The first item was a pair of bracelets, or rather, armlets. Leander picked them up and examined them closely. Visually, they gleamed as if crafted from pure gold, adorned with identical cut rubies. The armlets were quite large, easily fitting around his forearm. Yet, he quickly realized that neglecting to read the instructions before use could lead to unforeseen consequences. Goodness, an adventure akin to Uncle Long, yes? Observing the 2 sizable rips in his clothing and the inexplicably strong arms that had materialized, Leander found himself both amused and exasperated. What is happening? Old Florin, hearing the commotion from outside, rushed in and gasped at the sight of his son. Goodness, child, you truly are extraordinary. Florin had long suspected that this child he had found was unlike others, harboring an inkling that proved true in this moment. Regardless, Leander is my son. If he has 4 arms, then so be it. They're gone? Leander removed the armlets, and the extra arms promptly vanished, leaving only the tattered remnants of his clothing as evidence of their existence. One hand grasped the armlet while the other held the parchment instruction manual. He gestured towards Florin. Would you believe it? There's indeed something to it. As Florin approached, he took the parchment, reading, Shivas? Is that how it's pronounced? The Shivas armlet grants you an additional pair of arms. Beyond that, it possesses no other magical properties and is entirely safe. Upon finishing, he glanced at Leander's torn attire, pursing his lips. Safe? I beg to differ. I just bought you new clothes. Florin returned the parchment to Leander and picked up the Shiva's armlet himself. With a swift sound, his clothing also tore. Hey, Leander, look, I have 4 arms. And they're quite strong. Florin exclaimed with excitement, darting downstairs to the ice cream making station. I can make 3 cups of ice cream at once now. 5 minutes later, as Leander savored his ice cream, his gaze wandered curiously between Florin and the armlet. His first reaction to having extra arms was to make more ice cream. What a peculiar notion of industriousness. Leander, however, held greater aspirations for the armlet. At first glance, the Shiva's armlet merely allowed for an additional pair of arms, offering little enhancement to combat or daily life. Yet, it undeniably created something from nothing, a capability that could prove perilous in certain worldviews. Indeed, I speak of you, Cthulhu. Now, Leander contemplated what might transpire should he don these armlets in his animagus form. Under the guidance of the formidable Madama, Leander mastered the art of utilizing magical energy to construct his own vocal apparatus. By extension, he realized that this power could be employed to replicate a multitude of entities. Moreover, the Shiva bracelet possessed the capacity to physically manifest additional body parts. The potential fusion of these 2 abilities sparked a sudden epiphany within him. However, a disquieting thought emerged. Such an evolutionary trajectory did not seem to align with virtuous intentions. Could it lead towards a path reminiscent of a malevolent deity? Instinctively, Leander began to sense the colossal ice cream in his mind, pondering whether a wicked god would possess a golden touch in the guise of an ice cream cone. Indeed, he concluded, with an ice cream as his guiding emblem, he must be traversing a righteous path. With this in mind, Leander decided to set aside his preoccupation with the Shiva bracelet and turned his attention to the second magical artifact. Before him lay a delicately processed thin jade plate, intricately shaped like a profile of a human face, complete with all 5 features. A hole had been drilled at its center, through which a slender hemp cord was threaded. "A jade visage," muttered old Florin, who stood nearby, vocalizing its name. Leander scrutinized the jade piece, noting its crude craftsmanship. To say it possessed full features would be an overstatement, as one could only vaguely discern the human form and the positions of its features. Was it reminiscent of primitive artistry? You guessed correctly. Florin nodded, revealing that the history of this jade artifact could be traced back to the Upper Paleolithic period. A man deeply intrigued by history, Florin expressed his astonishment. I had thought such relics were exclusive to the ancient Orient. Little did I know we had them, as well. Just as a flicker of pride emerged on his face, it was quickly extinguished. Ah, indeed, Leander interjected, perusing the parchment, which indicated that the jade visage originated from the Guangzhou region of China. One could hardly suppress a tightening of the jaw upon this realization. Leander reflected, almost forgetting that Great Britain, aside from its native artifacts, had pilfered numerous treasures from China. Yet he consoled himself in the grand scheme of things. Such misappropriations would eventually require restitution. As he narrowed his eyes, Leander contemplated the purpose of the jade visage. Its usage remained shrouded in mystery, due to cultural disparities. Not all applications have been uncovered, but it was known that wearing it could effectively resist soul extraction and mind control spells. He exhaled in relief, grateful that a practical function had emerged, rather than it being solely a historical relic. The introduction of the jade visage was timely. Leander was burdened with countless secrets. Yet he had no inkling on the study of cerebral cloaking techniques. Through his past experiences, he had speculated that the colossal ice cream concealed fragments of his memory, though the specifics of what was revealed and what remained obscured were unknown. Now, he felt reassured that he would no longer be exposed entirely. With resolute determination, Leander adorned himself with the jade visage. This hemcord is rather uncomfortable. I shall replace it in a couple of days. Progress had surpassed the halfway mark, and with newfound enthusiasm, he gazed upon the third artifact. This one appeared to be the most formidable he had encountered since entering the magical realm, a silver dagger, glinting ominously with a chilling sheen. Moreover, Leander possessed an intuition that this dagger was far more than a mere decorative artifact. He had witnessed bloodshed. As anticipated, Sirius articulated this in his introduction. This dagger could be considered the youngest among all magical artifacts, for it belonged to my sister, a notoriously infamous Death Eater. Though Sirius did not explicitly mention her name in the introduction, Leander suspected it was none other than Bella. She was a deranged individual who, as a child, had her father commission a pair of daggers crafted by goblins. Chapter 88. The Snow King. However, that pair of daggers, stained with the blood of innocence, had vanished with her life sentence in Azkaban, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The dagger now in Leander's possession was forged from surplus materials, slightly smaller than the original, and lacking in subsequent refinements. Yet, it was precisely this inadequacy that allowed it to fall into Leander's hands. According to incomplete records, Bella's dagger was imbued with 18 distinct effects of dark magic, including unhealable wounds, bleeding, corruption, and excruciating pain. A single strike would deliver agony akin to the Cruciatus Curse. In contrast, this dagger appeared remarkably straightforward, primarily defying the laws of physics. It was hard, sharp, and resilient. It would undoubtedly perform magnificently in a swordsmithing competition, provided it was not deemed illegal. Leander grasped the dagger in both conventional and reverse grips, appreciating it as a valuable addition to his arsenal. Having recently faced Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest and the troll incident in the basement, he had come to a profound realization regarding his insufficient direct offensive capabilities. This was, in fact, a common flaw among many white wizards, aside from Dumbledore. Leander's ice cream spell was notably ineffective against highly magical or magically fortified wizards, rendering him unable to whimsically transform any part of a person into ice cream. For now, he could only bully little Draco Malfoy. With this exquisite blade crafted by goblins, he could navigate the safety of Hogwarts more robustly. Furthermore, being of goblin origin, Leander gently traced the edge with his thumb, recalling a characteristic of goblin weaponry. Indeed, wielding such a sharp blade awakened a thirst for bloodshed within him. Yet, he mused, it was unwise to indulge in constant violence. Setting the dagger aside, he turned his attention to the final artifact. What was this? On the table lay a snowman headpiece, albeit deflated, perhaps mercilessly ravaged during testing. Once restored to its original form, Leander noticed a crown atop the snowman's head. It seemed inappropriate to label it merely a snowman. Perhaps it should be called the Snow King. As expected, Sirius's parchment referred to it as the Snow King headpiece. Could it possibly be an artifact imbued with consciousness? Leander stroked his chin, glancing between the parchment and the Snow King headpiece, feeling somewhat conflicted. In the original text, items possessing their own awareness were rarely benevolent, with the sole exception of the Sorting Hat, particularly those associated with Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, this headpiece had undergone testing, so it should pose no threat, right? Gritting his teeth, Leander boldly donned the headpiece. How marvelous! The Snow King's headpiece is entirely enclosed except for the openings at the bottom, adorned with azure eyes and crimson lips, complemented by a carrot-like nose. However, once Leander donned it, his vision remained utterly unaffected. Apart from a slight blue tint, he hardly felt that he was wearing anything at all. Isn't it supposed to be alive? Why is it so silent? Leander mused as he reached up to touch the chin of the headpiece, exhaling gently. To his astonishment, a marvelous phenomenon occurred. A dark hole appeared at the mouth of the Snow King's headpiece, and with his breath, a flurry of snowflakes erupted forth. This took poor Florin, who was eagerly admiring his son's new look, completely by surprise as he was suddenly showered with snow, his beard freezing instantly. Oh, quita entertaining. Just as he was about to chastise Leander, the headpiece spoke. What do you mean by amusing? Do you enjoy having your face sprayed with snowflakes? Indeed, it was not Leander speaking, but the animated Snow King's headpiece. In Leander's line of sight, the edges of the headpiece revealed a face, a snowman-esque visage. This perspective was akin to Tony Stark donning a helmet, with a virtual display screen appearing before him. Suddenly, the snowman-esque face enlarged, startling Leander, who jumped back. What are you doing? He exclaimed, slapping the carrot nose of the headpiece, causing the snowman to yelp in pain. Why are you behaving so unpredictably? One does not bully magical artifacts. Stop. I mean no harm. The snowman-esque face squeezed out a few tears, or perhaps cream, and even conjured a hand to wipe them away, appearing quite pitiful. Don't come at me with that. You just cover my father in snow, didn't you? Wasn't it your command? The snowman retorted, leaving Leander and Florin momentarily stunned. You wanted to see if your breath could reach outside. I was merely following your intention. The snowman lamented, covering its face in mock distress. Leander felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he had indeed contemplated whether his vision could extend to the outside world, along with his breath. Florin's gaze grew increasingly ominous, prompting Leander to hastily shift the conversation. What did you mean by amusing earlier? At this mention, the snowman-esque demeanor shifted entirely, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light. Your breath is quite sweet. Leander's lips twitched involuntarily as his thoughts drifted toward a rather moist notion. Sweet? What do you mean by that? This question was posed by old Florin, who seemed to grasp what the snowman was implying, though confirmation was still needed. You all think of me as a snowman, don't you? Not entirely accurate. You are merely the head of a snowman. The pristine white of the Snow King's headpiece visibly darkened, and the snowman-esque voice became increasingly agitated. That is inconsequential. What matters is that I am not a snowman. I am made of ice cream. What are you made of? Leander inquired, struggling to believe this astonishing revelation. Isn't it quite unexpected that magical artifacts related to ice cream exist in this world? Indeed, it is rather surprising. Florin nodded and gestured towards Leander. Before his magical awakening, no wizard had ever considered that someone's magical talent could transform objects into ice cream. Indeed, the snowman's face beamed with joy. Can you truly turn things into ice cream? Leander nodded in agreement. He had just made a simple attempt to change the snowman's hat into ice cream, but it had yielded no results, yet he felt no resistance. This sensation was identical to his usual experiments with ordinary ice cream. No wonder your aura brings me such comfort. It is the first time I have encountered such a sweet essence in a young boy. The Snow King's hat was exhilarated. First time, young boy? Does that mean there's a little girl who can rival me? Her sweetness is of a different nature, and that was centuries ago. It is of no consequence. Chapter 89. The Armor Fusion. The crux of the matter now is that you shall become the first wizard capable of replacing all my power. The snowman-esque face formed two hands, making a gesture of celebration. Upon hearing this, Leander immediately picked up a piece of parchment to examine it. Like the Jade Man's headpiece, the Snow King's hat's full potential had yet to be fully explored. Thus far, it was known only for its remarkable protective capabilities, enhancement of ice and snow-related magic, and its sentience. What does all my power entail? Leander inquired with curiosity. Do you humans truly enjoy residing in such cramped spaces? When utilizing my full power, it would be best to find a spacious area. Hearing this, Leander cast a pleading glance toward old Florin. Without hesitation, Florin donned several thick garments and led Leander to the fireplace on the second floor. With full powder, I know a place that is quite spacious. After 5 or 6 minutes, the two, adorned with a headpiece, found themselves beside a vast expanse of wilderness. Leander discreetly glanced at Florin's wand, still puzzled as to why Ollivander had not disclosed the material of his father's wand. Is this spacious enough? Florin bent down to grasp a handful of earth, turning to inquire of the Snow King's hat. It is more than sufficient. The snowman-esque face wore an almost sinister grin. Are you ready, young lad? Embrace my power. Ready? How do I accept it? Wrap me with your ice cream, transforming powers, then shout something. Shout something? Leander's expression was peculiar. Why is that? The snowman, sensing his hesitation, remarked, How foolish. You don't need emotional synergy to cast magic. Shout something that stirs your blood. Chastened by this admonition, Leander realized that the aged artifact had already begun to harness emotion. He enveloped the Snow King's hat with his magical energy, his eyes widening in astonishment as the serene image of a colossal ice cream began to whirl in his mind. In a corner unnoticed by others, a tear slipped from the painted eyes of the Snow King's hat. Armor fusion, although he did not comprehend why. That was the first phrase that surged to Leander's mind. The tranquility of the wilderness was shattered by his exclamation, and the atmosphere began to shift. The originally overcast clouds thickened abruptly, descending closer to the ground, causing a sudden drop in temperature as snowflakes began to dance through the air. These snowflakes, organized and disciplined, swirled around Leander, enveloping him entirely. The snowfall intensified, and Leander began to grow, ultimately transforming into a snowman towering over 3 meters high. At that moment, a fierce wind uprooted several dead trees, hurling them violently at Leander, embedding them firmly at his arm's position. As the dead trees lodged into Leander's snowman form, they began to sprout anew, taking on the shape of human arms. At this point, the individual components of the Snow King armor were complete. Truly magnificent. Leander gazed at the massive hand formed from the dead trees, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the Snow King armor. Moreover, the power of this form extended far beyond mere size and strength. Leander inhaled deeply and then exhaled toward the distance. The air he released instantly transformed into vast flurries of snowflakes. No, it was ice cream. A few unsuspecting birds in the sky were caught in the cascade, and just a few snowflakes froze one of their wings, but fortunately, Leander caught them in time. How spectacular! Florin marveled in astonishment, thinking that if it weren't for the innocent and adorable appearance of the Snow King hood, his own child's current form resembled that of a snowman demon. Alas, it seemed that only Leander possessed such a unique talent. He could not attempt it himself. A sense of regret washed over Florin, realizing that such an amusing toy was exclusively for his son. While Leander was happily preparing to frolic in the wasteland, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, wait, wait! Where are my legs?" It dawned on him that in his snowman form, he had no legs, only a colossal snowball. Which snowman possesses legs and feet? The snowman rolled its eyes in response. Leander felt a pang of discomfort, struggling to voice his concern. Then how am I supposed to move? Which snowman can move? It seemed the argument had merit. Leander, in frustration, wished to grab the snowman's collar and shout at it. Which snowman is alive, capable of tearing apart giants and conjuring winds and snow? Ice cream. It appeared that this form was limited to stationary output. Florin hurried to Leander, patting him reassuringly while muttering to himself. It seemed he was not a demon. He had not lost flesh or soul. Suddenly, he looked up. Leander shook his head, ready to explore something new. He handed a pair of bracelets to old Florin and then drew his wand, pointing it at his heart. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. Following an abstract transformation, a majestic black steed reappeared in the magical realm. Truly, he was my son. He looked splendid. Florin lifted his chin high, not out of pride, but because he needed to see his son's face. Dad, you placed the Shiva bracelets on my front legs. All right, Florin nodded, understanding his son's intention. Before donning them, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Would he gain an extra pair of horse legs, or perhaps 2 pairs? Would he transform into the legendary 8-legged steed, Sleipnir of Odin? However, why are there still human arms? Leander exclaimed in terror, for upon donning the Shiva's bracelet, 2 human arms had inexplicably sprouted from the shoulders of his animagus form. What on earth is happening? This has taken a turn into the grotesque. Florin, equali bildered, lamented the loss of the promised 8-legged horse, now transformed into an abstract creature. Leander, feeling utterly drained, implored, "Please, help me remove the bracelet, father." Florin nodded and assisted his son in shedding the bizarre form. At that moment, a nagging suspicion began to stir within Leander. Having already assumed the equine visage, yet possessing human arms, did this imply that the bracelet's true focus was not the body, but rather the soul? He resolved to seek verification from Hagrid once school resumed. Exhaling deeply, he realized only one experiment remained. In his animagus form, he enveloped the Snow King's hood with magic and shouted, "Armor fusion." Chapter 90, The Eve of Christmas. This atmosphere feels off, does it not? After encasing the Snow King's hood in magic, the external environment remained unchanged, yet the snowflakes no longer drifted towards Leander. However, this did not signify a lack of transformation. On the contrary, it heralded profound change. From the hood, as a catalyst, A chilling current began to permeate every corner of his animagus form. Since awakening his magical abilities, Leander had seldom felt the bite of cold, yet now he shivered under the penetrating chill that seeped into his very bones. It was akin to a winter's morning in the northwest, where an unsuspecting soul, blissfully slumbering in a warm bed, was suddenly cast onto a steel plate frozen for 3 days. Truly it is freezing. Leander gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the alterations taking place within his body. His once jet-black fur began to shift towards a deep blue, with hints of lighter shades emerging. Simultaneously, an unknown energy was reshaping his form. His hooves expanded. Muscles swelled while maintaining their graceful lines. Ultimately, a blue light ignited in his eyes, and the snowflakes conjured by the climatic shifts struck him like bullets, coalescing into a suit of horse armor. At this juncture, if I were to claim I am not a magical creature, truly no one would believe me. Leander was startled by the sound of his own voice, now echoing like the howling winds of a blizzard. Much like how Voldemort's voice seemed to hiss like a serpent, his own voice now resonated with the tempest. I have always remained myself. Why does the experience of donning the hood yield such disparate outcomes? Leander pondered. If the armor fusion in his wizard form had evoked a fairy tale aesthetic, then this was akin to a reimagined version of the steed of the Ghost Rider from the Marvel Universe. He felt invincible, akin to the steed of the Lich King, yet undeniably more dashing. Though Blizzard's aesthetic may reach its zenith in some aspects, it falters in others. Florin, taken aback by his son's transformation, had anticipated a snowman adorned with numerous spheres. Leander? He hesitantly waved in greeting. Florin's concern was palpable, for Leander's current appearance bore little resemblance to a typical animal. No, not even to a living being. I am here, father. Although the voice had undergone a profound transformation, Florin still sensed a familiar resonance, which allowed him to exhale in relief, if only temporarily. Leander stood at the heart of the wasteland, meticulously attuning himself to the potent energy coursing through him. He possessed an acute awareness that, should he so desire, he could effortlessly harness the elements of wind and snow to his advantage with just a few movements. This was nothing short of the divine realm. A fleeting thought of such a melodramatic nature crossed his mind, only to be swiftly extinguished, as if the divine realm were solely his domain. Even the Thunderbird could accomplish such feats. Although Leander felt confident enough in his combat prowess to take on a fire dragon single-handedly, he remained grounded, deliberately relinquishing the animum magus. This formidable power belonged to the Snow King's crown. More precisely, it was the crown's full potential that he could wield. This was not a reflection of his own capabilities. An over-reliance on external sources inevitably leads to stagnation, a cardinal sin. Moreover, in the safest haven in the world, Hogwarts, such external artifacts would rarely be necessary. Would they? At this moment within Hogwarts, in the headmaster's chamber atop the tower, 3 elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, their faces devoid of any semblance of joy despite the impending Christmas festivities. If Leander were present, he might have found amusement in the scene, for he was acquainted with 2 of the 3. Seated at the head of the table was none other than our esteemed headmaster, the venerable Albus Dumbledore. Opposite him sat a rather proper Newt Scamander, recently chastised by his wife. The final figure, with skin as pale as a peeled egg yet lacking vitality, was a frail, wrinkled alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries, Nick LeMay. In the midst of the silence, it was Newt, typically reticent, who first shattered the stillness, his countenance grim. Numerous eyes swiftly turned toward him, including those of the portraits of past headmasters. Newt pressed his lips together. What do you truly know? Dumbledore shook his head this time. My knowledge does not surpass yours. But you sent me to Albania. Nick LeMay discreetly tapped the wooden statue beside him. That was due to my error, Dumbledore replied. His brow furrowed. I believed it to be part of Voldemort's scheme, but it has proven unrelated. Dumbledore gazed out the window, perhaps contemplating the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. Currently, Voldemort, though alive, was in a state less substantial than that of a ghost. He lacked such abilities. Could it be? Nick LeMay, who had remained silent until now, weakly ventured, though he did not articulate his thoughts, merely sketching a pattern in the air with his fingers, a design composed of triangles, circles, and lines. Not him. Dumbledore shook his head, glancing at the wall adorned with portraits of former headmasters. Noticing Dumbledore's gaze, the headmasters immediately dispersed, busying themselves as if they had heard nothing. Both Nick and Newt assumed Dumbledore wished to avoid the attention of the portraits. Yet they failed to notice that Dumbledore discreetly cast a glance at the wooden cabinet behind him. Dumbledore, we cannot simply sit idly by, can we? Newt's voice was tinged with agitation, his thoughts consumed by the tragic fate of the rare magical creatures, rendering him unable to eat. If you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, remember that Newt is a true Hufflepuff. I feel the same way, Nick affirmed with a vigorous nod. We certainly cannot remain passive. Initially, Newt believed that Voldemort was slaughtering magical creatures for some nefarious resurrection ritual, only to discover that these individuals would not spare even the creations of alchemy. As he spoke, he cast a surprised glance at Nick LeMay, who merely nodded in response. Remaining silent, Nick had lived far too long. The catastrophic events that weighed heavily on Dumbledore and Newt hardly bore the same weight for him. After all, what did death mean when one had already lived enough? This visit was not only about the original plan, but primarily to honor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, stroking his beard, displayed a rare expression of distress. He no longer believes in me as he once did. Chapter 91, Christmas. Indeed, Newt responded, a smile breaking across his face. He still trusts your abilities, but he no longer believes in you. Nick, too, laughed breathlessly, nearly gasping for air. Exactly. In a fit of frustration, Dumbledore yanked open a drawer and popped an unidentifiable candy into his mouth. Newt nodded. I have long been prepared for this. It cannot be worse than before, can it? He glanced at Nick LeMay. They both recognized the flames that had engulfed Paris in each other's eyes. At that moment, Dumbledore felt compelled to speak, but his tongue was tied. After a struggle, he swallowed the remnants of the candy. Not necessarily. With that, Dumbledore took several deep breaths. It was indeed delightful, but I must refrain from indulging while discussing serious matters. Not necessarily, Newt replied, somewhat astonished. Are you serious? Upon seeing Dumbledore nod once more, Newt found himself restless. Even if the mysterious figure posed a threat, it surely could not compare to Grindelwald's. The dangers we have uncovered thus far are far overshadowed by the mysterious individual. The place you are heading to happens to have it, correct? The three elderly men, nearly a millennium in age combined, hastily departed Hogwarts, using apparition. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a snow-covered wasteland. Follow me, it is just a short distance ahead. Battling the snowstorm, the three elders pressed on. They should have brought Leander along, as it would have made their journey more comfortable. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the terrain began to rise, revealing a dark cave. That is the place, Newt declared with vigor, while Dumbledore maintained an expression of calm. However, Nick LeMay interjected, slow down. They are mistreating a man over 600 years old. Had I known earlier, I should have brought along some auxiliary alchemical artifacts. As we approached our destination, Newt began recounting his past experiences. 5 or 6 years ago, I discovered traces of the Yeti here. However, contrary to my predictions, the Yeti lacked a tribe and has nearly become extinct. He sighed deeply, despite being an unparalleled magical zoologist. He found himself at a loss when faced with the harsh realities of natural selection. Just a week ago, the Yeti was completely extinguished. Newt clenched his fists. In such extreme environments, these magnificent creatures struggled to survive, and the brutality of nature had left them uncertain if they would see another day. Who could have imagined that humanity would join in this grim spectacle? Upon entering the cave, even someone as formidable as Dumbledore gasped in shock. For the scene before him was nothing short of grotesque. The Yeti, as a humanoid creature, had been flayed and dismembered alive. How did Dumbledore know this? The sheer volume of bloodshed could only be the result of live slaughter. The ground, spanning several square meters, was thoroughly saturated with blood, and the ceiling and walls bore a similar fate. The most horrifying sight was at the center, where the smooth, polished bones of the Yetis were embedded into the ground, each adorned with severed organs. Due to the frigid conditions, the organs had become frozen, resembling items stored in a natural freezer. Dumbledore paced back and forth, surveying the gruesome scene, and after a prolonged contemplation, he remarked, our adversaries this time may not be mere wizards. Christmas was approaching, and that night, London was blanketed in an immense snowfall. On the second floor of Florin's ice cream parlor, log from the excess wood used for the Christmas tree crackled in the fireplace, emitting a warm glow and a hint of pine scent. Leander slept soundly, for home always instills a sense of happiness and reliability. However, Florin was not asleep. He was illuminated by the firelight, pouring over a thick tome. To an erudite observer, it would be evident that this was no ordinary book. The text was inscribed in ancient runes. Florin studied intently through a magnifying glass, glancing occasionally at the pile of gift boxes beneath the Christmas tree. The title of the book was How to Kill A. The letters on the cover appeared to be affixed haphazardly, with the question mark section scratched off roughly. Dumbledore, come here, look. Nick knelt on the ground, scraping away a large patch of blood with a golden knife, revealing black markings underneath. Look. Dumbledore crouched down to touch the black patterns, which bore some resemblance to ancient runes. But why can't I comprehend them? I recognize each word, yet they fail to form a coherent sentence. Indeed, they're ancient runes, Nick chuckled. I never thought I would witness such runes in my lifetime. Only such runes can be deemed magical text. What does that mean? This script does not wish to be understood by you. Doesn't wish? Precisely. Every word you decipher is correct, yet this magical text does not desire communication with you. Hence it cannot form a sentence. Are you saying? Exactly. Nicklim nodded, reminiscent of the moment when I acquired the magical stone. What could possibly explain the situation? At that time, you tantalizingly withheld the truth from me. Do these magical inscriptions possess consciousness? Nicklim shook his head. They do not, but the individuals who inscribe them do, albeit ineffectively. Their expressions convey something profound. This remains shrouded in ambiguity. Dumbledore let out a long sigh within his mind, completely forgetting that he too relished the role of a riddle maker. Beside them, Newt felt utterly bewildered. As someone who had barely completed his third year of studies, the ancient knowledge of runes was far beyond his grasp. To alleviate his discomfort, he suppressed his heartache and meticulously examined the bones and entrails scattered on the ground. Gradually, he discerned that there was no discernible pattern to the arrangement of these bones. However, rather than disheartening him, this realization sparked a glimmer of insight. Dumbledore had just concluded that this was some form of ritual. Yet, rituals invariably entail totems in a certain order. Chaos would directly lead to a deviation in the ceremonial practice, or even result in outright failure. Chapter 92. A festival, or not a festival? Leander. Open your eyes, are you Shaffulin? Who is Shaffulin? I am your father, Florin. Florin's brow furrowed, puzzled. Had the lad truly lost his wits? The monsters of his dreams. Indeed, as Leander awoke with a chuckle, Florin had already lost patience and turned to leave. Get yourself ready. Come out for breakfast. With that, he stomped away, his footfalls echoing, momentarily halted by a collision with the door. Old Florin was hardly more alert than I. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing his not-so-cheap father bump into the door, Leander instantly perked up, his drowsiness dissipating. In a mere 5 minutes, he completed his dressing, brushing his teeth, and washing his face, arriving at the dining table only to be taken aback. Dumplings? Leander pointed in confusion. Florin nodded. Fried dough sticks, buns, soy milk, tofu pudding? Wait, why are we eating Chinese cuisine? If he had arranged this meal himself, it would be understandable, but Florin was a bona fide Englishman. First, you have a great fondness for Chinese food. Florin held up 2 fingers. Second, it's all foreign cuisine. Is there a significant difference between French and Chinese? Regardless, we're not having English food. The dining room fell into a brief silence, only to be shattered by the sound of Leander dragging his chair. That makes sense. Chewing on a fried dough stick and sipping soy milk, Leander found himself quite convinced by Florin's words. Don't rush your meal. No one is competing with you. Old Florin leisurely scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding, which made one anxious just to watch. Once you finish eating, take a look at your gifts. You've got quite the circle of friends. Last night, there was a flurry of owls. Perhaps Santa Claus's animagus wasn't a reindeer, but an owl. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Florin chuckled heartily, nearly choking on his tofu pudding. After a while, the breakfast table was left spotless, consumed entirely by father and son. After Florin had collected the plates and cutlery and placed them by the kitchen sink, he descended the stairs and departed without revealing his intentions. Meanwhile, Leander found himself beneath the Christmas tree adorned in the hues of ice cream, meticulously inspecting each gift box. To be candid, he was taken aback by the sheer number of presents he had received. In particular, he picked up a deep green box nestled towards the center, which bore no specific indication of its quantity, yet the sender was unmistakable. Above the box, amidst the verdant green, were inscribed deep black letters, Malfoy. Momentarily, Leander was at a loss for how to express his feelings as he gently unwrapped the box. Could it be that Narcissa still harbored hopes of reconciling with Sirius? He pondered. Inside the box lay a notebook, appearing brand new, with its contents equally pristine. Notes on Transfiguration? Leander's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he immediately began to study the material. It must be said that while the Malfoy family's Transfiguration notes, steeped in a long lineage of pure blood tradition, paled in efficacy compared to the secrets of the Black family, they still possess considerable merit, rivaling even Professor McGonagall's own notes. This realization left Leander momentarily astonished, marveling that a mere few centuries of heritage could stand shoulder to shoulder with Professor McGonagall's genius. However, as he continued to peruse the notebook, a small slip of paper fell out, its contents instantly sobering Leander's demeanor. He He stared at the note for a moment before decisively tossing it into the fireplace. This, to some extent, confirmed my suspicions. Leander glanced in the direction old Florin had taken, then turned his attention back to the remaining gifts. The rest were rather traditional, a hand-knit sweater from the Weasley family, emblazoned with a black F, accompanied by a large box of sweets. As he continued unwrapping, Leander stumbled upon another box lacking a complete signature. This one was silver. Silver? What could this be? Surely it couldn't be Harry's invisibility cloak? Indeed, it was not. The sizable box contained a small note, which read, "In your second year, come find me for a thrilling adventure." Undoubtedly, this was from Dumbledore, and there was even a hint of sugar residue on it. An adventure? Waiting until my second year. Where might it lead? Leander felt a sense of anticipation, especially since the defense against the dark arts professor of his first year had turned out to be quite ineffectual. Yet Gilderoy Lockhart was the epitome of ineptitude. Though perhaps that was too harsh, considering this fellow excelled in the realm of memory charms. "Help! Help! Help!" echoed a tiny creature fleeing amidst the towering, snow-laden mountains. Its colors were striking, resembling not a mere insect, but something almost human-like. Oh my, it truly was not an insect. It was a vividly dressed wizard. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was none other than the Star Wizard himself, Gilderoy Lockhart. How could this be? Years ago, Lockhart had spent a year living with an old llama in Tibet, subsequently brainwashing him and appropriating the deep friendship between the llama and the snowman for his own narrative. And now, he had returned to Tibet once more. The cause is simple. The resounding success of a year with the Yeti in Tibet has left him yearning for inspiration. If he could once again encounter the snowman, or perhaps serendipitously meet a few llamas, it would undoubtedly present an opportune moment to rekindle interest, whether through short stories or longer narratives. Who could have anticipated that the once generous mountains would now seek to claim his life? Why must there be werewolves in the snowy peaks? Moreover, these creatures are terrifyingly distinct from the ragged werewolves common in the alleyways of Loart. They are muscular embodiments of raw power, their crimson eyes capable of instilling fear in even the most resilient of night owls. Cloaked in white fur and snow, they exude an air of majesty. Most importantly, they move in organized packs, displaying discipline in their hunting. Yet Loart does not see a leader among them. Chapter 93. Encounter on the Snowy Mountain. Were it not for my quick wit, Loart lamented, I would have long been devoured. In the throes of escape, he resorted to desperate measures to enhance his survival odds. Was he foolish enough to believe that calling for help in the desolate mountains would not trigger an avalanche? Quite the contrary. Loart was acutely aware of the avalanche's might. Had it not been for that old llama, he would have succumbed to its fury long ago. His cries were a calculated gamble. If the avalanche could engulf the werewolves behind him, he might find refuge in a cave or on a slope, significantly increasing his chances of survival. Alas, this plan was only partially successful, as the cunning of the werewolves exceeded his expectations. To his dismay, the werewolves emerged as well, fully aware of how to enhance their survival during an avalanche. Thus, Loart resumed his frantic flight, only to discover a peculiar characteristic of the werewolves: their pronounced sense of collective consciousness. Injured werewolves would remain behind to tend to their wounded, while the others continued the pursuit. The once innumerable pursuers became countable, yet Loart felt no relief, only a deeper bitterness. With an injury from the avalanche, he could no longer outrun them. Their numbers, whether many or few, were irrelevant, for he could not prevail against them. But was there truly no one to hear his cries? Perhaps not. 3 elderly gentlemen stood in the snow, smiling as Loart rushed past them, with the werewolves also darting by. Yet neither the werewolves nor Loart seemed to perceive their presence. These 3 men were none other than Dumbledore, Newt, and Nickleme, who had just emerged from a cave. That is Gideon Loart, isn't it? Newt asked hesitantly. Oh, you also enjoy his works? Dumbledore appeared astonished, not expecting Newt to recognize Loart. Newt shook his head vigorously. I have a niece who adores him and often shares tales of his exploits. If Leander were to hear this, he would surely be unable to contain his laughter. To my esteemed and illustrious adventurer uncle, Newt Scamander, let me recount the tale of a certain internet celebrity author. It is akin to boasting to a venerable veteran of the anti-Japanese war about one's idol's valiant portrayal in a military drama. Should we not extend our assistance to him? Nick LeMay timidly interjected, feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of these 2 formidable individuals. The youth was on the brink of collapse, yet they continued their idle chatter. There was no rush. He believed he could endure for a while longer. Dumbledore maintained his ever-pleasant smile as he observed Lockhart's retreating figure, lost in contemplative thoughts. Suddenly, he brandished his wand. Newt and Nick LeMay failed to catch the incantation. Yet a werewolf inexplicably halted in its tracks and floated before him. The other werewolves, previously characterized by Lockhart as possessing a strong sense of community, were utterly oblivious to the absence of their companion, continuing their frenzied dash. Newt, come take a look. At being called upon, a spark of excitement flickered in Newt's eyes as he cautiously approached the werewolf. How curious, indeed. No, this was peculiar. Initially intrigued, Newt began to part the werewolf's fur, scrutinizing its pupils, prying open its claws, even sampling its scent. However, his expression grew increasingly somber, his lips pressed tightly together. What troubles you? It is not a natural species. Newt's voice bore the weight of sorrow. A hybrid species? A colossal figure from Hogwarts flashed through Dumbledore's mind. No. To his surprise, Newt continued to shake his head. Hybridization occurs through reproductive alteration, even creating a magical creature, which could be considered a valid avenue of study. But these werewolves are different. Oh, Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued. I initially presumed these white werewolves were a regional species evolved to survive in the extreme conditions of snowy mountains, but I was mistaken. Newt peeled back the werewolf's fur and claws, saying, "You may not perceive it, but this is not normal growth. It is a meticulously crafted amalgamation. I observed the shadows of numerous species within these werewolves." Dumbledore and Nickleme promptly adopted a serious demeanor. What do you imply? Indeed, a certain extraordinary power has melded multiple living creatures. And the souls? Will their souls not become chaotic? Newt gazed deeply into the werewolf's eyes. They possess no souls. No souls. Nickleme's eyes widened. Are they still considered living beings? I cannot say. Newt struggled to articulate his thoughts, empathizing with the amalgamated creatures, a profound ache piercing his heart. These werewolves cannot endure for long, for they lack souls. Nickleme pressed on, temporarily assuming these werewolves were still alive. No, quite the opposite. Newt's tone was grave. Something bears the agony of all the species intertwined. As long as it can withstand the torment, these werewolves may achieve immortality. Upon the mention of immortality, Nickleme fell silent, his lips pressed together. Oh, Lockhart can no longer endure. Dumbledore suddenly interjected, drifting away from the conversation between Newt and Nickleme. Just moments ago, he attempted to bewilder the werewolves closest to him using his prideful memory charm. However, these creatures seemed devoid of memory. Lockhart discerned nothing. The werewolves merely appeared dazed for a second or two before resuming their pursuit. Their gaping maws were already aimed at him. Yet curiously, there was no nauseating scent of blood, nor even the taste of saliva. Huh, why am I not in pain? Have I perished instantly? No, I have so much wealth. I refuse to relinquish my riches to the fairies. On this point, I wholeheartedly concur. Huh, I hear a voice. Lockhart's heart soared with joy. Was I not dead? As he opened his eyes, he beheld a frail old man, seemingly fragile enough to shatter upon contact. He did not appear formidable. Perhaps I could pen another book. Greetings, Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter 94. Fire. Rocket launcher? Lockhart turned toward the voice. The smile that had just graced his face now frozen in place. Dumbledore. His voice trembled, faltering over the mere mention of a name. Indeed, it is I. It has been a long time. Dumbledore extended a friendly hand, which Lockhart shakily accepted. It felt as if he had just escaped a dragon's lair only to plunge into a tiger's den. Would you care to share why those werewolves were pursuing you? Dumbledore's expression was jovial, yet Lockhart's tailbone tingled with unease, sending chills throughout his body. It's nothing much. I came to visit an old friend of mine. He serves as a llama here. Oh, your llama friend? What happened next? I could not find him. This was the truth. Lockhart waved his hands as he spoke, ready to depart when he inadvertently stumbled upon that pack of beasts. I believe it would be best if you spoke candidly. Nickleme, whom Lockhart regarded as a soft target, suddenly interjected. In his palm was a four-legged metallic contraption, at the center of which was a diamond, radiating a crimson glow. I am indeed telling the truth. Just as Lockhart prepared to defend himself, he noticed the diamond's light intensifying. However, this matter soon became trivial as a sudden, piercing sound drew the attention of all four. Nickleme's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling, though it always did. Is that a Muggle rocket launcher? Indeed. The dark spot enlarging rapidly outside the cave was none other than the most advanced Muggle rocket launcher, launching its projectile. Not far away, a figure cloaked in black, shouldering a rocket and donning sunglasses, was exuding an air of triumph as he prepared to assess the results. In this scenario, Dumbledore decisively drew his wand, summoning the ancient snows of the Himalayas to rise from the frozen earth. As the projectile exploded mid-air without causing any damage, the figure's expression darkened beneath his sunglasses. One could say, without doubt, he is indeed the strongest white wizard of our time. Charge! At his command, black dots suddenly emerged from the pure white snow, surrounding the cave. Dumbledore had just stepped out, followed closely by Newt, while Nickelmay and Lockhart remained inside the cave. One could not help but notice how they resembled Dementors in their attire. The black dots upon the snow are no longer werewolves, as Dumbledore once remarked. They bear resemblance to Dementors, yet differ in one striking aspect. Each clutches a wand in their right hand, while brandishing firearms in their left. Bang! Newt inhaled sharply as a bullet narrowly grazed past his ear. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been injured. The thought of Tina worrying for him, and her ensuing anger, prompted Newt to furrow his brow and loosen his outer coat. "Help me," he muttered as he produced a small silver teapot from his inner pocket, meticulously arranging it upon the ground. Meanwhile, Dumbledore directed his wand towards the heavens, igniting a roaring conflagration amidst the frigid mountains, consuming both the armed Dementors and their bullets. Simultaneously, azure and violet streams erupted from the silver teapot, striking the Dementors at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, reducing them to ash. "Sir, you are well aware that the spirits of the Himalayan peaks do not welcome us." Observing the swift demise and wounding of the Dementors, a figure ensconced in bandages obstructed the path of a sunglasses-clad man wielding a rocket launcher. "Do you question my judgment?" "I do question it. What of it?" The bandaged man nearly shouted. "Do you know who they are?" "Dumbledore and Newt." Even Grindelwald fell before their combined might. "Moreover, the Himalayas do not welcome us. We are isolated and vulnerable." The man in sunglasses fell silent. "Speak. If we do not depart soon, we shall meet our end here. However, they have been discovered. They found us." The man in sunglasses relented with reluctance. His companions remained well hidden, yet he had not escaped notice, nor had he garnered the spirit support. "Once you are captured, they will know far more." The bandaged man nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. He truly could not comprehend how such a fool, fit only for a museum, had risen to command him. "Very well, let us retreat. Where do you propose we go?" Dumbledore approached the two with a stern countenance. "How could this be?" The sunglasses man could no longer hide his terror. "Weren't you over there?" "To be frank, in most instances, distance holds little significance for me. I won't say a word." The man in sunglasses steeled himself, aiming the rocket launcher directly at Dumbledore's face and firing without hesitation. "Madman!" The bandaged man, gripped by fear, prepared to flee, but Newt intercepted him. Ultimately, the rocket failed to detonate. The projectile fragmented in midair into countless steel shards, which then erupted into a flurry of snow and wind. "Now, may we converse properly?" Dumbledore appeared somewhat exasperated, pondering why the Patronus charm was ineffective against these foes. When did experts in mental occlusion become so commonplace? "I will speak. I will," the bandaged man exclaimed eagerly, unable to contain himself. Do not question why he was so quick to divulge. When a winged serpent is clinging to your head, one tends to yield. It seems someone is disinclined to permit you to speak. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the sky as a long projectile descended. "Muggle technology? Are you perhaps insurgents among Muggles?" The bandaged man swallowed nervously and instinctively shook his head. "No. If anything, it is quite the opposite." The bandaged man was perplexed. Such a massive shell. Why did this individual remain so utterly composed? Of course, there was no need for haste, for the shell was suspended in midair. A tremendous roar and explosion ensued, triggering a vast avalanche in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the world, a pair of eyes anxiously fixated on a display screen. As the dust, or perhaps snow, settled, a seemingly unscathed Dumbledore reappeared in the same spot, followed shortly by Newt, who coughed twice. Could even missiles not suffice? The disparity between wizards is indeed more pronounced than that between wizards and mere dogs. The viewers of the live broadcast rose, pushing open the door to the room, allowing a beam of light to pour in. One might as well install a light bulb. The darkness strained the eyes. Within the room, there were at least a dozen screens, the central one showcasing Dumbledore, as the recording continued. Chapter 95, Cooperation? Newt coughed again, unwrapping the bandaged man's bindings. "How dark it is!" he exclaimed in shock. Dumbledore glanced over as well. How dark indeed. Beneath the bandages was a man of African descent. Why had this individual extended his hand to England? For retribution? Dumbledore shook his head, dismissing Newt's assumption. "I believe he was captured." Newt's expression grew peculiar. He possessed a basic understanding of Muggle history. "Are you suggesting the slave trade?" Slaves, devoid of trade. Dumbledore knelt down, lost in thought. They were either taken directly for use, or rather, repurposed. The use of Africans could be attributed to what? Their sheer numbers, and the loss of a few would go unnoticed. Indeed, as a magizoologist who had visited the African continent multiple times, Newt wholeheartedly agreed. Although Africa boasted magical schools, the overall atmosphere of the wizarding world remained harsh and primitive, steeped in many bloody traditions. This was why, upon seeing a black man from Africa, Newt instinctively thought they had reached out. They excel in bloody rituals. We discover a bloody ritual, and it aligns, does it not? What a tumultuous time. With a quiet sigh, Dumbledore rose and beckoned Newt. Coolme, let us converse with the great author. In that same dark room, one screen captured Hogwarts. Strangely, unlike the central screen featuring a renowned figure like Dumbledore, the segment on Hogwarts focused on an ordinary student. A boy, increasingly peculiar the more one gazed upon him. He was of average height and weight, his appearance unremarkable, his voice ordinary, and his academic performance mediocre. Clad in a wizarding robe devoid of any distinct house emblem, every classmate who glimpsed him felt a sense of familiarity, yet none could recall his name. At that moment, he walked alone down the corridor with a destination in mind, the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He knocked on Professor Quirrell's door. After a few moments, the door creaked open. Is there something you need? In a room stood Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in cloth, speaking with a stutter. Professor, I wish to consult you on a matter. Come in. Quirrell gestured aside, a wary glint flickering in his eyes. How could someone seek guidance from him with such mediocre teaching skills? This felt exceedingly strange. Indeed, as soon as the door closed, the student's demeanor shifted entirely. He bowed politely to Quirrell. Good afternoon, my dear Lord Voldemort. Turn around. A familiar hissing sound arose. Rather than silencing him upon having his identity revealed, Voldemort commanded Quirrell to turn. The reverence for the Dark Lord was beyond what the fool Quirrell could endure. As you wish, my great master. Quirrell immediately complied, his speed akin to that of a centrifuge. Fool, show my face. Yes. Quirrell's affirmative response was somewhat distorted, evidently a result of Voldemort's earlier torment. Voldemort's visage emerged. Upon seeing the contorted, grotesque face that grew from the back of his head, the student displayed no sign of panic. Now speak, who are you? Are you sent by my servant? Forgive my frankness, my lord. The student's nose straightened, his eyes deepened, and even the shape of his eyebrows became harmonious. He transformed from an ordinary passerby into a striking youth who could rival Cedric. Your loyal servant is imprisoned in Azkaban. Those outside witnessing your current state would surely wish for your demise. Voldemort's face darkened, though his expression masked his emotions. State your purpose. That filthy reptile. Were it not for the lethal threat I sense from him, I would have sent him to meet Merlin long ago. I come seeking collaboration. Collaboration? Voldemort scoffed. I am cursed by death, lower than the most wretched of spirits. What would you possibly want to collaborate on? Your plans have been disrupted, have they not? His expression darkened further. I presume even you, the great Dark Lord, cannot guarantee your own resurrection, can you? His countenance darkened once more. If you have come to mock me, you have succeeded. Mock? Certainly not. The student stepped forward. We wish to assist you in regaining your former glory. You? Who are you? That, for now, is unnecessary for you to know. The student wore an enigmatic expression. You need only understand that we do not desire a peaceful wizarding world. What I do has never been to plunge the wizarding world into chaos. No Weddies, no Weddies. The student chuckled casually, causing Voldemort to feel insulted. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, he heard, you must have noticed the flaw in the Horcruxes. Voldemort was momentarily speechless. To be candid, he had not realized this when he created the first Horcrux, but with each subsequent one, he recognized the complexity of the matter. Horcruxes divided the soul, meaning that his principal soul within his body would diminish and weaken. Step by step, he was losing the power and wisdom he once took pride in, although still not something an ordinary wizard can easily confront. The world of wizards has never been solely composed of the mundane. Albus Dumbledore, what a despicable fellow he is. The most terrifying aspect is that a torn soul cannot be rejoined unless one repents. Repent to the Dark Lord? What nonsense! Back in my day, I cast the Avada Kedavra for 3 days and nights from Diagon Alley to the Ministry of Magic without even blinking. The Dark Lord, you say? Do you mean to suggest that you, oh no, that you all have a solution? Of course. Prove it to me. The student chuckled and pointed a finger, transforming a bottle of ink on the table into a hot dog, which he devoured in a few swift bites. Just because magic cannot achieve something does not imply that we cannot. What are your thoughts now? In this state, the student could not decipher Voldemort's expression. only able to ask questions incessantly. If I agree to cooperate, what must I do now? Continue with your plan. Continue? A pallid expression crossed Voldemort's face. He felt insulted, well aware that their plan had already suffered significant setbacks. Peter Pettigrew was dead. Indeed, continue the plan. We shall fill in the missing parts. You will fill in? Voldemort fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he inquired, what is the cost for this clandestine endeavor? Chapter 96, Daily Life? In the corridor, Leander fled the defense against the dark arts classroom as if he had seen a ghost, yet found himself somewhat reluctant to leave the classroom behind. It must be said that this contradictory state was quite rare. However, today, every Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw who attended the defense against the dark arts class wore a similar expression, all due to Professor Quirrell. He was no longer the original Professor Quirrell. Someone had undoubtedly consumed that potion. At the Hufflepuff table, Ernie proclaimed with conviction that he would even wager his newly purchased set of Quidditch posters. It must be the Polyjuice potion, right? Yes, indeed, that's it. I think so too. Professor Quirrell was truly. Right? Leander did not partake in the discussion, merely stirring his ice cream in contemplation. The defense against the dark arts teacher today could hardly be called Professor Quirrell. He was more like Voldemort. Moreover, a very young version of Voldemort. In the past hour or so, Quirrell stood at the podium, eloquently discussing, occasionally conjuring images of fire dragons and dark wizards to aid in his teaching. The overall style bore a striking resemblance to that of young Barty Crouch Jr. from the fourth book in the Harry Potter series, perhaps even exceeding it. Young Barty overstepped in many areas, delving into aspects of dark magic that ought not to be discussed. Voldemort, however, exhibited remarkable restraint, fully aware of what certain individuals wished young wizards to learn and what they preferred them to avoid. After all, he had truly risen from the depths. Although upon graduating, he had already harbored his own unspeakable secrets. Leander now found himself baffled by Voldemort's audacity. Had he always been this brave? Dumbledore is still alive. There must be some underlying reason I am unaware of. Seated upon his chair, Leander understood that the truth would not simply present itself. He resolved to take immediate action. He hastily stuffed 2 pieces of roasted potato into his mouth and swallowed them with a strained neck. The great leader once proclaimed that the body is the cornerstone of revolution, and I, too, am in a phase of growth. Soon, a head emerged from a window of Hogwarts Castle, exclaiming how cold it was. A gust of frigid air swept across Leander's face, invigorating him instantly. That must be the windowsill of Professor Quirrell's office, he thought. I require a cone. With a flick of his wand and a few incantations, a seemingly delicate ice cream cone promptly floated before him. Subsequently, a portion of the feathery snowflakes drifting through the air was captured, transformed into a snowball, and then morphed into a scoop of ice cream. Before long, the cone, bearing a scoop shaped like an eye, soared toward the windowsill of Quirrell's office. It must be said that the heavy snowfall provided Leander with considerable advantages. A modest ice cream cone became virtually inconspicuous amidst the swirling snow, which also served to maintain the temperature of the ice cream. With a faint plop, the ice cream alighted upon the windowsill. Professor Quirrell, seated within his office, displayed no outward reaction, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a suppressed smile. Meanwhile, Leander's eyes widened in astonishment. What is that? On Quirrell's desk rested a golden cup. Could it possibly be the Hufflepuff cup? Leander murmured in disbelief, manipulating his gaze to glean more details. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The transformed ice cream was directly manipulable. Why, then, did he require a cone? Was he merely complicating matters? Feeling somewhat exasperated with himself, Leander continued to observe intently. 2 exquisitely crafted pure gold handles adorned the cup, with symbolic and intricate engravings upon its body, and a base reminiscent of a duck's webbed foot. This is indeed the Hufflepuff cup. Was it not supposed to be enchanted with a duplication charm and a spell capable of causing burns, securely housed in Gringotts? Within Bellatrix's vault, one could only ponder whether the connection between the main soul and the Horcrux would enhance its power. With such thoughts in mind, Leander maneuvered the ice cream, directing it to tumble down from the window, before he turned to depart. Inside the office, upon noticing the ice cream's descent, Quirrell wore a triumphant smile. My great master." A familiar, stammering voice suddenly echoed, no longer emanating from Quirrell's lips. Above Quirrell's right breast, an identical face had materialized. This visage was speaking. Have you not already decided to collaborate with him? Why hesitate? Fool! Voldemort gazed at the face upon his chest, his eyes betraying an unmistakable loathing. Being forced to inhabit such a mundane body had rendered him restless, though teaching defense against the dark arts provided a modicum of solace. Yet Quirrell, that wretched individual, was utterly unwilling. The already mediocre body was further marred by the presence of this grotesque face. Voldemort felt an overwhelming urge to retch. A cowardly sycophant like him dares to seek equality in partnership with me? Voldemort's gaze was frigid, and he sensed that group of individuals. Were they truly human? Perhaps. But they possessed an air of superiority that was palpable, a disdain that Voldemort could never accept. They aspired for chaos to engulf the wizarding world. Yet I yearned for dominion, to reign over wizards and muggles alike, and to attain immortality. Upon the mention of immortality, a peculiar fervor flickered across Quirrell's visage. It is imminent, drawing near. I am further along the path to eternal life than anyone else. Let those lurking shadows engage in their petty skirmishes with Dumbledore. If they revel in chaos, let them be the harbingers of it. Professor, there is a significant issue with Quirrell. In the headmaster's office, Leander had waited over an hour to see a familiar figure, who appeared utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to swiftly share his discoveries with Dumbledore. Leander, you ought to refer to him as Professor Quirrell. Is he truly still Professor Quirrell? Leander's piercing gaze scrutinized Dumbledore, who now had his back turned, caressing a wooden cabinet. Yes, and yet no. Dumbledore, once again, provided an ambiguous response. This individual has become a ticking time bomb within the school. Professor Leander, when you reach your second year, we shall embark on a splendid adventure. Professor, let us defer the adventures of the latter half of the year until then, shall we? Leander sighed in exasperation. He could hardly endure this old man, who turned every significant matter into a riddle. Do not rush, Leander, I assure you. I discovered Hufflepuff's golden cup on Quirrell's desk. What? Dumbledore's previously serene demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Leander could have sworn he heard the cabinet shift. Indeed, Hufflepuff's golden cup. Dumbledore began to pace by his designated chair, casting a deep look at Leander. His expression bore a hint of struggle, as if he wished to convey something, but ultimately remained silent. The cabinet seemed to stir once more. Very well, Professor. Leander turned and exited the headmaster's office. Although he trusted Dumbledore's abilities, he did not intend to place the entirety of this matter in his hands. After Leander departed, a second voice echoed within the office. This fellow possesses remarkable patience, does he not? Albus? The cabinet door swung open, revealing a man clad in garb reminiscent of a grand bird, who inhaled deeply. He is aware of your presence in the headmaster's office. Does he know me? The man casually approached the headmaster's desk, leaning against it. I have become an antiquated relic, cast aside by time, and you're no different, Albus. He repeated Dumbledore's name with a cheerful chuckle as he playfully patted the other's shoulder. He may not recognize your true identity, but he will undoubtedly have his suspicions. Gellert. Explosive news, absolutely explosive news. The kind that would leave Rita Skeeter soaring into the heavens upon hearing it. The first-generation Dark Lord has been concealed in the cabinet of the Hogwarts headmaster's office by none other than the greatest white wizard of this century. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. What intrigued him more was whether the boy was to Dumbledore's liking. Of course. And how does he compare to Newt? Galatea. I cherish every student in this school. That is a falsehood. Grindelwald scoffed, casting his gaze toward the direction in which Leander had departed. Did you hear? The cup is now in Voldemort's possession. Dumbledore showed no interest in debating Grindelwald's affections, a topic they had broached for nearly a century. Newt, you discuss while I endure the burden? Dumbledore, will you mourn for me? Grindelwald nodded, acknowledging his inability to act, sensing the hand of others at play. Surprised, aren't you? Albus? He grinned widely. You thought the most stable Hogwarts was akin to a hollow house left out to dry. Share your recent discoveries. Dumbledore attempted to maintain his icy demeanor, though he faltered, his molars clenched tightly as he began to awkwardly polish his glasses. He felt utterly humiliated, reduced to such disgrace before Grindelwald. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Present both in a comprehensive manner. Hey, what sort of attitude is that? Grindelwald stood straighter, displeased. My investigation is perilous. You ought not to treat me with such disdain. Dumbledore continued to clean his glasses, his tone devoid of emotion. Grindelwald pouted slightly. They have no connection to muggles, at least not officially. What a weapon. Albus, you are outdated. Do you have any idea of the turmoil in the muggle world? Grindelwald shook his head, his old friend's persistent flaws unchanged. He always believed he was closer to muggles, that he understood them better than anyone else, engaging earnestly with their cuisine while neglecting the critical matters at hand. He remained oblivious to the state of affairs in the Muggle realm and the advancements in their technology. The Soviet Union has collapsed. Their weapons are now as abundant as potatoes in a field. If one has the money, one can acquire as many as desired. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. harboring no doubts about Grindelwald's intelligence-gathering capabilities. A self-made Dark Lord. Have you discerned their intentions? At this, Grindelwald perked up, stepping forward with outstretched arms. Indeed, I have discerned them, though at a great personal cost. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a bruise of deep blue. Had I waited 2 more days to inquire, it would have healed. Dumbledore feigned indifference, yet the furrow in his brow revealed his underlying concern. Grindelwald, clearly aware of this, could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Dumbledore was not entirely mistaken. The marks of that group had faded, and it was Grindelwald's own handiwork that remained. This organization is rather paradoxical. While one might describe it as youthful, it is entwined with the most ancient, blood-soaked histories and arcane arts. Conversely, if one were to label it as old, one might find it perplexing that they have only begun to take action in recent years, lacking even a name. The astonished expression on Dumbledore's face reflects the significance of names within the realm of magic, for they carry profound mystical implications, whether for an organization or an individual. What is their purpose? This leads us to the origin of my injuries. Grindelwald's demeanor grew serious as he posed a question. Do you know when London became the Fog City? What do you mean? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed, Grindelwald nodded. This is an act of vengeance, not only against us but also against Muggles. Why then do they currently slay only magical creatures, with wizards being a rare target? Because their internal structure is currently in disarray. Grindelwald was succinct. Were it not for some lofty individuals, I could single-handedly obliterate them. Dumbledore's expression conveyed a sense of incredulity. So, is merely a ragtag group? Yet do not underestimate them. Albus. Grindelwald had moved to the window, his eyes narrowing slightly. For them, growth is the simplest of endeavors. Meanwhile, Leander was departing, stealthily approaching the vicinity of Quirrell's office. Certain matters must be verified personally, he mused, as he pushed open the door to Quirrell's office. It was class time, and the office was empty, save for a glowing golden cup. Chapter 98. Is this a Horcrux? Is this indeed a Horcrux? After cautiously closing the door, Leander found himself whispering to the golden cup. However, he quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Remember, you are illegally trespassing into another's private space. Proceed with caution. As Leander drew closer to the cup, halting just a step away, he retrieved a pair of bracelets from his bag. The original text description of Horcruxes has always been somewhat vague, but it is known that Voldemort had imbued each Horcrux with numerous terrifying dark enchantments. Exercising caution is paramount. Leander donned the Shiva's bracelets, and with a sudden hiss, a pair of robust arms emerged from the wizard's robes. Why does it feel stronger than last time? As he adorned the newly formed arms with gloves, he couldn't help but compare them to his own. Indeed, the newly formed limbs were significantly more muscular. It seems that these bracelets hold much potential yet to be explored. However, Leander had no time to delve deeper. Examining the golden cup was the pressing matter at hand. Yet upon grasping the cup, he found himself momentarily stunned, not due to the presence of intricate dark magical countermeasures, but rather the opposite. This cup, is it so remarkably ordinary? Leander furrowed his brow, leaning in to scrutinize it closely. Externally, it appeared to be a rather exquisite piece of craftsmanship, suitable for display. However, this is Hufflepuff's golden cup. Regardless of whether it is a Horcrux, it ought to be a formidable magical artifact. How could there be not a hint of magical fluctuation? Leander, undeterred, drew his wand from the folds of his wizarding robe and pointed it at the golden cup, with the most familiar transfiguration charm for ice cream. The spell took effect without any hindrance, transforming Hufflepuff's golden cup into a puddle of ice cream on the table. Is this the genuine article? How could the cup metamorphose into mere craftsmanship? If this were a counterfeit cup, it might be the best outcome. Perhaps Voldemort sought solace through such an illusion. Yet, that seemed utterly implausible. Voldemort's transformations were unmistakably evident. Moreover, being in Hogwarts, placing such a large cup on the table would surely attract attention. Wait, attract attention? A tingling sensation coursed through Leander's lower back, a chill rushing to the crown of his head. Indeed, a cup of that size on the table would be visible to even the blind. How could Voldemort have overlooked this? He did it intentionally. Is this cup a bait? He deliberately led me to discover his resurrection, but this makes no sense. Why would he do such a thing? Leander licked his dry lips, immediately reverting the cup to its original state and removing his bracelet. We must leave quickly. The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office creaked open as a small wizard stealthily exited. Once he departed, Voldemort, in the office, yanked off his invisibility cloak, unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips. He had not yet descended into irrevocable foolishness. Should a wizard have been present, he would undoubtedly be captivated by Voldemort's smile, only to be bewildered by the realization that he had just been drawn in. Yet, he is not handsome, is he? At some point, Quirrell's features began to morph towards the visage of Voldemort in his youth. Quirrell, in a state of elation, thought, yes, I am becoming handsome. Unbeknownst to him, however, Voldemort had already begun to harbor murderous intent. Such a mundane body was destined to be short-lived, daring to transform towards my appearance. Quirrell, you have already chosen your path to demise. Yet, none of this was revealed in Voldemort's demeanor. He appeared quite pleased as he approached and picked up Hufflepuff's golden cup. A look of infatuation flickered in Voldemort's eyes, although he had not seen it with his own eyes. He was genuinely curious about the tremendous power capable of infusing an artifact bearing both Hufflepuff's essence and his own into the mortal realm. Could such power be harnessed for my own use? Voldemort carelessly placed the cup into the cabinet, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he scoffed at the ice cream transformation. Humph. Leander, preoccupied with thoughts of Voldemort, walked alone in the corridor, appearing deeply troubled. No, he was indeed burdened with heavy thoughts. The appearance of the destroyed Horcruxes detailed in the original text provided 6 references, and the state of the cup was clearly not that of destruction. It could even be possible that it had rejoined with its fragment of soul. But is it not true that only through the agony of a soul's collapse can one reforge such a bond? How could he have accomplished this? Oh, the pain. Leander trudged ahead, not paying attention to his surroundings, and inadvertently collided with someone. My apologies, my apologies. Leander instinctively apologized, but upon raising his head, he was momentarily taken aback. This individual appeared both familiar and unfamiliar. Depp? Leander's eyes widened. How could such a prominent star adopt such a peculiar appearance? With white hair standing on end. Alas, it is evident that even the most handsome cannot endure an eccentric hairstyle. Wait a moment, what is Depp doing at Hogwarts? And in that guise, Leander's expression stiffened slightly. Compared to Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts, he would rather believe that Depp had come to the magical world for a film shoot. Who is Depp? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Is there anyone audacious enough to pilfer my style? Ah, my apologies, I mistook you for someone else. My pet in the dormitory is nearly starving. I must attend to it, Leander said with an awkward smile, attempting to discreetly slip away without drawing attention. However, he was abruptly seized by Grindelwald by the scruff of his neck. Feeding a pet? Grindelwald murmured. It seems you, the favored children of Dumbledore, share a common trait. A chill ran down Leander's spine. His connection to Newt had been unveiled. He wished he could slap himself. Among the myriad of excuses, he had chosen to mention feeding a pet. Bait. No, I'm not familiar with the professor. Is it no longer necessary to use such formal titles as Headmaster Dumbledore? Grindelwald seized upon this point. No. Leander's mind raced with alarm. I have been preparing for my animagus transformation in a cave. Headmaster Dumbledore is off enjoying himself on the island. Grindelwald's expression remained impassive, lost in his own thoughts. The corridor fell into a brief silence, and Leander, unable to bear the tension, timidly inquired, Mr. Grindelwald, may I leave? You know my name? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly. He had sensed something amiss from the outset. This student harbored secrets. You are merely 11 years old. By all accounts, you should not recognize me. Discovering Leander's secret, Grindelwald released his grip, yet noted, from your demeanor, it appears you not only know me, but are also quite familiar with certain matters regarding me and Albus. Leander fell silent. There were few alive who knew of such things beyond the two of them. Grindelwald stroked his chin, contemplating, and then abruptly stated, You may go. Leander was taken aback. Having secrets is far better than not having any. Grindelwald cast a penetrating glance at Leander before turning to leave, only to halt a few steps away. Albus asked me to remind you that sometimes, in order to see a problem, one must step outside of it. With that, he departed with an air of arrogance. Step outside to see a problem? Leander was left in confusion. In the dead of night, at the room of requirement, amidst an endless mountain of refuse, Leander was drenched in sweat. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. His face flushed crimson, notably because he was not using a wand. Yet, he had failed once more. He plopped down on a dilapidated wooden crate, appearing somewhat despondent. Having nearly grasped the elusive animagus without a wand, Leander felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness, as if he were just a hair's breadth away. This morning's experiences left him in a state of disquiet. Oh well, I am merely a first-year student. Time is on my side. Just wait until I grow strong enough to bury you in the old bee, one in the Antarctic and the other in the Arctic. Grumbling, Leander retrieved a thick towel to dry the sweat from his brow and quietly departed from the room of requirement. However, it seemed he was not the only one indulging in nocturnal escapades that evening. He could not only feast to his heart's content alongside his true family, Sirius, but also received an abundance of Christmas gifts. Among them, Harry cherished an invisibility cloak above all. Notably, the cloak bore no signature, leaving him in the dark about its mysterious giver. With such a remarkable artifact in his possession, how could he remain confined to the common room? Thus, he embarked on his night wanderings. That night, Harry did not summon Ron. He roamed the desolate castle alone. For the first time, he traversed the quiet halls and solitude, which offered a unique charm. The pitch-black castle evoked the eerie ambience of a horror film's opening scene, yet it possessed its own distinct beauty, and Harry reveled in his solitary exploration. Yet, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Having ventured out at night, how could he not uncover something extraordinary? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the library in the dead of night, prompting Harry to flee in a state of panic, unsure of where he was heading. Oh dear! In a pitch-dark room, he stumbled upon a grand mirror. It was truly magnificent. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it. The mirror soared to the ceiling, adorned with a golden frame, supported at the base by two claw-like feet. Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon woser. Harry stumbled over the inscription at the top of the mirror, confusion etched on his face. What could it possibly mean? Suddenly, he realized that the mirror reflected not only his own image, but also others, so familiar that he nearly gasped in shock. Yet soon, he recognized the figures within the mirror, and they moved. A stunning woman with deep red hair, and, most strikingly, a pair of green eyes identical to his own, reached towards him, seemingly yearning to draw closer. Her face a blend of joy and sorrow. Her gaze was profoundly tender. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in Harry's eyes. After spending a Christmas holiday with Sirius, he was no longer ignorant of his lineage. In that moment of clarity, he understood that the mirror held reflections of his family. The beautiful woman with red hair was his mother, while the tall, slender figure beside her, reaching out to embrace her, was his father. Sirius had spoken of him often, though his tales would invariably halt at the mention of James. Harry moved closer to the mirror, almost pressing himself against it. Could there be another world behind the glass? A realm where his parents lived healthily, where Harry Potter had a complete family, and was not an orphan? The family members in the mirror smiled warmly at Harry, their eyes reflecting a striking resemblance to his own. What I reveal is not merely your reflection, but the deepest desires of your heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind Harry, sending chills down his spine. Hey, Leander, that's rather frightening. Come here quickly. I want to introduce you to my family. Harry, perplexed, responded. I can't see them. What? He pondered over Leander's earlier words. What I reveal is not merely your reflection, but the deepest desires of your heart. What do you mean by that? Leander pointed to the inscription at the top of the mirror of Erupts, indicating that it should be read in reverse. A moment of realization washed over Harry, yet he felt a twinge of melancholy. Just like in the original tale, though he understood the impossibility, he clung to a faint hope that the mirror possessed the power to foresee the future. How could one truly return from death? Harry silently mocked his own foolishness. This mirror reveals what lies within the hearts of all. Indeed, Leander nodded. It is said that those who are truly happy can perceive it as an ordinary mirror. Truly happy? Harry mused, brushing off the dust from his clothing and stepping aside from the mirror-esque gaze. Leander, what do you see? Leander seemed taken aback by his gesture. It appeared that having a real family had significantly impacted Harry. He was not overly enamored with the reflection in the mirror of Erupts. I see. Leander approached the mirror, and its surface momentarily flickered. It really can show. Leander was astonished for the second time that day. In the mirror, he beheld a familiar group photo, one that bore little resemblance to his current self, dressed in matching attire with his comrades. This shabby clothing is anything but comfortable. Wait, this wasn't in the original story. Sometimes, one must step back to view the situation from a different angle. Chapter 100, The Dark Hand. During his conversation with Harry, he grasped the crux of the matter, prompting him to contemplate. As for why he hid beneath the covers to think, it was simple. Understanding would lead to restful sleep, while confusion would still necessitate slumber. Although Leander remained unaware of why he had entered the world of Harry Potter, it was undeniable that his arrival had triggered a series of unforeseen events. The narrative had diverged significantly from the original tale. Thus, the plot of the original story could no longer serve as a reliable guide for Leander's future actions. It had become unreliable. Dumbledore's advice to adopt a broader perspective undoubtedly referred to Quirrell, who was, in fact, Voldemort's alter ego. An invisible dark hand was aiding Voldemort. Suddenly, Leander's closed eyes snapped open, not from the realization that Voldemort had someone backing him, but rather, Dumbledore had suggested stepping back to reassess the situation. How could he possibly know my original thoughts? Could he have truly delved into my mind, aware that I am a traveler from another world? Goodness gracious, what a predicament! It was merely whispered that the Marvel interloper had been apprehended by the Ancient One. Yet who among the realm of Harry Potter had been discovered by Dumbledore? Such a loss of prestige. As Leander internally scoffed, he failed to notice the colossal ice cream in his mind swaying wildly. You are the one losing prestige. You are the useless one. That old man surely could not have seen anything. Amidst the tumult of his fluctuating emotions, Leander's consciousness gradually blurred, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. After all, even if Dumbledore were to be aware, it would hardly matter. The old bee would not sting a child. In the following 2 or 3 weeks, Leander frequently lingered near the defense against the dark arts classroom. This proximity even stirred a twinge of jealousy in Professor McGonagall. With such a remarkable talent for transfiguration, why does he not hover beside me? However, the more he observed the recent behavior of Quirrell, the more Leander felt a shiver of apprehension. There was no other reason. The man had far too much to offer. Unlike the Quirrell of the first half of the term, who adhered rigidly to his script, he was now imparting nothing but substantial knowledge. The most evident manifestation of this was the conflict that erupted between the fifth-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students. This was hardly surprising. It was expected for Gryffindor and Slytherin to clash at least twice each academic year. Yet, there was a notable difference. Previously, their skirmishes had involved mere fisticuffs, occasionally punctuated by a minor curse or two. Madame Pomfrey had long been accustomed to treating the ailments caused by overzealous punches, blackened eyes, and crooked noses. But this time was distinctly different. A Gryffindor wizard named Muller was provoked by a Slytherin named Odd, and the dispute escalated. When Muller, familiar with the routine, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to deliver a right hook, Ott brandished his wand. In an instant, Muller crumpled to the ground, ensnared in a slumber as innocent as that of a babe. This was a grave misstep. Known for their camaraderie, the Gryffindors suddenly rallied from seemingly nowhere, and without incantations being uttered, the cutlery from the dining table levitated into the air. Ott's expression swiftly shifted from arrogance to terror. A barrage of projectiles. Amidst the whistling of the flying utensils, Ott fled in disarray, his limbs icy as if he could feel the metallic forks and knives piercing his flesh. The obstacles were insurmountable. Finally, a Slytherin, unable to bear the spectacle, berated Ott for tarnishing the dignity of pure-blood nobility. In this back and forth, a chaotic melee ensued between Slytherin and Gryffindor, drawing in a contingent of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. It was not until 10 minutes later, when Professors McGonagall and Flitwick arrived, that the fracas came to an end. Madame Pomfrey was soon greeted by an unprecedented wave of clientele. Dozens of students bore injuries, afflicted by a myriad of bizarre curses. Several limped in with missing limbs, howling in agony while casting vengeful glances at the instigator. I shall inform my father. At the dining table the following day, Leander listened intently to Fred's animated retelling. Neither he nor George had participated in the tumultuous brawl. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to their absence. By the time they received word, the injured had already been taken to Madame Pomfrey. Yet, this could not deter the Weasley twins from their pursuit of amusement. They stealthily trailed behind and soon heard a piercing scream emanating from the Slytherin side. George would wager his ear that such a dreadful wail suggested its owner had at least suffered a broken arm. Leander listened to their conversation, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why did this sound vaguely familiar? However, Draco Malfoy was merely a first year. How dare he involve himself in such a clash of older students? As he pondered, a hand rested upon Leander's shoulder. Brother, looking over, he found Fred with a deeply moved expression. Thank you. Thank for what? Thank you for bringing Professor LeMay to teach us. George interjected eagerly. Have you met Nick LeMay already? Of course. We missed the brawl yesterday because of class. Fred and George nodded in perfect synchrony, the former even giving a thumbs up. He is the best teacher we have ever encountered. Nick LeMay would not share that sentiment. Just yesterday, Nick LeMay had been reminiscing about the serenity of life while admiring an oil painting in a classroom. He cherished his time at the school. The vibrant energy of young children made him feel rejuvenated, at least from 600 years old to 300. Moreover, today, Albus had surprisingly entrusted him with a task. 2 curious little wizards needed his guidance on alchemy. Nick was thoroughly delighted and eagerly anticipated the encounter. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is this Mr. LeMay? I am Fred, and this is George. Ouch. Before he could finish his greeting, he cried out in pain. Fred hurriedly approached Nick, enthusiastically grasping his hand. With a crunch, bones shattered. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Fred's face bore a rare expression of dread, although he relished mischief. He could not bear to inflict real harm. The pink toad was a special case. It's quite all right, quite all right. Nick shook his head. He was accustomed to such occurrences. With age, bones tend to become brittle. Chapter 101, Alchemy Class. Nick gingerly walked to the side, retrieving a bottle of vibrant green potion from a small box. Fred noticed his hand was unsteady and prepared to assist in twisting off the stopper, only to see a mechanical hand extend from the alleyway. Oh, Father would go mad seeing this. The mechanical hand removed the stopper for Nick, who then drank the potion in one swift motion. A familiar, tingling coursed through his right hand, and in just a few seconds, the fractured bones returned to their original state. Alas, they could not revert to their youthful form. Nick turned to introduce himself to these two reckless little fellows, only to find their eyes gleaming with fervor. Professor LeMay, could you teach us how to concoct this potion? And is there a way to make our bones as supple as yours? What? No. Nick LeMay's white eyebrows knitted tightly together. Fred and George were practically ready to pledge their allegiance to Nick. What a splendid prank. Just as the other party believed they had split my hand open. In their moment of panic, a vial of potion revealed that I was perfectly fine. Ron might even be frightened to tears. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts clear to one another. These two little rascals are quite different from those I previously encountered who wished to learn alchemy. After a brief conversation, Nick gleaned that their understanding of alchemy was still in its infancy, yet he patiently examined their creations. Frankly, after 6 centuries, what kind of alchemical wonders had Nick LeMay not seen? However, these two truly exhibited some originality. Initially, Nick LeMay did not quite grasp the source of this originality, but as the class progressed, he began to comprehend. Their approach to learning diverged from that of others. You should remember this. The fundamental principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Nick raised his excessively pale hand to the sunlight. Due to the thinness of his skin and muscles, it was somewhat translucent. Your input and output must be proportionate, far more merciful than your reality. Nick made a light-hearted jest, while Fred and George appeared to ponder deeply. After a brief silence, they simultaneously posed a question. Do emotions factor into this equivalent exchange? Fred stood up, brandishing a fake wand. When a friend fumbles while casting a spell with this wand, we and other classmates might find joy in it, while he would feel embarrassment. Do alchemy's calculations account for these emotions, whether joyful or sorrowful? Upon seeing the eager thirst for knowledge in the young wizard's eyes, Nick LeMay fell into contemplation. Alchemy aimed at harvesting joy? Indeed, it was unprecedented. At this point, Fred felt a twinge of hunger, snatching a piece of pre-sliced meat from Leander's plate, chewing as he spoke. The teacher said, "We are practitioners. Too much theory would hinder us." Chewing. So he provided us with a notebook and instructed us to create something. And then the class ended? Leander was somewhat taken aback. He initially hoped Fred and George would engage in a formal study of alchemy, but that was quite presumptuous. Certainly not. George shook his head, while Fred swallowed the roasted meat, lowering his voice. He is exceedingly dissatisfied with the current state of the alchemical world. George spoke with a weak yet indignant tone. A stagnant pond. This was the teacher's exact phrasing, and it was also the reason he discouraged us from adhering strictly to textbooks. He asserted that contemporary alchemists have too many references, thus becoming constrained. So, what are your current plans? Do you have any ideas for what to create? Indeed. Pray tell. We drew inspiration from the teacher's concept of equivalent exchange. As Fred gestured for George to produce a quick escape candy, he continued. We aim to create it to allow innocent students to escape the drudgery of the classroom. But this presents a dilemma. What dilemma? George played the straight man. We have final exams, after all. The teacher's disapproval pales in comparison to the terrors that await. George shivered in response, and Leander surmised he was recalling the wrath of Mrs. Weasley. So, what do you intend to do? Assist the little wizard in cheating? Certainly not. How could we ever engage in such an endeavor? Fred declared with righteous indignation, concealing the enchanted answering quill deeper within his grasp. Do you recall our earlier conversation? Equivalent exchange. Our aim is to acquire what we shall possess in the future ahead of time. This shall be a grand and magnificent undertaking. To possess what we are destined to possess in the future. What, pray tell, is the cost of such preemption? A shortening of lifespan, perhaps? Leander was intrigued. If they could indeed achieve this, Fred and George would undoubtedly inscribe their names in the annals of magical history. A shortening of lifespan is utterly out of the question. Fred shook his head. That would be nothing short of dark magic. George produced a large clock from his robes, stating, Our current conception is to incur a debt. Incur a debt? Indeed. Fred and George beamed with pride, their expressions brimming with satisfaction. The fundamental principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. There is no doubt about that. We shall engage in this exchange, albeit at a slightly leisurely pace. We will relish the knowledge of transfiguration and potions that we're destined to learn in the future, repaying our debts after the examinations. Precisely. We will establish a program to enforce learning. Genius. Leander had to concede that their idea was indeed brilliant. It was no wonder Nicklemore regarded them with newfound respect. The educational approach at Hogwarts was truly stifling talent. We presented our idea to the teacher, who was very supportive. However, their expressions turned somewhat troubled. He mentioned that this would involve time. Even in alchemy, time is the most difficult and taboo of subjects. Who knows when we could produce a prototype? What if we bypass time? What? Leander's sudden inquiry startled Fred and George. I mean, knowledge can indeed transcend time, right? If we provide a set of knowledge to someone and then allow them to study fervently afterward. Chapter 102, Discussion. Fred and George hurriedly departed. We can hardly wait to create a prototype of our examination artifact. Fred and George cheered. After all, the final examinations are only a few months away. With good grades, Mrs. Weasley will be pleased, and they can enjoy a delightful holiday. Leander watched Fred and George leave, just as he picked up his knife and fork, ready to savor his meal, when a commotion erupted in the distance. What on earth is happening? Leander set down his utensils and cautiously approached from the side. Golden and silver utensils lay scattered across the floor, along with several individuals sprawled on the ground, blissfully asleep like infants. Leander stepped forward a few paces, hoping to catch a glimpse of familiar faces, only to hear a whoosh. A deep crimson curse whizzed past his ear, crashing into the wall behind him in a shower of colored sparks, sizzling ominously. It was clear that this curse was not aimed at Leander. A scene akin to a welding workshop had unfolded ahead. Leander furrowed his brow in concern, for the clash at hand was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The intensity and frequency of such altercations had transcended the ordinary skirmishes typical of the two houses. Stepping back from the crowd, Leander distanced himself from the farce unfolding before him. There was undoubtedly something amiss, intricately linked to Quirrell or, more precisely, Professor Tom Riddle. As anticipated, upon further inquiry, it became apparent that both magical duels had been ignited shortly after defense against the dark arts classes. Even in the senior classes, Quirrell seemed to be subtly encouraging rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This complexity was further compounded by the fact that the Ministry had not imposed any educational reforms, thus rendering Quirrell's encouragement of competition among students defensible, even if fostering student progress was likely not his primary aim. Amidst his turmoil, an unusual thought unexpectedly surfaced in Leander's mind. Perhaps he should invite Professor Quirrell to dinner. Engaging him in conversation over a meal seemed to promise clarity, as if an innate intuition assured Leander that this dinner would yield the answers he sought. Such circumstances suggested deliberate manipulation, potentially the spark of a grand conspiracy. Therefore, Leander embraced this notion, planning to seize any opportunity that evening. However, dining alongside Professor Quirrell posed a challenge, for professors and students dined in separate areas. It would be rather absurd to simply carry his meal over to Quirrell's table. As Leander pondered this, Professor Voldemort, absorbed in his own dinner, was abruptly interrupted by a clatter emanating from his table. A large, cylindrical paper tube had fallen onto the dining surface, adorned with a hasty depiction of an elderly man's face and wafting the enticing aroma of fried chicken. Leander boldly took a seat, gesturing for a house elf to bring him a scoop of ice cream. "Professor, would you mind sharing the table?" he inquired. "Be my guest," Voldemort replied, his expression unperturbed as he focused intently on slicing his steak. In stark contrast, Leander appeared somewhat restless, pulling a fried chicken wing from the tube and surveying Quirrell with curiosity. This man had become increasingly handsome, exuding an enigmatic allure. This observation was not born of envy. Quirrell's original visage had been quite unremarkable, yet he was now evolving into a strikingly robust figure. However, upon closer inspection of his features, one might struggle to pinpoint the exact changes from his former self. This duality constituted an uncanny essence, as if two distinct faces resided within him. "Professor, your garlic scent has diminished significantly," Leander remarked nonchalantly after swallowing a bite of chicken. Voldemort, swallowing a piece of steak, replied, "I have received assistance from some benevolent souls, liberating me from the clutches of a persistent vampire, thus rendering garlic unnecessary for my self-defense." "Benevolent souls? You are indeed fortunate," Leander responded. "Fortunate? I do not share that sentiment." Voldemort shook his head, placing his cutlery down and resting his chin upon his interlaced hands, his gaze fixed upon Leander. "Assistance has never been devoid of cost. I must pay a price. Did you not assert that they are benevolent souls? Should benevolent souls toil without recompense?" Voldemort could not suppress a grin as he pointed at the elderly visage illustrated on the fried chicken bucket, remarking, "Your artistic skills require refinement." Leander paused momentarily, then rotated the bucket half a turn, now confronting Chilo with an emblem resembling the golden arches of an M. I still possess considerable design talent, he declared. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Confessing, to be honest, I did not anticipate your fondness for fried chicken. As he spoke, an ice cream cone materialized out of thin air, inducing discomfort, particularly given his previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest where he was besmirched by ice cream. Would you care to sample some, Professor? Leander offered a golden, crispy chicken leg from the bucket. Voldemort did not explicitly decline, yet his averted expression conveyed his reluctance. Nonetheless, Leander forcibly placed the chicken leg into his hand. Thanks, Chilo muttered under his breath, feeling the greasy texture. Why do you harbor such disdain for fried chicken? Leander inquired, extracting a similar leg, his curiosity piqued. Because it is favored by many of African descent, and there are far too many of them, Voldemort replied candidly, his penchant for uniqueness well known. But are not steak enthusiasts more numerous? Facing this penetrating inquiry, Voldemort fell silent. Leander's antics were not yet concluded. He tore the chicken leg in two, removing the crispy coating to reveal tender white meat, sprinkling it with a blend of chili powder before taking a bite. I believe, he chewed, that the essence of food's uniqueness lies not in what is consumed, but in how it is savored. Voldemort observed the chicken bones on Leander's table, deep in contemplation, then raised an eyebrow as Leander retrieved a package of fries, smearing one with ice cream and popping it into his mouth. Is this the terrifying culinary talent of the English? He mused. Would you care to try some, Professor? Leander challenged, his gaze provocative. Voldemort, maintaining his composure, meticulously shredded the chicken leg into fine strands. Chapter 103, The Collapse. Strands of chicken were evenly coated with ice cream before being consumed, a sight that sent chills down Leander's spine, rendering him unable to fathom the flavor. The English palate is indeed formidable, he remarked. After devouring an entire ice cream-flavored chicken leg, Voldemort rose to depart, leaving Leander with a parting statement. Do not fret, in the short term. My action shall not be excessively extreme. Compared to another public figure, his conduct was indeed moderate. Recently, an interview video featuring Rita Skeeter and the familiar Gilderoy Lockhart had gone viral within a magical community. This visit pertains to the future trajectory of the wizarding world. Rita Skeeter will interview 13 influential figures to glean their perspectives. Mr. Lockhart, many recent graduates of Hogwarts are currently engulfed in confusion. Confusion? Why? They are uncertain about their futures. After 7 arduous years at Hogwarts, they find themselves merely serving plates in a pub or selling tickets on the night bus. Although Rita Skeeter remains off camera, her insightful analysis and impassioned rhetoric resonate deeply with the youth. In contrast, Mr. Lockhart's demeanor is somewhat intriguing. He chuckles derisively. Isn't our discussion supposed to encourage young wizards to spearhead the progress of our era? How can one lead while serving plates? Has Lockhart lost his sanity? This line of questioning cannot persist. Immediate rectification is necessary. Rita forced a saccharine smile. Ahem, but one cannot say so. The youth merely lack opportunities. Mr. Lockhart, many among them regard you as their role model and aspire to become great adventurers and writers like yourself. Lockhart's expression shifted once more, this time revealing a hint of astonishment. To become a writer and an adventurer? He softly retorted, seemingly lost in contemplation. Rita felt a flicker of hope. She presumed Lockhart was pondering how to offer the youth some guidance on becoming adventurers and writers or discovering their suitable lifestyles. However, to her dismay, he thought, if they come to be adventurers and writers, what becomes of me? Stay away from my territory. Rita's expression froze in disbelief, and she hastily concluded the interview. She would swear on her reputation that she would rather be trapped under a glass jar than interview Lockhart again. The editor of the Daily Prophet, however, had a different perspective. He believed this would be a tremendous opportunity to boost their sales and insisted on publishing it. As it turned out, he was correct. In the following days, all British wizards were engrossed in discussions about this, especially the newly graduated adult wizards. They vehemently criticized Lockhart, seeking any chance to push him out of the limelight. Meanwhile, Lockhart was in his sprawling mansion, over 400 square meters, drowning his sorrows in a bottle of wine worth more than 50 galleons. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, he was acutely aware of the repercussions of his words. Yet, Lockhart raised his right hand, revealing a chain mark on his wrist visible only to him. I have no choice, he lamented. After his encounter with Dumbledore and the others, all his secrets had been unearthed. To his horror, he discovered that a poor old man whose memory he had erased was a friend of Dumbledore. This seemingly kind-hearted elder had long been aware of Lockhart's true nature and was already watching him closely. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. That night, Dumbledore presented Lockhart with two options: either heed his counsel and assist him, or face the consequences of his past actions. What a jest! I, Lockhart, a man of stature, standing amidst the vastness of the world, cannot languish in the shadows for long. Thus, I resolutely devised a self-destructive plan at the behest of my esteemed boss, Dumbledore, and formulated a strategy for future objectives. Dumbledore expressed his satisfaction and granted me the freedom to execute my plans. And so, we find ourselves at this juncture. Yet, it seems insufficient. I have already taken action against Dumbledore's acquaintances. Perhaps he is acquainted with others, or other influential wizards are in his circle. I appear to have committed numerous errors, but do I regret it? Contemplating this, Lockhart became fervent, shattering the bottle in his grasp, his eyes aflame with crimson. I am merely pursuing the life I cherish and the endeavors I adore. What fault lies therein? Is it a transgression to proclaim their tales? Who would heed the adventures of an audacious wizard? I have merely stumbled temporarily. Dumbledore, I shall seize my opportunity. As his countenance fluctuated from gloom to brightness, a knock resounded at the door of his grand estate. Knock, knock, knock. Greetings, Mr. Lockhart is out gathering inspiration. Please leave your name, and I shall convey it to him. In recent days, wizards visiting Lockhart had proliferated, some wishing to mar his visage and seize his wealth, while others sought to dispatch him with a lethal curse. Overwhelmed by the disturbances, Lockhart feigned his absence. When the knocking ceased, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Generally, those who knock tend to possess decorum, merely intending to announce their presence, leaving upon finding no one home. But wait. Lockhart's eyes widened as he gazed outside. A familiar whistling sound pierced the air, identical to that heard atop the snowy mountains. Yet today, Dumbledore is absent. Lockhart, feeling a dampness in his trousers, scrambled to ascend the stairs, only for the rocket to arrive. The unstable foundation of his abode crumbled with a thunderous crash as a burly man wielding the rocket launcher scoffed. Wealthy fools are so easily deceived. Such quality of construction, huh? He stowed the cannon and kicked through the shattered walls and glass. Gilderoy Lockhart, are you still alive? I'll take my leave if you're dead. Silence enveloped the ruins. Before I depart, I shall fire off 4 or 5 more rounds. What? E.M. alive. I'm still alive. The burly man grinned, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Lockhart emerged from the debris, disheveled and covered in dust. Chapter 104. A Sheep Among Tigers. Hey, you ought to show me some respect. After being dragged from the rubble, Gilderoy Lockhart had his wand confiscated, and his hands were bound with coarse rope, leading him away. If it were merely this, Lockhart might have endured the humiliation without protest. After all, these individuals were devoid of reason, greeting him with cannon fire, as if taking his life were a mere game. However, aside from man pulling the rope, there was also a dark-clad exhibitionist. Clad only in a skirt fashioned from large green leaves, he brazenly circled Lockhart, making his presence known with unwelcome touches. Hey! The exhibitionist pressed his dark, imposing hand against Lockhart's face, grinning mischievously. A wave of tingling sensation coursed through Lockhart's coccyx, sending goosebumps cascading across his skin. Although they were in England, in broad daylight, such behavior was unacceptable, especially from a figure of that nature. Lockhart endeavored to evade the exhibitionist's intrusive actions, yet found himself bound and restricted, limited in movement. With each step he retreated, the exhibitionist advanced. He chased, he fled, yet escape was a futile endeavor. What do you intend to do? Dumbledore never mentioned this facet of the mission. One may be killed, but not humiliated. Lockhart contemplated the possibility of meeting his demise, yet ultimately concluded that a disgraceful death was far less desirable than a wretched existence. He still possessed ample wealth and time. A moment of humiliation would not break his spirit. Unexpectedly, however, after Lockhart's fierce retort, a childlike pout of grievance appeared on the exhibitionist's ebony face. Lockhart nearly retched. The exhibitionist emitted a snort, shot Lockhart a disdainful glance, and vanished into the nearby underbrush. Am I safe now? The tension in Lockhart's muscles began to ease as the shadowy figure disappeared, a small weight lifting from his heart. Why did you provoke him? At that moment, the burly man ahead spoke slowly. What do you mean? Lockhart, feeling perplexed, responded. If I don't confront him, my innocence is at stake. What do you imply? He is still a child. Who? The burly man halted, gazing in the direction the exhibitionist had departed. He has only just come into existence. Just come into existence? Lockhart was utterly bewildered. The exhibitionist emerged from the foliage, adorned with remnants of snow and clutching a gnarled vine. Yet his towering, muscular frame remained unchanged. Do you truly believe he resembles a child? Lockhart hesitated, finally managing to voice a meek inquiry. He has merely just been born. What leads you to believe he is a child? Was born just now if not an infant? Lockhart seethed internally, though he dared not voice his thoughts. At that moment, his mouth had other uses, such as screaming. Oh, good heavens! It hurts! The exhibitionist's eyes locked onto Lockhart immediately, his expression petulant. He wielded the spiky vine with abandon, mercilessly striking Lockhart's rear. It wasn't just a single strike. As Lockhart dodged, the exhibitionist followed suit with another blow. Lockhart, being coddled throughout his life, had a low tolerance for pain. Feigning death was more suited to his abilities. However, just as he prepared to lie down and play dead, he recalled his bindings. It was a trap he could not escape. In agony, Lockhart shut his eyes, and his wails echoed across the snowy expanse. A haunting melody of despair. I told you not to provoke him. Moments later, the burly man sighed in resignation, signaling the exhibitionist to cease. It would matter if he were to perish, but having their own harm him would be a difficult situation to explain. The exhibitionist reluctantly ceased his actions, carelessly tossing aside the withered vine. Yet, neither the burly man, the exhibitionist, nor Lockhart, who had already lost half his life, noticed the vine glowing with a faint green luminescence upon hitting the ground. Lockhart trudged forward with great difficulty, feeling as though each subsequent step might be his last. Ironically, just as he was on the brink of death, the exhibitionist placed a hand upon his shoulder. What sorcery is this? Lockhart was astonished to find warmth enveloping his body amidst the frigid expanse of winter, and even the wounds inflicted by the exhibitionist had miraculously healed. Such a power could surely qualify one to serve as a chief healer at St. Mungo's, he mused. However, when he inquired about this magic, the expressions of the exhibitionist and the burly man shifted to one of palpable danger. The exhibitionist leaned in, his thick lips nearly brushing Lockhart's ear, employing tactics reminiscent of a thief. This man seemed devoid of breath. Yet, Lockhart remained unerringly composed. He discerned that these two had no immediate intention to kill him, at least not without cause. Such careless words were undeniably unguarded. A normal person would emit warmth when so close, particularly while speaking, especially given the exhibitionist's imposing physique. He was likely not human. Judging by their attitude towards magic, they did not appear to belong to any dark wizarding cabal. Dumbledore's task was indeed formidable. Forgive me, my perspective has been too narrow. Lockhart fashioned what he believed to be his most charming smile and turned to the exhibitionist. Might you enlighten me regarding your remarkable ability? The exhibitionist paused, momentarily taken aback by Lockhart's smile, before breaking into laughter. This is a miracle. From that moment onward, Lockhart pondered the so-called miracle. He had never believed in divinity. If a god truly existed, why would a man of his notoriety live more lavishly than those who toiled in earnest? Frankly, the opulence he enjoyed was beyond the reach of the most destitute. Yet, these peculiar individuals compelled him to re-evaluate his beliefs about the divine. They had no reason to deceive him at that moment. Moreover, Lockhart discreetly cast a glance at the exhibitionist. He had gleaned through subtle inquiries that this man was not truly an exhibitionist, but rather possessed a remarkably juvenile, or perhaps primal, mindset. His initial advances had stemmed from the rarity of encountering someone with such delicate skin. He was simply curious. There was a misconception here. Lockhart mistook the intrigue arising from rarity for appetite. This fellow was not adept at deception. He genuinely believed in the miracle he wielded. Lockhart sighed quietly, pondering Dumbledore. Have you grown so powerful that no wizard can rival you? Have you set your sights on divinity? Chapter 105, The Leader. England. Stonehenge. This was not the most renowned site. In fact, there are many Stonehenges. The one before us was relatively smaller and older. Lockhart found himself dragged beneath the stones. His complexion ashen. 6 hours. Were these two brutes truly beasts? For 6 relentless hours, we trudged along. Each time Lockhart expressed a desire to rest, it was disregarded, his tears having long since dried. Suddenly, a flamboyant figure leaped to the forefront, rapping on a sturdy stone, inquiring if we could proceed. The stone, adorned with a human visage, responded affirmatively. Lockhart anticipated the emergence of a secret passage, yet nothing ensued. The burly man lit a cigar, tugging at the rope tethering Lockhart. Let us go. Go. Gentlemen, where are we headed? Lockhart craned his neck, scanning for hidden paths beneath other stones, but found none. To the city. To the city. Lockhart's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. We've journeyed 6 hours to reach this point, and now you inform me we're heading to the city? We need consent to proceed. Overwhelmed, Lockhart shut his eyes, nearly collapsing, but failed to do so. The stone he had been speaking to manifested a robust arm, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Lockhart bitterly licked his lips, pondering if this was retribution. "Come on, let us move," the burly man grunted, retrieving a teapot from his coat. "The key to the door, you know how to use it?" "The key to the door?" Loart was so taken aback that he overlooked the rule about the key triggering upon contact, which the burly man ruthlessly exploited. "If we have a key, why do we walk for 6 hours to reach this place? Are you foolish?" The flamboyant figure landed a punch. "I already stated we need consent." Loart opened his mouth, then closed it again, resignedly shutting his eyes and placing his hand on the teapot. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself sprawled on the ground, retching. He had used a key before, but why did this time feel so distressing? "Let us go." The burly man yanked the rough rope binding Lohart's hands, impatiently urging him onward. "What a waste. I can't fathom why the boss insists on meeting him." Supported by the flamboyant figure, Lohart stumbled to his feet. "Let us go. We must." Darkness enveloped them, the walls dimmer than the shine of the burly man's bald head. With eyes closed, Lohart recalled winding through a narrow corridor, passing 3 or 4 sturdy wooden doors, the air rich with the scent of numerous herbs. Then he encountered a figure, a diminutive man clad in a voluminous cloak, topped with a tall hat, his attire accentuating his smallness. Notably, every piece of his clothing was a vast expanse of blue, as deep and wide as the ocean. Lohart found it absurd to perceive vastness in a single garment. This petite man approached with a pleasant demeanor, extending a gloved hand towards Lohart. "Greetings, Mr. Jeter Lohart." Just as Lohart intended to mention his bound hands, he discovered that the coarse rope had vanished, leaving only a trace. "The taste of seawater?" "Indeed, that was it." "It is an honor to meet you." Lockhart immediately grasped the hand extended towards him, donning a standard smile. To be candid, his very presence resembled that of a polygon. Upon hearing his illustrious credentials, even in the face of peril, the corners of Lockhart's mouth could not help but lift. Yet, such accolades bore no significance to us. His smile faltered. "Come here," he commanded. Lockhart obediently approached the broad chair, adopting a docile expression. "I am the leader." "Very well, Mr. Leander," came a reply. The leader raised an eyebrow, clarifying that it was not the name Leander typically associated with humanity, but rather the leader, a rather arrogant designation indeed. Although the leader's face remained concealed, his voice allowed Lockhart to easily conjure an expression of disdain. "Though your abilities may be deemed worthless, fortunately, you possess a particular skill." As the leader spoke, he gestured towards the exhibitionist, who was engrossed in studying a stone. "Do you not see how he resembles one who has lost his memory?" Lockhart's pupils dilated in shock. "No, that cannot be. I have not harmed the Dark One. Could this leader also be a master of memory magic? Then why seek me? Do not speculate. No one has erased his memory. It is merely a metaphor." "It is indeed quite similar," Lockhart admitted awkwardly. "He has not had his memory wiped. Rather, he simply possesses none, as just last week he was but a stone." "A stone?" Lockhart gazed at the leader in astonishment, who nodded impassively. "He is not human. He is a totem pole that has been blood sacrificed by your kind for over 8 centuries. You may refer to him as the head hunter." "Are you implying that the totem is alive?" Lockhart's voice trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the audacity of the information being conveyed. "He is that totem pole, not merely the totem atop it." Such a narrow-mindedness. The leader corrected him in a reproachful tone, as if they were engaged in a scholarly debate. Lockhart swallowed hard, muttering, "No wonder, no wonder." Suddenly, a slender, cool arm draped over his shoulder. "Is this the leader's?" He pondered. No, the leader had not moved, had he? "You could say it is mine," the leader replied. "You have summoned me for what purpose?" Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, relieved he had not spoken ill of them. For wizards could read minds, and these deities were even more adept. "If you humans had continued with the blood sacrifices, the head hunter would not be with me." The leader feigned regret, lamenting, "Just like many snow-capped mountains and stones, they exhibit no ambition whatsoever." His tone now suggested a frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student's lack of effort. "Those who lag behind shall face consequences. They failed to comprehend my good intentions." The leader stood once more, fixing his azure gaze upon Lockhart. "Do you possess the confidence to alter a deity's memory?" Chapter 106, The Challenge. The thick-shelled crab, truly painful. Beneath the trapdoor, Leander, who had spent half a semester in peace, tumbled down. Not long ago, just this afternoon, Leander had completed his history of magic examination, marking the conclusion of his first academic year. Due to the climactic finale of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone yet to unfold, there remains no other explanation. With the clandestine assistance of an unknown force, this individual appeared remarkably well, almost as if he were alive. Over the past semester, he had exhibited increasing mastery in his teaching, growing ever more charismatic. It was not long before an innocent young which penned him a love letter sweetly melodramatic, replete with heartfelt sincerity. However, it was met with a merciless rejection from Professor Voldemort. In England, such a situation would warrant him donning denim jeans, flip-flops, and a polo shirt, while clutching a stainless steel teacup. He could not afford to jeopardize his position due to the infatuations of a few girls. Following a meal with Leander, Voldemort ceased to provoke the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, a situation Leander found himself powerless to alter. After all, he was Voldemort, and it would be unreasonable to expect him to mediate. Eventually, the two houses did call a truce, though not due to Voldemort's influence, but rather due to Madame Pomfrey's growing discontent. The ever-dedicated matron of the infirmary wore an increasingly grim expression. Injured young witches and wizards soon discovered that upon entering her care, her methods had grown more forceful, with potions becoming increasingly unpalatable. It became difficult to discern whether they arrived for healing or punishment. Nevertheless, it was prudent to engage in idle chatter. Returning to the topic at hand, despite Voldemort's exemplary demeanor and Leander's elimination of Snape as the prime suspect in the curses directed at Harry, Harry still regarded Snape as the foremost culprit. After dinner that evening, a sudden impulse seized Potter, prompting him to rally his friends toward the enchanted trapdoor of the wizarding world. Leander astutely observed as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room, where he retrieved a glass orb from Fred's bedside. What of the devil's snare, one might wonder. Leander unceremoniously plopped onto the unforgiving stone floor, the impact nearly causing his tailbone to twist, leaving his rear in disarray. Fortunately, his physical resilience prevailed. As he rose, rubbing his backside in bemusement, he pondered the peculiarities of the situation. Had Professor Sprout altered her approach? Was the devil's snare too gentle for the current Professor Quirrell? As he navigated in darkness, the scent of burning wood wafted through the air, alongside remnants he could not identify. However, these remnants did not lack in providing clues. This level of spell work was beyond the capabilities of Harry and his companions. As Leander mused, neither Harry, Ron, nor Hermione possessed the skill to incinerate a large plant down to mere ash during their first year. Clearly, a powerful adult wizard was involved, one of considerable strength. Voldemort was indeed a prime suspect. It seemed his current state bore potential side effects, if not significant risks. Contemplating further, Leander pressed on. Was this truly a passage feasible for young witches and wizards? In disbelief, he picked up a small, bird-like corpse from the ground. A mechanical construct resembling a pair of wings and a key, fashioned into a flight apparatus. Notably, its wings were forged from a lightweight, enigmatic metal, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Those who beheld it would never doubt its capacity for devastation. Unsurprisingly, this ordeal no longer involved Harry and his companions. Sighing at the sight of the scattered bird carcasses, Leander resolved to press onward. Leander! Hermione rushed towards him, her eyes instantly reddening upon seeing him. With one comrade's fate uncertain and another unconscious, she felt utterly at a loss. Do not panic, Hermione. What has transpired? Hermione halted, poised to recount her recent experiences, only to swiftly realize that such a course was unwise. I must find a professor. Leander, Harry has consumed the fire-resistant potion and is heading towards that dark wizard. The dark wizard? Do you not suspect Snape? Hermione shook her head. Harry is far too fixated. I do not share that belief. An apt description indeed. Leander nearly stifled a laugh, though this was not the moment for levity. You go find a professor. I shall rescue Harry. As Leander took a few strides forward, Hermione grasped his sleeve. Did you not hear me? The fire-resistant potion has already been consumed. We cannot pass. Her expression was a vivid testament to her anxiety and frustration. I do not require potions to elude flames, Leander replied, shaking his head and mimicking her tone while gesturing at her with his wand. Cryogenic preservation. Hermione felt the temperature plummet, her emotions swiftly calming. As the spell took effect, certain perceptions within her also shifted. Leander hurried onward, traversing an empty room with a floor resembling a chessboard, though all the pieces had mysteriously vanished. Was there truly only a corpse lying in the center of this desolation? Leander dipped his fingertip in saliva and placed it beneath Ron's nose. A cool breeze emanated from the moist spot. Excellent, there was breath. Ron was alive. Considering Fred and George's instructions, he placed Ron in a corner to allow him to continue resting. How could he sleep in the middle of the room? What if someone passes by and steps on him? After relocating Ron, Leander awkwardly chuckled, brushing off the shoe prints from Ron's trousers. The next chamber, according to the original narrative, should have housed Quirrell's troll, but given Voldemort's taste, he would hardly have favored such a foul creature. As expected, the room was devoid of life, engulfed in darkness. Leander navigated through effortlessly, and upon exiting, he remained perplexed as to what Quirrell had employed to hinder him. Chapter 107. The Three Families Divided. However, there was no time to ponder the enigmatic machinations of Voldemort. He must not allow Harry to fall victim to this new incarnation of Voldemort. The next space, which should have been occupied by a door, was now dominated by a swirling mass of violet magical flames. Leander gauged the size of the flames with a gesture, then sighed. It appears I must resort to damaging property. Without uttering a spell, Leander's form gradually became abstract, ultimately vanishing from sight, replaced by a black steed. Leander stepped into the magical flames conjured by Snape, yet they failed to inflict any significant harm, merely eliciting a tingling sensation. Logically, fire should possess the capability to counter ice, especially in the world of Pokemon. However, it was evident that this flame and my ice were not on the same level. This realization brought a hint of pride to Leander's equine visage. Upon entering the room, the doorway had been transformed into the visage of a horse, and within, nothing of particular note was present. Only 7 or 8 bottles, precariously tilted, rested upon a table draped with a piece of parchment. Were they overturned? A sense of alertness washed over Leander. Those bottles ought to have been stable. After all, Harry and Hermione had no reason to leave them askew, especially since they contained poison. This indicated a recent commotion. Leander opened his mouth, the power of cold preservation coalescing within, and exhaled a breath of frost. The previously rampant black magical flames withered instantly, shrinking into a mere flicker. It evoked images of some domestic dramas, where a widow was oppressed by her in-laws. Leander leapt forward, hoping that the situation would resolve itself, urging not to impede his rescue efforts. Finally, Leander arrived at the last room, but his first sight was not Harry, nor even Quirrell. Instead, he was an exhibitionist. How could this fellow be darker than I? Upon entering, Leander beheld a man clad in a grass skirt, his own equine face growing darker still. In this era, even the degree of darkness had become a matter of competition. This exhibitionist was curiously caressing a pair of sunglasses, while nearby stood Professor Voldemort, his face etched with apprehension and panting heavily. "Professor Quirrell, where is Harry?" Leander inquired warily of the exhibitionist while simultaneously seeking news of Harry. "To your right," Voldemort replied, his expression one of irritation, yet he provided an answer nonetheless. It was then that Leander noticed a boy lying at his feet, his face contorted in pain, seemingly enduring the agony in silence. Harry, what has happened to you? You've been brutally attacked. You're incapacitated." It was Voldemort again, and Harry was too weak to respond. Yet, this remark alerted Leander, as the exhibitionist turned his gaze toward him. "Can you speak, horse?" His pupils, as dark as his skin, sparkled with an unsettling light. Quite literally, beams of light shot forth. A crimson, or rather blood red, beam surged directly toward Leander, who nimbly leapt to the right, evading the onslaught. "Hey, just because you're dark-skinned doesn't grant you the privilege to shoot at will," Leander retorted, albeit with displeasure, only to discover that the exhibitionist had vanished from sight, now standing directly before him. It appeared he intended to mount him. Enraged, Leander lifted his hoof and brought it down forcefully. "You wretched exhibitionist!" Leander's pupils widened in shock. This fellow had managed to catch my hoof with mere physical strength? The exhibitionist laughed heartily. "Horse, you possess great strength. The headhunter appreciates it." "I do not appreciate you," Leander exclaimed in terror, bolting away in an attempt to distance himself from this so-called headhunter. As he departed, a deep green bolt of lightning struck the hunter with unyielding force. "Avada Kedavra!" Voldemort's voice resonated with humiliation and rage. Who was he to plunge the entire wizarding world of Britain into a reign of darkness? A whole academic year had passed without any semblance of dignity. He had not triumphed in a single confrontation. I, Voldemort, demand retribution. This strike was undeniably effective. And the hunter, who could still muster a smile despite the onslaught, knelt on the ground, howling in agony. Yet, neither Leander nor Voldemort could find humor in the situation. For this individual had not perished. This defied logic. No, this defied magic. The killing curse, the killing curse. Save for Harry. No one could withstand such a direct hit and survive. Yet this shameless, vile creature had done just that. Heart-piercing. Voldemort was no novice sorcerer. He was a malevolent wizard with countless innocent lives on his conscience. He understood the principle of exploiting weakness. However, as he cast his spells, his teeth ground in frustration. Were it not for this mediocre body, the cursed prophecy, and these bothersome individuals had I arrived here a decade or so earlier, this wretch would have lasted a mere 3 minutes, even if he were resilient. Under the relentless barrage of the killing curse and the heart-piercing curse, the hunter seemed on the verge of collapse. He began frothing at the mouth, his pupils dilating, resembling the state of a dying man. Yet Leander sensed something amiss and discreetly adorned his horse's legs with 2 bracelets. As arms sprouted around his neck, he swiftly seized the wand from Harry's grasp. The holly wand felt satisfactory in his hand. In the face of intensity, aesthetics could take a back seat for a moment. The hunter's expression appeared to be that of imminent death, yet simultaneously, blood-red totems began to materialize across his body, emanating a palpable sense of sanguinity. His eyes turned a vivid crimson. "You shall die." The hunter leaped, his blood-tinged fist aimed directly at Voldemort. A soul extraction? In a moment of desperation, Voldemort instinctively unleashed the final of the unforgivable curses. Leander scoffed. The previous 2 had failed to vanquish the foe. Now, could a single soul curse truly resolve the matter? Absurd. Wait, Leander uttered incredulously. It seemed the soul curse had indeed taken effect. The blood in the hunter's eyes remained, but he ceased his assault on Voldemort. Standing there in a daze, Voldemort, too, appeared somewhat incredulous. He cast several dark spells to draw the hunter's ire, yet the latter displayed no reaction whatsoever. Was the soul defense truly so feeble? Voldemort approached, scrutinizing the hunter, poking and prodding, evoking a shiver in the observers. But Leander had no time for discomfort. A chill ran up his spine. Would he be subjected to a 2-on-1 confrontation with Voldemort and the hunter? "No soul?" Voldemort exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "No, this is not a person." Chapter 108, Your Weapons Bequeathed. Voldemort was taken aback, even with his vast reservoir of magical knowledge. He found it difficult to comprehend the true nature of the figure before him. No, he quietly shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't understand, but rather that he had plausible speculations. However, he was reluctant to confirm such conjectures without tangible evidence. Meanwhile, Leander donned a Shiva's bracelet and, wielding his wand in one hand, grasped the glass orb he had surreptitiously acquired from Fred in the other. He was acutely aware of the danger Voldemort posed. If his soul-stealing curse could indeed control the hunter, and if Dumbledore had not left a contingency plan, they would be in dire straits. Fortunately, after succumbing to the curse, the hunter had fallen utterly motionless. Who am I? Where am I? Harry felt as though his entire head had solidified into a single entity, devoid of breath, blood, and engulfed in darkness, unable even to engage in independent thought. For an 11-year-old child, enduring a monstrous blow could easily result in a prolonged slumber of 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Yet, Harry was no ordinary child. Though he had yet to undergo the trials of multiple academic terms, his innate combat prowess was undeniable. Thus, the question arises, what is the most crucial talent for a novice in battle? Resilience. Has Harry awakened? Leander cast a glance towards the entrance. Since entering, he had only noticed Harry when Voldemort pointed him out, so he remained vigilant, seizing the opportunity while Voldemort was engrossed in his examination of the hunter. Leander stealthily approached Harry. As Voldemort's research progressed, the pallor of his complexion grew increasingly severe. Indeed, he was a so-called deity. Although a novice, he possessed a certain divine stature. Voldemort placed his hand upon the hunter's cheek, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He harbored a deep disdain for this filthy creature. Yet it was a god. Gods do not perish. In the pursuit of immortality, he mused, this entity had traversed further than I have. However, he would never openly acknowledge this. Instead, a frenzied thought took root in his mind. Since you have been dispatched, Voldemort murmured, you organizations must have many gods. Do you not? Perhaps I ought to seek out a laboratory for myself. Voldemort muttered, his gaze shifting towards the central, erased mirror. Before that, I must restore my power. Just awakening, Harry felt a sudden chill surge through him, a wave of foreboding. This is not good. He abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Voldemort. Harry Potter. Voldemort chuckled. Retrieve something for me from this mirror, and I might spare you. His mirth faded as he noticed that his line of sight was obstructed by a horse. Leander, you don't actually believe that mastering Animagus will enable you to defeat me, do you? Voldemort elegantly raised his wand. Although he found this body tempting, if it posed an obstacle, bestowing death was not out of the question. After all, you are the Dark Lord. I do not presume I can vanquish you. Leander gazed down upon Voldemort, also raising his wand. Voldemort's brow furrowed as he noticed 2 human arms sprouting from Leander's horse's neck. What a grotesque Animagus. At that moment, Leander suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left hand. Voldemort had struck, employing some unknown magic without even moving his wand. He brutally twisted the robust arm that had emerged from Leander's Shiva bracelet, severing it. Harry, who had been shielded by Leander, bore witness to the entire scene. his eyes fixed in shock upon Leander's broken left arm. Bang! Just then, a slender bullet, accompanied by a sonic boom, pierced through Voldemort's skull. A normal wizard would have had their head obliterated, but this bullet lodged itself in Voldemort's cranium, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is this? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Voldemort's face, but it dissipated quickly as he yanked the bullet out with his hand. While he was bewildered, the gunfire did not cease. Instead, it shifted targets, shattering the mirror of Erist, leaving Leander equally astonished. Were they not all attempting to seize Nick's Philosopher's Stone? How could they claim it now that it was smashed? Voldemort clearly shared this sentiment, his temper flaring. A whole year. I am finally on the brink of success, and yet someone dares to interfere? The shooter was a tall, gaunt man clad in black, wielding a sniper rifle. Upon seeing Voldemort still alive, his expression mirrored that of a ghost. Still alive? You can't possibly be a god. Avada Kedavra! A jet of emerald light shot through the air, finding its mark within the slender man's skull. Alas, he was neither a god nor the Dark Lord, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Voldemort, now seething with rage, sought an outlet for his fury, and a ready target presented itself. Leander, wand in hand, was not one to passively await his fate. The once sweltering atmosphere of the room, resembling a domain of fire, rapidly cooled under Leander's influence, transforming the walls, floor, and ceiling into a creamy ice. The ice nearest to Voldemort melted at an accelerated pace, coalescing into serpentine forms that slithered toward him. You dare to use snakes against me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yet, nothing transpired. Once again, Voldemort's temper flared. Avada Kedavra! Leander's expression grew peculiar. He could hardly suppress a laugh. The killing curse, once a symbol of grandeur, had been employed countless times by Voldemort over the years, seemingly resulting in the demise of but a single minion. Its record paled in comparison to that of the Cruciatus Curse. This time, the killing curse was fated to be ineffectual, for a bolt of red and white lightning, accompanied by a roar, collided with it. Disarm! Harry had risen from the ground, and while Voldemort was momentarily distracted, Leander had returned the wand to him, along with a little extra, a device crafted by Fred and George that guaranteed solid performance in exams. Under Leander's guidance, the two ingenious brothers had experimented with 4 versions over the past 2 months. By the time of the final exams, a polished and practical gadget had emerged. Although there may be a minor side effect, the ability to pass the examination outweighs any concerns. This miraculous tool for assured success in the test is merely imbued with a spell for early enjoyment, known as the disarming charm. Witnessing Leander's injury, Harry, filled with reluctance, simultaneously felt the influence of the glass orb in his hand as the countless memories of practicing the disarming charm began to replay vividly in his mind.